Several white seabirds dotted the azure sky, preventing the vast cloudless blue expanse from seeming too monotone. The water and sky merged into one, the sea surface as gentle as silk rippling softly. On the golden beach there was not a trace of man-made litter. A beautiful and peaceful scene. If it were in China, it would be developed into a 5-level tourist attraction. The next second a crackling sound shattered the silence. A black lightning bolt as thick as a bucket suddenly streaked down from the sky, as if it had a target heading straight for a spot on the beach. A thunderous explosion sounded. A bolt from the blue, immense in scale, as if doomsday had arrived. Deep within the island, flocks of birds flew from the treetops, cawing in fright. The black lightning that connected heaven and earth actually lasted more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating, and the sky gradually brightened again. Such a strange phenomenon. Anyone with common sense would know it's either a cultivator undergoing tribulation or an unlucky guy transmigrating. Seeing it through a screen, there's no need to panic. Everything fell silent. On the beach, the spot struck by lightning had been blasted into a 100-meter-wide, deep crater, charred black as far as the eye could see. The sand in the pit had been melted into a pile of glassy slag by the scorching heat embedded in the ground, glinting and reflecting sunlight, quite beautiful to behold. At the center, the violent energy left in the air turned into countless tiny arcs of electricity, darting about like countless swimming dragons, crackling with an electric sound. Caw-caw. A seabird flew excitedly toward the scene from the sky, its eyes full of intelligence. Inside the pit, cough cough. Luo Gu finally woke from his coma, struggling to open his heavy eyelids. The numbness all over his body made it impossible for him to get up despite struggling for a long time. What's going on? My hands and feet won't obey me at all. His mind was groggy, as if hungover. Like many of his peers, Luo Gu was originally an ordinary orphan on Earth. Work was too competitive, life too exhausting, so at a young age he had become a veteran angler. On weekends, when he didn't have to work overtime, he would go fishing by the river, enjoying a preview of the leisurely retirement life of the elderly to motivate himself to keep living until that ever-delayed retirement age. Little did he expect that while fishing his hook would snag a high-voltage line, leading to a cliched transmigration. Am I still alive? Where is this? Shouldn't I be in the hospital being rescued? Could it be that one session of electrocution directly sent me in a transmigration? Having figured out the cause and effect, Luo Gu cursed inwardly. It's all that damn old man next door. He kept provoking me with that smug look just because he cast his line further than me. How could I tolerate that? Made me use too much force. Indeed, impulsiveness is the devil. His body perception hadn't returned yet, so Luo Gu could only stare blankly at the sky. He saw a large white bird flying rapidly toward him, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, birds in the sky are perfectly normal, aren't they? But when the bird flew closer, Luo Gu couldn't help but widen his eyes and shock his eyeballs, nearly popping out. What the hell? This is anything but normal. What new species is this? The white bird in the air appeared somewhat anthropomorphic. Around its neck hung a Wynard backpack, and on its head was a white aviator hat with a capital English letter N printed in the center. Even more absurdly, the bird could fly using one-wing operation, leaving one wing free to reach into its backpack and rummage for something. Click, click, click. Soon the bird pulled out a snail with big, adorable eyes from its backpack. The feathers on its wing moved as dexterously as human fingers, and it started clicking away in the air toward Luo Gu. This flashy display of skill left Luo Gu completely dumbfounded. A strange bird and an even stranger snail. Why do I not feel any sense of incongruity and even find them somewhat familiar? Luo Gu snapped out of his initial shock, squinted his eyes to look more carefully, and then the expression on his face gradually shifted from surprise to horror. Damn it, isn't this the news bird from One Piece? Did I transmigrate into the world of One Piece? After a rich internal monologue, Luo Gu finally had to accept this absurd fact. Caw caw caw. This was a news bird with professional integrity. It didn't need supervisors to urge or promise rewards. It worked purely on its own drive. And sure enough, as soon as it heard some commotion nearby, it hurriedly flew over to see if it could get a big scoop. Big news. Definitely a big news scoop. The news bird was extremely excited inside. It had been assigned to deliver newspapers in this remote area, its performance always at the bottom. It had planned to slack off, but never expected to encounter a battle between powerful beings today. Even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying aftershocks. It must be something extraordinary. If it gets tomorrow's headline, won't it get promoted and get a raise directly reaching the peak of bird life? Caw caw caw. Let me see who exactly is fighting. After flying closer, the big bird pulled out its camera snail, took a few overall photos of the giant crater from high altitude, then seeing that the battle seemed to have ended, it decided to lower its altitude for some close-up shots of the characters. Crack. A flash of electric arc. Luo Gu saw the news bird while diving halfway apparently hit something invisible. Its body convulsed and stiffened, then began freefall. Thud. The news bird crashed heavily onto the ground about 10 meters away, emitting a smell of roasted meat. Smells good. Luo Gu couldn't help flaring his nostrils and taking a sniff, his stomach rumbling. Wait, now is not the time to think about barbecue. Luo Gu's mind was in turmoil. This was the dangerous and cruel world of pirates. Although the original story was presented as a cheerful adventure of the protagonist crew, Luo Gu wasn't naive enough to believe other pirates were the same. Ruthlessness, cruelty, cunning, greed, bloodlust. These were the true labels of normal pirates. And also mountain bandits, slave traders, the mafia. Even the Marines and the world government, who represent justice, are no good. How many of his peers had just arrived and been captured by villains and sold to slave traders? The beginning of the Great Pirate Era and the collapse of order were devastating for the common people. Honor, wealth, beautiful women, and exciting life. These belong to the strong. The weak and ordinary can only be ground to dust by the times. Things like going fishing at sea only to be captured by a fat woman onto a pirate ship, being ugly, so only brought aboard, but not bedded, being frail, and kept for labor rather than rations, and finally being rescued to start a comeback. These are all for the plot. In reality, ordinary people can barely survive the first episode. Damn it. The soap and perfume making the primitive steel forging the best gunpowder formula I always had ready. None of them are useful. Not to mention the 300 Tang poems, reciting poetry to ferocious pirates. This is a world where might makes right. Luo Gu sighed regretfully, then said with resignation, forget it, since I'm here, it's just the world of pirates. With my vast knowledge as an excellent youth of the 21st century, plus the plot I know by heart, as a veteran One Piece fan, there's nothing to fear. Perhaps due to the sacrifice of a news bird, the lingering lightning energy in the area finally dissipated completely, and Luo Gu's paralysis finally lifted. Only then did he prop himself up on his knees and tremblingly stand up from the ground. A child's body. Luo Gu looked at his own small hands, then touched his face. Smooth skin, naturally curly black hair. Should be a handsome kid. Too bad there's no mirror. He paused for a moment, then suddenly reached into his pants pocket with a panicked expression. Phew, fortunately it's still there. Luo Gu sighed in relief. Though small as a sparrow, it had all the necessary parts. Isn't everyone in the One Piece world supposed to have monstrous physiques? Why don't I feel like I could punch a cow to death? After moving his limbs and getting used to his body, Luo Gu was somewhat disappointed to find he wasn't a chosen one. It seems to improve my strength, I need to get a devil fruit. I don't dare to hope for a mythical Zoan or Logia. A paramecia would be good enough. With my imagination, I can certainly make the most of it. If nothing else, even a common Zoan would do, as long as the transformation isn't too ugly. Then find a strong person to rely on or lie low until I master my skills before going out to sea. Power, wealth, beautiful women. Hee hee. Lost in fantasy, Luo Gu wore a lecherous expression and occasionally let out strange laughs. So who am I? And where am I? Luo Gu came back to his senses and began to seriously inspect his surroundings. He saw walls of earth several meters high encircling him. Because his height was only about 1 meters, he couldn't see beyond the walls, so he didn't realize he was actually inside a circular pit 100 meters in diameter. Inside the pit, the ground was covered in black ash, and the air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Could it be a power fantasy? Did I transmigrate with superpowers? Was all this devastation around me caused by some hidden primordial power inside me? In a world where a punch can level a mountain and a sword slash can split the sea, 100-meter pit isn't too much. But Luo Gu was clearly overthinking. What's this? At this moment, Rog realized there was a woman with short golden hair lying on the ground beside him. The woman's fur coat was scorched black, blending perfectly with the environment, making her almost invisible unless one looked closely. Hiss. The original's mother. Starting as an orphan. Seeing the woman lying motionless, Rog was not afraid of being accused. He simply wondered if she was dead or alive. He crouched down and with all his strength tried to lift the woman. His small arms strained, face turning red, until he finally propped her up. She had short, wavy golden hair, delicate features, bright red lipstick, and appeared to be in her 40s. Although her face bore fine wrinkles and was covered in dust, she still had a certain charm, a fading beauty. This person looks like... Rog rubbed his chin thinking, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, isn't this the Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy? But why is she a middle-aged version? Rog suddenly realized something, terror in his eyes. This was a very serious problem. If this woman was really Stussy of CP0, then judging by her age, the current year must be around 1540-1550 of the Sea Circle calendar. Then the Summit War must have happened 20 or 30 years ago. He was curious whether Im had killed Straw Hat and gone back to sleep waiting for the next Joy Boy, or if Straw Hat had overthrown the 800-year rule of the Celestial Dragons for a happy ending. But it was too late. The plot I know might be detailed in elementary school history textbooks now. What use is that? Rog wailed in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more life seemed meaningless. Then he slapped himself twice, forcing himself to stay calm and think about what to do next without future knowledge. Sigh. Fine. According to the protagonist's luck, peace must have been achieved by now. Traveling the world, seeing wonders, tasting unknown foods, meeting a beautiful stranger. A farming-style story isn't unacceptable. Through tear-blurred eyes, Rog was suddenly blinded by a reflection. He glanced down and noticed a fashionable pair of sunglasses in the woman's hair and a thick gold chain around her neck. Ding. Like an electric shock, a memory of a One Piece spoiler flashed through his mind. Rog's eyes gradually brightened. Miss Bakken. That's right, this isn't an older Stussy, it's a younger Miss Bakken. Rog danced with joy. The woman was indeed Stussy, but not the CP0 Stussy. It was Backengum Stussy. Damn Oda. A woman looks so different young and old. If I hadn't known Stussy as Miss Backen's clone, who would guess? So that meant the Summit War was still about 20 or 30 years away. Huh. Maybe I can ride the wave of a new era. The vast world holds great promise. Rog, who had always been good at giving pep talks, now felt his own blood boiling. So am I the fool? No. This body is the original big simpleton Edward Weevil. The child Backen kept by her side. Wasn't that Weevil? The future warlord of the sea, calling himself Whitebeard Jr. With a bounty of 480 million berries, a great pirate, whose power even Admiral Kazuru admitted rivaled a young Whitebeard. Thinking of Weevil's stupid face and dangling snot, Rog suddenly didn't want to look in a mirror. He consoled himself, hey, ugly is ugly, but he's really strong. In this world, strength matters. Fat ruins everything. If he slimmed down, maybe his face could be saved. Rog looked at his thin arms and legs smugly. I'll only get to see this for a short while. He'd grow into a burly man, nearly 7 meters tall, who soon he'd miss this fragile feeling. Hey, wake up. Are you okay? Rog patted Miss Backen's face, trying to wake her. This old hag wasn't a good person, but right now she was the only ally he had. A child alone couldn't survive on the sea. I'll tough it out for now, then fly solo when my wings are strong. Rog dismissed the idea of sending her off, but Backen's breathing was shallow. She was on the verge of death. With no tools or medicine, Rog could only perform CPR with a clear mind, hoping for a miracle. Looks like no use. Rog wiped his brow, sighed, and looked at the still unconscious Backen. Mama. A sudden roar came from behind. Rog nearly had a heart attack. His ears rang, his head buzzing. What the hell? Rog turned in terror toward the source. At the edge of the deep crater, dozens of meters away, stood a gigantic figure. The figure was as tall as 2 stories, holding a massive sword far longer than its own height. Its upper body was huge like a ball, while the lower body had 2 thin, long stick legs. Somehow comical, but Rog couldn't laugh at all. The sun behind it cast a shadow that nearly covered half the crater. Sky obscuring. Monster. Rog's hair stood on end. He felt like a beast was staring at him. His throat tightened. He wanted to scream for help, but no sound came. Mama. Another war. The giant squatted then. In an instant, its huge figure vanished from sight. The next second, boom. The earth trembled with a dull thud. The colossus landed before Rog like a meteor strike. The ground shattered, dust erupted, and Rog was flung backward by the shockwave, landing hard on his rear. Cough, my poor butt. Rog wiped the dirt from his face, thankful not to have been stomped. His back was soaked in cold sweat. When the dust settled, a giant more than 5 meters tall, still a child, appeared, golden hair like a lion's mane hanging down his back, and the iconic white crescent mustache on his face. The outrageous size, the Murakamajiri knockoff, the not so bright expression. Unmistakable. Edward Weevil. Rog stood dumbfounded. Mama. Whoa, what happened? Wake up. Weevil ignored Rog, rushed to back and carefully pinched her shoulder with thumb and forefinger, shaking and weeping. What's going on? Rog looked at the real Whitebeard Jr. Full of doubt. He is Weevil. Then who am I? He was truly panicked now. Earlier he assumed he was Weevil and that Backen was on his side, but this was clearly wrong. Maybe even hostile. Rog just wanted to sneak away before being noticed. This guy killed without blinking. If he died less than an hour after transmigrating, how embarrassing would that be? Damn, it would be so shameful to get killed less than an hour after transmigrating. At that moment, Miss Bajin spat out a mouthful of old blood and miraculously awakened from her coma. She hurriedly said to the filial son before her, Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. You foolish son, if you keep shaking I really might die. Mom. That's great. You're not dead. Weibel, seeing his mother wake up, casually wiped his nose and tears with his hand. He didn't mind being scolded, still happy as a child weighing several tons. You've smeared snot all over my clothes. You fool. Oh, I'm sorry. Mom. With Weibel supporting her, Miss Bajin suddenly thought of something and turned her head left and right, searching. Her gaze finally landed on Log, and as their eyes met, Log felt a chill run down his back, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He feared that this woman might suddenly say, Weibel, take him down. The feeling of life being controlled by others was tormenting every moment. Log just wanted to escape after all he had crossed over and hadn't even begun to live a happy life. It was truly unacceptable to meet his end without a struggle. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard Miss Bajin's weak voice calling out. Gear, are you alright? Come here, Mom has something to say to you all, cough, cough. Gear. Log was stunned for 2 seconds, then immediately put on a devoted expression faster than a peaking opera mask change. Mom, it's so great that you're fine. That was truly terrifying. Log lunged forward and directly hugged Bajin's thigh, crying uncontrollably. Nice. He didn't expect her to really be on his side. That made things easier. He almost got scared to death, and Log felt a sense of relief, as if he had survived a calamity. Cough, cough, although I'm quite reluctant, I really might not last this time. Bajin coughed slowly, speaking calmly, not revealing a hint of fear in the face of death. No, Mom, you're not going to die. The big fool Weibel, upon hearing that his mother might die, started crying and snotting again. Log felt somewhat resentful that Weibel was being too emotionally honest, raising the emotional stakes of the performance. He could only hurriedly show a face of utter despair, painfully pretending, but there was no trace of acting in it. Stop the noise, crying like this is what? You are the son of the great pirate Whitebeard. Act like a man. Looking at the two children, so sorrowful regardless of her initial intentions, Bajin felt a bit of warmth in her heart at this moment. But she knew that this merciless sea would not show mercy to weaklings who cried, so she steeled herself and began to scold them. Don't be sad for me, we were once the most evil pirates on this sea. The sins we committed were so numerous that even I can't remember them all. It's reasonable for me to be struck by lightning. Ew, I don't deserve sympathy. There must be many people hoping for my death. Ha. Who? I want to take them down. Weibel said fiercely, unwilling to go against his mother's words, desperately holding back his tears. Haha, you can't take them down, my silly son. Weibel didn't continue to argue about whether he could take them down, merely pouting in discontent. Bajin's eyes seemed a bit vacant, as if recalling the past. After a long while her eyes finally refocused, and with great effort, she lifted her hand, fumbling, as if trying to pull something from her pocket. Log understood, and quickly stepped forward, taking out a pack of women's cigarettes and a lighter from her pocket, lighting one for her. Huff, cough, cough. Miss Bajin exhaled a puff of smoke, but before she could display a look of comfort, she began to cough violently again. Log quickly patted her back. After recovering a bit, Miss Bajin took another puff and held Log's hand as she said, "Dear, you and Weibel are Mom's most important treasures. Although your constitution is weak, your mind is sharper than Weibel's." Log silently complained anyone would be smarter than this big fool Weibel, right? Bajin exhaled a puff of smoke with a look of enjoyment and continued. Although Weibel possesses unmatched strength, his mind really isn't up to par. If I'm gone, you must take good care of your younger brother for Mom. You call me Gear, Weibel's brother. Come on, look at your child, 5 meters tall. If you hadn't said it, I would have almost called him uncle. What kind of order is this based on? Is it based on IQ? Log was wildly complaining inside, while on the surface he said seriously, Mom, don't worry, as the elder brother, I will definitely take good care of my younger brother. Anyone who wants to harm him must step over my dead body first. Miss Bajin twitched her mouth at this remark, wanting to remind him to have some self-awareness. Meanwhile, the simple-minded Weibel had tears of gratitude in his eyes. Cough, cough, Weibel, remember. You must listen to your brother. Bajin turned to Weibel again, reminding him. Absolutely right. Log felt that this was truly spoken from the heart, and with that one sentence he felt his several calls of Mom were not in vain. Well, Mom, I understand. I will definitely listen to my brother. Hearing Weibel promise, Log's gaze towards this convenient younger brother became fiery like Blackbeard seeing the dark fruit. At this moment Bajin spoke to Log again. Your brother's name is Edward Weibel, and he carries the bloodline of Whitebeard Edward. Newgate that bastard. You must ensure Weibel inherits Whitebeard's legacy. Otherwise I want rest and peace. I understand, Mom. You can rest assured. Log tightly held Bajin's hand, listening to her instructions for the future. Weibel. Mom. I'm here. My silly son. You are the only true son of Whitebeard. The others are just playing house. If Whitebeard doesn't acknowledge you, then just take him down too. Cough, cough, cough. Miss Bajin became overly agitated and started to cough violently again. Log kept nodding to show he heard and remembered secretly thinking it was truly terrifying. Being on a woman's bad side is indeed too scary. If you can't have it, then destroy it right. With just one breath left, she still wants to incite her own son to take down his father. TSK tisk, I wonder what kind of untold love and hate relationship Miss Bajin and that Baijid guy Whitebeard have. Uffed. Another mouthful of old blood coughed out. Miss Bajin's breath weakened further, her life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. And you, Gear. Forgive Mom for not telling you before, but your name is not Bajin Gear, cough, cough. I'm here, Mom. Hearing something about himself, Log leaned in with interest. He saw Bajin stretch out her right hand, grasping at the air, desperately, trying to catch something invisible. Your true name is Roxd. Gear. You carry the most evil blood in the world, Roxd. Those who possess this name are destined to overturn the entire sea. Aha. It's a pity I won't be able to see it. Bajin's face revealed madness. She shouted hysterically. Mom. Miss Bajin used her last ounce of strength, and her raised hand finally drooped down completely, losing her breath. Mama. Weibel could no longer control himself and cried out to the sky. Unfortunately, the sky remained clear without a hint of rain to set the mood. Log quietly lit a cigarette for himself. With the ages of his 2 lives adding up to nearly 30, he couldn't care less about the prohibition of smoking for minors. He stood quietly to the side, not displaying much sadness, because having not inherited the memories of the original body to him, the one who just died was merely a stranger he had exchanged a few words with. The true feelings inside were genuine. Though he could act, it was no longer necessary. Log gently closed Miss Bajin's eyes and casually removed the large gold chain from her neck. Bury her. May she rest in peace soon. The brothers buried the deceased Miss Bajin on a sunlit hillside blanketed with white daisies. Of course, Log merely directed with his mouth, leaving Weevil to do all the manual labor. Watching Weevil cleave the hard stone into a tombstone as if slicing tofu with his broadsword, Log couldn't help but marvel at the incredible prowess of this fortuitously acquired younger brother. Truly worthy of the reputation for possessing the strength of a young Whitebeard. Weevil sat before the grave illiterate. He could only meticulously carve the characters Log had pre-written using a small knife. Stroke by stroke he engraved with utmost seriousness, occasionally wiping away tears on the sly, like a pupil punished with copying lines. After the tombstone was finished, Logue stuck 3 cigarettes in the ground before it and led Weevil in a bow, then consoled. All right, don't be sad, Weevil. Mama will watch over you from heaven. You must let her see you happy so she can rest assured and be reincarnated. Okay, Brother Gear. I won't cry. I'm the one Mama worries about least. Weevil wiped his tears, sniffled, and replied with a determined gaze. Hearing the name Gear again, Logue gazed at the rising white smoke and murmured, Logue Rox D. Gear, is this fate? Fine, consider it repayment for the nurturing of this body. From now on I shall be called Lo. Gear. Once they had distanced themselves, Gear's expression darkened. That wretched old woman. If it weren't for leaving me a precious little brother, I'd have tossed you into the sea to feed the fish back in Gomo. Stussy. Others might not know what the name Rox D signified, but Gear as a transmigrator certainly did. Revealing to a young child on her deathbed that he was named Rox D, Gear couldn't discern whether Bakken bore ill intentions or was merely foolish. What was certain was that if Gear foolishly bore this name out onto the sea, it would instantly invite deadly peril. The Rox Pirates. Captain Rox D. Zebek harbored the colossal ambition to overthrow the world government and become the world king. He was the supreme ruler of the seas before Roger's rise to fame, dominating the entire ocean with overwhelming power, unlike the Roger Pirates, who were hailed as the Pirate King for reaching the final island of the Grand Line. Though the Roger Pirates were formidable, they still faced rivals of equal strength like Whitebeard and Shiki. The Rox Pirates, however, were a force that could directly challenge the world government. The crew lineup of the Rox Pirates was absurdly powerful. Besides Captain Rox, known members included Whitebeard, Shiki, Charlotte, Lean Kaido of the Beast, Strusen, Miss Bakken, Captain John Silveraxe, and Wang Ji. The world government went to great lengths to conceal the existence of the Rox Pirates, for they were a band of true madmen. Madmen who slaughtered celestial dragons as casually as butchering pigs. Compared to the Pirate King, Roger Rock's actions more profoundly destabilized the world government's rule, inciting far greater wariness. So would the world government and the Navy allow another Rox to emerge? Whether or not you were of true bloodline, they would rather kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. How many infants and pregnant women of appropriate age had the world government slain to eliminate any possible bloodline of Roger? Simply because Roger had stayed on their islands before his surrender and the timing of their pregnancies matched. Even Roger in the afterlife would cry out in grievance, damn world government, in the Pirate King, not the Sea King. Even if Gear managed to survive odds where he would suffer a dark childhood worthy of memory, like Nico Robin, with death and betrayal as constant companions. Yet now the slight difference from Robin was that Gear had a super bodyguard he could fully trust, his foolish little brother Edward. Weevil. Moreover, given that Bakken in the original story acted without scruples and only for profit, one truly couldn't blame Gear for suspecting the worst of people. He and Weevil were likely just tools in Miss Bakken's hands. Even on her deathbed, she schemed to use the brothers to stir chaos on the sea, caring little whether they faced danger. Such was a pirate's mindset. Danger fosters rapid growth. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. As for her true aim, who could say? Perhaps she simply found it amusing. Gear felt that if he were captured and publicly executed like Ace, those remnants of the Rock's crew, who once even wanted to kill their own captain, would certainly not risk their lives to save him. Thus the surname Rox D was utterly useless, only inviting a heap of trouble. Having sorted his thoughts, Gear looked up at the distant horizon, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "But you were right about one thing. Perhaps I am destined to overturn these seas." The moment the words fell, an invisible force erupted from within Gear. A tangible wave of black aura accompanied by dark red lightning radiated outward like an avalanche, withering everything in its path. With a thought, Gear halted the expansion of his haki and instantly retracted it. Gear naturally understood what this power was, and having just awakened it, he could already control it with ease. How could he not be thrilled? This is Conqueror's haki. The best haki for showing off and looking cool. Whether I win a fight or not, I absolutely cannot lose in presence. After adapting to his newly awakened power in solitude, Gear looked towards the distant towering figure whose shadow stretched long in the setting sun. On the slope, Weevil was still kneeling, chatting with the tombstone. "Weevil, let's go." Hearing Gear's call, Weevil kowtowed to the tombstone once more before reluctantly chasing after him. What was it like to see a 5-meter turtle giant charging towards you? Low, Gear admitted he was almost scared shitless, terrified that Weevil might fail to stop and crash into him or accidentally step on him, resulting in a few broken bones at best or a funeral feast for the whole village at worst. "Watch out, you idiot, brother. Are you trying to kill me?" "Sorry, big brother." Weevil scratched his head apologetically. The word brother cheered Gear immensely, dissipating most of his anger. There was no choice but to forgive him. How could anyone refuse the apology of a 5-meter turtle multiton divinely strong little brother? "Weevil, give me your hand." At Gear's command, Weevil obediently extended his hand. Though he habitually clenched his fist, and his speed was much slower than in a fight, his fist still stirred a gust of wind that nearly blew Gear off his feet, making him grimace. Staring at the iron fist larger than 2 or 3 of his own heads combined and a wrist as thick as his waist, Gear felt it was entirely possible that Weevil might accidentally kill him one day. Here, take this as a keepsake. With that, Gear pulled out the thick gold chain he had earlier snatched from Miss Backen's neck and helped Weevil put it on his wrist. Good heavens, such a long necklace fit perfectly as a bracelet. Wow, it's Mama's necklace. Awesome. Thank you, big brother. Weevil stared at the familiar gold chain, feeling as if his old mother would be with him forever. He howled with joy, grabbing Gear with his massive hand and rubbing him against his face. Hey, idiot, stop it. Don't get your snot on me. Ease up. My bones are about to break. Are you trying to kill me? Bastard. After a moment of struggle, seeing the brother in his hands was nearly out of breath, Weevil quickly released his grip and gently placed Gear on his left shoulder, then strode forward, heading down the mountain. Ding. Detected that Edward Weibel's loyalty to you has reached its maximum value, unlocking the attribute panel. System loading 50. Gear, who thought he was about to ascend to heaven, froze for a moment, then abruptly turned over and sat up. Is this the arrival of a cheat? Upon hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Gear's leg pain vanished and his back no longer ached. I knew transmigration wouldn't come without a system, haha. Loading complete. Open. Open, quickly open. Gear, unable to contain his eagerness to see his golden finger, frantically issued the open command in his mind. Then a panel appeared before him out of thin air. On the empty system interface, there was only a button labeled character panel. Clicking it, Gear saw rocks. D. Gear. Age 10. Physically frail, exceptionally intelligent, cunning, and treacherous. Hockey armament, hockey unawakened. Observation, hockey unawakened. Conquerors, hockey advanced, born king. Beginner, unconscious passive activation. Intermediate control, based on will. Advanced free control, capable of causing substantial damage. Supreme Conqueror's hockey infusion. Combat skills, none. Oh, Conqueror's hockey is at the advanced level. Truly impressive. Gear selectively ignored the other talent skills that even he found awkward to see. One must know contentment to find joy in life. Scrolling down, he saw Edward Weibel. Age 10. Born monster, extraordinary bone structure, gifted with exceptional talent, martial prodigy, low intelligence. Hockey armament, hockey beginner. Observation, hockey beginner. Conquerors, hockey unawakened. Combat skills, / full power /. After viewing Weibel's information, Gear understood that disparities exist from birth. For instance, this foolish brother would never be as clever as him. Damn, how enviable a born monster. But then again, Big Mom could take down a group of giants, each at the level of Marine Vice Admirals, at the age of 5. Great pirates who roamed the seas like Whitebeard, Charlotte, Lean, and Kaido. None were ordinary people who reached their peak through hard work and training alone. Each and every one of them was a born monster. Comparison is the thief of joy, and the more Gear thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. It shouldn't be this way. Weibel is a clone of Whitebeard, so this body of mine should be a clone of Rocks. How could it be so weak? Even as a counterfeit, I shouldn't be this pathetic. Damn it, if it weren't for the innate advanced Conqueror's hockey to show off, he would have suspected that the cloning process had used the wrong cells. Was Rocks, who towered over many monstrous pirates, truly just an ordinary person in terms of physique? A weakling without power and a fool without wisdom. This pair of brothers in adversity is quite a match. Gear now felt that some of the online speculations from his past life might be true. Both Weibel and his own body were likely failed clones. Failed products. Gear shook his head disdainfully, for he knew that the so-called perfect masterpieces, the Seraphim, though immensely powerful, were merely emotionless, selfless puppets that could only follow orders. No matter how strong, they were nothing but tools for others. But he, having transmigrated with a system, knew the future trends of this world. With ample time to plan and develop his power, his advantages were stacked to the brim. Most importantly, he had a powerful younger brother as a bodyguard to safely see him through the early stages. Though not perfect, it was the best possible start. Speaking of the system, a question mark naturally appeared over Gear's head. What's going on? Other people's golden fingers are cheat codes for invincibility, but my system is just this. Apart from a character panel, there seems to be nothing else. Is it simply trying to make me realize how weak I am? This is clearly a scam. Hey. System. Damn it, what era's junk system is this? Not even as good as a computer customer service. Receiving no response from the system, Gear cursed under his breath and had no choice but to give up. Forget it, I'll find another way. When I go to sea, you'll find a powerful devil fruit. If my physical limitations prevent me from being a warrior, I can still be a mage or a shooter. Gear sighed and closed the character panel. Ding. The system's emotionless mechanical voice sounded again. Congratulations on completing the beginner quest, first operation of the system. Reward 1, I choose 2 of the 6 powers of the Marines. Reward 2, Colt Python Gold Revolver. Reward 3, beginner hockey. Haha, a beginner's gift package. Gear's expression changed instantly, almost calling it daddy. TSK. Just as I was saying I could be a mage or a shooter, a gun is delivered. It's like a pillow when you're sleepy. Gear looked at the golden pistol that had materialized in his hand, curiously fiddling with it. Its cool design and luxurious gold color were incredibly stylish. Even Gear, who had seen many firearms, couldn't help but praise it. He raised his hand and fired a burst into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets seemed to be free, and indeed this gun's bullets were free. Colt Python revolver, noble and magnificent with outstanding performance. The gun body exudes an aristocratic aura. Infinite bullets, mental reloading, Seastone bullets. Gear immediately thought of exploiting a system bug using the infinite bullet property to collect all fired bullets for an endless supply of Seastone. However, experimentation proved the system had anticipated this. When the 101st bullet was fired, the casing and tip of the first bullet fired vanished into thin air. This meant the number of Seastone bullet tips fired in the bullets in the gun could never exceed 100 in total. He immediately ruled out iron body, a skill not even a dog would learn. After some consideration, he chose shave and moonwalk. Gear's current priority was survival. He was clear about his role on the battlefield: stay steady, don't feed, and let Weibel carry the game. Thinking this, Gear suddenly found Weibel's current physique displeasing. His upper body was too fat, and his lower body strength was severely lacking. How could one work out without training legs? He had to be rigorously trained. He. Don't blame your brother for being ruthless. After all, whether we can live a life of leisure and pleasure in the future depends entirely on you. Weibel, whose observation hockey had already awakened keenly, sensed a chill creeping up his spine. He shrank his neck and looked around, but found nothing. However, seeing his brother laughing so happily, Weibel couldn't help but join in with a foolish grin, completely unaware of the life that awaited him. Hey Weibel, from now on we're brothers for life, Gear said earnestly. Huh, haven't we always been? Brother. Weibel scratched his head looking puzzled, then broke into a happy laugh again. Huh, well said. Little brother, don't worry. With your brother here, no matter how treacherous this sea is, well, live a carefree life. You focus on getting stronger, leave the rest to me. Gear laughed joyfully. Oh, okay big brother. Weibel didn't bother thinking, only nodding. Alright, we'll figure out the rest later. Gear closed the system interface and shouted loudly, set sail. Weibel, our names are destined to echo across the entire sea. Roar. Weibel also raised his arm in excitement, and the two prepared to embark on a new chapter of thrilling adventures. Splash, splash, by the sea. The evening tide had risen, and the sea was no longer the calm and gentle sight it once was. The surging waves roared as they crashed against the shore, each wave higher than the last, relentlessly washing over the rocky coastline, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Gear gazed at the vast, boundless sea, feeling contemplative, while Weibel happily swung a large knife, chasing after small crabs on the beach, carelessly hacking at them. If one looked closely, they could see the black-armed color of Busashoko hockey covering his figure. Where's the ship? Gear circled the bay, but found no signs of any vessels, puzzled as he asked. Weibel, who was engrossed in his play, completely ignored Gear. Take this. Weibel jumped from a height, performing a slash enhanced by Busashoko hockey that left a deep trench several meters long in the sand, with fine sand cascading down on both sides to fill the trench. The little crab, who only wished to escape to the sea, had been reduced to nothing, but Bitskit never realized what it had done wrong before its death. Huh. So pathetic you can't even withstand one of my strikes, and still want to go out to sea. Gear, why do I feel like you're hinting at something? Ignoring the action of wiping his nose after speaking, Weibel still exuded the demeanor of a strong warrior. Stop playing little brother, where's our ship, eh? Gear called out loudly. This time Weibel heard him and hurriedly ran over. Brother, what ship, eh? The one we took to this island. It looks like this, and this. Gear thought Weibel didn't understand, so he animatedly gestured for a long time, patiently explaining what a ship was. I know about ships, but we don't have one. Didn't we get washed ashore here because our ship sank in a storm? Brother, your memory isn't great, haha. Goodness, Gear exclaimed in disbelief. The sailing adventure hadn't even begun, and they were already forced into a survival situation on a deserted island. As darkness gradually fell, Gear accepted the reality and prepared himself mentally for a period of living on this deserted island. Let's just go with the flow. Originally, he wanted to find a place to stay for a while to improve his strength. Having a town with people would make resupplying much easier. However, now without a ship, they couldn't leave anytime soon. So he might as well start training right here on this island. Gear often watched the show Chicken Flavor Crunchy and One Day 3 Meals. He was quite experienced in wilderness survival. The first step was to assess what useful items they had: 2 people, 1 gun, and 1 knife. While inventorying their supplies, Gear noticed that Weibel had a large bag on his back, which he said was something his mother desperately salvaged before the shipwreck, instructing him to keep it safe. Gear had expected food or other useful tools, but upon opening it, he found it full of gold treasures. He was momentarily speechless, but thought it reasonable given Miss Bacon's greedy nature, still thinking of treasures in a crisis. With a mindset of trying, Gear had Weibel dive into the sea to see if he could catch fish for dinner. Unexpectedly, this big guy had surprisingly good swimming skills, making waves as he splashed about, and his agile figure reminded Gear of a hippo swimming in the animal kingdom. Before long, Weibel brought back a sea creature with a head resembling a pig, nearly 20 meters long, leaving Gear unsure of how to tackle it. In the end, with no other options, he had to rely on Weibel's help to roast the entire creature over the fire. Gear picked up the gun to shoot coconuts from the trees, collecting fresh water, while practicing his observation hockey and marksmanship. Passing by the large pit where they had crossed over, Gear suddenly spotted the unfortunate news bird on the ground. Slash. In a flash he landed in the pit, grabbing the charred bird from the lightning strike, which emitted a fragrant aroma, then swiftly returned to his original position. The power is truly intoxicating. Suddenly transformed from an ordinary person into a little Superman, Gear was almost cramping from using both skills, yet he seized every opportunity to show off. The sky was now completely dark. Stars twinkled in the night sky, appearing so close that one could almost reach out and touch them. The sound of the relentless waves crashing against the rocks filled the air. A massive bonfire illuminated the stretch of beach with shadows dancing in the flickering light. The meat on the fire was already sizzling and dripping with oil, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma, while Weibel, turning the roasting rack, had drool pooling at his feet. "Is it ready to eat yet, brother?" Gear had lost count of how many times he had asked. He patted his backside, stood up, walked over to the roasting rack, poked at the thick parts with a stick, and seeing no blood oozing out, he finally said, "It's done, let's eat." Weibel was waiting for this moment, immediately tearing off a huge chunk of meat and devouring it. His mouth was busy chewing while he mumbled indistinctly about how delicious it was, claiming he had never tasted such good meat before. Watching Weibel eat so heartily, Gear also picked up a piece of roasted meat, took a bite, and found it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside with a delicate and juicy texture. It tasted somewhat like pork belly, but also had a hint of fish freshness. For the first time tasting local cuisine, Gear felt it was quite marvelous, but regrettably, without any seasoning. Even with a blowout, this taste could only be considered mediocre. "Looks like I need to catch a chef for the ship later. I wonder if Sanji has been born yet." Gear leisurely sat on a wooden stump, legs crossed, eating meat, drinking coconut juice, and pulled out a newspaper from the crossbody bag that the newsbird had brought. As for the newsbird, Weibel said roasted bird meat is also quite tasty. Headline is the Pirate King about to be born. The long-dormant Roger pirates have returned to the Grand Line, aiming straight for the final island. King Gol D. Roger stand out among the many great pirates and successfully conquer the Grand Line to become the Pirate King. The follow-up situation will be continually tracked by our newspaper. Please stay tuned for the next issue of the World Economic News. The Roger pirates are about to reach Raftel. It seems we need to hurry. The era of great pirates is about to begin. Gear stroked his chin, pondering how to gain advantages from the various events that were about to unfold in the future. Turning around, he realized Weibel had already finished all the roasted meat. This guy was leaning against a rock, lounging comfortably with a bone in his mouth as a toothpick patting his swollen belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Gear was curious about how so much meat had fit into that belly, but thinking of the law in this world that the more one could eat the stronger they became, he couldn't help but show a proud smile akin to a father. "Drink some coconut juice. No one is competing with you for it. Why eat so hastily?" Weibel picked up several open coconuts and tilted his head back, gulping it down happily, saying, "Brother, being able to eat such delicious meat until full is truly amazing. Tomorrow I must go down and catch a few more to roast. My mom always said that eating too much is a waste of money. Ooh, I've never been full before." "Ha, what are you talking about? When we set sail in the future, it'll take you to eat lots and lots of super delicious food." "Really? Is there really something more delicious than roasted meat? When are we setting sail?" Weibel, upon hearing about good food, couldn't wait to set sail immediately. "Not yet. The outside world is very dangerous. Starting tomorrow, I will devise a training plan for you to become stronger, and we need to get a ship. Once you are stronger and the ship is built, we can set sail." "Oh." Weibel nodded. He wasn't too concerned as long as there was meat to eat every day. As Gear spoke, he stood up, crumpled the newspaper he had read into a ball, and attempted a cool behind-the-back pass and turn-around jump shot, intending to toss the ball into the bonfire. Suddenly remembering that in this wilderness, if he needed to use the bathroom without paper, he would have to resort to grass or tree bark. The thought of that sour experience made Gear pause, and he could only silently gather all the newspapers he had on hand and in the crossbody bag. What a joke. These papers here are more precious than that pile of gold and diamonds. The pair of hapless brothers stranded on a deserted island. The days that followed were a simple repetition. Under Guerre's meticulous arrangement, Weibel began to rise early and work hard every day. After getting up, he would first run 10 laps around the island to warm up, then swim 100 laps in the sea while fighting sea beasts and sea kings. He would pick an unfamiliar species, kill it, and carry it back as food. Next, he would go to the mountain to chop wood and haul it to the large pit on the beach, intending to build a raft. During the transport, he practiced Soru and Jeppo. As long as he understood the principles, Weibel's physical fitness had long surpassed the minimum standards for mastering the Navy's 6 powers. With more practice, mastering these 2 techniques was merely a matter of time. After lunch, Weibel would continue his training. First, he would coat a wooden staff with armament hockey, then use it to shatter the hard reefs along the coast. The goal was to break 1,000 giant boulders without the staff snapping. While concentrating on smashing the rocks, he also had to dodge and defend against Guerre's occasional sneak attacks from the side. Indeed, Guerre, as an elder brother, had become ruthless in his quest to make his younger brother stronger. These were all training methods Guerre had devised, combining what he had seen in One Piece with his own understanding. Even he found it cruel, but Weibel adapted well. He was so content with this life of mindless physical labor and feasting on large fish and meat every day that he had long stopped asking Guerre when they would set sail. As for Guerre, he woke up naturally every day, processed the ingredients Weibel had caught, and then worked on the raft. Since there was no rush, he only built a little each day. In the afternoon, he would lie in a rocking chair wearing a homemade blindfold sipping coconut juice while listening to Wyber smashing rocks. Occasionally, he would fire a shot from a tricky angle to practice his marksmanship and observation hockey. Life was extremely comfortable, as if he were on vacation. The bullets hitting Wyber's body would cause him pain for a while. After all, compared to Big Mom and Kaido, Whitebeard was slightly inferior in sheer physical toughness. However, even without using hockey for defense, the damage bullets could inflict was very limited. So when Guerre proposed using this method for training, Wyber found it quite interesting. In his eyes, it was just an interactive game to strengthen the bond between brothers. Strong little bro. Awesome, my brother. That's it. Work those legs. Yeah, buddy. Incredible. Incredible. At this rate, you'll surpass Whitebeard and become the strongest in the world one day, brother. Really? Brother, I think I can do another set. The poor Wyber gradually lost himself in Guerre's constant praise, training harder and harder each day. Winter passed, and spring arrived. Time flew like a white steed galloping past a crack. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. Happy times are always short. Lying around and getting stronger is a decadent life, but it's really comfortable. Ha! The unscrupulous elder brother Guerre leaned on the railing of the giant raft, drinking coconut juice and laughing heartily. The raft, which had taken over a year to complete, was 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. On top of it was a simple wooden cabin that could shelter from wind and rain. By now, Guerre was 8 meters tall. His originally wild and fluffy black hair was combed back into a slick-back style. With his sunny, resolute face and mature demeanor, he looked nothing like a mere 12-year-old child, but rather a handsome young man of 17 or 18. He gazed at the overcast sky where thick clouds were brewing a terrifying thunderstorm. A fierce wind howled along the coast, and surging turbulent waves crashed against the shore. Waves 20 meters high could already be called tsunamis in another world. Nature was venting its fury wildly, and everything in sight foretold the imminent arrival of a terrible storm. Guerre's eyes gleamed with excitement as he shouted, "Hey, Wyber, are you ready? Today is a rare good day to set sail. Leave it to me. Sit tight, brother." Following the sound, one could see a majestic figure 6 meters tall, standing like a towering pagoda at the bow. Behind him, a mane of golden hair danced in the wind. He had a white crescent mustache, thick eyebrows, small eyes, a chiseled face, and a well-proportioned physique. His bare upper body revealed suntanned skin, robust limbs, broad shoulders, a solid chest, and carved eight-pack abs. Every muscle on his body seemed forged from steel, clearly containing terrifying explosive power. Despite a somewhat simple-minded look, he was a walking embodiment of pure charisma. After Wyber answered honestly, he raised his massive sword. The blade was coated with such a thick layer of armament hockey that it seemed ready to overflow, and his aura surged rapidly. Seeing Wyber ready to swing his blade, Guerre quickly shouted, "Adair, get out of the way." Woof, woof, woof. In front of the raft, 2 dog-headed sea beasts were pulling the vessel. One looked like a husky, the other like a Chinese rural dog. Both were highly intelligent. They had survived and been promoted to pets from Wyber and Guerre's dinner table, thanks to their keen, sycophantic instincts. Upon hearing their master's command, the 2 dogs yelped and quickly scurried to either side. Huh. Wyber's aura peaked. His eyes focused, and he swung his sword with unadorned simplicity. A massive red slash shot forward instantly. Boom. After a violent tremor, a chasm several hundred meters long and tens of meters wide appeared before them, successfully connecting the deep pit to the sea. Surging seawater rushed in like 1,000 charging troops, filling the pit rapidly. As the water level rose, the raft in the pit slowly floated up. Ha ha, well done, Wyber. Air. Set sail. Full speed ahead. Guerre raised his arm and cheered. Wyber, praised by his brother once again, stood by grinning foolishly. The 2 sea dogs forced into labor were so frightened by the power of this strike that their expressions turned into memes. Fortunately, their lower halves were submerged in seawater, or else being caught having just peed themselves would have been a disgrace in the canine world. It took the 2 dogs a while to come to their senses. Urged on by Guerre, they swam along the waterway toward the sea, occasionally turning their dog heads back, looking at the 2 figures on the raft, with lingering fear, feeling immensely relieved. Fortunately, they had seen the situation clearly the moment they were captured and wagged their tails in submission. Otherwise, they would have been sliced up and stewed into soup by these 2 demons long ago. The raft was as insignificant as a small leaf on the vast stormy sea, rocking in the tempest, on the verge of being swallowed by giant waves at any moment. Wyber stood steadily at the bow, gnawing on a sun-dried rock-hard piece of jerky to pass the time in his left hand while holding a knockoff sword in his right. Whenever a large wave approached, he would casually raise his hand and slash, shattering the wave instantly, having great fun. It was no exaggeration to say that Guerre believed as long as they didn't lose their way with Wyber's current strength carrying him on his back and swimming across the calm belt shouldn't be a problem. After all, that old man Rayleigh could do it at 70 or 80. In the wooden cabin, Guerre opened the system panel to review the cultivation results of the past year or more. Edward Weibel, age 12. Born a monster with extraordinary bone structure, exceptional talent, a martial prodigy, but low intelligence. Hockey. Armament hockey advanced. Observation hockey intermediate. Conqueror's hockey not awakened. Combat skills /full force /shave moonwalk. Equipment cloud-splitting blade fake. Locks. D. Goer. Age 12. Physically frail, intellectually superior, cunning, and treacherous. Hockey. Armament hockey basic. Observation hockey intermediate. Conqueror's hockey advanced born king. Skills, shave moonwalk mastery of shooting. Equipment Colt Python golden revolver. Goer nodded in satisfaction. With Weibel's current strength, as long as the brothers didn't encounter the absolute pinnacle of the seas, they could avoid provoking trouble and survive without issue. In truth, choosing to set sail in a storm wasn't because Goer wanted to show off, nor was it due to awakening the mad genes of Locks D. The real reason was that Goer saw in the newspaper shot down this morning that the Pirate King Roger had surrendered. Of course, the Marines and the world government announced that Roger was defeated and captured by the Marine hero Garp. Gold. Roger would be publicly executed in Lowtown in 1 month. Having seen this iconic scene hundreds of times in his past life, Goer naturally wanted to witness the live version. Since that news coup had unfortunately died on duty on the island over a year ago, it seemed the island was blacklisted, as Goer hadn't seen any news coups selling newspapers since. Goer was helpless. He could only occasionally shoot down a news coup passing by in the nearby sea. Considering that the newspapers might have been delayed for days during delivery and Goer didn't know his current location, he had no choice but to brave the storm to set sail in time. Sitting in the cabin reading the newspaper, Goer felt no panic since neither of them was a devil fruit user. 2 days later, few finally out of the thunderstorm zone. Tossing in the storm all night, I couldn't sleep well. Stepping out of the cabin, Goer stretched and complained. Woof woof. The 2 sea dogs pulling the raft barked ingratiatingly at Goer. Weibel was leaning against the ship's rail, snoring deeply. Goer didn't wake him, but sat quietly on the deck, closing his eyes to release his observation hockey and sense the surroundings. A few hours later, Goer, who had been pretending to meditate with closed eyes, couldn't keep it up anymore. Rubbing his legs, he cursed with a grin. Damn it, aren't pirates supposed to be as numerous as hairs on an ox? My legs are numb from sitting, and I haven't seen a single soul. After a few more minutes, Goer suddenly turned his head in a direction, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Finally found someone faded. Air turned left. Somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line. Jimmy boss. Jimmy boss. There seems to be a ship charging toward us from behind. No, it's not a ship, it's a raft. And there are 2 dogs swimming in the sea. A lookout pirate shouted anxiously from the crow's nest, binoculars in hand. What's all the noise? Damn it, you useless piece. Either there is, or there isn't. What do you mean seems to be? Reporting such boring stuff about 2 dogs swimming in the sea, ruining my drinking mood. Someone throw this guy into the sea to feed the fish. As you command, Jimmy boss. Boss, spare me. A middle-aged man 2 meters tall with a face full of fat and a big belly staggered drunkenly out of the cabin. Watching the clueless newbie being thrown into the sea by the other underlings struggling and splashing, Jimmy grinned in satisfaction, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He took a few more gulps from the half bottle of whiskey in his hand. He being a pirate is damn awesome. Having just plundered a village for a big haul and captured a few decent female slaves to sell to traffickers for more money. Boss, there are 2 dogs pulling a boat toward us from behind. Jimmy scowled and cursed. Do you want to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish too? How the hell can dogs swim in the sea? Have you drunk too much or just woken up? Sorry, Jimmy boss. But, there really are 2 dogs in the sea pulling a boat. As Captain Jimmy was about to continue raging, the underlings on the ship began to stir. By now everyone on the ship could see 2 dogs pulling a huge raft toward them. On the raft stood 2 savages covered only by a tattered cloth around their waists. Jimmy, still drunk, turned his head, and his eyes lit up immediately. Using 2 sea beasts to pull a boat was such a stylish idea. Why hadn't he thought of it before? It was so cool, so flashy. And those 2 majestic dog-headed sea beasts were practically tailor-made for his hellhound pirates. He wanted them. And those 2 savages on the raft, wherever they came from, would make fine slaves. Rich women loved paying top dollar for strong men like that. Haha, men close in. Capture them. Take those sea beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Standing at the bow, Goer heard the shouting from the opposite ship and shook his head with a smile. Weak humans always try to bolster their courage by howling, attempting to mask their inner fear. Hey, in the bounty of 2,500. Gulp. Click. Captain Jimmy's words got stuck in his throat because a loaded pistol was already pressed against his forehead, and its owner was staring at him with icy eyes. Terrifying. Jimmy broke out in a cold sweat, swallowed involuntarily, and his drunkenness mostly cleared. Goer and Weibel, who had boarded, now stood among the pirates. Goer held the revolver to the head of this pirate, who seemed to be the captain. Weibel stood with arms crossed, expressionless, squinting as he looked down at the surrounding pirates. This was what his brother had taught him: when outnumbered, speak less and look down at others with narrowed eyes. His brother called it the demeanor of a master. As pirates navigating the Grand Line, even the most oblivious could now see that these 2 were not to be trifled with. The crowd, which had been clamoring for blood moments ago, now fell silent. Though outnumbered, they felt as if they were the ones surrounded. Goer looked at the man before him, whose face was covered in cruel lines and clearly no good, and asked, "What was your bounty again?" "Sir, you misheard. I meant to offer all the treasure on the ship to you if you'll spare my worthless life." With that, Jimmy fell to his knees with a thud. Desperate to survive, he crawled on the ground, even attempting to kiss Gol D's straw sandals. Wow. With that fierce look, I never expected you to have no integrity. So you jest. Integrity can't fill your stomach. Besides, being a dog for a strong man like you is a joy I'd welcome. His groveling, sycophantic demeanor made Gol D nauseous. Bang. For trash like this, Gol D chose to shoot him in the head without a second word. WHWHYA. I've acted so humble. These hypocrites. How could they still pull the trigger? Pirate Jimmy fell to the ground with a look of utter disbelief, his eyes wide open in death. Gol D blew on the gun barrel in a cool gesture and scoffed. Sorry, forgot to mention him in a hurry. If you don't answer properly, you get a bullet. And killing you means the treasure is mine anyway. Using that to bargain insults my intelligence. The other pirates were frozen in terror. Their once valiant and invincible captain had been taken out in one shot. Some of the more timid ones had slumped to the ground, crawling backward, desperate to get away from these two. Brother, can I start now? Weibel, who had been holding back, finally couldn't resist asking. Gol D glanced at the stern where a few young women sat bound in a corner. It seemed there was no need to keep anyone alive for interrogation. He nodded and instructed, cut them down, but don't damage the ship. It's a good one. Well, use it. Got it. With those casual words, the 50 or 60 pirates on the ship were sentenced to death. The weak cannot even choose their own demise. Such is the cruelty of reality. Though when they decided to become pirates, looting, burning, and taking lives at will, they had anticipated that one day their own lives might be taken. When that day came, they were far from willing to offer their necks to the blade. Cornered beasts fight back. With no escape, the pirates drew their weapons, the brutality in their blood fully ignited. Their eyes bloodshot, they resembled a pack of mad dogs, a frenzy determined to take a bite out of you even in death. Gol D didn't help Weibel. He walked straight to the stern, not bothering to look back at the slaughter. If these men could even make Weibel lose a single hair, Gol D would train him twice as hard later. He reached the women quickly, also to avoid any unexpected delays. As for cliché plots of desperate pirates taking women hostage to threaten the protagonist, Gol D flatly refused. Weibel's eyes sparkled as he praised sincerely, Uncle, you're truly amazing. Uncle Fitter laughed heartily and said, Weibel, you're amazing too. This is the first time I've met someone who can eat as much as you. Gol D quietly watched the two start their mutual admiration. Unexpectedly, Weibel suddenly turned to Gol D and said, Brother, let's take Uncle onto the ship. He can cook so many delicious things. Uncle Fitter, who had been cheerfully eating and drinking, spat out a mouthful of wine, his intoxication dissipating significantly. Bia nervously grasped her father's hand. She couldn't understand why these two, who didn't seem like villains and had just saved them, were now acting like bad guys trying to take her father away. Bia had lost her mother at a young age. Her father was her only family. Bia tightened her grip on her father's hand, but dared not cry or make a fuss. Her brief experience of being raided by pirates had taught her a harsh lesson. Crying and throwing tantrums might get you what you want from loving parents, but from strangers it could earn you a slap, a beating, or even a cold bullet. The other girls also sensed the tense atmosphere on deck and instinctively stopped their activities, remaining silent. Only the youngest, Little Red, continued slurping her noodles. In the complete silence, everyone turned to the black-haired youth sitting on the sofa, waiting for him to speak. Ahem. Gol D cleared his throat, somewhat troubled. Haha, why is everyone suddenly so serious? Uncle Fitter, although my younger brother isn't the best with words, what he wants to say is also what I'm thinking. I formally invite you to join us as our ship's chef. Lord Gol D. Uncle Fitter thought to himself, I knew it, and was about to speak when Gol D continued, Uncle, I think it's a terrible waste for a young and talented chef like you to retire and grow old in obscurity. This is a loss for the entire culinary world. Fitter wanted to ask what culinary world referred to. He had been in the industry for nearly 20 years and had never heard of it. Gol D walked to the table and grasped Fitter's hand. Fitter tried to pull away, but Gol D's grip was too tight. I was worried for so long, fearing that you two hot-blooded youths might be unable to control your desires and covet these beautiful girls. Instead, it turns out you brothers are coveting me, an old man. Unaware of Fitter's inner turmoil, Gol D continued. Uncle Fitter, living on such a vast and wondrous sea is our fortune. This world still has so many unknown, mysterious, unheard of, even miraculous ingredients waiting to be discovered. As a chef, don't you want to explore, unearth, and personally transform them into culinary delights? Don't you want to record them all and write a masterpiece passed down through generations? Don't you want every future culinary student to have the chance to read a culinary adventure chronicle authored by you? Having never encountered such a technique of painting a grand vision, Uncle Fitter was completely defenseless. What Gol D described was the dream he had buried deep in his heart. Fitter's eyes grew fervent and his resolve began to waver. But when he came to his senses and saw the small hand clutching his clothes tightly, his gaze softened and became resolute. Yet before he could speak, Gol D's seductive, almost devilish voice reached him. Uncle Fitter, I know you think going out to sea is dangerous, and as a father you can't abandon your young daughter to sail alone. So for Bia to grow up safely, you're willing to give up your dream. A fatherly love is truly great. Upon hearing this, Bia's grip on Fitter's hand loosened slightly. She realized she had become a burden, an obstacle preventing her father from pursuing his dream. Is that really the case? Wake up, Uncle Fitter. Is staying ashore truly safe? Think about what you've experienced in the past 2 days. To put it bluntly, if you hadn't been lucky enough to run into us today, have you considered what would have awaited you? Following Gear's words, Fitter's fear grew. If they hadn't been rescued, his daughter would have become a slave bought by nobles and toyed with to death by those disgusting creatures. And he would have been powerless. Would he spend the rest of his life in regret and revenge, or end his suffering by his own hand? At the thought, Fitter's breathing grew heavier, cold sweat trickled down his back, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Uncle Fitter, I sincerely hope you and Bia can join us. If you agree, we'll be one family from now on. You've seen our strength. Ordinary pirates are no match for my brother. I won't claim it's absolutely safe on my ship, but I can promise he'll do everything in my power to protect every comrade, even if it means fighting the entire world. Gear had started off just sweet-talking and coaxing, but as he spoke he became so immersed in his own words that his emotions surged. His aura suddenly erupted, his clothes and hair billowing without wind. A powerful Conqueror's Haki shot straight into the sky, punching a massive hole through the clouds. Conqueror's Haki is the manifestation of a strong will and also a powerful personal charisma that makes people want to follow you on to death. This is one reason why those with Conqueror's Haki possess the potential of a king. Gear didn't unleash it directly at anyone present, so no one fainted or lost consciousness. But aside from Weeble, everyone else was stunned speechless by his bold words, feeling that the youth before them had become immensely towering. The girls' eyes were already sparkling. They had instantly become devoted fans, wishing they too had a father with such exquisite culinary skills. Uncle Fitter was silent for a long time, his mind in fierce turmoil. Finally, his furrowed brow slowly relaxed. He picked up 2 glasses of wine, walked over to Gear, handed one to him, and said solemnly, "Then from now on, my daughter and I shall be under your care, Captain Gear." With that, he downed his glass in one gulp. Taking the offered wine, Gear suppressed his inner ecstasy and smiled. "Haha, it is we who shall be under your care. Uncle Fitter, Bia, from now on we are family. You will never regret this decision." With that, he too drained his glass. The wine was harsh and unpleasant. Seeing Gear's stylish drinking motion followed by his wincing expression, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere lightened once more. No one was happier than Weeble. At the thought of having delicious food every day, he was so excited he wanted to smash something to celebrate. Not daring to damage the ship, he ended up pounding his own chest like a gorilla. After the meal, the virtuous young women of Dunbu village had already cleared the dining table and utensils. Gear expressed that if these industrious and beautiful sisters wished to remain on the ship, he would wholeheartedly welcome them with open arms. However, after careful consideration, they declined the Captain Gear's invitation, as they still had parents and family at home. Gear found some tea leaves in the captain's quarters, and they all sat together on the deck leisurely sipping tea. "Captain, where are we heading next? Could we first return these children to Dunbu village?" Feet set down his teacup and asked. "Haha, Uncle Feet, no need to worry. We've actually been heading toward your village all along. Barring any accidents, we should arrive soon." Gear had actually instructed Ada and Air to proceed in the direction of the log pose from the very beginning. The sea beasts pulled the ship at a speed far surpassing that of sails. A journey that would take a full day for a sailing ship could be completed by Ada and Air in just a few hours. Upon hearing they would soon be home, the young women nearby broke into joyful smiles. "Haha, so the captain had already decided to send them back from the start. He just kept it to himself, waiting for me to take the bait." Feet finally understood and chuckled. Since it was already in the past, he didn't mind Gear setting a trap for him. Boarding the ship was a decision he had made after deep thought, and of his own free will. Captain Gear had not forced him. Gear took a sip of tea and said with a roguish grin, "I really had no choice. Who knew you'd cook such delicious food, Uncle? Do you have any idea how we spent over a year on that deserted island?" Weibel and I agreed long ago that the first thing we'd do after setting sail was find a chef to join the crew. And then the very first people we meet are you all. Tell me, isn't that fate? If you'd refused, I reckon Weibel would have tied you up and dragged you aboard by force. Huh, perhaps it truly is fate. From now on, every meal is on me. That's fantastic. The first half of the Grand Line, Buring Island, Dunbu village. Get out of my way. Don't stop me. I'm going to save Ollie and the others. If you block me again, don't blame me for being rude. At the pier, a young man with a crew cut wearing a marine uniform led a few other young sailors in a heated argument with dozens of villagers. "Everyone stop." A forceful, authoritative voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. An elderly man with white hair and beard leaning on a cane slowly walked toward the pier. Behind him followed a large crowd, all villagers from their community. "Village chief. Greetings, village chief." The arguing parties paused upon seeing the old chief. A quick-witted thin man hurried forward to support the elder. The old man was stubborn, refusing assistance. He pushed the man's hand away and insisted on walking on his own. "Chief, tell them to move. Ollie and the others were captured by pirates. If we don't chase them now, it'll be too late." The crew-cut young man remained agitated, pointing at the surrounding villagers and shouting, "You cowards! Pirates stole our loved ones, and you dare not resist. Why do you stop me from saving them? Shut your mouth, Kuel." The old chief's beard quivered with rage. He angrily tapped the cobblestone path with his cane and scolded the young marine named Kuel who stood at the front. "You are the greatest. You are the bravest. The rest of us are all cowards who dare not resist." I didn't mean that, chief." "Silence. You Kuel and the rest of you. You all join the marines from our village. Now that you're wearing that uniform, you think you're something special. When the pirates raided, you weren't here to protect us. Yet now that they've left, you come to lecture us. Quite impressive indeed. The valiant Marine Petty Officer Kuehl. Kuehl was left speechless. The old chief's face twisted in pain as he continued. You say we dare not resist. Ade's elder brother Guzzi's father and several other villagers are still lying in the hospital, barely clinging to life. And your Uncle Feet was also captured by pirates while trying to save others. His fate remains unknown. Everyone here harbors no less anger than you, Kuehl. They stopped you only because they didn't want you to act rashly and throw your life away, not because they lacked the courage to fight pirates. Kuehl and the other sailors were left ashamed by the chief's words. Seeing Kuehl's agitation slightly subside, the chief patiently reasoned, it's not that we want rescue those taken. My own granddaughter was also captured. We all feel the same as you. But we must know our limits. That's a pirate with a bounty of over 20 million. What can we unarmed villagers do even if we chase after them? Sacrifice our lives just to make the pirates waste a few bullets. As the village chief, I cannot let you throw your lives away in vain. After his impassioned speech, even the robust old man had to pat his chest and catch his breath. But don't despair. We've already found a way. What way? Kuehl's head shot up as he looked at the chief. A glimmer of light appeared in his dim eyes like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Others who knew beforehand also showed relieved expressions. The chief continued, we all pooled our resources overnight and scraped together 10 million berries. We sent it to the Marine base this morning. Captain Milady personally promised that with this 10 million berries as a reward for the soldiers, they would immediately deploy to rescue our villagers. He's a high-ranking officer from Marine headquarters. He'll surely find a way to deal with those damned pirates. When the chief finished, he expected to see the impetuous young man enlightened by his shrewdness. Instead, he saw only fear and despair on Kuehl's face. Thud. Kuehl felt as if all his strength had been drained away, leaving him powerless, and he collapsed to his knees. He had just come from the Marine base. Milady was already back at his villa with 2 women who sold their bodies, but not their souls, with no intention of leading the Marines to fight pirates. He felt he had guessed some of the truth, and the reality sent a chill down his spine. He had always wondered why they were out on patrol under Captain Milady's command just when the pirates attacked the village. Why, when he spotted the pirate ship while on lookout duty during their return, was he berated by the captain for reporting false information and warned that a repeat offense would lead to demotion? Why, upon hearing that their hometown had just been raided by pirates, several Marines from Dunbu village requested to set out only to be ordered by the captain to stay put on the pretext of unclear circumstances? And now this unheard-of notion that the Marines needed payment to deploy against pirates. How could this be? How could this be? Don't the Marines stand for justice? He didn't know how to explain this to the chief and the villagers. The Marines they trusted and placed their hopes in were likely in cahoots with the pirates. No Marines would come to rescue their kidnapped families. People are not easily deceived. Rather, in their despair, they prefer to cling to lies as a last shred of hope. Even if they rationally chose to believe him, what then? They would still be powerless to do anything, unable to rescue their loved ones. Worse still, Captain Milady, fearing exposure, might collude with the pirates to stage another raid, wiping out the entire village. Strength. It's all because I'm too weak. I can't even protect the girl I love. Thud, thud. Kuehl knelt on the ground, tears falling onto the earth before him. His fingers dug deep into the soil, his heart filled with hatred for his own weakness. He even felt that his usual laziness in training was a damnable sin. If I could have a second chance, I would. But there is no regret medicine in this world, no what-ifs. Ollie, my Ollie. No, Ollie must still be waiting for me. She must be so scared right now. She must be even more despairing than I am. I cannot fall. Ollie, wait for me a little longer. I will definitely save you. Recalling the beautiful days of the past, the enchanting figure that haunted his dreams became his sole conviction, propping the man up to rise again. Seeing Kuehl dash madly toward the pier, everyone momentarily forgot to stop him. Aboard the ship. Hey, Sister Ollie, everyone come quick. You can see Beering Island. Iha called out from the ship. Hearing this, the girls who had never been so far from home rushed to the bow, standing on tiptoe to peer into the distance. Where? Over there. Over there. Wow, I see it too. Is our Beering Island really this small? It's smaller than my thumbnail. The red-haired little girl raised her thumb and held it up to her eye for comparison. Silly, it's because we're far away. Bia gently patted her head in explanation, then brought a monocular telescope to the little girl's eye, gesturing for her to look through it. This ship was now her home, and naturally Bia could play with the toys aboard as she pleased. Hey, Sister Bia is amazing. It really does look bigger. The group huddled at the bow, chattering away. Among them, a girl with waist-length golden hair touched the ring on her left middle finger, a gentle smile gracing her face. One moment she was immersed in the helplessness and fear of being captured by pirates. The next she was rescued and about to return home. The journey had been filled with eating, drinking, and laughter, almost like a pleasure cruise. It really feels like a dream. The girl gently tucked a strand of her windblown bangs behind her ear. Woof woof. The 2 sea beasts, instead of diligently pulling the ship, kept turning back to interact with the girls at the bow. Ada in particular appeared from somewhere with a cluster of flowers, drawing applause from the girls, which only encouraged the 2 beasts to perform even more enthusiastically. You damn bootlickers. Gear, sitting nearby, shook his head with a laugh and a curse at the sight. Then he quietly walked away, ignoring the frolicking of the young women and the two dogs. Dunbu village. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. A villager on lookout duty ran frantically from the pier, clutching a wooden stick in his right hand and banging a wash basin with his left. As he ran, he shouted, "Disaster! Disaster! Pirates! Pirates! Run, everyone! Those pirates are back!" Chaos erupted instantly, plunging the scene into pandemonium. Fortunately, the village chief, though old, was still vigorous. He threw aside his cane, climbed onto a large blue stone, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Fellow villagers! Fellow villagers!" Seeing no one heed him, the chief roared in anger, "You bastards, shut the hell up!" Suddenly, the scene fell silent. "Listen to me. Don't panic. All men, grab your weapons. Women, take the children and get back inside the houses immediately." "Yes, chief." The crowd finally found their anchor and swiftly mobilized. "Where's Kyul?" the old chief asked. The young man who ranked first in combat prowess in the village was worth inquiring about, even in such an urgent moment. Ergo replied, "Someone saw Brother Kyul rowing a fishing boat toward that pirate ship." "Damn it. That bastard. Why is he always so reckless and brainless? When will he ever learn to be steady and mature? He might as well get himself killed. He infuriates me." The chief cursed in frustration. He actually thought highly of the daring young man, hoping he would one day succeed him as village chief and continue protecting Dunbu village. Seeing the chief in such a rage, no one dared to speak up for Kyul. Soon several hundred able-bodied men from Dunbu village gathered, armed with knives, guns, hoes, shovels, brooms, frying pans, a motley assortment of weapons. The old chief stood at the front, flanked by the few marines with guns. Looking at the villagers behind him, all nervously swallowing, the chief cleared his throat and shouted through a megaphone, "Fellow villagers! Those damned pirates raided our village in the dead of night last time, catching us off guard. They wounded our people and stole our loved ones. How long has it been? Less than 2 days. And those sons of bitches are back. They think we're easy targets. They plan to ransack us every other day. If we don't unite and fight back now, how can we ever live here again? Let's fight them to the death. Kill them all. Roar, roar, roar. Damn pirates. You killed my brothers, took my wife and daughter, and destroyed our home. You damn bastards. Today we'll make our stand here and fight to the bitter end. Roar, roar, roar. Fight them to the death. They'll take one with me even if I die." The villagers' blood was up. They gritted their teeth, gripped their weapons, and stood ready, their faces set with grim determination. One had to admit the old chief knew how to boost morale. Kyul rowed a small fishing boat alone toward the distant pirate ship. "Ollie, I'm coming to save you right now." As the distance between them closed, Kyul gazed in despair at the two formidable sea beasts before him. He hadn't expected these pirates to be capable of enslaving such powerful sea beasts. Kyul felt that with his own strength he might not even be able to reach their vessel, yet he did not retreat. Without hesitation, he charged forward regardless of the consequences. "Damned pirates. Give Ollie and everyone from Dunbu village back." Kyul raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the sea beast with a yellow dog-like head on the left. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of bullets struck the beast's tough, thick hide, as ineffective as a tickle. All the projectiles were deflected, clattering into the sea. Kyul set down his musket. Before he could draw the long blade at his waist, one of the sea beasts lowered its head and whipped its tail. The massive appendage appeared before him in an instant. Too fast. There was no time to defend. Kyul nearly resigned himself, closing his eyes. Bang. Kyul was sent flying by that tail strike. Believing he would sink to the bottom of the sea, he was astonished to open his eyes and find himself lying on the deck of the pirate ship. Before he could comprehend the situation, the woman who haunted his dreams rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Kyul widened his eyes in disbelief. "Ollie, Ollie, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Or is this heaven? You fool." The golden-haired beauty wiped the tears from her eyes, pinched his waist, and scolded him with a laugh. "Oh, it hurts. This isn't a dream. It's really you. Wonderful. This is wonderful." Gear had already retreated far away, unwilling to witness their affection. However, a few other gossipy girls crouched nearby, eavesdropping, intently eager to hear how this young couple, having just endured a harrowing separation, would pour out their hearts to each other. "Oh, it's you, Kyul. I was wondering who was so reckless as to come here alone. Lucky for you, the pirates on the ship were already dealt with by Captain Gear and the others, or you'd have died for nothing. Do you realize that?" Feet, seeing it was someone he knew, immediately launched into a scolding. "I'm sorry, Brother Feet. I was blinded by rage and lost my reason for a moment." Kyul could only scratch his head and apologize. Now that he had calmed down, he understood how irrational his actions had been. "All right, your temper isn't the first time it's gotten you scolded. Come over here, let me introduce you. This is Captain Gear, and this is his brother Lord Weibel. It was these two brothers who saved us all. Captain, this guy is Kyul. He used to be the most notorious troublemaker in our village, but now he's joined the Navy and become an excellent sailor." Feet said, punching Kyul lightly on the chest. Gear extended his hand and shook Kyul's warmly. Short-cropped hair, dark skin, lean build, and a resolute gaze. Kyul's standard soldier image left a favorable impression on Gear. Though his temperament was a bit rash, he dared to act even when the odds were insurmountable. This courage to face death was rare and precious, surpassing most people. "Hello, young Navy man. I'm Gear, currently an adventurer. Kjol was filled with gratitude and was about to bend his knee, but Gear stopped him. Gear patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "A soldier shouldn't kneel so easily." Kjol was taken aback at first. He had never heard such a notion, but he deeply agreed with Gear's words. He saluted Gear and said, "Greetings. Lord Gear, thank you for saving everyone from Dunbu village, and thank you for rescuing my fiancée Ali. I am truly, deeply grateful." Gear waved his hand, meeting his fate. "It was just a small favor. Besides, the people of Dunbu village helped me a great deal. No need to be polite." Gear felt a bit embarrassed. He had originally set out to seize a ship and happened upon this situation. The rescue was merely incidental. In the end, he gained a ship treasure, a good cook, and a little darling. Clearly, Gear was the biggest beneficiary of the whole affair, yet everyone was showering him with gratitude, making him feel somewhat ashamed. A large group sat down to drink tea and chat, while Weibel slept soundly nearby, undisturbed by the commotion on the ship. Kjol hesitated for a moment before sharing his earlier suspicion. The lieutenant at the Navy base might be colluding with these pirates. Upon hearing this, Uncle Feet was so enraged that he slammed the table and cursed, "Damned. Milady, this scum of the Navy. Our village is on the south side of the island, and the Navy base is on the north. We usually only monitor the sea to the south. I was wondering how the pirates managed to slip through the Navy's defenses unnoticed that night and attack us from behind. So they were in cahoots all along. Damn it all." Kjol grabbed the agitated Feet. "Brother Feet, calm down first. This is still just my suspicion, so I have a request for Captain Gear." "Oh, what is it? Tell me," Gear asked curiously. "I hope Captain Gear will allow me to search Captain Jimmy's room. I want to see if I can find evidence of Milady colluding with the Hellhound pirate crew, so I can report his crimes to the Navy Inspectorate." "Of course. The captain's quarters are the first room on the right." "Thank you, Captain Gear. It's nothing." Gear waved his hand, took another sip of tea, and continued, "Feel free to look for evidence. But I think if a Navy lieutenant can brazenly collude with pirates to plunder civilians, he probably is backing higher up. If you rashly report it, you might not only fail to bring him down, but also invite trouble for yourself and the village." This? Both Kjol and Feit's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. Impossible. Has the Navy rotted through from top to bottom? To uphold the justice in his heart, Kjol had chosen to join the Navy. If this hadn't happened to him, he might never have believed such filthy corruption existed among the Navy's upper ranks. Gear reminded him with a smile, "Those above aren't necessarily all like that, but are you willing to gamble everyone's lives on that probability?" Kjol was speechless. Indeed, he couldn't stake the lives of the entire village on whether the Navy officers above were just or evil. Damned. Are we just supposed to let that bastard Milady get away with it? Feet punched the deck in fury. The few people on the ship were all direct victims of this incident. Hearing that the mastermind remained at large while they were powerless, they clenched their fists, seething with anger. Suddenly, a childish voice broke the silence. "Lord Gear, can you take care of that bad guy?" Bia said angrily to Gear. Everyone was startled. Since deciding to live aboard the ship, Bia, a lively and adorable girl, had grown familiar with Gear and spoke casually. Gear found it pleasant, encouraging her by gently pinching her round cheeks. "Shut up. Bia, don't talk nonsense." Feet was horrified and quickly interrupted. Uncle Feet signaled the eldest Ollie with his eyes. Understanding his intent, Ollie nodded and led the girls to play in the other room. Bia, unfazed by her father's scolding, pouted at Feet as she left, infuriating him so much he wanted to jump up and spank her. Gear did not interfere with their affectionate father-daughter interaction, secretly giving Bia a thumbs up and an encouraging smile from behind. After the girls left, only Gear, Feet, and Kjol remained on the deck. Uncle Feet then said to Gear, "Captain, please don't listen to Bia's nonsense." Kjol chimed in, "Yes, Lord Gear, you've already helped us immensely. There's no need to risk a bounty on your head from the Navy for our sake. If this must be done, I should be the one to do it." He knew that if this problem remained unsolved, the collusion between the Navy and pirates to plunder their village would happen repeatedly. If he couldn't bring down Milady through reporting, he would have to settle the matter himself. Gear nodded in approval. This Kjol was not a rigid Navy man. He didn't spout foolish nonsense like, even if Milady is wrong, he should be judged by the Navy's judiciary. Ada, air, stop. Woof, woof. Gear first halted the ship, stroked his chin in thought, then smiled. Taking him out isn't impossible. Captain. Feet was about to persuade him, but Gear raised his hand to interrupt. Uncle Feet, rest assured, I won't act rashly. Although killing Lieutenant Milady directly would be easy, simply eliminating him won't solve the problem. That was a Navy headquarters officer, someone even pirates with bounties of 20 to 30 million were no match for. Yet this young man spoke of it so casually, like crushing a bug. Kjol opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Seeing that Brother Feet remained calm, he swallowed his persuasive words and fell silent, listening intently. Gear continued, "Also, Uncle, since you and Bia are now on my ship, your family. Your matters are my matters. No need for polite words. Dunbu village is your home, and I don't want any lingering threats to cause you worry while you're away with me. So let's all sit down together and figure out how to safely defuse this time bomb." Feet sighed helplessly at first, then nodded along with Kjol. "I understand, Captain." After speaking, Feet fell into deep thought. He didn't doubt Gear's ability to take down Milady at all. If the formidable Jimmy pirate crew could be dealt with so easily by the Gear brothers, then what they really needed to consider was the aftermath. Gear looked at Kjol with a mischievous grin. To be honest, I've already thought of a plan. But it depends on whether young man Kuhl is willing to cooperate, since you're in the Navy. As long as I can take down Milady and protect the village and everyone, I don't care if I become a pirate or even lose my life. Please just tell me what you need me to do, Lord Gear. Kuhl answered without hesitation, his tone unwavering. That's good. It won't come to you having to flee or die. Who knows, I might even have to congratulate you on a promotion in advance. Ha. Both men were baffled by this. Gear didn't keep them in suspense and slowly explained, first search the ship and see if you can find any evidence of collusion between Jimmy and Milady. If there's solid evidence, then tonight's story will be that Captain Jimmy and Milady had a conflict over unequal spoils. Jimmy the pirate suddenly killed Milady, was wounded while escaping, and was finally shot dead by Petty Officer First Class Kuhl. You become a hero, get promoted with this merit, spend some money to grease the wheels, and taking control of that small Navy base shouldn't be a problem. Then from the inside you can gradually clean house and deal with the problematic Navy man like Milady. Feet and Kuhl were stunned. These straightforward men had never heard of such cunning schemes and nearly dropped their jaws. But after thinking it over, they realized the plan seemed quite feasible. Lord Gear, what if we can't find any evidence of Milady's crimes? Kuhl asked worriedly, and Uncle Feet also looked to Gear, waiting for his answer. Gear looked at the two and replied with a sly smile. Whether he's killed in a dispute over unequal spoils with pirates or dies a heroic death as a Navy man capturing criminals, Milady is still a dead man. Does the difference matter to us? The three of them discussed other details at length. After a long while, Gear, Kuhl, in the end, even the honest Feet joined in with a strange chuckle. When the girls returned to the deck, they looked puzzled, suddenly feeling as if these three men were the real villains. The night was dark and the wind howled, perfect for deeds that shunned the light. On the northern coast of Buring Island, near the residential district adjacent to the naval base, Gear and Wyber had already arrived atop an independent villa, unseen and unheard. According to the precise intelligence provided by Kuhl, this was the residence of Lieutenant Milady. Tisk tisk tsk. A villa by the sea, quite the life of luxury. It seemed that no matter the world, the wicked always lived more comfortably. Still, that boded well for tonight's haul. With a sly chuckle, Gear sensed through his observation hockey that besides the target Milady, two others were inside the room. He signaled Wyber to wait, then crept to the window, eavesdropping on the conversation within. A single dim lamp barely illuminated the room. A middle-aged man with a crew cut draped in a Marine's justice coat sprawled on the sofa, Lieutenant Milady. Beside him stood two men in black, one short and stout, the other tall and lean. They stood ramrod straight, heads bowed like scolded pupils, staring at their shoes, not daring to breathe a word. After a long pause, Milady pulled a cigar from an ornate wooden box, sniffed it, and spoke slowly. Leduin, how long have you two been with me? Since we were 18, exactly 10 years now, boss Milady. Oh. The room fell silent once more. Click, click. Sizzle. A small flame rose from the lighter in Milady's hand, briefly illuminating the dim room and making his scar-ravaged face appear even more ferocious. He looked far more like a mafia don than a righteous Marine officer. Milady took a deep drag of his cigar, squinting his eyes. Whether in enjoyment or reminiscence, it was hard to tell. He exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, "Who, it's been 10 years already." "Yes, boss." The tall, lean man, Leduin, replied respectfully, while the stout Leduin nodded like a pecking chick, remaining silent. "I still remember vividly when I had you two fake your deaths and secretly leave the Marines to work for me. It feels like it happened yesterday, yet so much time has passed." Another puff of smoke. Milady tapped his cigar on the ashtray and continued, his expression blank. "I know that after all these years you two must harbor some resentment." "We would never dare," Leduin hurriedly replied, lowering his head even further. But in his heart he thought, damn it. We could have stayed in the Marines, but instead we followed you for 10 years, fed on empty promises, doing all the dirty work without seeing a single benefit you swore to give. You've enjoyed yourself thriving on both sides of the law, feasting while we don't even get a sip of soup. And you have the nerve to ask if we're resentful. If we could take you, we'd beat you black and blue and ask if you're comfortable. I dare not do not. So there is resentment after all. Milady smiled faintly, looking up at them with a sinister gaze. No, that's not what we meant. We have no resentment toward you, boss. Leduin and Leduin fell to their knees in terror. They dared not meet Milady's eyes, frantically shaking their heads in defense. Milady waved a hand, cutting them off. Enough. No need for more explanations. I know you two are still loyal, or else you wouldn't be alive today. I didn't call you here to blame you. Get up. Relieved, they wiped the cold sweat from their brows and rose. A creak of a cabinet door made them steal a glance. They saw their boss take two small boxes from the wooden cabinet and place them on the table. Milady pushed the boxes toward them, signaling they could open them. Curious, the brothers opened the boxes. Upon seeing their contents, excitement and greed lit up their faces simultaneously. For inside the boxes lay the legendary treasures of the sea, devil fruits. To men like them, devil fruits meant power, and power meant survival. Milady's tactic of wielding the stick before offering the carrot was meant to secure the brothers' loyalty. Seeing their elation, he couldn't help but smirk, knowing the 2 billion berries spent on the fruits was well worth it. I spent 200 million berries to get these 2 Zoan-type devil fruits from the black market. Their exact forms are unknown. If you have no objections, each of you pick one and eat it. No objections. Thank you for your generosity, boss. Well, work even harder from now on. We'd go through fire and water for you. Even death would not stop us. The brothers gratefully accepted the boxes ready to eat the fruits. Wait, I have an objection. Gear stepped in through the balcony window. The three men engrossed in their game of loyal subjects and wise ruler froze. They turned to the uninvited guest, all thinking the same. Who the hell are you? Miletta's face darkened. Hey kid, it's dangerous to run around at night instead of sleeping. The moment the words left his mouth, the stout and lean figures lunged at Gear. The intruder had overheard their secret conversation. Whoever it was, they had to be silenced. Having worked together for most of their lives, Laidun and Liduan moved with seamless coordination. One struck high, the other low, flanking Gear from both sides and cutting off all escape routes. Their daggers, suited for close-quarters combat, gleamed with a cold blue light in the moonlight as they aimed for his vital points. Heh, got him. Seeing their target still frozen in place, the brothers completed their pincer attack. Laidun exclaimed excitedly, die. As the daggers swung toward him, Gear made no move. His expression remained calm, but a red glint flashed in his eyes. Thud. Thud. Two dull sounds echoed. Milady, watching intently, saw Laidun and Liduan midleap, suddenly lose consciousness, and crash heavily to the floor. Who are you? Miletta's composure shattered. He scrambled up from the sofa, his cigar falling to the ground and scattering sparks. Gear strode over the fallen bodies with an arrogant gait, chuckling, does it matter who I am? Even if I told you, you wouldn't know me. Well, by the usual routine, we'd exchange introductions, ID loudly announce your crimes, and you'd tell your story, how a righteous marine turned into this. Then we'd have a clash of ideals, only to realize neither can convince the other, so we'd settle it with fists. What's the point? Just to pad the word count. Milady stared blankly, still processing the rambling, when he heard Gear say, Wyber, you can move now. Leave his body intact. Miletta's pupils contracted, a chill running down his spine. Impossible. He hadn't sensed anyone else at all. He instinctively tried to turn around. Swish. A flash of cold light streaked by. Before he could fully turn, Milady found himself on the ground. He tried to stand, but felt no sensation in his limbs. As his vision blurred, he vaguely saw a headless corpse that looked familiar and a burly figure beside it. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Though Gear had trained himself to handle killing and bloodshed in this world, seeing a real-life decapitation up close still churned his stomach. His face pale, he cursed after recovering. Why did you use so much force? Didn't I tell you to leave his body intact? Sensing his brother's displeasure, Wyber looked innocent. He scratched his head and asked quietly, Brother, what does intact mean? Gear paused, realizing Head never explained it. He slapped his forehead, blaming himself for showing off by saying leave his body intact. Gear apologized, sorry, it's not your fault. I forgot to tell you clearly. Next time I say leave his body intact, I mean stab him once or punch him to death. Don't chop him into pieces. Oh, okay, brother. Wyber understood and nodded, muttering to himself to remember. Intact means just one piece, not cut into many pieces. Gear didn't know what else to say, so he let it be. Ding. Devil fruit user killed. Devil fruit system successfully activated. Loading 60, hearing the long-awaited system notification, Gear felt a surge of joy. Since his arrival after the initial beginner rewards and bound mission, the system had only shown him and Wyber's status panels. Had wondered if it was a knockoff cheat. Turns out other functions were just locked. Activation successful. A blue orb floated from Miletta's corpse, the size of an ordinary apple, rising to about a meter high and hovering in the air. Gear reached out to touch it. The moment he did, a system interface appeared. Unknown devil fruit detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Zoan-type Inu Nomi model pit bowl. Choose extract or decompose. A Zoan-type user. No wonder he didn't die instantly even after losing his head. Good thing he didn't get a chance to transform. That would have made too much noise to clean up. Gear wanted to understand the system quickly, so he randomly tried clicking decompose. Ding. Decomposition failed. Cannot decompose a devil fruit in energy state. Damn system, why give me the option if it's not available? Gear grumbled and clicked extract. Ding. Extraction successful. Extracted ability Will of the Bulldog passively triggers during tough battles. Pain perception is disabled. Injuries and fatigue reduce combat effectiveness by 50. Combat will and endurance increase by 50. Usage oral consumption. The blue orb burst like fireworks and dissipated. Gear stared at the blue pill the size of his thumbnail, deep in thought. So extract doesn't take the whole fruit, just one ability. The Inu Nomi model pit bull should regenerate somewhere else, but weaker. That must be the logic. Seeing the two devil fruits still on the table, Gear wanted to test his theory immediately, but business came first. He pocketed the fruits and began searching for Lieutenant Miletta's accumulated treasures. Gear flipped the bed, revealing a neat stack of berries underneath, roughly 200 million. Wyber, get the sacks. Time to work. Gear figured a man who could spend 200 million on fruits for his underlings must have more hidden away. He paced the room searching. He came to a wooden bookshelf and touched every ornament, finally noticing a vase that was fixed in place and couldn't be lifted. Creak, creak, creak. He twisted it gently, and the bookshelf swung open, revealing a hidden room. Gear smirked. These people always hide things in the same places. No challenge at all. Entering the compartment behind the bookshelf, he found a pile of gold and treasure. Though he didn't know the exact market value, recalling the Straw Hat Pirates gold selling scenario, he estimated it was worth at least 1 billion berries. Truly 3 years as an honest official and 100,000 taels of silver. Pack it up, little brother. Take just enough bills, leave some for Kyul. Take all the gold and treasure. No need to leave any. Haha, got it. They filled a large backpack and 2 big sacks. Only Wyber could carry such weight, while still using Soru and Jeppo effortlessly. Gear staged the scene, then swiftly dealt with the 2 thugs. Before leaving, he fired several shots into the air, drawing the attention of the Marines at the base, while signaling Kyul to proceed with the next step. Afterward, Gear and Wyber vanished into the darkness. On the way, Wyber asked puzzledly, "Brother, what's the use of gold and money? Why do you and Mama seem to love them so much? You can't even eat them." Wyber's question caught Gear off guard. He realized he didn't actually need much money. The treasure from captured pirates and Miss Backen's stash of gold were already substantial. But then he thought he couldn't drift on a ship forever. Eventually, he'd need to establish a territory and build influence, and the more money the better. So he answered in a way Wyber could understand, "Little brother, you can't eat these things, but they can buy lots and lots of delicious food." Oh, so that's it. Simple and clear. No further explanation was needed. The mention of food instantly filled Wyber with renewed vigor. Oh, so that's it. Simple and clear. No further explanation was needed. The mention of food instantly filled Wyber with renewed vigor. Back on the ship, Gear finished washing up and immediately returned to his room. After closing the door, he took out 2 boxes and placed them on the table. Opening the boxes, he saw 2 fruits with peculiar patterns lying quietly inside. The one on the left resembled a brown eggplant, while the one on the right was round with a cylindrical protrusion in the middle like a pig's nose. Ding! Unknown devil fruit detected, analyzing automatically. Analysis successful, zoan-type bug fruit, cockroach form. Analysis successful, zoan-type boar fruit, wild boar form. Since both extraction and decomposition of devil fruits required testing, Gear didn't hesitate. He decided to experiment with decomposition first. Picking up the eggplant-like devil fruit, he thought decompose. Ding! Decomposition successful. Ability acquired, moderate poison immunity, tenacious life, beast form. Moderate poison immunity, a powerful immunity that can resist most bacterial, fungal, and viral invasions, reducing all poison damage by 50. Usage, oral ingestion. Tenacious life, when health falls below 50, a defense increases, reducing damage taken by 50. Beast form, transform into a cockroach, enhancing all physical attributes. What the hell? Gear frowned and carefully picked out the pill that could transform him into a beast. This was no joke. Taking the wrong one could ruin his life. Gear watched as the devil fruit in his hand turned into a ball of light and gradually dissipated. Indeed, if you choose to decompose, the devil fruit disappears directly. Gear suddenly had a shocking thought. What if I decompose the Nika fruit? No, I can't work for Im and the 5 elders for free. Let them deal with that troublesome fruit. Without dwelling further, Gear picked up the other devil fruit and chose to extract the boar fruit. Wild boar form. Gear clasped his hands together, silently praying for divine protection. Getting the ability to turn into a cockroach was bad enough. He hoped he wouldn't get another one that turned him into a pig's head. Ding! Extraction successful. Ability acquired, Big Eater. Damn it. What you fear most will come. Just by the name, it seems worse than turning into a pig. Gear was a bit heartbroken. Big Eater, prone to hunger, enormous appetite, super digestion, fast, and efficient nutrient absorption, enhances recovery to a certain extent. Usage, oral ingestion. Content with what he had. Gear read the detailed description and decided the ability was somewhat useful, so he stopped worrying. Indeed, when extracting the devil fruit remains, but it can only be extracted once, and compared to decomposition, the abilities gained are fewer. Seeing that dawn had not yet broken outside the window, Gear knew there was one last experiment to verify, which would have to wait until tomorrow. Satisfied, he climbed into bed and fell asleep, chuckling even in his dreams. Dunbu Village. Village Chief, are these pirates coming or not? It's already late at night, and we've been standing here all evening. Yeah, Chief. Maybe they'll wait until dawn to come ashore. How about we take a break? Seeing everyone gradually letting their guard down, the village chief shouted angrily, "Shut up. Stay alert. The enemy is deliberately stalling, waiting for us to get tired, sleepy, and let our guard down before attacking. We must hold on. Stay sharp. Never relax your vigilance." Seeing the villagers still listless, the chief turned and instructed, "Urgu, go to the back and tell the women to heat some water and steam some cakes to fill our stomachs. We're going to stand against these pirates all night." The chief put on a brave face, but inside he was anxious and restless. This was troublesome. He hadn't expected these pirates to be not only cunning and brutal, but also somewhat versed in military tactics. The villagers couldn't hold on past the dead of night. Their eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and despite their efforts, they couldn't keep them open. One by one, they dozed off. Fortunately, Dunbu village remained peaceful that night. Nothing happened. However, on the other side, a major incident occurred at the marine base. Captain Milady was murdered in her quarters along with 2 bodies suspected to be pirates. The room was littered with berries and treasure. The culprit was Mad Dog Jimmy with a bounty of 25 million berries. After killing Milady, he was wounded while fleeing and was shot dead by Private First Class Kyul. Kyul brought Jimmy's corpse and a large bag of treasure back to the marine base. Later evidence of collusion between Jimmy and Milady was found in Jimmy's clothing, and a large amount of money of unknown origin and letters exchanged with pirates were discovered in Milady's residence. Senior Marine officers immediately ordered a news blackout and publicly claimed that Captain Milady was ambushed by multiple pirates, fought to the death, and died heroically. However, rumors had already spread privately Captain Milady colluded with pirates to plunder the villages under her jurisdiction and was killed by the pirates over a dispute in sharing the spoils. Upon hearing the news, some were puzzled while others applauded. But such lofty figures were far removed from the common folk, and life went on as usual. Private First Class Gol D gained great prestige at the Marine base for killing the pirate. He handed over all the captured treasure berries and Milady's ill-gotten fortune to the senior Marine officer. Consequently, Gol D was promoted to warrant officer and temporarily appointed as the base commander of the Marine outpost on Buring Island. But that's a story for another time. To align with Gear's earlier plan, the ship was delayed by a day before docking. Uncle Fit didn't tell the girls the specifics, only explaining that there were special circumstances requiring an extra night on the boat. The girls were sensible and didn't pry. After dinner, they quietly returned to their cabins to rest, but their hearts were filled with longing for their homes and families, and they all suffered a sleepless night in tacit understanding. Tossing and turning, they finally welcomed the dawn. The girls came to the deck early, eager to set sail. They couldn't wait to return home and reunite with their loved ones, but none dared to disturb Captain Gear's sleep, so they could only gather and fret. The two sea beasts had been dismissed by Gear to roam and hunt. However, even if Ada and Air were here, they wouldn't take orders from anyone else to pull the ship. They might play and fool around, but they wouldn't risk their lives. Currently, only Gear and Weibel could command them. After enjoying the breakfast Uncle Fit had prepared early in the morning, the group unanimously elected Bia, who had become the most popular on the ship, to check if Captain Gear was awake. The clever girl didn't go straight to wake Gear. Instead, she went to the kitchen, grabbed a breakfast tray, and walked to the captain's cabin. She gently knocked on the door and asked, Captain, breakfast is ready. Should I bring it in or leave it at the door?" Gear opened the door and took the breakfast. Seeing the cute girl, he couldn't resist ruffling her soft blue hair and thanked her. In terms of biological age, Gear might have had to call Bia big sister, but with a soul in his 20s, he always regarded her as a little sister. Carrying his breakfast to the deck, he saw the girls looking at him with expectant eyes. Gear understood immediately. "Oui." A long melodious whistle skimmed across the misty sea, and soon two barking sounds echoed back. "Woof, woof." Ada and Aer, having eaten their fill and played enough, quickly got into position. The ship was pulled once again toward Dunbu village. Gear ignored the cheers and excitement of the girls beside him. He picked up a fishing rod and sat down to fish. He had woken up early because there was still an important experiment to test. Weibel was also awakened by the aroma of breakfast. He grabbed a huge wooden bucket filled with food, carried it over to Gear, plopped down on the deck, and began to devour it. "Bro, if you want fish, I can just dive down and catch them for you. I've been watching you fish for ages, and you haven't caught a single one," Weibel said, seriously, infuriating Gear, who muttered to himself, "Don't I have any dignity? I've mastered this fishing skill in my past life." Finally, the fishing rod vibrated with the delightful tremor of a fish biting. Gear quickly pulled it up and was pleasantly surprised to catch a palm-sized sea fish. "Haha, see that, little brother. I'm quite good at fishing," Gear said, his face full of pride. The girls came over to watch Captain Gear fish, and seeing this, politely applauded. Only Weibel, the honest one, asked, "Bro, this fish is too small to even fill the gaps between my teeth. How about letting it go? When it grows up, we'll catch it again." Ignoring Weibel's seemingly sarcastic but sincere remark, Gear eagerly asked him to fill his large wooden bucket with seawater. Then Gear took out the pill that could transform into a cockroach beast form, forced it down the fish's throat, threw it into the bucket, and crouched down to observe carefully. "Haha, excellent." Seeing the fish swimming contentedly in the seawater, Gear broke into a happy smile. The onlookers were baffled, not understanding why the wise and mighty Captain Gear would stare at a sea fish and giggle. After observing, Gear released the fish, thinking to himself that it was now a true sea cockroach. Looking at the 4 pills in his hand, Will of the Bulldog, moderate poison immunity, tenacious life, and big eater, Gear considered taking the poison immunity pill himself. It was a great skill, but then he thought of his foolish brother Weibel. If an enemy poisoned delicious food, Gear was sure Weibel would fall for it 100%. Adhering to the principle that it's better to develop nuclear weapons first before tanks and cannons to deter the riffraff, and by time for development, Gear decided to build Weibel up to be the strongest in the world first. Weibel opened wide. "Hey Ray, some candy for you." Weibel obediently opened his mouth wide, and Gear tossed all 4 pills in, asking expectantly, "Well, how does it feel?" Weibel savored the moment, then said dumbly, "Sorry bro, I swallowed too fast and didn't taste it. Could you give me a few more? They'll eat them slowly this time." "You think these are ordinary candies? And I'm not asking about the taste. I'm asking if you feel any changes in your body." Gear was exasperated. Weibel squinted and concentrated for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "I feel it. Bro, I'm starting to get hungry again. I need to go to the kitchen and get some more food from Uncle." Gear gave up and waved him away, signaling for him to leave before he lost control and hit him. Weibel squinted and concentrated for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "I feel it. Bro, I'm starting to get hungry again. I need to go to the kitchen and get some more food from Uncle." Gear gave up and waved him away, signaling for him to leave before he lost control and hit him. Weibel squinted and concentrated for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I feel it. Bro, I'm starting to get hungry again. I need to go to the kitchen and get some more food from Uncle. Gear gave up and waved him away, signaling for him to leave before he lost control and hit him. Ding, ding, ding. The pirates are attacking. The old village chief, sound asleep, was nearly frightened to death by the clamor of the brass basin. Blast it. How did I fall asleep too? The old village chief was overwhelmed with self-reproach. He had urged everyone to remain vigilant, yet he himself had slept like the dead. Flustered, he opened his eyes and looked toward the dock, only to see two enormous canine heads looming before him. Monsters. The old village chief was so terrified his legs gave way, and he began to topple backward. Fortunately, Ergu, quick-witted, reached out and steadied him. Ada and Air were about 30 meters in length, standing nearly 10 meters tall on their hind legs. The villagers, already panicked, scattered in all directions, their earlier resolve to fight to the death completely evaporated. The old village chief refused to give up. He struggled to his feet and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Grab your weapons. Grab your weapons." His voice grew fainter as he spoke, for he himself had no idea what good their farming tools would be against monsters of this caliber. Chief, don't go any further. We need to run too, it's too dangerous. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Erga tugged urgently at the stubborn old man. Damn it. This damned pirate crew, how could they have these two damned sea beasts? They all deserve to die. He'll fight you to the death. The old village chief muttered under his breath, refusing to take a single step back. He pushed Erga's hand away and raised his cane, charging forward to strike at the canine heads. Grandpa Chief, several familiar voices called out. The old village chief wondered if his aging ears were playing tricks on him when he saw a few young girls running toward him. Wasn't the shortest one with red hair his precious granddaughter? You? What is this? The old village chief stood dazed, tears streaming down his weathered face. He touched the chubby cheeks of the little girl in his arms, and only when he was certain it wasn't an illusion did he beam with joy. Good. You're back, that's all that matters. You're back. The other young girls also found their families among the crowd. Families reunited after surviving a calamity embraced each other tightly. They had so many grievances and longings to share with their loved ones, but when they opened their mouths, it all turned into loud sobs. Gear stood quietly on the bow watching this heartwarming scene. His heart was filled with emotion and his nose tingled slightly. Since his transmigration, Gear had always felt a sense of unreality. His subconscious believed this was a world from a manga, so he had approached life with a playful attitude. Suddenly, he truly felt that everyone around him was real, flesh and blood with emotions. Not merely NPCs composed of data. To protect more beautiful smiles from those around him, a newfound sense of responsibility surged within Gear. Brother, why is everyone crying their eyes out all of a sudden? Are they hungry? Wyber scratched his head, puzzled. Who knows? Maybe they're just too happy. Can happiness make you cry, eh? Wyber grew even more confused. For problems he couldn't understand, his most effective solution had always been to stop thinking about them. Brother, I don't know why, but I feel especially hungry today. I hadn't even finished eating when Uncle went ashore. Is that so? Maybe it's just your imagination. Bear with it, it will have food soon. Gear's expression turned somewhat awkward. He thought to himself, sorry little brother, it's my fault. I gave you something bad to eat. He turned and instructed, Wyber, go catch some food from the sea first. Uncle will cook it for you later. Ada, Air, you two go play nearby for now. Okay, brother. No sooner had Gear spoken than one person and two dogs plunged into the water with a splash and quickly vanished. Gear waited patiently until the villagers of Dunbu village had finished expressing their emotions before jumping off the ship. Everyone learned that it was this handsome young man who had saved their loved ones. Led by the old village chief, a large group of villagers expressed their gratitude to Gear. The simple and honest villagers warmly invited him to their village. The old village chief raised his arm and declared that the entire village of Dunbu would hold a 3-day feast to honor their savior. The villagers cheered in response. Chief! Ergu pulled at the chief, wanting to whisper something. What is it? Can't you see I'm entertaining our honored guest? What kind of behavior is this pulling and tugging? The old village chief scowled and turned to scold him. Sorry, chief. Could I have a word in private? Ergu gave Gear an awkward smile and tried again to pull the chief aside. The chief refused sternly. If you have something to say it here. Captain Gear is one of us. There's nothing to hide from him. Ergu's cheeks flushed red as if he had applied blush. After holding out for a long time, he finally yielded to the stubborn chief and confessed, well, chief, we don't have any money left to buy supplies. We can barely afford our next meal, let alone a 3-day feast. I'm out of ideas. You'll have to figure this out yourself. The old village chief slapped his forehead, feeling utterly embarrassed. He recalled that their village had just been plundered by pirates and today they had scraped together all their money to pay the navy. Where would they find the funds for a feast now? Would he have to eat his own words immediately? The stubborn old man's neck turned crimson with shame. In the end, it was Gear who, understanding the situation, stepped forward to mediate. Chief, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I can't stay long. A 3-day feast won't be necessary. Let's all celebrate today by having a meal together here. Don't worry about the ingredients. My brother has already gone to prepare them. Cooking can be handled by Uncle Feet and the villagers. What do you think? How could we impose like this? Captain Gear, you are our honored guest and savior. This is terribly rude. We're all family, Chief. Please don't stand on ceremony. Haha. Yes, we're all family. Since you insist, I'll shamelessly accept. Leave the cooking to me. Uncle Feet patted his chest confidently. Once the chief agreed, he began organizing everyone. The whole village, young and old, pitched in. Adults moving tables and chairs, children fetching bowls and chopsticks. The prey caught by Wyber had already piled up into a small mountain on the dock. Ada and Air were also working hard, afraid that if they didn't catch enough food, they might become emergency rations themselves. The villagers had never seen such a sight. Before them lay a mountain of various sea fish, each plump and weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds. There were also giant lobsters, 4 to 5 meters long, squid, over 10 meters, crabs larger than fishing boats, and even a sea king. Everyone was nearly stunned, speechless. Gear marveled had Wyber scooped up all the prawn soldiers and crab generals from the seabed. He wondered if some dragon king would come looking for trouble later. Truly, one man had gone into the sea and the whole village could feast. Uncle Feet led a group of energetic villagers in preparing the ingredients for cooking. While the adults were busy, the children played nearby waiting for the meal. Captain Gear, the honored guest, also stayed with the children, awaiting the start of the feast. The children had heard from adults that Captain Gear was an adventurer who had defeated a fearsome pirate crew and rescued several people from their village. Gear had become a superhero in their eyes, and they all crowded around him, clamoring for adventure stories. Surrounded by children packed in layers, Gear certainly wasn't going to dampen their spirits by admitting he had only been at sea for a few days and had no real adventure stories, even if it was the truth. So under the expectant gazes of the children, Gear began to weave tales of wonderful and fantastic adventures. Islands floating atop clouds 10,000 meters high, a bubble island 10,000 meters beneath the sea, a giant goldfish that could swallow an island in one gulp, an elephant tens of thousands of meters tall walking on the sea with an animal kingdom on its back. Gear spun these tales vividly, as if he had seen them with his own eyes. The thrilling and wondrous adventure stories perfectly suited the children's tastes. Soon more and more children gathered around Gear, until almost every child in the village had come to hear the tales of the great braggart. Even some adults joined in. Wyber, munching on dried meat nearby, listened intently. He was still a child at heart and loved stories too. At that moment, the giant goldfish, larger than an island, opened its enormous mouth to swallow our ship whole. I had no choice but to punch it away. Captain Gear is so amazing. Captain Gear is so cool. When I grow up, I want to be an adventurer just like Captain Gear. Gear thoroughly enjoyed himself. No wonder everyone liked to brag. The children were completely captivated. At the most thrilling parts, they would all clap and cheer. Fearing that the kids might be inspired to run off to sea on their own adventures, Gear also told stories about fierce battles with terrifying pirates. He spoke of a fat woman who had to eat children every day, a lunatic who loved both cutting and being cut, and a nun who specialized in kidnapping children. He wrapped up the stories just before dinner with the central message being that the sea was full of fun, but also extremely dangerous, so children should never sneak off to sea without their parents. The children had never heard such wonderful stories and were left wanting more. They wanted to beg Gear for a few more tales, but when they saw the sumptuous seafood feast on the table, they all exclaimed, "Who wants to hear stories? Isn't the food delicious enough?" Looking at the dishes on the table, not only had the children and villagers never seen such fare, but even Gear, who usually acted like a seasoned traveler, began to eat ravenously. Gear and Wyber sat at a separate table, accompanied only by the old village chief. Chef Feet was still busy in the kitchen. It wasn't a matter of social hierarchy, but anyone sitting at the same table as Wyber would hardly get a single bite. "Come, Chief, try this fish. The meat looks so tender." A freshly boiled fish of unknown origin was served. Gear, always respectful to elders, picked a piece of the fattest belly meat and placed it in the chief's bowl. The old village chief was overjoyed today, his wrinkles bunching up like a chrysanthemum as he smiled. He quickly demurred, "No need, no need. I can help myself. You're too kind, Captain Gear. You're the guest, I should be serving you." "It's all right, Chief. This is your first time eating with my brother, so you might not know yet. You won't be able to manage on your own." Gear pointed and the chief followed his finger. He had to put on his reading glasses. Where's the fish?" The plate that had held an entire fish was now completely empty, not even a drop of broth left. The plate looked as if it had been washed gleaming clean. Wyber spat out a complete set of fish bones and roared, "So delicious." Roar. This loud shout startled all the villagers. When they realized the big guy was just happily yelling because the food was so good, they all smiled. The children giggled along. The chefs heard the praise from far away, and each wore a proud expression as they stirred their woks with renewed vigor. The old village chief was so mesmerized by Wyber's eating that he forgot to pick up his own chopsticks. He couldn't help but scoot his stool back, afraid that his old bones might accidentally be swallowed as well. So terrifying. He thought to himself that the big fellow's stomach was like a bottomless pit. Thank goodness he wasn't from the village or had eat them all out of house and home. But then he reconsidered. All the food for this feast had been caught by this one man from the sea. Suddenly the young man seemed quite agreeable, strong and capable, with a robust physique. The chief even felt a sudden urge to introduce him to a fertile wife. Finally, after exhausting over a dozen chefs, everyone ate and drank their fill. After the meal, Gear leisurely drank tea and chatted with the chief. Chief, do you know how to get to the East Blue from here? The chief took a sip of tea and said calmly, Haha, Captain Gear, everyone knows the answer to that. We're in the first half of the Grand Line. To reach any of the 4 blues, you have to go through Reverse Mountain. But you'll need to change ships. The ship can't climb the mountain. Is it far from here to Reverse Mountain? After giving a few instructions to Urga, the chief replied, not too far. With good weather and a favorable wind, you could get there in 10 days to half a month. Are you heading to Lobetown? I saw in the papers that the biggest pirate leader is about to be publicly executed by the Navy, isn't he? That's great news. I hope it will dampen the pirate spirit and make them calm down a bit. These scoundrels should all be locked up. Gear thought to himself the old man might be disappointed. Roger's execution won't curb the pirate's spirit, it will usher in an even more frenzied age of pirates. Please wait a moment, Captain Gear. I've already sent Urgu to fetch the log pose for Twin Cape. Gear thanked the chief. After some thought, he decided not to shatter the old man's beautiful illusions. He would help this simple, kind-hearted village as much as he could. Keel arrived late. He had spent the entire day at the Navy base carrying out Gear's schemes and hadn't had a drop of water or a bite to eat. He grabbed some food and came over to find Gear. Lord Gear, Uncle Feet, Chief. Only 4 people were present. Wyber was already asleep on the ground, having eaten and drunk his fill. After greeting them, Keel sat down beside Gear and whispered excitedly, Lord Gear, it worked. Everything went as you predicted. The higher-ups have ordered me to temporarily serve as the local Navy commander. The official position and appointment should arrive in a day or 2. Gear put down his teacup and smiled. Then congratulations in advance, Commander Keel. The 3 of them began to chuckle slyly, which made the chief feel a bit uneasy. Everything that had happened was truthfully told to the chief. Upon hearing about the corrupt Navy officer Milady, the old man wasn't furious enough to spit blood because the rescued villagers were safe. That was all that mattered to him. After learning of Gear's scheme, the chief felt that simply killing Milady was letting him off too easy. I still have over a dozen crates of guns and ammunition from the pirates on my ship, along with 8 cannons. Chief, call some strong young men to unload them. We have no use for them, so keep them to strengthen the village's defenses. The chief was about to refuse, but Gear interrupted. I told you to return the money the pirates stole from you, but you absolutely refused. Don't reject these weapons either. We truly have no use for them. With these, you can organize the young men to defend your home. There will only be more pirates coming. All right. They'll do as you say, Captain Gear. They'll have them fetch them right away. The safety of the villagers was at stake, so the chief didn't refuse again. He understood that they couldn't rely on others to save them every time danger struck. They had to become strong themselves. He'll take some time to train the village's young men. Having a capable force in the village will also be an asset to you. Consolidate the Navy base, cultivate talented people, and support each other with the village. You have good talent, so focus on improving your strength. In this world, high-level combat power is what decides the outcome. Huel quickly nodded in agreement. He now blindly followed Gear's instructions, even though Gear looked younger than him. Gear took out a box and handed it to Huel. This is for you. Consider it a gift for your promotion. Open it after we leave. Don't say anything about gratitude. Just remember what you want to protect and the justice in your heart. Huel nodded solemnly, took the box, and put it away carefully. Back on the ship, Gear saw a dozen young men struggling to carry a single cannon. He called Wyber over to help, or they'd be at it until dark. Wyber walked over and casually lifted the heavy cannon with one hand. In a few trips, he neatly arranged all 8 cannons on the open space of the dock. If his brother hadn't told him to handle them gently and not deform the barrels, he could have carried all 8 cannons at once and finished the job in one go. The nearby villagers were stunned. Huel was also deeply shaken. He seemed to understand what Gear meant by high-level combat power deciding the outcome. If an enemy had strength like Wyber's, it wouldn't matter how many men they sent. The result would be the same. Uncle Feet and Bia had also packed their luggage and brought it aboard. Ada and Air had returned. They had the log pose and ample supplies. It was time to set sail. What a brief but wonderful encounter. Gear called out with a smile. Everyone in Dunbu village, thank you for your hospitality. May we meet again if fate allows. Take care. The 4 of them stood on the bow waving goodbye. The entire village of Dunbu had come to the dock to bid them farewell. The children who had learned a lesson from Gear also waved their little hands vigorously. Uncle Feet, a man of deep emotions, was already crying uncontrollably. Bia, surprisingly, was the strong one, laughing and chatting as she said goodbye to her friends. Ada, Air, set sail. Woof, woof. Everyone watched until the ship disappeared over the horizon, reluctant to leave. The chief smiled and said to the crowd, come on, let's head back. We have a new life to start. After the villagers dispersed, only the chief and Huel remained on the dock. They stood silently gazing in the direction where Gear and his group had departed. Huel opened the farewell gift from Gear. Staring at the fruit with unusual patterns in his hand, he felt both astonishment and unwavering resolve. Thank you so much. Lord Gear, I will definitely work hard to become stronger and protect everyone. Ugh, this tastes awful. The old village chief stood by silently watching with a smile as the young man gradually shed his childishness and became much more mature and steady. The old village chief was filled with relief. He had finally found a worthy successor. On a beautiful day, the vast blue ocean sparkled under the sunlight. Seagulls flew freely in the sky while a group of pink dolphins joyfully leaped around the boat, displaying their charming antics. Uncle Feet lounged on the rocking chair basking in the sun, while Bia ran about interacting with the dolphins. Gear continued to sit at the edge of the boat fishing, and Weibel contemplated turning the dolphins into food, but was promptly stopped by Gear. Woof woof. Ada and Aer tried to mimic the graceful swimming of the dolphins, but unfortunately their poor aptitude resulted in an awkward imitation that resembled more of a dog paddle. Using sea beasts to pull the boat is indeed convenient. Not only is it fast, but there's also no need to consider wind direction or hidden reefs. Just determine the direction and it's smooth sailing. Truly intelligent unmanned navigation is the future. Due to the urgency of their journey, they made no stops along the way. Rushing here in their Gear and his companions reached the entrance of the Grand Line, the Twin Cape, in just 4 days. Is it going to rain? Uncle Feet, who was sunbathing, noticed the sudden disappearance of sunlight on the deck. He took off his sunglasses puzzled and looked up at the sky, which remained clear and cloudless. Wow, wow, wow. What is that? Oh, it's a giant whale. Bia stepped back in fear, looking up at the enormous whale that had suddenly surfaced from the depths of the ocean. Weibel rushed to the edge of the boat excitedly and exclaimed, "Wow, brother. Come look. A huge fish. This big can provide several meals. Hurry over to see." Gear felt somewhat speechless. Even a whale this enormous was almost right in his face, visible from anywhere. Still he cooperated and said, I see it. It's really big. I must say, although it's not yet half the size of a mature island whale, its 100-meter length is still quite impressive. Is that a labu? The island whale unique to the West Sea. Up close, that truly is magnificent. Gear walked to the bow and noticed the whale's head was already marred with scars. Labu did not notice the small boat nearby, which began to dive on its own accord, then suddenly crashed violently into the red earth continent. After a tremor that shook the ground, Labu resurfaced and let out a heart-wrenching cry, adding several fresh red wounds to its already injured head. Witnessing this scene, Gear couldn't help but reflect that animals often display a more pure and loyal affection towards humans. They can uphold a promise for a lifetime without wavering, such as Labu Hachiko and that group of furry creatures. Thinking back on the touching story of Labu and the Rumbar pirates, Gear began to hum the song, Bink's Sake. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Bink's Sake is delivered to your side, riding the waves like the sea breeze under the clear sky. My favorite flag is fluttering, gazing into the distance together. What a scene to long for. In the sky, birds circle, chasing the sunset, leaving the familiar port. What I miss the most is my hometown. Hearing the long-awaited song, Labu immediately ceased its action of crashing into the red earth continent, turning its giant eye towards the source of the sound. Although Labu couldn't find the familiar figures of its companions on the boat, the familiar melody reminded it of the beautiful past with the Rumbar pirates. Its eyes shimmered with emotion, and it couldn't help but joyfully dance along with the song. As Gear finished his song, Labu wagged its tail, circling the boat, still wanting more. Hey, who are you? How do you know about Labu and this song? Everyone turned to see a strange uncle with black hair and yellow petal-like shapes sprouting from his head, suddenly jumping onto the boat, looking at Gear with a wary expression. The uncle wore glasses and had a pink scarf wrapped around his head. He was quite muscular, wearing a pink shirt on his upper body paired with light blue shorts and sandals. Wow, Uncle's hairstyle is so unique. Bia exclaimed, pointing at the man's head. Such an impolite little girl. My hair is called having personality. Kuroka's replied, displeased. Although Gear immediately recognized who it was, he still smiled and asked, Isn't it more polite to introduce yourself first when inquiring about others? Uncle. Kuroka's paused, feeling that this phrase should have been his line. He then introduced himself. My name is Kuroka's, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. I am 49 years old, enjoy sunbathing and reading newspapers. My blood type is. My zodiac sign is. Alright, I got it. Gear interrupted Kuroka's, who was preparing to detail what he ate yesterday, the day before that, and the day before that. He smiled and said, Hello, Uncle Kuroka's. My name is Gear, an adventurer. This is my younger brother and my crew. We are preparing to go to the East Sea. Okay, I understand. I mainly want to ask why you know about Labu. I'm not interested in anything else. Gear's mouth twitched. This old man was definitely retaliating for interrupting his self-introduction. How petty. He continued to play along, saying, As for why I know about Labu and the Rumbar pirates, it's because I have an intelligence network that gathers various news. I am known as Little Ling Tong among the sea people, and I know many things others do not. Kuroka's felt that this unreliable young man was likely trying to fool him, but he couldn't understand how someone without a powerful intelligence network could know about Labu and the Rumbar pirates, a matter both unimportant and historically distant. After a moment of silence, Kuroka's eyes suddenly lit up. With a testing attitude, he asked, So, Captain Gear, do you have any information about the Rumbar pirates? Hooked. Gear appeared calm on the surface, but inside he felt the excitement and tension akin to seeing a fish bite the bait while fishing. To be honest, he had been eyeing this old man for a long time. Who wouldn't want a reliable doctor by their side while out at sea? Labu blinked its intelligent eyes, seemingly able to comprehend the conversation between the two. It was now a bit excited, trying to lean its head closer to listen more clearly. The two dogs trembled in fear, terrified of being eaten in one bite. Well, of course I have information, or else how could I be called Little Ling Tong? Sure enough, there isn't any which makes sense. Kuroka's instinct led him to believe there was indeed none, reflecting on how he had boarded Roger's ship in search of news about the Rumbar pirates, only to be left empty-handed after a long journey through the Grand Line. It was quite ridiculous to think he would pin his hopes on this young man for news. No wait, didn't you just say you did have information? Did I mishear? Kuroka suddenly turned around to confirm with Feet and Bia, and upon seeing the two nod in affirmation, he excitedly grabbed Gear's shoulders, shaking him, while shouting, "Please, you must tell me about the Rumbar pirates." Hey uncle, calm down, let go of me first. Gear wanted to ask where Kuroka's kept the sedatives he usually injected into Labu. He really wanted to give Kuroka's a couple of shots. Gear nearly felt his shoulders dislocate. It took a while for Kuroka's to calm down a bit. Gear then put on a sly merchant's face and said, "Uncle Kuroka's, it seems you don't quite understand the rules of our information trade. The more real and accurate the information, the more expensive it is. The more it is sold to those who need it, the more expensive it is. I just happen to have the most accurate information, and you are the one who needs this information the most." Hee. Kuroka's felt a chill run down his back. "I already know that the Rumbar pirates were annihilated. If I spend a fortune just to buy a confirmation from you, which is indeed what you think, wouldn't I be at a loss?" Kuroka's asked. Gear picked up a teacup, took a sip, and laughed. Should I say you truly are a former crew member of the Pirate King. Uncle Kuroka's, you haven't even paid yet, and you're already testing my information. Well, then I'll give you one piece of information for free. The Rumbar pirates did not all perish. Hearing this, Labu was already happily circling and roaring at the sky. It was the least willing to believe that all the members of the Rumbar pirates had died, which was why it kept crashing into the Red Earth continent, wanting to knock it down and search for its companions because they had agreed to return here after making a circle. Kuroka's initially felt joy at this news, but quickly feigned indifference. "So how much do you want for this information?" "But I must say that I don't have much money. Also, this information is important for this whale, not for me. Besides, I'm not very familiar with this whale. Well, I just think it's too noisy crashing into the Red Earth continent every day. It's affecting my rest." Hearing this, Gear nearly couldn't hold back his tea from spewing out. Uncle Kuroka's, don't joke around. Since I can gather secrets from decades ago, do you think I wouldn't know your information? Besides helping Roger with his final voyage, your other purpose for going to sea is to gather news about the Rumbar pirates. Labu is closer to you than your own son. Kuroka's face darkened, feeling completely exposed by this young man. "In light of Labu, he'll give you a 50 discount. 10 billion berries will do." Kuroka's felt a bit cheerful at the first part, but nearly spat blood hearing the latter part. "Did you originally want to sell me 20 billion? What a joke, 10 billion berries, kid. Have you ever seen how much 10 billion berries is? You just asked for 10 billion berries outright. Why don't you go rob a bank?" "Of course I've seen it, uncle. A mere 10 billion berries, I have that much on my ship right now. If you haven't seen it, I can give you a free tour. Business is about mutual consent. I haven't pressured you into anything, so how can it be called robbery?" Gear retorted. Kuroka's felt that he had a point and finally said helplessly, "I don't have that much money. Can you change it for other conditions?" "That's good. It's easy to negotiate next time. If I can't get 10 billion berries, how about trading for 5 devil fruits? Any type is fine. I don't have picky preferences. The market price for a devil fruit is 1 billion berries, which is equivalent to a 50 discount for you, uncle. You can't still complain that it's too expensive, right?" Kuroka's face turned crimson, and after a long pause, he quietly said, I can't come up with 5 devil fruits either. Can you lower it a bit more? How about this, uncle? Why don't you come aboard my ship? That way we are like family. Don't just say the information is free. Well, I can also take you to find the survivors of the Rumbar pirates. What do you think?" Gear formally invited. After thinking for a moment, Kuroka's shook his head. "No, I need to watch the lighthouse and take care of Labu. How about lowering it to 1 billion berries? Or I could owe you a favor. Air set sail. This old man has delayed us for quite some time." Gear waved his hand, preparing to continue their journey. Hey, kid, didn't we agree to negotiate? If you think it's not feasible, we can discuss it further." Kuroka's hurriedly stopped him, nearly losing his temper completely. Gear sighed, appearing very disadvantaged and reluctant, and said, "All right, Uncle Kuroka's, I'll give you another suggestion. I can give you the information first, and when I return from the East Sea, I'll find a way to take Labu with me. You and Labu can join us, and he'll take you to find the survivors of the Rumbar pirates. I will also invite that interesting fellow on board. Once I have my own power and territory, if you no longer want to sail, you can come to live a normal life as a barefoot doctor in my territory. How does that sound?" Kuroka's pondered, realizing he had nothing else to offer that would impress anyone other than the medical knowledge in his head. He looked up and saw the blood seeping from the wound on Labu's head, and finally made up his mind, saying helplessly, "If you can take me and Labu to find the survivors of the Rumbar pirates, I agree to join you." That's wonderful. Welcome aboard, Uncle Kuroka's. You little brat, don't be too happy too soon. We still don't know if what you said is true. You can rest assured I never lie. Hey everyone, this uncle will be our ship's doctor from now on. His medical skills are quite remarkable." Gear felt joy in his heart and introduced Uncle Feet and Bia. "Welcome aboard, strange-haired uncle." Bia stepped forward to greet. Uncle Feet tapped his daughter's little head politely, saying, "No rudeness. I will be troubling you in the future, doctor." "What a joke. The ship's doctor is the one person you absolutely cannot offend on a ship." Kuroka's chuckled, patting Bia's head. It's all right. The group then sat on the deck drinking tea and exchanging pleasantries. Can you now tell me the information about the Rumbar pirates worth 2 billion berries? Captain Gear. Kuroka's gently set down his teacup looking at Gear and asking. Of course. According to my intelligence, the Rumbar pirates encountered enemies in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line and were attacked with poisonous weapons. Because the ship's doctor died first in battle, they were unable to receive treatment afterward, leading to deaths from the poison, and thus they were completely annihilated. Kuroka's completely lost control, jumping up and grabbing Gear's collar, shouting, Are you messing with me on purpose? Didn't you just say there were survivors? As Kuroka spoke, he attempted to strike Gear on the head. Weibel had already drawn his blade ready to attack the old man, who dared to act violently against his brother. Gear signaled Weibel to calm down, then turned around to tease Kuroka, saying, Uncle Kuroka's, you're an older man, yet still so unstable. Couldn't you wait until I finished speaking? Kuroka shot back, hitting you doesn't stop you from talking, you could keep talking while getting hit. Gear rolled his eyes, feeling helpless. This guy truly was a playful old man. Although the Rumbar pirates were completely wiped out in battle, there was one person on their ship who seemingly revived due to the powers of a devil fruit. They should still be drifting in that sea. Upon hearing this, Kuroka slowly released his grip, contemplating a devil fruit. The abilities of devil fruits are varied and bizarre. It is not impossible for one to have the ability to come back to life. Kuroka secretly resolved that if it turned out that Gear's intelligence was incorrect, he would definitely find a way to retaliate. As they chatted, Gear suddenly asked seriously, I need to go to Rogue Town to witness the Pirate King's. Do you want to come along? No, Captain. We respect his decision at the moment of his last breath. He'll stay here and take care of Labu while you guys return from the East Sea. Kuroka's replied without hesitation, and after saying this, he looked up at the sky, his glasses reflecting the light, obscuring the expression in his eyes. Gear no longer questioned him. After making arrangements, he prepared to set off for the East Sea. Standing at the bow, Gear called out to Labu, We're leaving now, Uncle Kuroka's. Labu, no more crashing into walls. When I return from the East Sea, I will take you to find the Rumbar pirates. Remember our promise. Chirp chirp wow wow. Labu nodded, its massive form creating huge waves, letting out cheerful calls. Kuroka's adjusted his glasses, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. As they would have to sail upstream from Twin Cape into the East Sea, Gear left a Da and air behind to keep Labu company. Hey Weibel, you've been slacking off on your workouts lately. Do you want to challenge yourself to pull our boat up? Okay, brother. Hey, Captain. Are you serious? The current is so swift, and the slope is so steep. Pulling the boat upstream like this, isn't that too dangerous? I'm not sure, but it should be fine, right? Uncle Feet nearly died from fright. He seemed to finally understand why Gear had said he couldn't guarantee 100 safety on his ship when inviting him aboard. The danger stemmed from the captain himself. Several newcomers among the pirates entering the Grand Line from the Four Seas were stunned to see a ship climbing against the current up a steep hill. With both parties traveling in opposite directions as they passed each other, a few pirates caught a clear view of a person swimming in the water pulling the large ship against the current. They were all dumbfounded, terrified, and wanted to turn back home. Before even reaching the Grand Line, they encountered such incomprehensible monsters. How terrifying could the Grand Line be? It's way too dangerous. I don't want to go to the Grand Line anymore. I want to go home. Wow, wow, wow. Mommy, I want to go home. It's way too dangerous. I don't want to go to the Grand Line anymore. I want to go home. Wow, wow, wow. Mommy, I want to go home. 2 days later, in the East Blue, near the entrance of Reverse Mountain on the Red Line. As news spread that Roger was to be executed in Lobetown, people from all over the world began to gather in the East Blue. Most could only travel by land, crossing Reverse Mountain before sailing to Lobetown in the East Blue. By then, a natural harbor near the mountain had already drawn many sightseers. Keen merchants, sensing opportunity, had readied ships early, selling tickets directly to Lobetown. With so many people lingering, basic needs like food, drink, and lodging had to be met. Seeing profit, some began shipping supplies, and within just half a month, a bustling market had spontaneously formed at the harbor. Two young men walked side by side. The one on the left had a handsome, refined face, and though he wore a straw hat, it couldn't hide his bright red hair. The one on the right wasn't ugly, but his looks were comical, especially his large, round red nose, which would make a perfect clown without any makeup. They had wandered the market, but only bought 2 rice balls as they had no money left after purchasing their tickets. The red-nosed one tossed the entire rice ball into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. Rubbing his still growling stomach, he grumbled, Damn it, I'm still starving. When I make it big, you'll throw away 1 rice ball for every one I eat. Be grateful you have anything at all, Buggy. Come on, it's almost time to board. The red-haired one said, eating his own rice ball. I know. With that, the two headed toward the port. Normally, whenever they were together, they would bicker and argue without fail. But lately their hearts were heavy, and they had no mood for quarrels. At the port, a merchant ship flying the flag of a world government member nation in the East Blue was about to depart. A broadcast repeated, Passengers of the Marine Express 666, please board immediately. The ship is about to set sail. Hey, you idiot, Shanks, get on the ship. Buggy urged. Coming. Shanks pressed his straw hat down on his head, took a running start, and leaped onto the deck with a graceful motion. The ship slowly pulled away from the harbor. The two stood at the bow, staring silently at the sea without their usual horseplay. Hey, You there, the red-haired brat. Do you have a ticket? Let me see it. A gruff voice called out. A ticket inspector approached and asked. The man was a tall, imposing middle-aged figure. The sea was turbulent, so even those who weren't pirates but made a living on the water were strong and brave. Yes, just a moment, Shanks said, reaching into his pocket for the ticket. But then his expression suddenly turned panicked. Huh, the ticket. Where's my ticket? He searched every pocket but found nothing. Shanks looked resigned, thinking he must have lost it while jumping and running. The burly inspector nodded knowingly and waved his hand. All right, cut the act. I didn't expect someone with your clean-cut looks to be a delinquent at such a young age trying to sneak a free ride. So are you going to pay up now, or do you want to be thrown overboard? Choose. Shanks didn't want to cause trouble, but they truly had no money. He was confident he could knock the man out with his strength, but the inspector was just doing his job and being reasonable, not a bad person. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as Shanks was at a loss, he felt a poke on his rear. Turning around, he saw no one. Buggy stood aside with his back to him, acting as if he didn't know him. Shanks looked down and saw a hand on his bottom holding a ticket. He immediately understood and was deeply moved. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Buggy, you're my brother for life. Found it. So sorry. Shanks took the ticket and handed it to the inspector with a smile. The inspector was puzzled, but after checking the ticket thoroughly and finding no issue, he didn't press further. He tore off a corner and returned it. Just as Shanks and Buggy thought they had gotten away with it and began to relax, they heard the inspector's rough voice again. And you there, young man. Please show me your ticket as well. Buggy, still pretending to be absorbed in watching the sea, shuddered. He cursed Shanks 100 times in his mind. This guy always dragged him into trouble. He'll stay far away from him in the future. Buggy turned around, a stiff smile on his face, playing dumb. Are you talking to me? What's the matter? Yes, you. Please show your ticket. Oh, what? Food. Does the ship offer meals? That's great. Thanks for the heads up. They'll head to the mess hall to eat now. Buggy tried to slip away, but the inspector blocked him. The over-12 turtle man, now impatient, grabbed Buggy by the ear and shouted, not food. It's a ticket. A ticket. Buggy's eardrums nearly burst. If he kept playing deaf, he might actually go deaf. Oh. You don't have to shout so loud. I heard you clearly. You said ticket, right? What about it? The inspector was about to explode. He grabbed Buggy by the scruff of the neck, ready to toss him into the sea. Seeing this, Shanks quickly stepped forward to save his buddy. Just then a commotion broke out on the ship. People were rapidly gathering on the aft deck. The inspector stopped, released Buggy, and hurried over to see what was happening. You bastard, Shanks. You almost got me killed. Buggy grabbed Shanks by the throat and yelled. Shanks, with a nonchalant air, said, All right, it's fine now, isn't it? Don't be mad. Let's go see what's going on. With that, they pushed into the crowd. Hey, look over there. It's a ship. A ship is coming down Reverse Mountain. Really? Let me see. Stop pushing. Let me see too. Wouldn't riding that current shoot you straight to the top? How can a ship come down from above? The passengers were all thrill seekers who had traveled far to see the execution. Hearing the noise, everyone rushed to the deck to watch. Thanks to their small stature and experience, Buggy and Shanks managed to get to the front. They saw a large ship defying the upward torrent of Reverse Mountain, sailing downstream. Hey, look, is someone pulling that ship? No way. Is that something a human can do? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just swimming in that current is unbelievable, let alone pulling a whole ship. As the ship drew closer, they could clearly see a person pulling it from the front. The one who had been shouting impossible was proven wrong. The sight left the onlookers utterly speechless. A monster. Who is that? He seems even more monstrous than Barrett. Could it be Kaido? Buggy stammered, his tongue tied. Idiot, Kaido is a devil fruit user. There's no way he could swim in the sea. Shanks retorted briefly, then fell silent, gripping the railing tightly with a serious expression. I need to work even harder. The sea is never short of powerful people. Hey, stop gawking. Let's get out of here. Stay away from them. If they're hostile, we'll all end up as fish food. Are you willing to risk your lives just to watch a show? The older captain kept his cool. He urgently called back the crew who had run to watch. Realizing the danger, everyone quickly returned to their posts and maneuvered the ship away. We finally made it. I thought I'd have to wait 18 years for a second chance. Once free of the rising current, the ship reached the calm waters of the East Blue, and Jer finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially thought seeing Weevil eat and sleep all day to give him some extra training. Also, in the original story, the Going Merry seemed to cross Reverse Mountain into the Grand Line in no time. So Jer figured Weevil's strength and endurance could handle the reverse trip. But he hadn't expected the mountain to be so tall. So tall he couldn't see the top, making even him nervous. If not for Weevil triggering the Bulldogs, which greatly boosted his stamina, willpower, and fatigue resistance, they might have been doomed by Oda's trickery. After being in the water and pulling the ship for 2 days straight, Weevil had lost a lot of weight. His once upturned crescent mustache had been washed down by the current, now hanging naturally like a normal beard. The fat he had stored was long gone. Every muscle on his body was now striated. If he stood still, he looked like a dried corpse. Jer felt a pang of sympathy. He had Uncle Fythe prepare a large amount of food in advance. Once back on the ship, Weevil focused solely on eating. Seeing the ship's supplies running low, Jer took a large net and went fishing himself to ensure his brother had enough to eat. As the sun set, Weevil finally ate his fill. He He collapsed on the deck and fell into a deep sleep. His powerful heartbeat rumbled like thunder. His terrifying recovery rate allowed his muscles to visibly swell back to their original size and luster like a balloon being inflated. Jer, Uncle Fife, and Bia were exhausted after a busy afternoon. With 2 days of tension, they were hit by a wave of fatigue as they relaxed. Everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their quarters to rest, leaving the ship to drift on the sea. After a good night's sleep, Jer and Uncle Fife finally found a tattered manual on the ship the next day and began studying how to sail. "Captain, I really didn't expect you not to know how to sail," Uncle Fife said helplessly. Jer scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Since setting out, the brothers had used sea beasts to pull their ship going wherever they pointed. They had no need for sails. Fife was a cook and knew nothing about handling a 3-masted ship. He had seen how it was done, but couldn't replicate it. Watching them study on the deck for ages without even lowering the sails, Bia sat to the side, shaking her head. Oh dear, my masters are more unreliable than the last." Jer and Fife blushed. "Hello there. Am Mosen a merchant? Are you folks having trouble?" A merchant ship pulled alongside. A young man around 20, richly dressed and stout, stood at the bow and asked. Jer's face lit up. He tossed aside the tangled rope and stood up, turning to see a plump, fair-skinned man with a fleshy face, small eyes gleaming with intelligence, a kind countenance, and a smile reminiscent of the Mithriya Buddha. "Haha, hello, Mr. Mosen. I'm Jer, an adventurer. It's not a big problem. I just don't know how to sail very well." Jer tried to be diplomatic, but Bia blurted out the truth. "Help. Big brother. Our captain and my dad don't know how to sail. They only started reading the manual today. We're stranded. Please save us." Jer quickly covered her mouth, laughing. "Haha, sorry about that. Please excuse us." Mosen found it odd. How had they gotten here without knowing how to sail? Though the East Blue had fewer pirates, merchant ships still occasionally encountered them. He had heard of pirate ships pretending to be in distress to ambush would-be rescuers. But seeing that Jer and Fife didn't look like bad people, and especially noticing the cute little girl on board, Mosen let his guard down. He called 2 sailors to help board Jer's ship. Jer happily shook his hand. "Thanks a lot, Brother Mosen. You've been a huge help. I could tell from your face that you're a warm-hearted good person." "Haha, it's nothing, Brother Jer. No need to be so polite. Helping each other on the road is only right. We're heading to Lobetown to sell some goods." "Where are you headed?" Mosen stroked his goatee and asked with a chuckle. "Great. Brother Mosen, we're going to Lobetown too," Bia said happily. Her dad and captain were so unreliable. Having a professional around was a relief. "Oh, perfect. We can travel together, ha." Mosen agreed readily, laughing heartily. "You're a lifesaver, Brother Mosen. You and these 2 brothers should stay for dinner on our ship tonight and try our chef's cooking." Jer grabbed Mosen's plump hand, playing the gracious host. Mosen nodded and agreed, chuckling, his chubby cheeks jiggling, just as the pleasantries were in full swing. Whoosh! The 2 sailors successfully lowered the sail on the mainmast. The wind filled the canvas, revealing a massive skull and crossbones emblem. Mosen's smile froze. He turned to look at Jer, who was still laughing heartily. Mosen thought the man's acting was impeccable, even with the pirate flag showing. He could laugh so sincerely. No wonder he had been fooled. Though he didn't know how many pirates were hidden on the ship, Mosen felt that with his armed merchant vessel and dozens of guards, he might have stood a chance. But now, having been lured onto the enemy ship, he was cornered. Finally, Mosen sighed helplessly. "Alas, Captain Jer, you are indeed cunning for your age. I concede. You may take all the goods and money on my ship. Please, in light of my good intentions, to help spare my men." Jer was taken aback for a moment, then clapped Mosen on the shoulder and burst out laughing. "Brother Mosen, you've got it wrong. We're not pirates. I took this ship from a pirate and threw away their flag. I just haven't had time to deal with the skull on the sail yet, ha." "Oh, I see. I knew a dashing fellow like you couldn't be a pirate. Ha, misunderstanding." Mosen discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. They chatted and laughed all the way to Lobetown. Jer thanked the kind merchant once more before they parted ways. They chatted and laughed all the way to Lobetown. Jer thanked the kind merchant once more before they parted ways. In the East Blue at Lobetown, a few days remained before the public execution of the pirate King Roger. Yet the town already brimmed with a noticeable influx of people. The streets were bustling and noisy, filled with the clamor of vendors hawking their wares. Gear took Bia to look around and find a suitable inn for lodging. Fit and Webble remained on the ship, as Gear still had a whole shipload of gold and treasure that needed guarding. Thinking of this, Gear couldn't help but complain. Why did his system lack even the most basic storage function? It was far too inconvenient. Gear scratched his head. "It seems I can only hope to get my hands on the mirror fruit, the book fruit, or the door fruit." "Captain, what is the door fruit? Is it expensive?" Bia, young as she was, couldn't fathom anything being beyond the reach of such a wealthy captain. It's a very powerful devil fruit. You know what a devil fruit is, right?" Seeing the curiosity in Bia's eyes, Captain Gear could only continue to explain as they walked along. A devil fruit is a fruit with unique spiral patterns. Upon eating it, the consumer gains certain superpowers, but the side effect is that they can never swim again, becoming a landlubber. The power of a devil fruit is immense, and when fully utilized, it can destroy heaven and earth. "Wow, that sounds amazing, Captain. I want to eat a devil fruit too." All right. One day the captain will definitely find you a powerful devil fruit." They walked on until they reached a lively plaza. Gear looked around. This familiar scene, including the already erected platform, was unmistakably the square where the Pirate King was to be executed. Oranges for sale. Freshly picked oranges from the tree. Only 50 belly per caddy. A little girl about 7 or 8 years old was hawking oranges on the street from a large bamboo basket. Her clothes, though patched in several places, were meticulously clean. Oh, I'm sorry. The girl accidentally collided with a burly, bald-headed man at the corner. The little girl fell to the ground and oranges from her basket scattered everywhere. She scrambled to her feet, ignoring the scraped, bleeding skin on her knees. She apologized and hurriedly began to gather the fallen oranges. She feared the oranges would be bruised, trampled by passers-by, or stolen. She cared more for her oranges than for her own body. Because if these oranges were lost or unsold, she wouldn't have money for bread, and she and her ailing mother would go hungry again that night. Fortunately, the nearby passers-by disdainfully avoided the oranges on the ground, afraid of dirtying their shoes. The little girl bent down to pick up another orange, examined it, and finding it unbruised, happily placed it gently back in her basket before running off to retrieve the next one. Just as she reached for an orange in front of her, a loud squish was heard. The orange was crushed underfoot, its orange juice splattering onto her clean clothes. This dress was her most prized possession. It was mended and patched by her mother, who washed it spotless every day. Her mother feared that if she ran around outside in torn, dirty clothes, she might be mistaken for a beggar and beaten to death. In this city, it was common for 1 or 2 pitiful beggars to die unexpectedly in some dark corner every day, a normal occurrence in everyone's eyes. Hey brat, you bumped into me. What are you going to do about it? The burly man snarled viciously, stomping on the orange the girl was about to pick up. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The little girl panicked instantly. She looked up at the menacing face of the tumturate giant and began to cry, sobbing and repeating apologies. Many onlookers scorned the man for bullying a little girl in public, but seeing his muscular frame, they could only choose to remain silent. Gear, having witnessed the entire scene, shook his head helplessly and said to Bia, "Wait for me here. The captain is going to buy some oranges." With that, Gear strode off. Bia was puzzled. "I don't recall saying I wanted oranges, did I? I'm clearly not the protagonist, and I don't want to meddle. So why do I always end up encountering such despicable people and situations that force my hand? Is it because this world is so rotten that I run into them everywhere?" The more Gear thought about it, the more irritated he became. He walked over and tapped the burly man on the shoulder. "What the hell? Can't you see I'm angry? Don't you F?" Feeling the tap on his shoulder, the man turned around, cursing, only to find the cold muzzle of a gun pressed perfectly against his charming dimple. "Hey, you're an eyesore. I really can't stand the sight of you. Are you going to scram on your own, or do you want to eat a bullet?" Gear's tone was filled with impatience and disgust. The strong draw their blades against the stronger, the weak against the weaker. Anyone capable of terrorizing a 7-year-old girl in the street was clearly not made of tough stuff. The next second, as expected, the cowardly bald bully immediately cowered, putting on a meek expression and smiling ingratiatingly. "Boss, please don't be rash. It was my fault for being clueless and offending you. He'll go. He'll leave right now. Get lost. If I ever catch you bullying someone again, I'll shoot you on the spot. Understood? Understood." The bald man vanished in a flash. True to Lobetown's nature, even the thugs were smarter, not stubbornly insisting on a fight. The little girl picked an unbruised orange from her basket. Fearing Gear would mind the dirt, she wiped it on her own clothes before timidly holding it out to him. "Big brother, thank you. Please have this orange." "Damn it. Why do kids so young have to be so mature? It's heartbreaking." Gear took the orange. As he ate it, he led the girl away from the crowd. Once they were in a secluded spot, he pulled out a thick wad of belly and pressed it into her hand. "He'll buy all these oranges. Keep the change. Go home early." The little girl stared at the large stack of 100 belly notes in her hand. Flustered, she tried to return the money to Gear, shaking her head vehemently and insisting she couldn't accept it, as she had said she would treat the big brother. "Hide the money so no bad people see it. If you don't behave and take the money home, I'll spank you." Finally, scared by Gear's threat, the little girl thanked him profusely and ran home, looking back every few steps. Gear then returned to Bia with a basket of oranges. Ding. Mission complete. First transaction using belly. Shop system unlocked. System loading. 65 system loading complete. Gear opened the system and saw a dazzling array of items. Food, drinks, tools, entertainment. Everything one could imagine, like browsing an online shopping page. No way. Seriously. Had he never bought anything with money since his transmigration? Gear found it hard to believe, but thinking it over, it seemed he really hadn't. Gear slapped his own face hard. Why did I have to shoot that news coup back then? If I had just bought a newspaper properly, I could have unlocked the system shop much earlier. Then I wouldn't have been stuck on that island with a mountain of gold roasting meat, without even any seasoning. Damn it, you stupid system, do you have any idea how I've survived these 2 years? Gear randomly clicked on a bag of milk candy priced at 99 belly. The packaging featured a cute white rabbit. Ding. Insufficient balance. Payment failed. Please top up. Gear grabbed a stack of belly and mentally commanded a top up. Top up of 1000 belly successful. The interface now showed a balance of 1000 belly. He clicked to buy the milk candy again. Purchase successful. Item has been placed in storage space. With the system notification, Gear could instantly sense the existence of the storage space. The space was only 1 cubic meter, currently empty except for the bag of candy. With a thought, the candy appeared in his hand. He picked up an orange, and with another thought it vanished from his hand and reappeared in the storage space. Huh. Storage space, it's finally here. Bia tugged worriedly at Gear's hand. Captain, are you alright? First you're spacing out, then you're laughing to yourself, and you even slapped yourself. Don't scare me. It's something, but it's good. Your captain is about to get rich. You're all going to enjoy the good life with me. Ha ha ha. Come on, let's head back to the ship first. I have important things to do. With that, he shoved the large bag of milk candy into Bia's hands, and in a flurry pulled the little girl along as they ran towards the harbor. Wow, Captain, where did you buy this candy? I've never tasted anything so delicious. As expected, children can't resist sweets. Bia popped one piece after another into her mouth the whole way. Back on the ship, Bia shared the white rabbit candy with Webble and Uncle Fit, while Gear hid in the cabin and began to splurge like crazy on in-app purchases. Ding. Top up of 100,000 belly successful. 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 Gear looked at the last few bills in his hand. All his belly had been topped up, leaving a balance of 512,000. He then picked up a gold ingot and mentally commanded a top up. Ding. Top up of 112,100 belly successful. Gold can be topped up directly too, and the exchange rate is decent. That means the golden city of Skypiea. Hee. Gear wished he could fly to Skypiea immediately to plunder its gold. After splurging for a while, he finally cleared out the entire cargo hold of treasure. He checked his balance, seeing the long string of numbers 2454000. After counting the digits several times to be sure, Gear let out a pig-like squeal of laughter. He opened the system shop. System, is there a smart assistant or some kind of sprite? You're not very user-friendly at all. It's really cheap. Ding. The system shop automatically displayed an item based on Big Data Recommendation System AI Assistant price, 100 belly. There really is one. And it costs 100 million belly. What a ripoff. The system remained silent. Gear figured that just for the satisfaction of hearing a reply, when he cursed the system, this expense was worth it. He immediately confirmed the purchase. Ding. AI Assistant purchased successfully. Loading. 80 installation successful. Please set a wake word. Son. Setting successful. Son. I'm here. Gear felt an immense sense of relief and satisfaction, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Can the storage space be expanded? Ding. Storage space limited to storing non-living items. Current capacity 1 cubic meter. Expansion price 100 belly per cubic meter. Gear exclaimed inwardly. Everything now had a clear price tag. It was a transaction based purely on money with no sentiment involved. Was this the beginning of a new path where one could only get stronger through spending? Expand storage space by 10 cubic meters. Payment successful. Storage space expanded successfully. Total capacity 11 cubic meters. Son, do you sell devil fruits? Ding. No. As expected, there wouldn't be such an obvious exploit. He had fantasized about buying a pile of devil fruits, instantly gaining their powers and overthrowing the very heavens. It seemed he had been overthinking. Gear wasn't disappointed. He looked through other items. The selection was comprehensive, from food, drinks, clothing, and daily necessities to firearms and weapons. Everything he could imagine. However, the firearms and weapons were all consistent with the world's setting: guns, ammunition, and famous blades. There were no shocking items like airplanes, aircraft carriers, or nuclear missiles. Overall, the prices were reasonable. Swords and blades, for instance, were categorized into several tiers. The highest tier was significantly more expensive, which was normal given the luxury tax on top-tier items. Many items were also sold very cheaply, such as grain and books. Especially books. All kinds, from ancient and modern times, both domestic and foreign, across all professions and industries, were uniformly priced at 100 belly each. The most precious things are sold at the lowest prices. Gear couldn't help but sigh. The most precious things are sold at the lowest prices. Gear couldn't help but sigh. After studying the system mall, Gear went on an online shopping spree, intending to pick out some gifts for the three of them. As the leader, one should treat subordinates well. Gear first bought Uncle Feed a collection of Chinese cooking recipes. How could Japanese or Western cuisine compare to Chinese food? He directly ordered all 8 major cuisines, buying dozens of books on cooking, determined to open another door for Chef Feet. Then he bought Bio a pile of snacks: candy, cookies, spicy strips, nuts, fluffy toys that girls would like, and some storybooks and comics. Everything except those that teach people to be pirates. As for Wyber, no need to think too much. Just buy a bunch of food. Gear had just stepped out of the cabin with a large pile of things when he saw Wyber shamelessly asking Bia for some creamy candy. No, I've already given you 10 and you ate them all in one gulp. I barely have any left for myself. Wyber scratched his head sheepishly like a child. Just one more, I'll eat it slowly this time. No, you said that last time and the time before that too. And you ended up swallowing it all in one bite and asking for more. Bia refused, hands on her hips. Uncle Feet stood to the side, holding a creamy candy. He slowly tore open the wrapper, revealing the milky white candy. Instead of tossing it whole into his mouth, he stuck out his tongue and licked it, squinting as he savored it, his movements quite lewd. After a while, he licked it again, repeating the action, his brow furrowed, as if analyzing its ingredients. Gear watched in bewilderment. Isn't it just creamy candy? Is it that serious? It's fine if kids love candy, but why do both adults seem addicted? This world isn't some primitive society lacking delicious food, is it? Could a creamy candy really be that mind-blowingly good? Puzzled Gear opened the system and bought another bag of creamy candy. He took one himself. The packaging was just as he remembered except for the lack of any text. He tore it open to reveal the familiar white candy and tossed it into his mouth. Huh. His eyes lit up instantly. This is way too delicious. Such a rich, milky aroma. Such a heartwarming sweetness. Gear felt as if he hadn't eaten the candy, but the candy had consumed him, immersing him entirely in a blissful, sweet taste reminiscent of first love. What's going on? It's completely different from what he remembered, at least 100 times better. Don't ask how good 100 times better is. Gear just felt it was so delicious words couldn't describe it. Damn, could it be loaded with chemicals and tricks? Son, I'm here. Why is this creamy candy so delicious? Is there something added? Hello, the ingredient list is perfectly clean, no artificial colors or food additives used. Gear couldn't figure it out and could only attribute it to the system's guarantee of quality. Whatever, as long as it's tasty, eat first and ask later. With that, Gear pulled out another pile of snacks claiming they were for Bia, but they were immediately shared by everyone. So delicious. X4. Bia hugged the toy rabbit Gear had given her and asked curiously, Captain, where did these super tasty snacks and toys come from? When I went shopping with you earlier, you only seemed to buy some oranges. Gear waved them closer and the four of them huddled in a small circle before he whispered, everyone must keep this a secret for me. It's my new ability. As long as I have money, I can exchange it for all kinds of things, food, drink, supplies. You can simply think of it as me carrying a store with me. With money, I can buy things. That's incredible. Is it that devil fruit ability you told me about before, Captain? Bia exclaimed. Yes, something like that. I call it the Kiki fruit. Gear laughed. Uncle Feet was also stunned. Such a miraculous thing existed. But then he thought if the captain could conjure up all sorts of food and drinks out of thin air, and these things were so delicious that even he had to admit he couldn't make them, his role as the ship's cook seemed somewhat redundant. His combat ability was also lacking, at best on par with a pirate with a bounty of a few million, not even a match for one of Wyber's fingers. At this thought, Feet couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Only Wyber showed no reaction, casually eating spicy strips. This spicy and fragrant snack was his favorite among all the treats. He stuffed them into his mouth one after another, unable to stop. He was completely absorbed and didn't listen to a word Gear said. Noticing the change in Fight's expression, Gear guessed what he was thinking and patted the uncle on the shoulder to comfort him. Uncle, these things taste so good because the raw materials are extraordinary. You might not be able to figure out how they're made because some ingredients and seasonings simply don't exist in this world. I'm fine, Captain. I just feel like I've been a bit of a frog at the bottom of a well. I always arrogantly thought my culinary skills were at their peak, but now that I've been at sea for a while, I see there's always a higher mountain. It seems I still have a long way to go in the art of cooking. Feet smiled. Exactly. Don't be discouraged at all. These are just appetizers. I can get top-tier ingredients that even the legendary All Blue doesn't have, Uncle Feet. You'll be the first chef in the world to have the chance to cook them. Fight's eyes lit up at these words. The marine life of the four seas is isolated by the red line stretching north-south and the Grand Line and calm belt crossing east-west, leading to completely different ecosystems. But legend has it that there is a sea that contains all the fish and ingredients of the four seas. The miracle sea for chefs All Blue. For a chef, All Blue is a sacred place. It's paradise. Countless chefs on the sea dream of finding it as their lifelong goal. And now Captain Gear claimed there were many ingredients that even All Blue didn't have waiting for him to cook. How could Feet not be thrilled and excited? He felt his blood boil, nearly bursting into a roar and tearing his clothes off. Haha, really? That's fantastic. Oh, and these books are gifts for you too. With that, Gear pulled out a large stack of books and placed them on the deck. Uncle Feet picked one up at random and flipped through it. His eyes were immediately glued to the pages. He read intently for a while before speaking to Gear with great excitement. This is truly unheard of. Unprecedented. I just skimmed a few pages and the dishes recorded here. From preparation, ingredients, knife skills, heat control, seasoning, even the utensils. Many of them I've never even heard of. Captain, where are these cooking techniques from? I've only looked at a few dishes and I'm already deeply impressed. This book is like countless top chefs have compiled their lifelong insights into the culinary arts. These books are a treasure for chefs. Captain, they're too precious. Can you really give them to me? They're all yours. Thank you so much, Captain Gear. 100 berries each. That's less than what I'd spend on an orange. Take them away. Indeed, when giving gifts, it's not about the price, but the thought. Gear thought smugly. These books come from an ancient and mysterious country with thousands of years of cultural heritage. I'm giving them to you now. I believe they'll realize their true value in your hands. Oh, and if there's anything you haven't heard of, you can ask me to buy it for you. I'm really looking forward to tasting more new dishes you make, Uncle Feet. No problem. Leave it to me, Captain. Gear then pulled out a pile of ingredients and said, also, these are ingredients I bought. Let's try tonight to see if the taste is really different. Uncle Feet treated them like treasures, carefully storing the books first before coming back to take the ingredients to the kitchen to prepare dinner. That evening, the four of them sat on the deck eating together. Gear set up some light bulbs and string lights to enhance the atmosphere. They listened to the sound of the waves while enjoying the food, thoroughly relishing the moment. Gear tasted every dish, and sure enough, the food made from system-supplied ingredients was incredibly delicious. If he opened a sea restaurant, it would surely become world famous and rake in huge profits, beating Bartai to the punch by over a decade. Gear pondered how to leverage these resources for profit. Now that he had the money-guzzling system, he needed to develop industries that could provide a stable income. When Gear's thoughts returned to the table, the dishes had already been devoured by the three like a whirlwind. Although there was quite a bit of food for dinner, it was much less than usual. Given that Wyber could eat an entire sea beast in one meal, this amount should have been far from enough for him. But tonight, even Wyber was stuffed. After consulting the system, Gear learned that these foods were not only delicious, but also had dozens of times the energy density of ordinary food. Long-term consumption could even improve physical fitness to some extent. This was another pleasant surprise, making Gear even more eager to make money. After finishing things here, I need to hurry to Skypea. Money. Make money. The treasure on the ship had already been spent by Gear, and there was nothing else valuable to worry about, so he planned to take the three into town for a relaxing massage, the legitimate kind. But Feet insisted on staying. He couldn't wait to dive into the ocean of knowledge. Bia was also tired from the day's walk and had fallen asleep on the sofa with her doll. With no other choice, Gear could only take Wyber out for a stroll to experience some nightlife. On the way, Wyber awkwardly stroked his beard, which gave him a bit of a Guan Yu vibe. His shoulder-length golden hair had also been tied into a loose ponytail by Gear. Brother, why won't you let me curl my mustache up? This way I don't look like Pop's Whitebeard. Gear looked at Wyber's dashing new look and said with satisfaction, Wyber, you are Whitebeard's son. That's a fact. You don't need to imitate him on the surface. And you are determined to become the strongest man in the world. You want everyone who hears the name Wyber to think of the strongest first. Not a Whitebeard's son, understand? Not really, but I'll listen to you, brother. Wyber scratched his head and gave the most standard answer, leaving Gear at a loss for words. Gear had deliberately changed his appearance. One reason was that he didn't like Wyber blindly imitating Whitebeard Newgate as in the original story. The second reason was to avoid unnecessary trouble at this critical juncture. Pirate King Roger had surrendered himself for no apparent reason. The Navy had always suspected Roger was up to something and was also worried that remnants of the Roger pirates would come to rescue him. If Roger were saved, it would be a heavy blow to the Navy's prestige. So at this time, the Navy was extremely sensitive. Even the slightest disturbance would draw their close attention. Now that Wyber had slimmed down, his build and height were close to Whitebeard's. If he displayed the white crescent mustache and replica Murakimajari, the Navy would definitely mistake him for Whitebeard coming to rescue Roger, given the private friendship between Whitebeard and Roger. After a relaxing hot spring bath and professional massage, Gear and Wyber walked comfortably down the street, ready to head back to sleep. Oh, not bad, my neck feels much better. Though it's still a bit inferior to Chinese medical massage, the service attitude is really good. Gear commented as he walked. Suddenly, he saw a tall figure approaching them. With a distinctive hairstyle like a spring onion, a demonic appearance featuring two horns and pointed ears, a mouth full of triangular shark-like teeth, a cross-shaped scar-like stitch on his forehead, a leather collar around his neck, perhaps indicating some peculiar taste, and an open leather jacket revealing muscular build. Although much changed from over 20 years later, Gear recognized him at once as the young Gecko Moria. Wyber, rarely encountering someone a head taller than himself, looked at the newcomer with curiosity. Moria likely had the same thought, and they both stopped staring at each other. Gear thought about it. His overall impression of Moria was fairly positive. The guy started as a passionate youth daring to fight and shouting about becoming Pirate King like a protagonist who picked up the wrong script. Later in his battle with Kaido, his comrades fell one after another, completely crushing his spirit. After that blow, Moria came up with the nonsense reasoning that, because they live they are lost, became despondent, neglected training, and hoped to use zombies, lifeless things, to take revenge on Kaido, eventually becoming a complete recluse. But even after wasting his youth as a fat otaku for over a decade, he still nearly wiped out the main crew. He was also someone who valued his comrades deeply, even storming the headquarters of the Four Emperors Blackbeard pirates alone to rescue his subordinate. With strength, passion, dreams, loyalty, and righteousness, Gear lamented that Moria really just lacked a protagonist's halo. If the Straw Hats had been wiped out at Sabaody without Kuma and Rayleigh's help, leaving only the captain alive, Gear didn't believe Luffy wouldn't lose heart. Could he still go on laughing and shouting about becoming Pirate King? Hee hee hee. Hey big guy, you look pretty good. Want to set sail with me as a pirate? I can make you my first mate. Moria spoke first, inviting Wyber to become a pirate. After waiting for a long time with no answer, he said irritably, Hey, I'm Gecko Moria, a great pirate who will shake the seas. Are you looking down on me? Move aside, you're blocking the way. Wyber said calmly. Seeing Moria fuming and ready to fight, Gear stepped forward and said to him, You're Gecko Moria, right? It's not impossible for us brothers to sail with you, but we need to figure out a way to decide who's captain. You can't just claim it for yourself, can you? Hee hee hee. Fine. What method do you suggest? Moria asked with a grin. Simple. Since we're going to be pirates, let's settle it like pirates. Whoever has the bigger fist becomes captain. Find a place you fight, my brother. If you win, you're captain, and we'll both follow your orders. If you lose, you'll willingly board my ship and do as I say. How about it? Future great pirate, Mr. Moria. Hee hee hee. Excellent idea, simple and direct, saves me a lot of trouble. Let's go over there then, Moria said and headed toward the sea. Gear grinned and followed with Wyber. At this time Moria had yet to be tempered by the world. He had great physical talent and possessed the paramecia-type shadow fruit. In places like the Four Seas, he dominated weaklings undefeated and arrogant, not knowing how to spell defeat. How could he refuse a Unbeknownst duel? The three arrived at a beach under the dark night sky with no one around. Can we start now? Moria drew his long sword, already in a fighting stance, his face brimming with extreme confidence. The night was his domain. How could he lose? But encountering someone of comparable stature and seeing his bulging muscles, the guy didn't seem weak either. And if all went well after this fight, the two would become his subordinates. Moria was eager to show off his formidable strength to his future crew. Only then could he make them submit completely. Wait. What? Want to back out? He'll allow both of you to fight me together. The previous agreement still stands. Is that enough? Hurry up and start. Stop dawdling. A hint of impatience crept into Moria's voice. Gear sized him up with a sly smile and said, No, I'm just afraid you won't admit defeat later. So before we start, I want to ask if you want to reconsider carefully. No need to think. How could I possibly lose? But if you break the agreement, it'll turn you both into zombies. Moria boasted, the shadows behind him gathering in his hands. As long as you don't regret it, let's begin. Gear smiled, stepping back to a safe distance. Wyber, go easy on him. Don't kill him. Okay, brother. Hearing Gear's caring words, the hot-tempered Moria completely lost his composure. His eyes flashed with malice, his upper arm muscles swelled rapidly, and the black substance in his hand began to solidify. Die, you arrogant brat. Shadow spear. A sharp black spear materialized in Moria's hand, and he hurled it with all his might at Wyber. Whoosh. The spear whistled through the air in an instant. Wyber sidestepped, dodging the attack with minimal movement. The black spear embedded itself in the sand behind him, sending sand flying. Moria's expression flickered. He hadn't expected his shadow spear to be dodged so easily. Lucky. The spear on the ground melted into a pool of shadow like wax. Suddenly the shadow transformed into Moria himself, who delivered a charged horizontal slash at Wyber's chest. Got him. A smile spread across Moria's face, made all the more sinister by his sharp teeth. Gear nodded approvingly from the side. Interesting. Shadow spear plus shadow doppelganger. This combo almost feels like flying thunder god. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. There was no expected spray of blood. Moria's pupils contracted. He had clearly landed the hit, but a patch of black had suddenly appeared on the opponent's chest, successfully blocking his slash. Another devil fruit user. Before Moria could think further, a massive black fist was already hurtling toward him. Too fast. Can't dodge. Shadow mage. Moria waved his right hand. A black shadow instantly interposed between them. Poof. But the moment the shadow touched the fist, it dissipated like a popped soap bubble. Moria's eyes widened in terror. He hadn't expected his absolute defense to be as fragile as paper against Wyber's fist. Before Moria could make any further move, Wyber's fist slammed solidly into his face. His features twisted grotesquely. Bang! Crash! Crash crash! Crash crash crash! A loud noise followed as a tall figure shot away at incredible speed, skipping across the beach like a stone across water for over 100 meters before finally crashing into a massive boulder. When Wyber walked over and pried the man out of the rock, Moria's eyes were rolled back, foam at his mouth, unconscious. Gear smiled with satisfaction and said, Take him away. When Wyber walked over and pried the man out of the rock, Moria's eyes were rolled back, foam at his mouth, unconscious. Gear smiled with satisfaction and said, Take him away. After lifting the unconscious Moria back onto the ship and tossing him directly onto the bed in an empty room, Gear and Wyber returned to their own rooms to sleep. Not worried at all about the possibility of someone dying, this guy has such a strong constitution that a little injury should be fine after a good sleep. The next day, where am I? Damn it, my head hurts. Waking up, Moria held his groggy head and slowly crawled out of bed, staring blankly at the unfamiliar room. Shoot. Moria walked to the window, gently pushed it open with his right hand, and a beam of blinding sunlight shone on his face. As a user of the shadow fruit, he wasn't fond of sunlight. Moria had to stretch out his hand to shield his eyes. After adapting to the light for a while, he slowly opened his wicked triangular eyes. Outside the window, he could see the deck and the azure sea, confirming that he was indeed on a ship. Moria opened the door and went out onto the deck, where he saw 4 people gathered around eating barbecue, including the 2 he had encountered last night. Moria's expression turned serious. Could it be that he was really knocked out by that muscular guy last night? Did all of this really happen? It wasn't a dream. Putting together the cause and effect, Moria couldn't help but take 2 steps back, hesitating whether to run away when he heard Gear calling out to him. Yo? Old Mo, you're finally awake. If you don't wake up soon, you'll miss lunch too. What are you dawdling around for? Hurry over and eat with us. Bia and Fight were also somewhat surprised to see Moria. Wow, so tall. He's even taller than Lord Wyber. They wondered where Captain Gear had found such a giant. Hey, my name is Moonlight Moria, not Old Mo, and I don't want to eat with you guys. We're not familiar. Moria spoke arrogantly, clearly forgetting that he had just been knocked out by a punch and had only just woken up as he stepped out. Hey, Old Mo, saying that makes you seem distant. Gur stood up holding a skewer of grilled meat looking up at Moria, who towered over him. And now, you should call me Captain Gur. Or are you a 7-meter sea man planning to go back on your word? Jer's aura suddenly intensified, a hint of conqueror's hockey leaking out. Moria's heart skipped a beat as he remembered they had agreed before the fight that the loser would serve the winner. He hesitated, his face turning red. The bet was something he had agreed to, and the other party had won fairly. Besides, after he fainted, he wasn't harmed or imprisoned. They had shown enough good faith. Moria ultimately felt he couldn't go back on his word. He awkwardly said, Gur, Captain. Upon hearing this, Jer's expression relaxed, and after handing Moria the grilled meat, he laughed and said, Welcome to the team, Moria. From now on, we're family. Hee family, huh? Moria took the grilled meat, silently repeating the word family in his heart, feeling surprisingly good about it. He opened his mouth wide and took a bite of the meat, immediately exclaiming, Delicious. So good. How can it be this good? Moria's eyes widened. He swore he had never eaten such delicious food in his life. Eating a piece of grilled beef with a marble pattern, tender and juicy, made every cell in his body rejoice. He instantly felt that his neck no longer hurt and his head was no longer dizzy. After finishing the skewer in his hand, Moria couldn't wait to join the feast. He casually sat down and began to wolf down the food without any reservations. Uncle Moria, your eating is even uglier than Brother Weibel's, Bia said with a laugh. Moria didn't care about his appearance. He mumbled incomprehensibly and continued to eat meat in large bites. Everyone looked at him in this unrefined manner and burst into laughter. Weibel looked serious, noticing another person who could eat. He quietly quickened his pace. Captain, what are we calling our pirate crew? With such a strong lineup, we'll surely make a name for ourselves on the seas, Moria asked while stuffing his mouth with meat. We're not a pirate crew, we're an adventure group. Oh, not pirates. Whatever, you're the captain, you decide. Don't worry. Following me will definitely lead to a bright future, Gur said, then bought 5 bottles of ice cola from the system shop, 3 cans and 2 5-liter plastic bottles, or else it wouldn't be enough for Weibel and Moria to have a sip. PSSSD. The sound of opening a carbonated drink is always so pleasant to the ears. Gur raised the cola and said, Cheers. To celebrate our new addition to the team. Cheers. Glug glug glug. Gulp. After taking a few sips of the happy drink, Gur let out a refreshing burp. Come on, old Mo, you say a few words. Hearing the captain's command, Moria reluctantly put down the large pig's trotter he was holding. Thinking to himself, why suddenly have to give a speech when the food is so good? He hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of meat, burped with satisfaction, and smiled. Everyone, please take care of me. As a newcomer, I will strive to become stronger and protect every family member. Whoever the captain tells me to deal with, he'll take care of. Really reliable. Well said. Applause. Everyone continued to enjoy the food with laughter and talk. At this moment, perhaps only Gur truly understood in his heart that the true man, Moonlight Moria, would unhesitatingly risk his life to protect his family. In the following days, Gur spent most of his time teaching Moria how to cultivate hockey and discussing ideas about the shadow fruit, while also preparing training plans for Weibel and researching new recipes with Uncle Fight, helping Bia with house chores and snacking together. For instance, Moria's shadow revolution works on the principle that the shadow synchronizes with the entity, so when the entity performs an action, the shadow does the same. The shadow revolution reverses this phenomenon, allowing control of the shadow's movements to make the entity mimic the same actions. In the original work, Moria once used this skill to infiltrate his shadow into Ounce's shadow, then controlled Ounce's shadow to change shape, allowing Oz to freely alter his physical form just like a real rubber man. Jer's idea was whether it could be applied to the shadows of living people, controlling the enemy's shadow to manipulate them like Doflamingo's parasite threads. If it can't restrict, at least immobilizing the enemy's shadow would temporarily take away their ability to act, and he could still move, which is much stronger than the Nara clan's shadow mimicry ninjutsu. Also, the shadow warrior technique could allow the shadow to swap positions with the original body, which is very useful for dodging attacks from opponents. Moria's shadow can split into countless black bats, so could each bat that splits off swap places with the original body. Developing it into a weaker version of Flying Thunder God would also be quite appealing. Additionally, with the shadow box, Moria could turn his shadow into scattered bats and surround the target, forming a cube like a black box to trap the opponent. Could this skill be enhanced to directly open a shadow domain like the Surgery Fruits RM, where everything would be convenient in pitch darkness? And, after listening to Jer's rapid-fire burst of brilliant ideas, Moria was nearly left speechless, astonished at how many incredible uses the shadow fruit had. Why hadn't he thought of playing it this way before? Hey, Captain, why do you seem more familiar with the shadow fruit than I am? You wouldn't have been planning to take me out to become the next shadow fruit user, would you? Get lost. After saying so much, I've run out of saliva. If you can't develop even one, I'll smash your head. Gur scolded with a laugh. On the ship, Gear and his companions had just finished their meal and were sitting together drinking tea and chatting. Fufufu. A sinister laugh suddenly echoed, drawing the gaze of everyone on board as they looked up to trace its source. A pink figure swung down from the mast. Wow, Spider-Man. Bia blurted out, for the figure's movement mirrored exactly that of the superhero from the comics she had been reading recently. Boom. Along with him, a neatly severed crossbeam from the mainsail crashed to the deck. Gear furrowed his brows slightly. This scoundrel had wantonly damaged his vessel. Tap tap, tap tap. The hard-soled pointed leather shoes struck the deck with a crisp sound. Fufufu. I wonder if I might trouble you for a cup of wine. The newcomer bore the air of a dissolute dandy striding with an arrogant splayfoot gait. He stood about 3 meters tall with a garish non-mainstream golden hairstyle, clad in a black suit, a pink feathered coat draped over his shoulders, and goggles perched on his head. His signature purple glasses remained firmly in place, giving him the peculiar habit of wearing 2 pairs. His striking features exuded a sinister, eerie charm. Recognizing the uninvited guest, Gear slowly rose to his feet with a smirk. Wine? None to be had. But if you're seeking a beating, I can oblige you in any posture you fancy. Fufufu. Doflamingo ran his fingers through his hair, bursting into raucous laughter. What a headache, yet so amusing. To think I'd meet someone as intriguing as you in the East Blue. Hey, he'll give you a chance. Become my subordinate. Join my family, and I might forgive your insolence. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you all. Fufufu. Gear watched Doflamingo's melodramatic display with a mix of exasperation and mockery. You're quite entertaining yourself. Is this what happens when you lack a celestial dragon's birthright, but inherit all their rotten habits? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Gear deliberately emphasized the name Don Quixote, each syllable striking Doflamingo's heart like a dagger. After a fleeting moment of shock, Doflamingo's expression darkened, his composure crumbling. His voice turned icy. Hey, who exactly are you? What do you know? Unfazed, Gear continued his taunt without mercy. Ha ha ha. Look at you getting all worked up. Take my advice, stop strutting around like you're the second coming of the world's boss. There are plenty of people you can't afford to mess with. Like me, for instance. Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed in spite of his rage. Keep your secrets if you must. I'm curious to see just how untouchable you are. They'll make you regret knowing too much. Gear had to admit that in sheer arrogance and recklessness, Doflamingo was unmatched, a trait carefully cultivated by his band of brainless family executives. Truly, he was the kind of man who, upon tripping over a bump in the road, would mobilize his entire crew to bomb the street. Tripped. It seems that road needs some repair. Clap, clap, clap. Gear applauded Doflamingo's audacity. Perfect. I wasn't planning to let you off easily either. Today you're going to learn a harsh lesson about the cruelty of the world. Boss Gear, leave this bird brain to me. Moria drew his long blade, volunteering for the fight. He was eager to redeem himself and prove his strength anew. Only then could he leave the past behind and move on from the humiliation of being knocked down by Weevil. Gear pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. At this time, Doflamingo had not yet mastered the 3 colors of hockey or awakened his devil fruit ability. Moria too was far from the obese recluse he would become. He was still the Moonlight Moria who could engage in close-quarters combat with the future Emperor Kaido. He's yours, old Mo. He's a devil fruit user too, so don't underestimate him. Hee hee hee. Leave it to me, boss. Time to die, you damned birdbrain. I've had enough of your face. Moria flashed forward in an instant, closing the distance and swinging his long blade toward Doflamingo. 5-color string. Just as the blade was about to descend, Doflamingo calmly spread his 5 fingers and reached out to grasp Moria's sword. Clang. The blade clashed against the strings, producing a sharp ring. Though the attack was blocked, Doflamingo, having underestimated Moria's strength, was sent staggering back several meters, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Hey, no mercy at all, you hornhead freak. Hee hee hee. What nonsense are you spouting? Without the captain's permission, boarding this ship is already a declaration of war, you damn birdbrain. As he spoke, Moria swept his blade horizontally, unleashing a fierce gale that whipped up Doflamingo's pink feathered coat. Too slow. Doflamingo raised his right hand, anchoring a string to the mast, and used it to launch himself into the air, evading the sweep and swinging over Moria's head. Descending rogue string. From his vantage point, Doflamingo raised his arm and brought it down swiftly, sending 5 nearly invisible razor-thin strings plummeting from above. Moria hurriedly raised his blade to block, yet one of the strings, descending at breakneck speed, pierced through his shoulder. The forked strands, sharp as needles, drove deep into the deck as they passed through his body. Captain, Uncle Moria is hurt. Bia tugged nervously at Gear's hand. Hey Bia, I'm only in my 20s, not an uncle. Call me big brother. Moria turned to protest mid-battle. She had been gripping Gear's hand anxiously since the fight began, and now seeing Moria wounded, her worry deepened. Relax. He'll step in if things get dangerous. It's just a scratch. Old Mo can handle it. No need to worry. Gear had full confidence in Moria. Fufufu. You've got time to chat. Feelings slighted, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged further as he tried to reclaim attention with his laughter. How does it feel being pierced? Your oversized frame makes for a perfect live target. Doflamingo crouched on the ship's railing in a dog-like posture, idly plucking at the strings connected to his fingertips, twisting Moria's wound. Hee hee. This little sting is no worse than a mosquito bite. Doesn't hurt at all. It's even a bit itchy. Stop fiddling with your needlework like some old woman. A real man fights heathen. Moria retorted, his face still twisted in contempt. When it came to trash talking, he was a master. Fufufu. Impressive. Let's see how long you can keep up that bravado. Parasite string. Doflamingo opened his left hand, releasing several more strings that coiled tightly around Moria. Parasite string allowed him to manipulate his opponent like a marionette, satisfying all manner of twisted whims. It was one of Doflamingo's favorite techniques. Consider this my gift. Go on, finish off your own comrades. Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed uproariously, his fingers twitching wildly, as if playing a piano. But his grin quickly froze. Moria's towering form remained rooted to the spot, completely unmoved by his control. What's going on? Having roamed the North Blue for years, this was the first time Parasite string had failed him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Doflamingo's forehead. Hee hee. Moria's sinister laughter echoed as his form inexplicably transformed into a pitch-black shadow. You're not the only one with a devil fruit ability. Moria's true body emerged from behind the shadow, his malevolent, triangular eyes locked onto Doflamingo. A wide grin spread across his face, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs. Moria reached out with his left hand, grabbing the strings attached to the shadow, and leaped off the ship, yanking Doflamingo toward him with a powerful pull. Fighting on the ship was too restrictive. Get down here. Doflamingo chose not to contest the strength. He was at a clear disadvantage in that regard. Doflamingo flew toward Moria, his arms spread wide, the pink feathered cloak billowing behind him, making him look remarkably like a flamingo in flight. Foot string. Doflamingo no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. This kick was delivered with all his might. From the tip of his shoe, 8 nearly invisible razor-thin strings shot forth. The kick, laden with deadly intent, came straight at Moria. Hee hee hee. Bring it on. Moria, equally wild with excitement, laughed heartily and swung his blade to meet the attack. No longer constrained by the need to protect the ship, he could finally go all out. Boom. The toe of the shoe and the long blade collided with a thunderous impact. The resulting shockwave sent several boats moored nearby rocking violently. Whoa. The little girl stumbled, nearly falling, but Gear caught her just in time. Splash. The once calm harbor grew turbulent as waves crashed fiercely against the shore's rocks. Crack, crack, crack. The standoff didn't last long. The strings, unable to withstand the immense force of the blade, began snapping one by one. A triumphant grin spread across Moria's face. Today was the day he would reclaim his glory. With a mighty roar, the muscles in his arms swelled further. The terrifying power shattered every last string, leaving nothing to impede the blade's advance. Huh. Die, you damn birdbrain. Bang. Doflamingo was struck heat in by the sword's energy, sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He executed several backflips midair to dissipate the force, landing gracefully and smoothly. Damn it. Doflamingo clutched his chest, his expression dark and furious. Even though he had managed to deploy a web defense just before the blow landed, the chest of his suit was now torn open, revealing a wound. Not deep, but bleeding profusely, leaving him looking disheveled. Fufufu. I admit I underestimated you. A man of your caliber, why would you stoop to being another's underling? Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze to Gear, who was watching from the ship. In his eyes, both Moria and Weevil were formidable, but Gear, the captain, seemed the weakest of the lot. Gear felt a pang of offense. What's wrong with being my subordinate? Even if you wanted the job, I wouldn't take you. Moria thought to himself, you have no idea, buddy. Just a few days ago I thought I was invincible too, and then, haven't you noticed my head is still wrapped in bandages? Though Doflamingo was arrogant and unruly, he was not oblivious to the tides of fortune. Otherwise, years later, after being thoroughly beaten by Kaido, he would still have the flexibility to cooperate with the Beast's pirates. After this battle, Doflamingo was already considering retreat. This demon-like opponent was his equal in strength, with a bizarre devil fruit ability to boot. Even if he fought tooth and nail to win, the enemy's allies were still lurking nearby, ready to strike. Continuing this fight was clearly disadvantageous. Damn it. If only I hadn't left Treble and the others to wait at sea and insisted on coming to Lobetown alone. Doflamingo seethed with regret, conveniently forgetting that he had instigated this conflict himself. Hee hee hee. Time to wrap this up. Dragging this out will make me look weak. With that, Moria charged forward, determined to finish the fight quickly. He had just witnessed Doflamingo using his string fruit ability to seamlessly stitch up his bleeding wound, leaving the skin as smooth as if it had never been injured. Knowing the enemy had healing abilities, prolonging the battle would be foolish. Spider's nest. Boom. Doflamingo quickly waved his hand forward, summoning a massive white web that once again blocked Moria's attack. These damned strings again. Bastard. Frustrated by the giant web separating them, Moria growled. Take this. Shadowhorn. A black shadow coalesced in Moria's hand, forming a dark spear that he hurled at Doflamingo. Whooshed. The spear shot through a basin-sized gap in the web, instantly reaching Doflamingo. What the hell? Doflamingo's pupils contracted. He hadn't anticipated that the large gaps in his web would prove to be such a fatal flaw. In a duel between masters, even a moment's hesitation could be lethal. Doflamingo snapped back to reality, but it was too late to mount a defense. Relying on his battle instincts, he attempted to sidestep the spear, but he was a fraction of a second too slow. Thud. The spear's tip grazed his waist, drawing a spray of blood, and continued its trajectory to pierce through the pink feathered coat behind him, pinning it to the ground. It was a minor wound. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and remained silent. Unwilling to abandon his coat, he reached for the spear embedded in the ground, but it vanished on its own. Hee hee. Before Doflamingo could react, Moria's sinister laugh, enough to frighten children, echoed from behind him. It's over. Moria grinned wickedly as he swung his blade. Clang. The long sword wreathed in eerie black energy struck the ground. Doflamingo was stunned. A body outline. How could he have missed? That moment had been the perfect chance to deal a critical blow. Why had Moria struck the ground instead? Could it be that Moria shared his peculiar habit of lashing out at uneven roads? Though puzzled, Doflamingo felt a surge of relief. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. An unprecedented sense of danger engulfed him. He leaped backward, desperate to create distance. But the sense of crisis didn't fade. Arg! Doflamingo collapsed to his knees, unable to suppress a cry of agony. Bastard! What have you done to me? Veins bulged on his face as he roared at Moria. In the sunlight, his entire body burned, as if every cell were being consumed by fire. Moria paid him no heed. Calmly, he picked up a dark object from the ground and grinned. What a fine shadow this is. Doflamingo's eyes widened. Before losing consciousness, he beheld an unbelievable sight. That was his own shadow. Thud. Doflamingo collapsed completely. The battle was over. One trick used repeatedly had finally yielded a different result this time. Otherwise, Moria might have abandoned this combo for good. Ha ha, well done, Oldemo. Don't kill him. He's more valuable alive. Gear laughed heartily as he tossed a pair of sea stone handcuffs from the ship, rubbing his hands together, unable to hide his delight. From the moment he first laid eyes on Doflamingo, Gear had been scheming to exploit the Don Quixote family. There was no way he would let Doflamingo die so easily. Moria picked up Doflamingo, brimming with pride. Got it, boss. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, Moria hoisted the 3-meter Doflamingo over his shoulder like a mere chick. In the living room of the ship, a splash of cold water hit the face of Don Quixote, Doflamingo waking him from his stupor. As he opened his eyes, a fierce, killing intent radiated from him, fixated on the blue-haired girl in front of him, still holding the wooden basin. Clearly she was the culprit who splashed him with cold water. Clatter. Oh, so scary. Bia, frightened, dropped the wooden basin and ran behind Ger to hide. After finding a backer, she peeked out with half her head showing, defiantly shouting, "It was the captain who made me do it. If you want to be fierce, go and scare him. Why pick on a small child like me?" Humph. Clink. Doflamingo had just tried to stand up when the thick iron chains around him clinked together, making a clear ringing sound. He looked down and realized he was bound like a rice dumpling, and the weakness he felt throughout his body was clearly due to the sea prism stone shackles on his hands and feet. Doflamingo felt wronged. "I only came over out of curiosity to say hello. I admit I couldn't help but show off a bit, but I wasn't the one who provoked first. Now that I've been beaten by you, do you still have to tie me up like this? What do you want?" Doflamingo's gaze shifted, seeing Ger grinning at him. After holding back for a long time, he sighed and conceded, "All right, I admit defeat this time. Just tell me what conditions I need to meet to be released." Since the other party didn't choose to kill him, it indicated that there was room for negotiation. At this moment, he was like fish on the chopping block. Doflamingo rationally chose to pay for his troubles. Ger slapped his thigh, delighted. "Very good. It's a pleasure to talk to someone smart. He'll be direct, then, with your noble status, asking for too little would be embarrassing for me, fearing it would tarnish your dignity." Doflamingo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Please say something sensible. How about this? Just give me a dozen devil fruits and 10 billion berries, and we'll call it even. How's that for a ransom? Is that enough to show you some respect?" "What? 10 billion berries? And a dozen devil fruits?" Hearing Captain Jair's shocking demands, Doflamingo hadn't even had the chance to respond before Moria and Bia had already screamed out. Their voices were sharp and high-pitched, and Ger, standing closest, felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Feet rushed out of the kitchen in a panic, thinking something terrible had happened. Only Weevil remained unaffected, lounging on the sofa with a long spicy strip in hand, contemplating where to start eating it. Ger scolded the two, annoyed. "Why are you making such a fuss? Do you know who this young master is? 10 billion berries and a dozen devil fruits are nothing but a drop in the bucket to him." Doflamingo felt like he was about to collapse. "Should I thank you for thinking so highly of me? 10 billion berries. Perhaps celestial dragons could pull that off in one go, but I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, am no longer a celestial dragon. My business in the North Blue has just begun, and there are plenty of places I need money for. How could I possibly have that much cash? Even if I sold the entire Don Quixote family, I couldn't scrape together 10 billion berries. Moreover, you want a dozen devil fruits. Do you think devil fruits grow in the vegetable market?" Doflamingo frowned and said, "Captain Ger, are you serious about these terms? How could I possibly come up with so much money and devil fruits?" No, I believe you. You need to believe in yourself. You can definitely come up with it. Don't underestimate yourself." Doflamingo's face darkened even more as he felt no sincerity in the negotiation from these conditions. "You might as well just put me out of my misery." "Haha, don't say that. If you have difficulties, just tell me, and we can discuss it further. After all, we have a budding friendship. How about this? He'll take a loss and give you a 50 discount, 10 devil fruits and 5 billion berries. How does that sound?" At that moment, Ger looked at Doflamingo as if he were gazing at a gold mine, his feverish gaze sending chills down Doflamingo's spine. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he seem so perverse? Hearing that the ransom was suddenly have Doflamingo's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he questioned, why do you still want 10 devil fruits when you're already giving a 50 discount? In response to the question, Gur chuckled dismissively. Oh, that's because it's 19. Oh, after the 50 discount, it's 9. 5. You can't just give half a devil fruit, can you? Rounding up gives you 10C. No problem there, right? Hey, Captain, does a dozen really just mean 19? Bia asked curiously, and Gur unashamed explained, silly girl, we should always pursue maximum benefits in our favor. Pay attention and learn well. Oh, I see. I've noted that down, Captain. Facing Jer's shamelessness, Doflamingo could only endure. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even at a 50 discount, I can't come up with that. Doflamingo shook his head vigorously. Jer's expression changed threateningly, saying, oh, if you don't have the money, then what are we even talking about? Hurry up and call your family. If you can't raise the ransom, I'll rip up the ticket. At this point, Doflamingo no longer felt the initial panic. Analyzing calmly, he realized that Gur must have some reservations about killing him, likely due to his former celestial dragon status. That bastard always brings up the former celestial dragon issue, deliberately touching on sore spots. Is he afraid of the world government? It makes sense, after all, that is a colossal entity that has ruled the world for 800 years. Fearing it is completely understandable. No one wouldn't be afraid, right? With the cause and effect clear, Doflamingo felt empowered and smiled confidently. Captain Gur is afraid of my status, right? If you truly dared to act, you wouldn't be negotiating patiently with a prisoner like me. Since you don't dare to act, why put on airs? Why not? Bang. Alt. Before Doflamingo could finish his sentence, Gur pulled out a gun and shot him in the leg. The golden revolver had immense power, leaving a bloody hole in Doflamingo's leg, blood dripping down the chains to the ground. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his face contorted with pain as he glared at Gur. Little Ming, why do you have to provoke me for no reason? Aren't you just asking for trouble? After saying this, Gur leisurely aimed the gun at Doflamingo's forehead. Ah, Captain, so scary. Why do I feel like the captain is more of a villain? Bia couldn't help but say as she hid to the side. Hehehe. This is the captain I want to follow. Moria laughed lewdly. He didn't want his captain to be a soft-hearted man. In Moria's view, gentleness is reserved for one's own people, while enemies should be dealt with ruthlessly. Gur continued, earnestly advising, Little Ming, perhaps many people fear your identity, but I am not among them. Even if the Gorosei fell into my hands, if they don't provide me with satisfactory benefits, I would still send them on their way with a few bullets, let alone you, a mere former celestial dragon. Moreover, you don't need to bluff me. The world government is likely the one wishing for your demise. Who knows, if I really killed you, the Gorosei might even be happy enough to give me a certificate of merit. Doflamingo's face turned pale with terror. He felt completely exposed in front of Gur with no secrets left. Others don't dare to kill you out of fear. I don't kill you merely because I covet the benefits your life can bring me. If you don't believe me, you can continue to court death and see if I dare to kill you. Jer's tone was calm, his cold gaze and the dark muzzle of the gun stimulating Doflamingo's nerves. At this moment, he truly felt the breath of death. Doflamingo began to struggle wildly, his expression twisted. You dare? I am a descendant of the gods. I am destined to become a king. How could I die here in such a farcical manner? Remember this. I will not die. I will kill every last one of you. With a deafening roar, a powerful aura erupted from Doflamingo. Conqueror's Haki. Gur was the first to be engulfed. His form completely shrouded, his black hair was tousled by the wind, and dark purple waves of energy swept outwards. Just as the Conqueror's Haki was about to reach Bia, a fierce red light flashed in Jer's eyes, and an overwhelmingly powerful black Conqueror's Haki erupted, instantly blocking in front of Bia. Moria clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with excitement as he shouted, Is this the captain's might? It's simply incredible. The tremendous shockwave knocked over the vase on the table, shattering it to pieces. Black and purple. The two completely different types of Conqueror's Haki collided, quickly determining a victor. The black Haki gained the upper hand, suppressing the purple. How is this possible? Doflamingo's glasses shattered, but the red glass lenses remained stubbornly attached to the frames, perhaps made in China. Doflamingo began to doubt his life. Wasn't the kingly presence supposed to be a rarity among millions? Why could this greedy and cunning bastard possess Conqueror's Haki as well? And why was this bastard's Conqueror's Haki stronger than his? As he was lost in thought, Jer's powerful black Conqueror's Haki had already completed its conquest. It's a done deal. Gur smirked, confident in his advanced Conqueror's Haki. Inside the cabin, the purple Haki had been completely dispersed, and Doflamingo was left with only a thin layer of Haki clinging to his body, still resisting. At this point, Jer's black Conqueror's Haki completely enveloped him, resembling a massive hand made of black mist gripping Doflamingo. With a thought, Gur instantly withdrew the released Haki, leaving Doflamingo as limp as a wilted eggplant on the ground, devoid of the earlier bravado. Conqueror's Haki represents a person's will and spirit. Being completely crushed by Haki can cause a temporary state of lethargy. Gur squatted down and patted Doflamingo's face, saying, Well, can we talk properly now? You're an adult, stop throwing tantrums. Doflamingo stared vacantly, taking a while to refocus his gaze. He looked at Gur and hesitated for a moment before murmuring, I can offer 5 billion berries and 10 devil fruits. But I really can't produce them right now. You have to let me go first and give me 3 years. They'll definitely gather it for you. Haha, that won't do. You don't seem like someone who values integrity. If I let you go like this, I bet you'd rather find a way to take out your creditor than gather the ransom honestly. Indeed. I would love nothing more than to kill you, you bastard. Doflamingo thought to himself, but on the surface he hurried to present himself as a businessman who valued integrity above life. Gur couldn't be bothered to expose him and continued, how much can you come up with right now? 1 billion berries and 2 devil fruits. That's all I have. Oh, is that so? Gur squinted, wearing a playful expression. Doflamingo felt a wave of guilt under his gaze and continued, I just remembered I have a box of gold. Adding that makes 5 billion berries and 2 devil fruits. Gur patted Doflamingo's shoulder, revealing a sly smile as he said, still not being honest, little Ming. Actually, I know exactly how much wealth your Don Quixote family has, how many devil fruits you've collected, and what abilities those fruits hold. The reason I ask you is to see if you have any sincerity. I'm giving you one last chance. Think carefully before you respond. Damn it, there's definitely a mole. No wonder Gur knows everything so well. Doflamingo had suspected there was a traitor within early on, and now he had confirmation from Jer's words. Who could it be? The person with access to such secret information must be a high-ranking member. Damn it. I'm being controlled everywhere, making a fool of myself in front of the enemy like a jumping jack. When I get back, I'll make sure to make that traitor suffer a fate worse than death. Since it's already obvious, Doflamingo completely gave up struggling. Although those devil fruits were vital for the future development of family members, right now he needed to survive, first to have a future. A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. Doflamingo closed his eyes, his expression pained, saying, 2 billion berries and 4 devil fruits. That's really all I can offer. After saying this, Doflamingo felt as if he had drained all his strength. Haha, great. I'll tentatively believe you. If you give me 2 billion and 4 devil fruits, I'll let you go for now. Once you bring the rest, I'll return your shadow. Seeing that he clearly didn't want to agree, Gur smiled again. Not having a shadow is just a matter of not being able to see the light. For you who aspires to achieve great things in the underworld, it shouldn't be a big deal. Hearing this, Doflamingo's expression darkened even more. Why does this bastard know everything? Becoming the king of the underworld was their goal for the next 10 years, and currently only family members knew about it. Each one had been carefully screened and tested. Doflamingo never expected there would be a traitor among them. Damn it. Doflamingo took a deep breath to calm down and cautiously probed, Captain Gur, your intelligence capabilities are truly astonishing. Did you have someone planted beside me long ago? Oh, didn't I tell you my true identity before? Seeing Doflamingo shake his head, Gur smirked. Then allow me to introduce myself again. I am known as Little Ling Tong across the seas. When it comes to intelligence, I'm the best there is. As long as you can afford it, I have plenty of hidden information. Leave a number, and we might have opportunities for cooperation in the future. Doflamingo, bewildered, accepted the business card with the phone number on it. Looking at the absurd young man in front of him, he felt like he had been played, but still complied, saying, Impressive, Captain Gur. Truly impressive. Come on, enough chit-chat. Quickly contact your partners and have them send the things over. It's cash on delivery. As Gur spoke, he placed a din mushy in front of Doflamingo. This was the one he had found on him while he was unconscious, surely used to contact other members of the Don Quixote family. The East China Sea. On a small island near the waters of Lobe Town, a pirate ship, shaped like a flamingo, was moored at the shore. On the sandy beach, several young crew members were sparring with a muscular old man clad in a perverse skin-tight suit and rabbit-eared hat. So this is the strength of an executive, eh? This old geezer is insane. How many of our brothers has he taken down already? Hey, don't give up. He's been worn down this long. He must be close to his limit. Right? One more charge. You guys go first, I'll cover. Charge. Take down that old bastard. Let's see if he dares look down on us after this. Shouting wildly, the group of young men rushed forward. The bald old man remained expressionless, slowly assuming a starting stance with a bow step and a clenched fist. His form was like an arrow drawn on a bowstring, seemingly still, yet brimming with explosive power ready to unleash. His left hand was held forward, palms slightly curved into a C shape, facing outward. His right hand was clenched into a fist at his waist. His legs were positioned one ahead of the other in a bow stance, one solid, one fluid. From his posture alone, one could tell he was a master of physical combat. What nonsense. To defeat me, you're still 100 years too early. A bunch of ill-mannered brats. Take this. Gee. Otta. The muscular old man struck various eye-straining poses during the fight, letting out strange cries, but swiftly knocked down all the dozen or so young men sparring with him. Aboard the pirate ship, two figures, one tall, one short, stood at the bow watching the battle. Nay, how boring. Doflamingo really left us behind to go to Lobe Town alone. I'd love to see what kind of man the Pirate King Roger was. The first to speak was a greasy, sleazy, middle-aged man with two sticky strands of snot hanging from his nose, a truly jarring sight. As he spoke, he tapped his plum-shaped staff on the deck, his snot swinging up and down with the motion threatening to break, but never quite doing so. A maddening spectacle for anyone with OCD. Watching the dangling snot, the cool, stern man with a bowl cut and sunglasses quietly stepped back and said expressionlessly, "Stop complaining, Treble. The young master has his own plans. Revealing our identities early would harm our later schemes. I don't want to hear you complain about the young master's decisions again." "Well, I get it. No need to be so serious, Virgo. Speaking of which, did you have a hamburger today? Virgo turned his head, his face still a mask of indifference, a glint flashing off his sunglasses. He asked with a hint of curiosity, how do you know? Hamburgers are one of my favorite foods. Nay, of course I know, because you still have leftovers stuck to the corner of your mouth. Treble pointed to his own right cheek as he spoke. Virgo touched his right cheek, peeled off a palm-sized piece of hamburger patty, and stuffed it into his mouth, saying calmly, accidentally got food residue on me. How careless. Virgo took a sip of coffee from his cup. When he set it down, he noticed Treble staring at him with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Nothing, it's just that you've got a spoon stuck to your face again. How do you even manage that? Treble said helplessly. The two fell into a brief silence. Behehe behehe. Behehe Bajan. Treble picked up the receiver, and the din mushy mimicked Doflamingo's appearance, looking slightly disheveled. Moshi nay Doffy, it's me Treble. Treble, I've run into a bit of trouble here. I need you to bring the ship to the west coast of Lowtown to rendezvous with me. Doflamingo's deep voice came through the phone. Virgo sensed something amiss and interjected. Young master. It's Virgo. Are you safe? Who is the enemy? Doflamingo paused for a moment, then continued. Oh, and have the new members who aren't official executives disembark somewhere first. Virgo's expression shifted slightly. His sharp mind had already gleaned much from Doflamingo's words. They all knew the young master's strength well. An enemy he couldn't defeat or escape from was certainly no ordinary threat. The young master might have fallen into enemy hands. Was this opponent from a major power in the New World? Forcing himself to stay calm, he said, I understand, young master. Please take care. We'll be there soon. Nay Doffy will set off right away. At full speed, we should be there in a day. You have to hold on. Treble pushed forward, hugging the din mushy and shouting with a tearful voice. Seeing the din mushy's lecherous expression, snot flying everywhere, and its entire body turning sticky, Jer pushed it away in disgust toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo saw the two strands of snot getting closer and shouted anxiously, Treble, you're too close. Pica and Diamante also gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Spade, Heart, Club, Diamond. All the top executives of the Don Quixote family were present. Having listened to them ramble without getting to the point, Jer finally grew impatient and interjected. Hey Doflamingo, enough with the pleasantries. Don't waste time on useless talk. Tell them to bring my money and devil fruits, or they'll have come for nothing. The four heard a stranger's voice on the phone, exchanged glances, and nodded. Though it was hard to believe, it seemed their young master had indeed been kidnapped. I understand. Doflamingo stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, and said calmly into the din mushy. I'm sorry, everyone. I misjudged this time. I've been defeated. Now I need you to bring all the gold berries and the 4 devil fruits from the warehouse to ransom me. Young master, please don't say that. Failing to protect our king is our fault as subordinates. If anyone should apologize, it should be us. Virgo knelt on one knee before the din mushy, his expression earnest. The other 3 also knelt in unison. I'm counting on you all. Yes, young master. X4. Just before the call ended, Treble scratched his head and suddenly asked, Nay Doffy, there are 5 devil fruits in the vault. Which 4 should we bring? As soon as the words left his mouth, silence fell on both ends of the din mushy. Virgo, Diamante, and Pica all stared at Treble as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? The kidnapper is right there listening. Would any kidnapper complain about getting too much money? Pica was especially furious. Did the young master not know how many devil fruits were in the vault? Deliberately saying 4 was a hint to leave the important one behind. And you had to go and remind him. What a useless teammate. Doflamingo's face darkened while Jer stood by, smiling as he watched. The silence was deafening. The two stared at each other for a long time before Doflamingo finally forced himself to respond. Sorry, did I misremember? Thanks for the reminder, Treble. Then bring them all. His tone could barely conceal his murderous rage. Click. The call ended as Jer put the din mushy back in his pocket. Aboard the Flamingo, the 4 stared blankly at the now silent din mushy, struggling to accept the reality. Thinking back on the Don Quixote family's rise from the North Blue, they had always bullied and dominated others, never suffering a loss. Who would have thought that a trip to the East Blue would end with their captain being kidnapped? Was this the legendary weakest sea? Nay. Anyway, the priority now is to get Doffy back. Treble, already aware he had misspoken, said quietly. The muscular giant Pica cracked his knuckles as he approached Treble, his voice sharp. You're right, but before we set off, I want to beat you up to vent my anger. Your sticky fruit handles physical blows pretty well. Despite their rough appearances, the group were all young men around 20, prone to youthful impulsiveness. They stopped messing around, Pica. Diamante, help me stop him. I'm going to arrange the departure. Diamante turned and walked away without looking back, choosing to leave Treble to his fate. Hey, Virgo, save me. Virgo walked away expressionlessly. He wanted to punch the fool himself. Not joining Pica was already merciful. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Amid Treble's cries of pain, the Flamingo set sail for Lowtown. Waiting for the courier to deliver the goods, and having to keep an eye on the hostage, Gear and his group could only stay on the ship for now. Fortunately, the system mall saved them from having to shuttle back and forth for supplies. Board Gear sat at the bow fishing to pass the time. After a whole afternoon with no catch and feeling the heat, he tossed the fishing rod aside and called out, Weibel, let's go. Let's grab some seafood for Uncle to prepare dinner. Clang. Coming, big brother. Weibel dropped his dumbbell and scurried over, stripping off his pants as he ran. Splash! A large and a small figure leaped off the ship. A triple somersault in midair, sending a 10-meter-high spray upon entry. Gear opened his eyes. The crystal-clear seawater offered nearly 100 meters of visibility, even underwater. Vibrant corals grew lushly like a vast garden in full bloom, with a myriad of fish darting among them. Sunlight pierced the surface, casting beams that shimmered with the ripples, dazzling like the strobe lights of a dance hall. The underwater world, untouched by human exploitation and protection, was indescribably beautiful. Weibel chased after big fish as soon as he hit the water, while Gear swam, leisurely admiring the stunning scenery. He almost forgot the main task, finally settling for gathering stationary treasures like arm-sized sea cucumbers, face-sized black abalones, and various premium-looking conchs and shellfish. Soon the brothers returned laden, leaving the performance to Chef Fit. Before long, the rich aroma of food wafted from the ship. Time to eat. Time to eat. Weibel clutched his personal giant rice bucket in one hand and brandished a tumterlong ladle in the other. Premium ingredients require only the simplest cooking methods. The enormous table was laden with various delicacies. With Weibel and Moria being giants, even with just 5 people, the space felt just right. Captain, try this sea cucumber. It's made from the recipe in the book you gave me. Scallion-braised sea cucumber. Fit brought up the last dish, proudly spooning some for Gear. Really? Let me have a taste. Gear's interest peaked instantly. Seeing this classic dish, he knew Fit had been studying Lu cuisine recently. Lu cuisine, the foremost of the 8 great cuisines, represents the culinary culture of the Yellow River Basin, boasting the longest history and richest techniques. Gear picked up a piece with chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. The sea cucumber was fresh and tender, the scallion rich and savory. The simple combination of these 2 ingredients created a uniquely delightful flavor. How is it? Good. Fit rubbed his hands together, asking nervously yet eagerly. The sea cucumber's surface was glossy red, its texture smooth and refreshing, with a crisp chew that left a lingering aftertaste. Gear took several more bites before giving a thumbs up. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Truly the profound and extensive Chinese cuisine. The flavors that have nourished generation after generation leave everyone longing for more. So good. Weibel howled after a single bite, and Moria quickly joined the fray. Eating with this crew meant that if you hesitated, you'd miss even the chance to lick the plates. This otherworldly, unique, charming, and universally beloved scallion-braised sea cucumber conquered everyone's taste buds, standing out from the myriad of delights to become the star of the evening's table. Chef Fit, basking in unanimous praise, sat aside with a benevolent, fatherly smile. After a hearty meal and clearing the table, Gear bought an oversized Ludo board from the System Mall and laid it out, inviting Weibel, Moria, and Fit to play. The rules were simple enough even for Weibel to grasp. In a corner of the living room, Bia held a plate of egg-fried rice and a bowl of soup before Doflamingo, who was bound in the corner. After a day of torment without a drop of water, Doflamingo was parched and starving. At the sight of food and drink, he unashamedly licked his cracked lips, a somewhat perverse gesture. "I'll feed you, but first promise you won't snarl at me. If you do, I'll just turn around and leave, leaving you to stare at the food you can't reach." Bia threatened the thoroughly bound Minga, who could only move his neck and head. Their eyes met, and Bia's widened defiantly without flinching. Doflamingo, his glasses hiding his eyes, slowly curled the corners of his mouth downward into a smile. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide, ready to be fed. After a sip of soup and a few spoonfuls of rice, Bia couldn't help asking, "So isn't my dad's fried rice incredibly tasty?" Her tone brimmed with pride. "Fufufu, what's your name, courageous little girl?" Minga looked at the fearless girl before him and asked. "My name is Bia." "Oh, then, naive little sister Bia, as a reward for feeding me, when I exact revenge on the people on this ship, I'll spare your life." "Oh, and your chef father too. Thank him for the fried rice. His cooking is excellent. If he's willing, he can work for me then." Bia rolled her eyes. "All right, thank you in advance then, Mr. Doflamingo." Failing to see fear on Bia's face, Doflamingo felt a tinge of disappointment. "Mr. Doflamingo, I think you're quite pitiable. I suggest you stop opposing Captain Gear. He's a good person, easy to get along with. If you didn't do bad things, you might even become good friends." Fufufu. Doflamingo could only laugh in frustration. "Thanks to him, I'm tied up here waiting for my family to ransom me, and you call him a good person. Though I'm a thorough villain, he's no saint either. This bastard, always smiling, has a heart blacker than anyone's." Seeing the plate nearly empty, Bia seemed to remember something and smiled. "Oh, Mr. Doflamingo, the captain said this meal costs you 1 million berries, and the pretty girl feeding service is 500,000 berries. I forgot to mention it earlier. Since you've almost finished and seem satisfied, I'll just put that 1.5 million berries on your tab." Minga fell silent, watching the girl skillfully clear the dishes and skip away humming a tune. Doflamingo's mouth twitched, the rice in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. He looked up at the ceiling, struggling to hold back his tears. "Bastards. So it's not just the captain. Not a single one of you on this ship is decent. I will return." The next evening, the fiery red sun was about to sink into the sea, and the clouds blazed, as if set ablaze, painting the entire sky crimson. Red sky at morning, sailor's warning. Ooh, red sky at night, sailor's delight. Looks like tomorrow will be fine weather. Gear sat at the bow with his fishing rod, enjoying the sunset over the sea. Moria extended his telescope to its full length, squinting one eye as he scanned the horizon. Hehe. Boss Gear, a ship shaped like a flamingo has appeared to the west. Must be that Birdman's underlings. Have finally here. I was getting bored to death. Such is human nature. We don't cherish what we have. Back when he worked, he cherished rare weekends for fishing, never getting enough. Now he could fish anytime for as long as he wanted, yet it felt less interesting. Gear stood up, dusted himself off, and tossed the rod aside. Damn it, catching nothing every day, what's the point of fishing? Let's go wibble old Mo. Bring the hostage and go greet our friends from afar. Uncle Fit you and Xiaya stay on the ship. The captain never takes me on fun adventures. Bia pouted and complained. Gear stroked her smooth blue hair to comfort her. They might get desperate and start a fight. You're still young. When you're 17, I'll let you lead the charge, okay? Why does it have to be 17, Captain? Gear smiled mysteriously. Because at 17 you're an adult and can choose to fight. Gear didn't mention that the real reason was that in the pirate world those who set sail at 17 were often formidable, almost clearing the game in half a year. All right. It's a pinky promise then. Bia earnestly extended her little finger and Gear linked his with hers. It's a deal. Gear turned to Fit with a smile. Uncle Fit, make dinner and wait for us to return. Got it, Captain? Fit nodded and led his daughter back to their room. Gear then looked seriously at Doflamingo. You don't want to lose face in front of your underlings, do you? I hope you'll cooperate and not make things difficult for me. With that, Gear unlocked the chains on Minga and removed the rag from his mouth, leaving only a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. Doflamingo's face darkened and he remained silent. Gear just wanted to avoid trouble. A clean transaction would be best for everyone. If Doflamingo chose to be irrational, he wouldn't mind going the extra mile to wipe out the Don Quixote family entirely. Let's go, old Mo. Gear jumped onto Weibel's left shoulder and Weibel casually grabbed Doflamingo, ready to depart. Moria looked embarrassed. Boss Gear, it's so far. How are we getting there? I can't fly. Gear paused, then said earnestly, Old Mo, I hate to say it, but with a paramecia like the shadow fruit, your development is pretty lackluster. Look at Doflamingo there. With a crappy string fruit, he's made it flashy as hell. Aerial maneuvers are child's play for him. Doflamingo, are you praising me? Why do I feel insulted? Moria scratched his head in shame, wanting to retort that even with all that flashiness he still got beaten by me. But fearing another lecture from Captain Gear, he swallowed his words. Seeing his good attitude, Gear waved dismissively. Forget it. He'll train you properly when I have time. For now, try turning your shadow into a pair of wings and see if you can fly. Your shadow bats can fly, so if you make a bigger pair of bat wings, you should be able to fly too, right? Moria's eyes lit up. Hey, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Eager to test it, Moria concentrated, recalling the details of bat wings and flight mechanics. His shadow began to shift slowly. A pair of massive black wings spanning over 10 meters instantly appeared on Moria's back. Whoosh whoosh. The giant bat wings began to flap, generating a terrifying wind pressure that churned the calm sea into waves. The immense recoil launched Moria's body skyward. Hehe, Boss Gear. Look, I'm flying. I'm really flying. Unaccustomed to flying, Moria careened wildly in the air, nearly plunging into the sea several times. Yet he was as thrilled as a child with a new toy. His fierce visage, horns, and now the enormous bat wings made him look more and more like a demon. Doflamingo stared blankly at the massive shadows circling in the sky. Devil fruits with flight abilities were extremely rare, and even among Zoans where flight was most likely there were few. As one beneficiary, Minga understood the advantage of flight well. His sky path used thin threads to latch onto clouds, allowing high-speed aerial movement. But it was barely semi-flight, with the glaring drawback of being useless if there was nothing to latch onto like on a cloudless day. Doflamingo turned to Gear, his eyes filled with wariness. This bastard seemed to know exactly how to develop devil fruit abilities. If he got those paramecia fruits from him, Gear could become one of the sea's top powers within a few years. A wise man adapts to circumstances. Maybe I should set aside the grudge and curry favor early. While Doflamingo wrestled with his thoughts, Gear had already brought Weibel and Moria to the deck of the Flamingo. Boom! A deafening crash shook the entire Flamingo. Weibel and Moria landed heavily, leaving 2 large craters in the deck. Not their own ship, so no concern. What's happening? Did a meteor fall? Several young officers staggered about in panic. Diamante steadied himself by the railing and barked, Shut up. Don't lose your composure. The enemy is here. Prepare for battle. Yes, Lord Diamante. The crew snapped to attention, grabbing weapons and charging onto the deck under the 4 top executives. Hehe, Captain, looks like we're not exactly welcome. Moria eyed the Don Quixote family mockingly. Weibel stood with arms crossed, calmly surveying the surrounding pirates. It must be said, having Moria and Weibel both 6 to 7 meter Manigiants was quite imposing. Just their presence exuded a crushing pressure that left the opponents breathless. Treble, Virgo, Pica, and Diamante stood at the front, all wearing grim expressions, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. On the Flamingo, gulp. Though the deck was crowded, it was utterly silent, quiet enough to hear the sound of someone swallowing saliva. All members of the Don Quixote family gripped their weapons tightly, their palms already sweating, yet no one dared to act rashly, because their respected and immensely powerful young master was being held in the opponent's hand like a little chick. You bastards! How dare you treat our lord like this? Release the young master immediately. Virgo, usually the most taciturn, was the first to step forward and shout angrily. Seeing that the three opposite remained unmoved, as if they hadn't heard him, Virgo's face turned livid with rage, as if coated with armament hockey. Jer casually picked his ear with his pinky and laughed. We'll release him once we get the goods. We're the most trustworthy. Hurry up and your esteemed Doflamingo young master will suffer less. No, you must release Doffy first. We don't trust you. Only after we confirm the young master's safety will we hand over the goods. Treble pointed his cane at Jer and said, Are you joking? As if I trust you. Are you trading or not? You? Treble was rendered speechless. Seeing them still dawdling, Jer jumped down from Weevil's shoulder, patted Doflamingo's rear in full view, and asked, What now? Brother Doffy, your beloved subordinates don't seem too eager to save you. Could it be they're hoping to use me to kill you off so they can find a new master? Fufufu. Captain Jer, you don't need to sow discord here. I won't fall for it. Doflamingo's face darkened, then he turned to the top executives and said, Give them the goods. But young master, do I need to repeat myself? Doflamingo's mouth turned down, his tone clearly displeased. Yes, young master. The four replied in unison. Diamante turned and waved to the back. Clatter, clatter. A sound of orderly footsteps came. Soon over a dozen men in black suits walked out, 11 in total. Except for the first, each of the other 10 carried 2 black briefcases. The leader was a man in his 20s, handsome, wearing sunglasses about 1.8 meters tall, with a slicked-back hairstyle and a small tuft of bangs on his forehead, a very standard and stylish gentleman's attire. This man, whose style clearly differed from the other lackeys, caught Jer's attention for a closer look. Indeed, this was the supremely loyal, compassionate, toward the weak, and most honest, super invincible, iron-blooded man, Senor Pink. Though Senor belonged to the brutal and vicious Don Quixote Doflamingo family, he never changed his true feelings and principles, making him a character Jer admired among the villains. 9 out of 10 loves in pirates and in tragedy. In the original story, Senor had just become a father when he suffered the loss of his child, and his wife, already heartbroken, became a vegetable after an accident. Overwhelmed with grief, Senor tried every way to cheer his wife up. When he accidentally discovered that wearing his son Jimlet's baby clothes brought a long-lost smile to his wife's face in her hospital bed, Senor kept that attire ever since. No matter how high-class the suit, it can't compare to the value of this outfit. Despite others' mockery, he always wore that bizarre clothing with a smile, because his wife's smile was more precious to him than anything. The 11 suited thugs walked up to Jer and opened their cases one by one. All 20 cases were neatly filled with berries. Many on the ship began to breathe heavily, and when Senor opened his case, the crowd gasped, for inside lay 5 devil fruits. The ship was suddenly bathed in a dazzling glow, a total of 2 billion berries and 5 devil fruits. Even the seasoned Captain Jer found it a bit blinding, and some of the Don Quixote family's younger, less steadfast executives couldn't hide their greed, each fantasizing, if only all this were mine. Why be a pirate? Retire early, become a local tyrant somewhere, marry a bunch of beautiful wives to serve you one a day, without repetition. But their fantasies soon shattered as Jer pretended to inspect the cases closely, then like a magician, made all 21 cases vanish instantly. The 11 carriers all showed panicked expressions, looking around in search. A storage-type devil fruit ability. Doflamingo speculated, feeling a slight relief. At least this bastard didn't eat a particularly troublesome devil fruit. After storing the 21 cases in his system space, Jer wore a relaxed smile. With the money in hand, he could now calmly handle any tricks the Don Quixote family might have. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, no one could make me spit out this fat piece of meat I've swallowed. I said so. Jer lightly patted Senor's shoulder, speaking like a leader, encouraging a subordinate. Good job, Senor. You've worked hard. His tone was full of approval and affirmation. Senor frowned, his face filled with confusion. What does that mean? Good job at what? What did I do? Oh, he must mean bringing the devil fruits. But do I know you that well? And saying things like that could easily cause misunderstandings. Sure enough, the next moment, he felt Doflamingo's sinister gaze fixed on him, and the others on the ship cast strange looks his way. I really don't know him. Listen to me. Senor was drenched in sweat, crying out helplessly inside. It was supposed to be a hand-for-hand exchange, but now their goods had been taken by Jer's strange ability, while Doflamingo was still being held. They were completely at a disadvantage, and whether to release him now depended entirely on Jer's mood and integrity. Hey, you've taken the goods now, let our young master go. Virgo stepped forward anxiously, assuming a combat stance. To capture the chief, first capture the king. He was ready to rush and seize Jer as a bargaining chip if the latter planned to renege. The others also snapped to attention, drawing their weapons and standing guard. When the Don Quixote family executives saw Jer flash back to Moria and Weevil's side, they all sensed trouble. This guy really didn't intend to let go. Doflamingo's face was so dark it could drip water, but he pretended to be calm. Fufufu. Captain Jer, are you trying to play us? Don't be so hasty. Don't you trust my character? I just want to discuss another deal with you. Jer said with a grin. Yes, I absolutely don't trust your character. Doflamingo raged inwardly but maintained a polite tone. Oh, what other deal does Captain Jer want to make with me? Jer pointed at Senor and laughed. I really like your subordinate here. Let him come with me. He'll offer 5 billion berries deducted from the 3 billion you owe me. You want your shadow back soon, don't you? Senor was dumbfounded. Can you big shot stop dragging me into this? Tell me what you admire about me, and they'll change it immediately. Fufufu. Captain Jer, you have a family too, don't you? I lost my mother at 8, killed my father at 10. The executives and above are my family who have shared hardships with me for so long. 10 billion. 20 billion. I only have them now, oh I will never. 30 billion berries. Say one more word, and I'll take it back. Deal. Doflamingo didn't hesitate. He already suspected Senor was a traitor and planned to kill him later. Now wiping out 3 billion in debt was an unexpected windfall. Senor couldn't comprehend the situation. With just a few words he was sold. Rage burned within him. He had been loyal and devoted to the family, fought tooth and nail to become an executive only to be traded away by his boss. But secretly Senor felt a bit of satisfaction. You know, his 100+ pound body had sold for 30 billion. That was an astronomical figure to him. It was high praise from his new boss. Even he thought Jer had wasted the money. Jer actually thought that Doflamingo, made paranoid by his spoilers, would launch a massive purge for spies, causing countless innocent deaths. Jer also didn't know if the second-generation Heart Corazon had already infiltrated the Don Quixote family. He didn't want to accidentally harm him, so he pretended to pull back an agent who had completed his mission. After all, he never expected Doflamingo to honestly pay the 3 billion, so it was better to trade for a good subordinate. With the deal struck, Jer had Weevil release Doflamingo, who had been held for so long. Senor, a man of strong pride, figured if there's no room for him here, there's room elsewhere. He walked straight to Jer's side, turned around, and looked coldly at the Don Quixote group. Hey, look at that. Senor's whole demeanor changed the moment he went over there. Yeah, he's become arrogant. He doesn't even look at us anymore. That bastard. I told you he was a snake in the grass. None of you believed me. Now you see right. Someone whispered, but if a boss offered me 3 billion berries, I'd switch sides too. Shut up, you fool. Do you want to die? If the top executives hear that you want, see tomorrow's sun. His companion warned sharply, and the man quickly covered his mouth, looking around nervously. Only after confirming no one heard did he breathe a sigh of relief. Senor's severance of ties made the Don Quixote family even more certain he had been a mole from the start. Jer happily put his arm around Senor's shoulder and said warmly, Haha, welcome aboard. From now on we're brothers. Don't blame me for setting you up. If they truly trusted you, how could a few words from me drive you apart? I understand. I can't blame you, Captain Jer. Seeing Senor's helpless expression, Jer smiled and comforted him. It's fine. You're free. You can stay on the ship for a while. If you think we're not good people, or that I'm not worth following, you can leave anytime. Really? Can I, Captain Jer? Haha, of course. But first you have to pay me back the 30 billion. Hearing this, the gratitude just rising in Senor's heart instantly extinguished. Looking at Jer's smile, he only saw a devil. Captain Jer, will do whatever you say. Please let me follow you, Senor said solemnly. He knew he couldn't stay on that ship any longer. A penny can stump a hero. Faced with repaying 30 billion berries, Senor chose to serve his new boss. Haha, good. That's decisive. Don't worry, following me will bring you a future. At least number 996 work hours or constant business trips. I promise that when you have a family, you'll never be too busy to be with or care for them. I can tell from your face that you're a family man like me, haha. Please take care of me. From now on, my life is in your hands, Captain. Jer suddenly thought of something and patted Senor's shoulder, asking, any family left? Or a partner? If needed, I can ask my brother Doffy to send them over. Doflamingo, do I know you that well? Thank you, Captain, but no need. I'm alone. Seeing that Jer, though unreliable, genuinely cared for him, Senor felt a touch of emotion. All right then, let's go. We've made a big profit today, and we have a new partner. Time to head back for a banquet and celebrate. Jer laughed heartily. It was getting late and business was done. He immediately pulled Senor along and called everyone to go home for dinner. Weevil had been squinting, playing the silent expert, almost falling asleep. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, can we finally go back? Big brother wants meat. Big chunks. Hee, Captain, I want some cola. Ice cold. No problem. Captain Jer, shouldn't we leave here first? Senor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reminded. Dear leaders, we're still on the enemy's ship. Don't you see the crowd beside us with knives and guns glaring at us menacingly? Can we get out of this trouble spot first and discuss tonight's menu once we're safe? Can we get out of this trouble spot first and discuss tonight's menu once we're safe? Halt. Do you think the Don Quixote family is a place you can come and go as you please? None of you are leaving today. Diamante drew his sword and pointed it at Jer. Oh, are you insisting on keeping me for dinner? It seems you're nearly out of supplies, so there's no need to be so courteous. Jer turned his head and teased nonchalantly. Damn it, arrogant bastard. He'll pummel you into mincemeat. Pika's towering, formidable physique contrasted sharply with his piercing voice, a disparity so absurd it was almost comical. The young Don Quixote executives beside him held back their laughter, their faces red from suppression. Ha ha ha, what's with his voice? So shrill it's hilarious. Moria doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. Even Jer, who was trained to maintain composure, couldn't help but chuckle, though he was laughing at Moria for being a pot calling the kettle black. Pika's expression soured, his fists clenched tightly. He had sworn to eliminate anyone who dared mock his raspy voice. How dare you laugh at my voice? All of you die. In a fit of rage, Pika suddenly sprang into action, activating the power of the stone fruit. His massive right fist transformed into solid rock, and he hurled a devastating punch straight at Jer's face. Before Jer could even call out, "Brother, save me," Weevil had already flashed in front of him, brandishing his great sword to meet the attack. Clang! Arg! Pika! The gray rock fist was severed cleanly, the cut smooth and precise. Pika grimaced in pain, clutching his right wrist, quickly petrifying the wound to staunch the bleeding. Jer glanced at Weevil in surprise, wondering if the fool had a penchant for severing right wrists. In the original story, he had made his name with this very move, rivaling the Lord of the Coast in the East Blue. One bit off a Yonko's left arm, the other cut off an admiral's right. Pika stepped back, his expression grave as he stared at the hulking simpleton wielding the massive blade. When Weevil practiced armament hockey, he could shatter countless stones with a mere wooden stick. Now with his blade coated in advanced armament hockey, it could cut through iron like mud. How could mere rock withstand it? Weevil's single strike stunned everyone present. He made no further move, standing erect before Jer, planting his great sword into the deck with such force that the entire ship trembled. He loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Gazing at that silhouette, Doflamingo was momentarily reminded of a certain world-renowned pirate. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Doflamingo swallowed hard. He had refrained from stopping Pika earlier as a deliberate test. If Weevil's strength was on par with Morius, then he and his crew had no reason to let them leave so comfortably. Doflamingo reasoned that his earlier defeat was due to unfamiliarity with Morius' devil fruit ability and his own carelessness. Moreover, now that night had fallen, he could move freely without his shadow. In a rematch, he might not defeat Moria, but he could at least hold him off. Then with the remaining crew attacking Jer and the simpleton, it should have been manageable. Yet the reality was that Pika, one of the Don Quixote family's top executives and strongest fighters, couldn't even withstand a single blow. This guy? He's incredibly strong. The crew of the Flamingo had to admit that despite his dim-witted appearance, the giant's strength was truly terrifying. Jer calmly watched Doflamingo, who had already removed his seastone handcuffs, and asked, "Have you made up your mind, Doffy?" Doflamingo adjusted his glasses, the downward curve of his lips betraying his displeasure. Seeing Jer's composed demeanor, Doflamingo ultimately couldn't bring himself to risk a fight to the death. "Let them go, young master." The others wanted to protest, but Doflamingo cut them off. "Silence." "Huh. Good. A true man knows when to bend, Brother Doffy. I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Jer gave him a thumbs up in praise, though inwardly he thought this guy is indeed a good person to exploit as long as he can be squeezed dry. Looking forward to future opportunities to continue exploiting, no cooperating. By the way, you still owe me 5 devil fruits, Brother Doffy. Remember to put in some effort. All right, brothers, let's go. No need to see us off. Farewell, everyone. With that, Jer leaped onto Weevil's shoulder, while Moria picked up Senior Pink and flapped his wings into the air. Under the resentful and furious gazes of the Flamingo's crew, they vanished over the horizon. Phew. Having faced an enemy they couldn't defeat, and who was utterly infuriating, the crew let out a long sigh of relief as their tormentors finally departed. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 top executives, followed by all the other officers, knelt on one knee before Doflamingo. "We sincerely apologize, young master, for allowing you to suffer such humiliation. When the Lord is insulted, his retainers must die. We are willing to atone with our lives." "As are we." The lower-ranking officers, regardless of their genuine intent, joined in the chorus. In an instant, the deck of the Flamingo was filled with kneeling figures. The Don Quixote family had suffered its first defeat since its founding, and the crew's morale was at an all-time low. Doflamingo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Enough. Say no more. It was my decision to have you act alone. You were merely following my orders. All of you rise. Even so, failing to defeat the enemies standing before you, young master, is our dereliction of duty. Please punish us." Pika shouted loudly, then bowed his head. Click-clack, click-clack. Doflamingo draped his feather coat back over his shoulders and walked past the assembled crew. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps quickened their heartbeats, and each of them lowered their heads, further afraid to provoke the young master's wrath at this moment. Finally, the figure stopped before Pika. "Pika, present." Pika dared not look up, swallowing nervously. "Go tend to your wound." Doflamingo's calm voice reached him. Pika was momentarily stunned, then tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Pika had never expected concern instead of reprimand. He took a deep breath and shouted, "As you command, young master." Doflamingo scanned the crowd and raised his voice. "All of that is in the past. Even if I blame you, time won't reverse itself. Now cast aside this pathetic, weak demeanor. If you can't win, keep training to grow stronger. The Don Quixote family will reclaim our honor in due time. Now every single one of you stand up." The Don Quixote crew felt their blood boil with renewed fighting spirit. Several of the veterans wept openly, pounding their chests and roaring with excitement. "Wah! Truly worthy of our young master. What right do we have to keep sighing? We will not fail again. We will never disappoint your expectations. For the young master." Gee. Little did Jer know that his good brother Doflamingo had already etched his name into a blacklist, waiting for the day he could avenge this humiliation. At that moment, Jer's ship was filled with laughter and joy. Everyone gathered around the table to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Senior Pink looked at the group and suddenly felt that this warm, familial atmosphere was quite pleasant. No need to constantly worry about saying or doing the wrong thing. No fear that the next mission target might be a good person, a woman, an old man, or a child, leading to hesitation and failure. Jer filled Bia and Weevil's cups with juice and raised his glass. Come, let's toast to our new crewmate Senior Pink. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. The banquet was lively. Senior Pink and Moria downed bottle after bottle of beer, both completely disoriented. Judging by their physiques, Moria's stomach could hold more liquor, but Senior Pink held his ground through sheer grit. Thud. Senior Pink finally collapsed and began snoring loudly. Ha ha ha. Can't keep up anymore, huh? How could a junior like you outdrink a senior like me? Though he had only boarded the ship a few days before Senior Pink, Moria always acted like a senior, clearly bothered by the order. Hey, that means I'm your senior too, Uncle Moria. Bia looked up at Moria, grinning widely. Hey Bia, how many times have I told you? Call me big brother, not uncle. Oh, all right, Junior Moria. Hey, you little rascal. Naya, you said yourself that latecomers are juniors. Bia teased playfully. Uncle Fit beside her patted his daughter's head affectionately and scolded, a young lady shouldn't be rude. I know, Dad. The little girl obediently said, I'm sorry, Brother Moria. Moria rubbed his belly swollen with beer and grinned. No problem, Senior Bia. He deliberately emphasized the word senior. The battle reignited and the two resumed their playful bickering. Weevil was the most straightforward, his eyes were only for the food. He firmly adhered to the clean plate policy, stuffing everything into his stomach. Feeling only about 80 full, he lay on the sofa lazily picking his teeth with a fishbone. After dinner, Jer returned to his room and eagerly took out the box containing the devil fruits, placing it on the table. Ding. Detecting unknown devil fruits, initiating automatic analysis. Analysis, successful. Paramecia water fruit. Analysis, successful. Paramecia gold fruit. Analysis, successful. Paramecia weapon fruit. Analysis, successful. Paramecia taunton fruit. Analysis, successful. Paramecia hobby fruit. He hadn't expected the gold fruit to be in the Don Quixote family's possession so early. Doflamingo truly had a knack for collecting devil fruits. Huh. I wonder whether Daffy was reluctant to part with the hobby fruit or the gold fruit. If Jer could only choose one of the 5 fruits, he would unhesitatingly pick the hobby fruit. However, Doflamingo might not be aware of all its abilities, so it's possible he wanted to keep the gold fruit. After all, without spoilers based on other Paramecia abilities, it would be reasonable to assume the gold fruit could turn things into gold. He had already identified these devil fruits during the transaction, but confirming that he now had 5 Paramecia fruits in hand still made Jer chuckle. Having finally obtained the coveted hobby fruit, this heist from the wealthy Doflamingo had been incredibly lucrative. Hobby fruit, the user's body stops aging upon consumption. The ability user can turn living beings they touch into toys and can form contracts with those toys, stripping them of free will and forcing obedience. Moreover, all memories of the person from everyone else in the world vanish completely. This is the most terrifying aspect of the hobby fruit and what Jer valued most. He was already envisioning how to use this power, turning anyone who displeased him into a toy, then dismantling and burying them, whether they were Marines, pirates, or celestial dragons. No one would even remember such a person ever existed. Truly horrifying. Death is not the most frightening thing, but what's truly terrifying is being forgotten. That famous quote fits perfectly. Who should I give it to? They'll ask if anyone's interested later. Jer put away the gold fruit, weapon fruit, and hobby fruit, the 3 most useful ones, leaving only the water fruit and taunton fruit, which even a dog wouldn't eat. Jer picked up the water fruit, his emotions mixed. He recalled reading the manga in his past life, where Logia fruits seemed overwhelmingly powerful early on. He had imagined how formidable a water fruit would be in a world centered on the sea, only to later discover a Paramecia water fruit that prevented swimming in water but allowed swimming on land. Close one door and open a window. What kind of stupid fruit is this? Oda, you old trickster, always surprising. With a thought, he activated decomposition. Ding. Decomposition successful. Decomposition successful. Obtained ability water affinity, material to water affinity, excellent swimming ability, and water control talent akin to a fishman, allowing free breathing underwater and reducing water-based attack damage by 50. Usage oral consumption. Material to water can turn inorganic matter touched into water. Usage oral consumption. A flash of light passed. Jer looked at the 2 blue candies in his hand, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this joke of a devil fruit to yield 2 decent abilities. The ability to breathe underwater and control water like a fishman essentially granted him fishman lineage. Jer put away the candies and picked up the other fruit. Paramecia taunton fruit allows the user to alter their weight to strike enemies. The original user of the taunton fruit was likely Mochvise, a Don Quixote family executive who developed the fruit to a maximum weight of 10,000 tons. However, considering Newton's third law, the heavier the impact, the greater the recoil on the user, potentially causing self-injury. Using it solely for smashing was somewhat underwhelming. Decompose. Ding. Decomposition successful. Obtained ability weight control. Weight control can freely alter the user's weight with a maximum weight of 1 million times. Usage oral consumption. As expected, it yielded the ability to control weight. The maximum weight of 1 million times implies that Mochvise's 10,000 tons was far from the fruit's limit. 10,000 tons might have been the maximum weight he could use without harming himself. If a user possessed powerful armament hockey or a physique as monstrous as Kaido or Big Mom's, or even a giant, the results would be astonishing. Don't underestimate mere weight control. This ability has potential. For instance, Kazara's Lightspeed Kick. Speed is power, relies on velocity as a factor affecting kinetic energy, but the other factor is mass. Forget physics for a moment. Even boxing has weight classes. Speed is power, but weight is also power. Jer broke into a lecherous grin. The world's largest aircraft carrier weighs only around 1,000 tons. What does several million tons mean? Weight is power. Have you ever witnessed a mountain crushing down? Weight is power. Have you ever witnessed a mountain crushing down? In Low Town of the East Blue, what must come will eventually arrive. The sun shone brightly. Today was the day of the public execution of Gol D, Roger the Pirate King. Early in the morning, Low Town was already deserted as the execution square and the main thoroughfares leading to it were packed with a surging sea of people shoulder to shoulder, an endless vista of bobbing heads. Uncle Fitter focused on perfecting his culinary skills and never one for crowds, and Bia, a young girl unsuited to witnessing a death sentence, decided to remain on the ship. Senior, a former mafia with a wealth of experience in arson and murder, had barely escaped that life and had even less interest in the execution. He volunteered to stay on the ship to ensure the father and daughter's safety. Brother Senior, go to the storeroom and grab some snacks. All right, no problem. I've already prepared them. No sooner had Jer left than Bia emerged from her room, carrying a large stack of manga, calling out to Senior. Soon the two were comfortably settled on the living room sofa, munching on snacks and reading comics. I Giorno have a dream of becoming a gangstar. Aura. Brilliant. This manga is absolutely amazing. The bone-crunching, adrenaline-pumping battles of these tough guys. I'm already fired up. Bia, hand me the next volume. Here, catch. Bia, engrossed in her own book, tossed another volume to Senior without looking up. Dream of the Red Chamber. Wrong one, Bia, not this. Meanwhile, Jer had arrived at the square with Weevil and Moria, followed by two towering, fierce-looking, muscle-bound men over 6 meters tall. Wherever they passed, the dense crowd parted willingly, each person wishing they could sprout extra legs for fear of being too slow and incurring the wrath of these giants. Jer didn't force his way to the very front. He simply found a spot with a clear view and stopped. Perched on Weevil's shoulder, Jer began scanning for the future great figures, particularly curious to ascertain whether Crocodile was a big brother or a big sister. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he couldn't spot his target. Throughout the journey, Jer had pondered whether to stop Roger from uttering those final words, but in the end he shook his head. It takes more than one cold day for the river to freeze 3 feet deep. Ultimately, rebellion against this corrupt world was only a matter of time. Roger's final speech was merely the spark. It was like Chun Sheng and Wu Guang's rallying cry in the late Qin dynasty, "Our kings and generals born superior." The same principle applied. In an avalanche, no snowflake feels responsible. Responsibility for this world of shattered order lay not only with the chief culprits, the lofty celestial dragons, but also with the kings and nobles of ordinary countries, the marines, pirates, and even some common people. Jer shook his head, deciding not to overthink such complex matters. After all, letting the wheel of history turn along its destined path would undoubtedly make him the greatest beneficiary. Why make things difficult for himself? Make way, clear the area, the guards shouted, driving back the commoners blocking the path. The clamorous crowd suddenly fell into a tacit silence. Because that man had arrived. With a clanking of chains, Roger appeared at the end of the road, walking slowly with shackles, a calm smile on his face, followed by a large contingent of escorting soldiers. Arriving at the square, Roger looked up at the specially constructed scaffold, a meaningful smile crossing his face before he resolutely ascended the platform. Facing the thousands upon thousands of spectators gathered to witness his death, Roger's eyes were serene, devoid of any fear. He plopped down on the execution platform as nonchalant as if he were a tourist. Let's get this over with quickly. Though the weather was cool, the surrounding guards were all drenched in sweat. Prepare for execution. At the command, the two soldiers responsible for the execution placed 2 long blades before Roger and performed a flashy flourish. Roger smiled calmly as he observed the silent crowd below. Suddenly a voice rang out from the throng. "Hey, Pirate King, you found the legendary great treasure, didn't you? Where did you hide all your riches?" Jer felt a strong urge to string up the speaker and interrogate him, harshly asking if Roger had hired him as a shill to finally clear up a question that had puzzled netizens for over 20 years. Ha. Roger threw back his head and laughed, then uttered the words that would shock the world. "You want my treasure?" "Hey, don't speak recklessly," the executioner soldier yelled anxiously. Jer silently quipped, "The blade is in your hand. Why don't you strike instead of just talking?" If Roger had possessed a powerful devil fruit ability, Jer would have seized the chance to take a shot and potentially steal the kill. Ignoring the soldier's warning, Roger continued, "If you want it, I'll let you have it all. Go find it. I left all my treasure there. Quick, execute him." Thwack. Goodness, it seemed those 2 executioners had been bribed as well. They had raised their blades for ages, only striking after Roger had finished saying everything he needed to say, lest people accuse them of taking money without doing the job. On this day, the Pirate King Gol D, Roger was executed in Loketown, yet the entire world erupted in jubilation over his death. Driven by the desire to claim Roger's treasure, countless people set sail. Roger's final words had irrevocably ushered in the Great Pirate Era. The once clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, and soon a light drizzle began to fall. The crowd in the square remained ablaze with excitement, shouting fervently, as if the Pirate King's death meant the endless treasures of the sea would now belong to them. 3 burly men ahead, clearly thugs from their attire, had just been stirred by Roger's words. As if injected with adrenaline, they immediately swore brotherhood and discussed setting sail together to become pirates. Haha, us 3 brothers will work together and make a big splash at sea. Well, split the loot evenly and share the women. We'll drink heartily and feast on meat. What a life. Big brother. Second brother. Big brother. Third brother. Second brother. Third brother. As they embraced, savoring their newfound brotherly bond, a discordant voice came from behind. Tui. A bunch of worthless small fry yapping senselessly. What a racket. Moria spat contemptuously. Hey, bastard. Who the hell are you calling small fry? The 3 turned around in fury, but upon seeing Moria's demonic visage they fled without a second word. Just as Jer was about to leave, he noticed a little brat in a green coat, standing in a daze among the crowd, and stealthily approached him. Hey, don't move, kid. Make a move and he'll shoot you dead right now. Jer pressed his index and middle fingers together against Smoker's back, his tone icy. The young smoker, startled by the sudden assault, trembled all over and stammered nervously. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? That kid, you seem excited. Thinking of becoming a pirate after hearing the Pirate King's speech. No. Don't bother lying. It's better to eliminate you now before you become a menace to society. With that, Jer poked Smoker's back again with his 2 fingers. No, I don't. My dream is to become a great Marine. Jer chuckled inwardly, then said coldly, oh, a little brat like you wants to be a Marine. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Since I've offended you today, you'll surely seek revenge when you grow up. Better to strike first and eliminate the root of future trouble. Smoker looked utterly dejected. Was he really going to die such a pathetic death? His stubborn streak flared up, and fearless of death, he cursed, bastard. Are you out of your mind? Little Smoker turned around angrily, only to see Jer cheerfully pressing 2 fingers against his back. Realizing he had been tricked, Smoker would have kicked the man if he hadn't thought he was outmatched. Jer laughed. Just kidding, don't be so serious. Say, kid, want to come aboard my ship? We're adventurers, not bad guys. Smoker just wanted to get as far away from this person as possible. He stepped back and said defiantly, humph. No way. And my name is Smoker, not Kid. You'd better not be a bad guy, or when I grow up and become a Marine, I'll definitely arrest you. Huh, what an arrogant little brat. Not cute at all. Jer had only meant to tease the young Smoker, satisfying his own mischievous whim. He hadn't planned on forcibly abducting him. Smoker was just a kid of about 10 with family and a home in Loketown. Getting him to willingly set sail was out of the question. As Jer prepared to leave, he noticed a glowing red orb floating on the execution platform and was taken aback. Huh. Roger shouldn't have been a devil fruit user, and I didn't kill him. Why is there a light orb? Puzzled, Jer asked the system, son, why is there a reward here? I didn't take down Roger. Ding. Witnessing a major plot event or the fall of an extremely important figure has a certain chance of generating a reward. By then, Roger's body had been removed from the platform, though a few guards remained below. Unsure how long the orb would last, Jer decided to act immediately. He absolutely couldn't miss this. It was something dropped by the Pirate King himself. So he resolved to move fast. Jer called Weevil and Moria over and instructed, Old Mo, create a distraction to lure away the guards beneath the platform. Remember, no casualties. I need to go up to the platform. Just buy me a minute or 2. They'll be quick. No problem, boss. Weevil, you stay put and wait for me. Big brother says I can't cut anyone. So boring. After a few words of admonishment from Jer, Weevil obediently nodded. The 3 of them headed toward the platform. Jer put on a peaked cap and pulled down the brim. Soon Moria's voice rang out nearby. Hey, you bastard. You bumped into me. Hey up. Oh. Is the sun rising in the west today? Someone actually dares to pull a con on me. A burly bald man over 2 meters tall, never expecting to be the target of a scam, turned around angrily to see who was so bold. As he turned, Moria grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Seeing Moria's terrifying face and towering muscular build, the bald man immediately begged, I'm sorry, big brother. It's my fault. They'll pay you right away. The moment Moria released him, the bald man fell to his knees. His heart was full of bitterness. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. A few days ago, he had intimidated a little girl and nearly got shot by a young man. Yesterday, he bullied an old woman and was beaten up by a cloaked man. Today, he had barely stepped out before he was getting beaten again. Why? Had he been too arrogant and done too many bad things, finally reaping his just deserts? He silently vowed to reform and never do evil again. Seeing the tough guy already in tears, Moria was exasperated. Couldn't he at least show a little backbone to match his fierce appearance? You fall apart at a touch and kneel at a release. How am I supposed to create a disturbance? He had carefully chosen what looked like the most menacing person, only to find he was a complete pushover. Onlookers, seeing a grown man kneeling and sobbing after being bullied, began pointing at Moria. The guards noticed the gathering crowd and went over to investigate. The empty platform wasn't worth much guarding. It was mostly for show to prevent reckless tourists from sneaking up for photos. And no sooner said than someone did just that. Jer slipped onto the execution platform and unhesitatingly grasped the light orb. Ding. Successfully signed in at the town of beginning and end Gol D. Roger's execution platform acquired skill. Hey, what are you doing up there? Get down from the platform immediately. Before Jer could examine the reward, the returning guards shouted up at him. All right, coming down. Jer had to pocket the item for now. He hopped down from the platform with a grin, slipped a stack of berries to the guard captain, and whispered, sorry about that, I didn't know it was off limits. A little something for you and your men to have a few drinks tonight. The guard captain pocketed the money without a change in expression and courteously let Jer go. Stepping aside, Jer finally examined the red orb in his hand, divine departure. A super strong slash imbued with Conqueror's Haki. Condition must possess Conqueror's Haki. The stronger the Haki, the greater the power. Usage oral ingestion. Jer was stunned. Divine departure. This was Roger's ultimate move, the divine departure that even gods dared not face. But seeing the usage conditions, he felt as if doused with cold water. With no other choice, he stored the item in his inventory and called Weevil and Moria to leave the square and head for the harbor. Hey there, young man, don't be in such a hurry. Care for a chat? The three turned toward the voice. A man in a dark green coat with a stern, browless face stood blocking their path. Weevil and Moria simultaneously stepped forward to shield Jer, both sensing a dangerous aura from the cloaked man. Jer glanced at the unusual attire and recognized the man as the future world's worst criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. Knowing that despite his fierce appearance, this man wasn't a villain, Jer bluntly refused. No chat. We're going home for dinner. I'm a bit hungry myself. Would it be convenient? Dragon shamelessly persisted. Jer signaled Weevil and Moria to relax, then walked on without looking back. Suit yourself. You can come along, but it'll cost you 100 million berries for a meal. Jer was curious about what Dragon wanted to discuss. Would he try to recruit him to rebel against the celestial dragons? Dragon's mouth twitched, a rare expression breaking through his stoic face. Watching the three figures recede, he eventually pulled his hood lower and followed. Dragon's mouth twitched, a rare expression breaking through his stoic face. Watching the three figures recede, he eventually pulled his hood lower and followed. They exchanged brief introductions along the way, and Gear urged Long to hand over the meal money. Back aboard the ship, Chef Feet had already prepared a sumptuous feast. They gathered around the table to savor the food, laughter and cheerful conversation filling the air. Whenever Gear sat down to eat with his family, he could not help but marvel that life would be pleasant if it could remain this peaceful. To travel the world with this merry band, seeking adventure, tasting foreign customs and local delicacies, eating, when hungry sleeping, when tired playing, when pleased grow up, marry a beautiful wife, raise children. Was this not the very picture of a happy life? What more was there to pursue? Yet Gear understood better than most that in such turbulent times, living an ordinary, untroubled life was no easy thing. In a world of the strong preying on the weak, falling behind invites defeat. Gear knew that only by continuously strengthening their own force could he preserve the warmth aboard his ship. Long made no pretense of restraint. Perhaps because he had paid, he felt he must eat his fill. The ingredients used aboard Gear's ship came from the system. Their flavors far surpassed ordinary provisions, a difference that mere culinary skill could not conceal. Top-tier ingredients combined with Chef Fight's careful craftsmanship made for a rare delicacy. Long had wandered alone for a long time and had seldom enjoyed a proper meal. Now tasting such delicious fare, he could not stop. The Mengshi family's appetite awakened instantly, and Long felt that his million belly had been well spent. After the meal, Gear purchased a tin of fine oolong and a kung fu tea set. Soon a fresh tea aroma spread through the cabin. Long was very satisfied. The cozy, relaxed atmosphere aboard Gear's ship enveloped him so completely that he almost forgot the purpose of his visit. Mr. Gear, Long had only just remembered his errand and was about to speak when Gear interrupted. No rush. First have some tea. They all lifted steaming cups. Gear closed his eyes and tasted, a benevolent smile softening his face as he thought, if the comfort of a cozy circle is so pleasant, why leap out of it? Gear then bought a pile of snacks to share. Bia held a slice of cake, her face smeared with cream. Uncle Feet ate, while frowning, still trying to reverse engineer the recipe. Wyber and Molia each clutched a large bag of spicy strips. In matters of eating, the two displayed uncanny synchronicity. Seigneur grabbed a pack of egg rolls and somehow looked like a boss puffing on a cigar. Gear calmly sipped his tea and cracked seeds, ready to hear Long's story. Long felt a little dazed after a cup of tea. The young Gear gave off the peculiar air of a retired old gentleman. Crunch, crunch. Long accepted a handful of some seed Gear offered, and copying him began to eat. Delicious. Know what I meant was, Captain Gear, I wonder how you view this world. Having boarded, he had removed his cloak. Now Long wore a black suit with orange lining his dark hair, casually thrown back, his expression grave and serious. Gear looked at that unlined face and felt something amiss. He set down his cup and laughed. How do I see the world, Long? Of course, with my eyes. Though Gear knew this young man would one day become the head of a revolution against the world government, he did not yet know whether Long had already defected from the Navy or was merely unsettled and searching for answers. In any case, Gear would not declare his position outright. Despite his burly build, Long was meticulous. He quickly realized he and Gear had only known each other for a few hours. Asking such sensitive questions would be awkward. Long continued, "Forgive my rashness. Captain Gear, would you be willing to hear my story first?" "By all means, please tell," Gear thought. The tea was brewed and the seeds cracked. He had been waiting for a tale. He half wished to pry into Long's romantic past to solve the mystery of the Straw Hat's mother. Perhaps uneasy about what he was about to reveal, Long glanced at the nearby food lovers with hesitance. Gear understood and waved him on. "No need to hold back. There are no outsiders here. Only family I would trust with my life. Speak boldly." Those snacking nearby felt a warmth at Captain Gear's words. Long nodded, envying Gear's many reliable companions, then began. His father, Kapu, was a celebrated Navy hero. From childhood, Kapu put Long through inhuman training. Kapu and the elder Navy figures harbored grand hopes, sparing no effort to shape him into the Navy's future pillar. Long was indeed exceptional. He vowed to eradicate darkness and uphold justice. Gifted, diligent in training and study, he soon surpassed his peers in strength and temperament. Gear mused that Long would have been that despair-inducing, relentlessly striving prodigy at school. Full of zeal and longing, Long threw himself into the Navy's honorable cause. But as his rank rose and he encountered more inside secrets, his disappointment deepened. He saw the Navy's ineptitude and compromise and discovered it was not the justice he had imagined. "Captain Gear, do you know? The Navy that claims to represent justice is in truth the world government's and the Time Longren's lapdog. Even when orders defy justice, the Navy obeys, however reluctant." Long grew more impassioned as he spoke, his fists clenched as he shouted, "The self-proclaimed righteous Navy is corrupt. The greatest evil of this world is the Time Longren on high. Only by overturning their rule will equality, freedom, and harmony return and hope be renewed. Captain Gear, I sense that you too are a man of conscience, so I invite you join me in overthrowing this rotten world government and forging a new world." Gear thought inwardly, "You feel. Are you the time traveler, or am I? Is this the very rhetoric that convinced Daxiong and Yuanqifu to follow blindly?" Gear calmly sipped his tea and said nothing in haste. Silence settled in the cabin. Only Wyber's crunching of spicy strips remained. He was too young to grasp the gravity of Long's words. Bia paid no heed, engrossed in her snacks. Molia and Sanyawer wore fervent expressions, ready to lead the charge on Malikia at the captain's command. Molia loved to stir trouble. He believed that taking part in toppling the world government would make his name famed across the seas. Sanyawer was thrilled by the boldness to confront such a behemoth. Hedon felt supremely manly. The thought alone excited them. Only Uncle Fight's jaw dropped. Everyone else's abnormal reaction made his sensible astonishment seem odd. Feet lifted his cup for another sip to confirm it was indeed tea, wondering why Long, after a simple drink, had become intoxicated with talk of overthrowing the world government. Feet hurried outside to check whether ears might be listening through the walls. If such talk were reported by morning, they could all find fresh wanted posters in the papers. Tap tap. Gear rested his chin in his hand, lightly drumming his index and middle fingers on the table. Long did not interrupt his thought. The fact that Gear listened calmly instead of sending him away suggested there remained a chance to win him over. Gear spoke slowly. "Ah, so you intend to strike at the Time Longren." At this, Long's eyes brightened, and he cried with joy, "Yes. Revolution. Revolution. The word is fine. Truly worthy of Captain Gear. It's decided the organization I will found shall be called the Revolutionary Army." Gear was momentarily taken aback. So this fellow had been clamoring for overturning the world government without even a name for his movement. A mere lone standard bearer. Ahem. Long, you are not wrong. The greatest darkness is the world government and the Time Longren, so wanting to overthrow them is understandable. But why do you think that toppling them will automatically yield a harmonious, equal, free new world? Long was puzzled. If the corrupt government were overthrown, would not a new world naturally arise? Gear elaborated. Young revolters who slay dragons often become dragons themselves. Your revolutionary army, or any other faction that replaces the world government, will likely rot into the same corrupt form over time. I would never betray the justice in my heart. Long beat his chest and vowed it. Gear replied, I trust your character and resolve, though I do not doubt your willingness to die for liberation. But how many can truly be so selfless? What of those who are not innately righteous but claim to contribute? What will prevent them from betraying the cause, or from becoming new Time Longren after tasting victory? Even if they do not, what of their descendants? The Time Longren were not a foolish lot 800 years ago. At this point, Long had seen only the Navy's incompetence and the government's darkness. He had chosen to leave and overthrow it, but lacked mature strategies and found himself stumped by Gear's barrage of questions. Those who presently profit under the world government will never willingly surrender their privileges, Gear said. Having spoken the word never, Gear thought of his old friend Duafulangming's father and the future Revolutionary Army's second-in-command Sabo, and added, well, unless they are mad. So those who might join you are the oppressed masses who can no longer survive otherwise. Yes, exactly. We can incite the oppressed to rise. They are our natural supporters and plentiful in number. Long struck his right fist into his left palm as if enlightenment had struck. Gear shook his head and asked, why do you think people so oppressed that they can scarcely survive still do not revolt? Long thought and answered, because prolonged oppression has numbed them and they have lost the will to fight. No, that is only part of it. The principal reason is that they are too weak. To revolt is to embrace near certain death. To not revolt may still offer a chance to survive. Which will they choose? Frankly, even if you unite and arouse them, ordinary people often cannot help much in battle. In short, in this might makes right world, the oppressed are mostly the weak. Strong people, however low their station, when pushed to the limit can resist. Strength brings comfort everywhere. Take Ballot and Kaido as examples. What if there were a way to raise the fighting power of ordinary people? Long asked, unwilling to abandon the direction he had glimpsed. Gear smiled. If they grow strong, their status changes. Those who once rebelled because they had no choice will, once their living conditions improve, have options. What motive remains for them to keep fighting and throwing away their lives for you? Long found Gear's point convincing and rubbed his temple in vexation. He wondered why Gear seemed so versed in revolutionary matters when he looked barely a teenager. Suddenly Long stood and bowed deeply to Gear. Captain Gear, you must have answers. Teach me. Gear, taken aback, helped him up and said, to be frank, I do not know everything. We are kindred spirits, so I will toss out a few thoughts. Use what helps you. But I will not join your revolutionary army. Long nodded, earnestly listening as if every word were precious. Gear felt a touch embarrassed. Was he instructing a future great man? Ahem. First, ideological indoctrination is crucial. Groups convened for various aims are like scattered sand. A common ideal is necessary. This chaotic world is full of sufferers. Once rescued, adults' minds are harder to reshape. Focus on children and youth. A great man once said political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Force matters, and it must be top-tier force. Ordinary people can be developed, but mainly for intelligence gathering and logistical support. The world's top fighters are like natural disasters. Inciting common folk to fight only yields needless sacrifice and often hampers operations. Combat is best entrusted to elite squads. Long nodded in agreement. He, a singular force of destruction, well understood that ordinary numbers often make no difference before such power. In the early stages, prioritize development and survival. Remain hidden until the balance of power shifts. If all goes as likely, the world government and navy will be busy suppressing a sudden surge of pirates. Use that time to grow and recruit like-minded strong fighters. Development requires food, arms, land, and people. Thus, control of states is necessary. I suggest using means or devil fruit abilities to directly control rulers and secretly hold sway over nations. Inciting civilian coups only increases sacrifice and risks exposure. Wouldn't that be morally dubious? Long asked hesitantly. Gear replied sharply, those who achieve great things do not fuss over small morals. What good is playing fair if your justice is lost? If your cause is righteous, deeds that minimize our losses are justified. Deception and stratagem are acceptable. He scolded fiercely, despising leaders who prized reputation over effective methods and sent their followers to die rather than adopt better plans. Lesson taken, Long said earnestly. He was not overly concerned about tarnishing his name, but worried that some upright subordinates might find such tactics unbearable. He wanted to note Gear's reasoning for future reference. After secretly controlling those nations, you will need administrators and managers to develop their economies. Only when people live in peace can those lands become stable rear bases. Oh, and science is the primary productive force. Fishmen giants and the furry tribes might become valuable allies. That's about all I recall. Gear filled his cup from the kettle while Long diligently recorded everything with pen and paper. Tonight's counsel was abundant. A poor memory yields to a faithful notebook. Gear could have been less scrupulous and simply told Long the methods he would later deduce, easily smoothing the conversation over. But the old tactics were not ones Gear truly endorsed. In a world where personal martial power could rival catastrophes, the notion that a tiny spark would kindle a prairie fire seemed meaningless. Consider the battles of Damakaido and the supernovas. Aside from plot contrivances, did the thousands of followers each side could muster determine the outcome? Not at all. The outcome hinged on the top fighters themselves, who fought with their lives. Their tens of thousands of underlings often counted for nothing and were trampled in the fray. Unbeknownst to all, the night had grown deep and the others had long since fallen asleep. Goer gently lifted Baya, who was dozing on the table with drool trickling from her lips, and laid her down on the sofa. He removed his own coat to cover her before stepping out with Long onto the deck of the bow to enjoy the breeze. They engaged in an extensive conversation that lasted through the night. Long now looked at Goer with eyes brimming with reverence. He closed his notebook, carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of his suit, and inquired, Mr. Goer, to bide our time and await the opportune moment. Do you believe I will ever live to see it? I cannot say. Goer replied directly. Seeing no sign of disappointment or dejection on Long's face, he continued, Long, what you aim to topple is a colossal entity that has ruled the world for 800 years. It is possible that you may never witness the moment of fruition, not even in death. Even so, would you still choose to pursue it? Yes, this is the path I must tread. Hearing Long's resolute answer, Goer smiled. There you have it. Even if you never see the final victory, the nations you have taken control of, the oppressed masses who were destined to perish, haven't they already begun to live better lives because of your emergence? Is that not enough? Long wore an expression of clarity. Wasn't his very purpose in overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons precisely to ensure these people no longer had to dwell in darkness? If he followed this method now, before successfully overthrowing the world government, he could liberate more and more people. Wasn't that sufficient? Ha ha ha, long sire more sons. Instill in them a rigorous education from a young age, let them inherit your mantle, and carry the revolution through to its end. If one generation cannot accomplish it, then 2, 3, an unending lineage of descendants. Guer coaxed. Monkey D. Long fell into contemplation upon hearing this, his eyes gradually brightening. One could not help but wonder if Straw Hat Luffy might gain several more siblings as a result. Given how much he valued brotherhood, he would surely be delighted. Mr. Guer, have you truly never considered joining my organization? I believe you are more suited than I to lead the revolutionary army. Your insight and intellect could surely guide us to victory. Long once again earnestly invited Guer to join. Guer thought to himself, I truly thank you for that. Do you expect me to bear the title of the world's most wanted criminal and divert attention for you? He hastily declined. No, absolutely not. I will not join your revolutionary army Long. That is the path you must walk. I am a man who cherishes wealth and fears death, one who indulges in pleasure and comfort. I am simply not cut out for such a grand undertaking. Revolution demands sacrifice. I am unwilling to see any member of my family come to harm. I only wish to live a comfortable life. I will not trouble others unless they trouble me. Within the bounds of my ability, I will not hesitate to perform good deeds, but to risk myself or my comrades to rescue strangers. Forgive me, but I am not yet capable of that. With that said, Long ceased his persuasion. He retrieved a din mushy from his pocket and handed it to Guer. Regardless, I sincerely thank you for teaching me so much. You have pulled me from my confusion. In the future, if there is anything I can help with as long as it does not violate justice, you need only command me. Do not stand on ceremony with me. Ha, very well then, I shall not be polite. Guer accepted the din mushy with a smile. This was an ally of top-tier combat strength. A notification chime successfully advanced a major plot point: the birth of the Revolutionary Army. Acquired skill: top-tier armament hockey. Prerequisite: possess advanced armament hockey. Guer suddenly felt wide awake. He mused, Long, you rascal. If I had known you carried a quest on you, would I have dared to charge you for the meal? How distant. The sky at the horizon had turned a pale fish-belly white, and the pitch-black sea began to shift to blue in the morning light. Only a handful of ships remained in the harbor. Many who had come specifically to witness the execution of the Pirate King had departed after yesterday's events. Who would have thought 2 grown men could talk through the night? Guer jumped down from the ship's railing and clapped his hands. Now then, Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Long, what I am about to say is the real matter at hand. Although I do not intend to join the Revolutionary Army, we can still cooperate in secret. Please go ahead, Captain Guer. A look of delight spread across Long's face. Cooperation was enough. He had feared there would be no further contact. As long as they cooperated, the 2 parties would have a chance to bind themselves together in the future. My current plan is to travel around, invite some interesting people aboard my ship, and once I return to the Grand Line, I may find a place to establish a base and engage in some commercial activities. When you begin your actions to purge the parasites of the nations, you can sell the confiscated wealth to me. Food supplies, medical provisions, and weaponry. I can trade them all to you at half the black market price. Guer had already researched the matter. In the system shop, the price of the most common staples like rice and wheat was even cheaper than mineral water, roughly 1/10 of the world's average price, with further discounts for bulk purchases. Even the most ordinary blades were of a quality comparable to fine swords, priced at about a quarter of the market rate. Other items were similarly priced. The lowest grade items in the system shop were superior in quality to the ordinary goods of this world, yet their prices were more than halved. Especially for the Revolutionary Army. If it grew, it would be impossible to purchase these strategic materials through legitimate channels, forcing them to rely on the black market, where prices would be 2 to 3 times higher. Thus, trading at half the market price would be a huge win for Long, while Guer would make a massive profit. A true win-win situation. Long listened with disbelief and gratitude. Although the Revolutionary Army had just been named, these strategic materials would be indispensable for its development. Trading at half price was an immense help. Yes, this must be Guer's way of silently supporting our revolutionary cause. Truly, he is my mentor and friend. Though he refuses to join verbally, his actions are deeply moving. After a bout of self-imagined sentiment, Long embraced Guer, tightly patting his shoulder twice, firmly, his expression clearly conveying, I understand everything, my good brother. The 2 concluded their secret discussions and returned to their respective quarters to rest. Upon waking, Guer had originally intended to set sail, but unfortunately no one aboard knew how to operate the sailing ship. Guer attempted to catch a few sea beasts to tow the ship, but the ones he finally managed to capture were not particularly intelligent. No amount of training could teach them, and they ended up being sent to the kitchen. Hey, Captain Guer. Haha, haven't you left yet? Guer, who had been staring blankly at the sails, suddenly heard someone calling him. He followed the voice and saw a rotund figure approaching. Yo? If it isn't Brother Mo sang. How did this trip go? The newcomer was the kind-hearted, portly merchant Mo sang. Guer waved in greeting. Mo sang's round face bore an awkward smile, and behind him the 2 sailors who had previously helped Guer steer the ship looked indignant. It seemed the journey had not gone smoothly. Haha, let's not speak of such unlucky matters. Brother Guerre, are you ready to set sail? I was supposed to leave yesterday, but as you know, brother, we don't know how to sail. Haha, by the way, do you know any sailors you could recommend? I'd like to hire a few to help navigate. Since I'm here, I thought I'd take a leisurely tour of the East Blue. Hearing Guerre's words, Mo Sang's face showed a hint of embarrassment, as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Seeing this, Guerre smiled and lowered the rope ladder. Brother Mo Sang, come aboard for some tea first. We can talk later. Mo Sang did not refuse. He led his two subordinates aboard Guerre's ship. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. Bai served each of them a cup of tea and a plate of cookies before excusing herself. The two burly men behind Mo Sang were already salivating at the sight of the food, clearly ravenous, but they restrained themselves from reaching out. Have something to eat. Tea on an empty stomach can be harsh. Guerre provided them with an excuse, pushing the plate toward the three. The three then devoured the food ravenously. After the first bite, they could not stop, finishing the entire box of cookies in no time. Sorry about that, brother Guerre. It was so delicious we accidentally finished it all. These cookies must be quite expensive, right? I once had something similar at a count's mansion, but the taste was far inferior to yours. The count was so sparing that he only gave each of us half a piece to sample. After speaking, Mo Sang even licked the crumbs off his fingers, wasting nothing. It seemed this kind-hearted fat merchant had truly encountered trouble, but since he did not bring it up, Guerre did not ask. Instead, he brought out 3 bowls of braised beef noodles. Under the curious gazes of the three, he skillfully opened the packaging, added the seasoning packets, poured in hot water, covered the bowls, and waited exactly 3 minutes before opening them. Eat up. Don't be shy. Guerre pushed the 3 bowls toward them. Mo Sang held the bowl, noting it was made of paper. He stared at the steaming, fragrant noodles before him, still replaying Guerre's series of actions in his mind. As a merchant, his professional instincts immediately kicked in, and he began pondering the immense commercial potential of this product. Slurp, slurp. The two subordinates had already begun devouring the instant noodles in large mouthfuls. After finishing the noodles, they gulped down the soup as well. Delicious. Their eating manner only made Mo Sang's stomach growl louder. He used the small fork to scoop up some noodles and took a slurp. Exquisite. Mo Sang's small eyes widened in surprise. He too began slurping down the noodles in large mouthfuls, just like his subordinates, and finished every last drop of the soup. Guerre watched quietly, a smile playing on his lips, saying nothing. Burp. Mo Sang let out a belch. He looked at the young man before him, his expression somewhat awkward. After a moment of thought, he let out a long sigh and spoke. Brother Guerre, I didn't want to trouble you, but I truly have no other choice now. I can't afford to save face any longer. I have to ask for your help, ha. Brother Mo Sang, what are you saying? When you helped us a few days ago, you didn't stand on ceremony. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. I heard you say you wanted to hire a few sailors to tour the East Blue. How about me and my 2 brothers? We don't need any payment, just meals will do. And I hope you can give us a ride to Shiluobu village on the way. Please. Mo Sang pleaded, and the 2 behind him also bowed. Guerre thought for a moment. Wasn't Shiluobu village the home of Usopp? At this time, Usopp might not even be a fertilized egg, but his father Yasopp should already be a handsome young man in his 20s. Perhaps he could poach him from Shank's crew. Guerre quickly helped them up and asked, Brother, and these 2 friends are willing to come aboard. That's another great favor to me. How could it be a bother? Taking you to Shiluobu village is no problem at all. But brother Mo Sang, what exactly happened to you in these past few days? Alas, you wouldn't know, brother. Mo Sang sighed, looking embarrassed. Isn't it because of that pirate King Roger? Before he died, he said a bunch of inflammatory words. The few guard leaders on my ship were present at the time. Unexpectedly, they all became enamored with the dream of treasure hunting. They incited the other dozens of guards to become pirates and set off in search of the great treasure. They kidnapped me, stole the ship and money. If not for these 2 good brothers behind me, I might have been murdered for my wealth, haha. Guerre couldn't help but feel a deeper respect for Mo Sang. Though he spoke lightly, Guerre knew the danger was enough to make a thrilling movie. Mo Sang recounted the events calmly, his face devoid of resentment, only relief at having escaped disaster. In contrast, the 2 sailors named Dedong and Xiao Bei behind him spoke indignantly. That ungrateful bastard by Li Duo and his lot. Boss, you should never have let them on the ship in the first place. Exactly. They were never good people. Petty thieves, drunkards, gamblers, and womanizers. Everyone in our village knew it. No one wanted to hire them. You were just too kind-hearted, boss. Mo Sang scratched his head with a smile. Haha, don't be angry, brothers. This is indeed my fault. I hired them to work for me back, then partly to keep them from loafing around and causing trouble in the village, and partly to give them a chance to do something legitimate. I thought if they worked steadily for a few years, they'd settle down and save some money and then choose to live honest lives. For over a year, Li Duo and the others did perform well. I never expected. Because of Roger's words, Guerre believed similar scenarios were unfolding all over the world at this very moment. So in a way, Roger was truly a troublemaker. His love for freedom and his desire to overturn the heavens were his own affairs, but he had no right to drag so many ordinary people who only wanted to live peacefully into the fray. Having such a crew with dubious backgrounds on board. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep a wink. Brother Mo Sang, you really have nerves of steel. Thinking of the crime films he had seen in his past life about ships on the high seas, Guerre had to admire this fat merchant's audacity in courting death. Long periods at sea, harsh working and living conditions easily influenced emotions. The evil in human nature gradually amplifies. Some people may develop psychological issues due to prolonged loneliness, stress, and anxiety, even harboring thoughts of suicide or murder. And Mo Sang had gathered all these known miscreants onto one ship. That took real courage. Mo Sang said somewhat awkwardly, originally these people were divided into 3 factions keeping each other in check, so we were never in any danger. But I never imagined that Roger's dying words would not only awaken their wicked intentions, but also unite them as one. Guerre smiled. The fact that you're unharmed is a blessing amidst misfortune. Yes, brother Guerre is absolutely right. After a brief exchange, Mo Sang Dong and Xiao Bei temporarily boarded Guerre's ship, and the crew set sail. The weather was fine with bright sunshine. The sky was azure, and the waves danced gently with the breeze, creating slight ripples. As far as the eye could see, the vast ocean stretched endlessly. The surface of the East Sea was mostly gentle and calm, providing little challenge for adventurers. On the deck, Captain Gear sat on a small stool, munching on chips while fishing. Clang, clang. Weeble was squatting with a huge barbell. In a dark corner, Moria was playing with a dark lump while developing his devil fruit abilities. Mozong and Bia were chatting over tea, while the Dong and Xiao Bei took turns steering and controlling the sails. Fit was in the kitchen preparing various ingredients, practicing from a book. Senior, who wanted to help, was kicked out of the kitchen by Fit due to the smell of smoke from his recent cigarette. Drog was also leaning against the window with a cup of tea, reading a book while soaking up the sun, occasionally pausing to jot down notes in his notebook. After discussing with Gear, Long was given several red books. He insisted on staying on the ship longer to study the contents of these books, hoping to ask Gear for guidance whenever he encountered difficulties. It was unclear if he was also hoping for free meals. Gear purchased a case of ice cold cola from the system store and tossed a can to each person on deck before grabbing one for himself, popping the tab and placing his mouth over the can to prevent the bubbles from escaping. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Burp, refreshing. If this continues, I'll have to unleash my ultimate entertainment weapon. After several days of calm sailing, even Gear, who longed for a peaceful life, began to feel a bit bored. Just then, Gear, there's a ship coming towards us up ahead. It looks like pirates. Xiao Bei shouted from the lookout tower. Gear tossed aside his fishing rod and quickly ran to the bow, grabbing the binoculars, and saw a large ship braving the waves, its pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Hee, it's definitely a pirate ship, everyone. Get closer, Gear shouted excitedly. Roar. Hee, finally a chance to test my new ability. Only Weeble and Moria joined in the excitement, both restless from the lack of action, feeling a bit itchy after not having fought for too long. They're charging at us. Watch out for the collision. Xiao Bei shouted again. The pirate ship did not change its course despite Gear and the others' presence still speeding towards them. As they got closer, they saw the pirates on the other ship with faces filled with terror, as if something dreadful was chasing them from behind. Just as Gear was about to shout for them to surrender and not kill, a massive blue sword energy flew from behind, slicing the pirate ship cleanly and half the residual force of the attack, still rushing towards Gear and the others. Oh no, danger. Seeing the flying slash so close, several people on the deck nearly dropped their jaws, especially Xiao Bei, who was clinging to the mast and had just witnessed the pirate ship being cleaved in two. It's over. Help. Just as Long was about to take action, Weeble dashed forward, appearing at the bow in a flash. He clenched his left fist, which quickly turned pitch black. He faced the blue slash and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The fist collided with the sword energy, creating an ear-splitting sound. The collision generated a massive shockwave, causing the sails to flutter wildly, and the ship recoiled several meters. The stalemate did not last long, as Weeble shattered the sword energy with a punch, which collapsed like broken glass, with specks of light slowly dissipating in the air. Weeble landed back on the deck, twisted his waist, and instantly swung his scimitar with his right hand. You must respond to an attack. Although Weeble could not express such a cultured phrase, he understood how to react. A similarly massive red flying slash shot towards the direction of the previous attack. Boom. The pirate ship, which had just been sliced in half by the blue slash, had not even begun to sink when Weeble's attack cleaved it again, and with a creak the ship could no longer withstand the force and completely shattered into floating debris. Whoosh. Another blue slash flew from behind, colliding head-on with Weeble's red slash. Clang. The red and blue crescent-shaped attacks violently clashed in midair before simultaneously dissipating, proving to be evenly matched. Even from over 1,000 meters away where the battles were unseen, the fight had already commenced. On the ship, apart from Gear and Long, the others had never witnessed such a level of combat. Even the initial remote attacks were already filled with special effects. What an exhilarating thrill. The crew was engrossed in the spectacle, eagerly leaning over the railings to watch. Bia, being quite short, hurried back to grab a small stool to stand on, fearing she would miss the exciting scene. Only the captain was left bewildered in the wind. Gear's expression was somewhat grim. This isn't right. Based on Weeble's current strength, he should be a top-tier existence in the seas. Where did this strong opponent come from? To be able to match up evenly with my annoying younger brother. In fact, just based on the slashes, he seemed to have the upper hand over Weeble. Gear turned around and saw the figure still intently reading in the cabin. Thinking of another, even more formidable person on the ship, Gear felt a surge of confidence, and directed to Dong and Xiao Bei to steer the ship closer. Today I must see who is dancing. A small boat was slowly approaching from afar. On the boat stood a man carrying a cross with short black hair, a black trench coat, white trousers, and golden eyes like an eagle, possessing a sharp and calm gaze with a hint of rebelliousness. Though he did not yet have a little mustache or wear a black hat adorned with white fur, just seeing his signature eyes, Gear already knew who the newcomer was. The future world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Gear thought to himself, so this guy has had a habit of hunting pirate ships since he was young. At this time, Mihawk had not yet become the world's greatest swordsman. He was around 20 years old, full of youthful vigor, traveling alone with a sword in search of worthy opponents to hone his skills. As the distance closed, Eagle Eye and Weeble finally saw each other clearly, and intense battle intent ignited in their eyes. You are strong. Ooh, I never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent in the East Sea. Come and fight me. Mihawk spoke first, directly challenging Weeble, a hint of excitement flashing across his cold face. Brother. Weeble turned to Gear, saying nothing, but his restless posture and eager tone expressed his strong personal desire. If you want to do it, go ahead, brother won't stop you, Gear nodded, and then turned to Mihawk, shouting, my brother accepts your challenge. Find an uninhabited island. Mihawk did not waste words, silently rowing his boat, and after tying his small boat to the stern of Gear's large ship, he did not board, but instead sat coldly in his boat, closing his eyes to meditate. First, change course, find a nearby, uninhabited island. Mozang, I'm counting on you, Gear said. No problem. Mozang pulled out a map and began searching for the nearest uninhabited island. At that moment, the pirates who had jumped into the sea but had not been killed were scrambling towards the wreckage of the ship, each desperately trying to climb onto the floating debris. Due to the limited buoyancy of the planks, a scene of companions harming each other unfolded continuously. A strong man wearing a captain's hat occupied a piece of wood that was neither too big nor too small, but due to a heavy treasure chest beside him, the buoyancy of the wood was insufficient, causing the water to rise to his knees, leaving him feeling weak as he clutched the chest tightly. Hey, you guys better help me. Seeing a larger piece of wood floating by, the man could no longer move and anxiously shouted at the two pirates on the plank. Seeing the two pirates whispering to each other, the man's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. He forced a smile and said, brothers, please save me. I have a chest of treasure. I'm willing to share it with you. The two pirates were initially reluctant, but fearing the captain's past tyranny, they did not dare to tell him to go to hell. But upon hearing about the treasure, they hesitated again, and ultimately greed overcame reason. They worked together to pull the captain and the treasure chest up. Captain Beat collapsed onto the wood, gasping for breath, and after a long while he finally calmed down. Seeing the two fools still staring at his treasure chest, Beat opened it and laughed. Not bad, not bad. Truly worthy subordinates. Here, this is your well-deserved reward. Seeing the dazzling gold, the two lowered their guard and squatted down to grab it. Puff! Beat's fingers transformed into sharp claws, one for each of them, instantly piercing through their hearts. He pushed the two who had just saved him into the sea, ending their lives, and Beat sneered, sorry brothers, blame it on the small size of this plank. And your greed was too great. Ha ha. Beat quickly stowed the treasure chest away and paddled away from the crowd, thinking that with this money he could soon buy another pirate ship, recruit subordinates, and do sit-ups right there. No one can take my things. That damned Eagle Eye, one day I will carve out his heart to drink. Gear, along with Weeble and Moria, jumped onto the remains of the pirate ship to see if there was anything valuable to salvage, not wanting to waste anything. As soon as they arrived, Gear saw a man dressed like a captain paddling with a piece of wood sitting on a large chest, trying to escape with a lot of wood. Moonwalk. Gear bounced in the air, chasing after him. This guy was escaping while guarding such a big chest. There must be some good treasure. Feeling the raft sway slightly, Beat turned around and saw a young man grinning at him. Hey, kid, if you don't want to die, you better scram. I don't have time to deal with you right now. Having always bullied others, today he faced a string of misfortunes. As a captain, losing his ship was a huge blow. Now he had to paddle away on a small raft. It was a stain on his life, and he was filled with pent-up anger. Gear didn't want to waste words and directly pulled out his pistol, pointing it at him. Hey. Just because the tiger doesn't show its power doesn't mean you can treat me like a sick cat. I am Beat the Black Tiger, a sea pirate with a bounty of 16 million. Damn it, today no one is taking me seriously. Even a snot-nosed brat dares to bully me. Beat roared in anger, and his body began to swell. His palms grew larger, with cat-like pads appearing in his palms. His legs elongated and curved, the muscles in his thighs swelling like balloons, and a long thick tail extended from behind him, his upper body muscles bursting through his clothes. Gray fur began to sprout from his limbs and back with black stripes. It resembled Lucci's leopard form from the cat fruit, but instead of yellow fur with black spots, it had gray fur with black stripes. Ha, kid, bullets are such garbage that they can't even pierce my skin. Just obediently die. Black Tiger, heart rip. Beat charged at Gear like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Bang, bang, bang. Several blood blossoms burst forth. Thud. Beat collapsed heavily in a pool of blood, his gray fur starting to fade, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at the several bullet holes in his body. After transforming, he was supposed to be thick-skinned and not afraid of bullets. Why did this bullet hit him and leave him feeling weak, reverting him to his original form? What is this feeling? This feeling, right? It feels like falling into the sea. You bastard. What did you do to me? Beat cursed in disbelief. Black Tiger. A pretty good ability, but it's somewhat wasted on you. Gear slowly approached, still wearing that harmless expression. He looked at Beat, who was struggling on the ground, and smiled. To thank you for your transformation performance, I'll let you die understanding. This is Sea Stone Bullet, specifically designed to deal with ability users. Remember, don't be a bad guy in your next life. You have never been out of the East Sea, oh mighty pirate. After saying this, he ignored Beat's pleas for mercy and swiftly gave him a quick end. Ding. Detected unknown devil fruit, analyzing automatically. Analysis complete. Zoan type cat, fruit tabby cat form. Damn it. What's with this little tabby cat trying to act like a big-tailed black tiger? You made me happy for nothing. Gear kicked the corpse on the ground, venting his dissatisfaction. Extract. Ding. Extraction successful. Extracted ability beast form, transform into a tabby cat. All physical abilities, enhanced speed and agility, particularly significant. Usage, oral administration. After storing the pill, Gear excitedly opened the treasure chest. A dazzling golden light made Gear's eyes uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, a small pirate group from the East Sea had so much treasure. It seemed they had stumbled upon a big fortune from a rich man, or found a treasure. So tacky. Haha, but I like it. Seeing a neatly arranged chest of gold bricks, Gear happily accepted it. Ding. Recharge of 380 million berries successful. After checking the balance, the 2 billion contributed by the Doflamingo brothers hadn't been recharged yet. Previously, there had been over 245 billion, and after using 200 million for activating the voice feature and space, the new balance was 259 billion. This meant I had spent over 40 million in just a few days, with 90 of that on food. What a ship full of foodies. The sails of the ship were raised high once again. By the time the others returned, Mo Sang had already determined the course, directing the ship towards the nearest uninhabited island. Not long after Guer returned to the ship, he saw Weibel and Moria coming back in succession, each with their own gains. Although Weibel returned empty-handed, he had thoroughly enjoyed hacking at the pirates. Moria, on the other hand, not only tested the abilities of the Shadow Fruit, but also brought back a boy of about 10 years old. The boy was short, standing only about 1.3 meters tall, with a slender build. At age 10, his physique was nothing remarkable in other worlds, but in the pirate world, he had already suffered a significant disadvantage. He had dark circles under his eyes, thick lips, short black hair, a prominent widow's peak, and tan skin. Guer thought to himself, with this healthy skin tone and those thick lips, he somewhat resembled Jesus, though his age didn't quite match. He should be a background character not seen in the original work. Captain, this little brat claims he's not a pirate, but was captured and brought aboard. I think he might be telling the truth. How should we handle him? Just as Moria landed on the ship, folding his wings, he presented the boy to Guer while asking. Guer was sipping tea that Bia had passed him, sizing up the little brat. Seeing that the captain remained silent, Moria assumed that Guer didn't want to keep the boy, but couldn't bring himself to say so directly. After all, there were so many suffering orphans at sea. If they took in everyone they encountered, their ship would soon be overcrowded. They were an adventure crew, not a daycare. Moria scratched his head, feeling awkward as he said, "Sorry, Captain, I was being too meddlesome. He'll take care of it right away." The boy, upon hearing this, remained calm, his eyelids drooping, as if he were still asleep. He looked up at Guer, fully aware that his life depended solely on the whims of this young man before him, yet he did not beg for mercy. The boy slowly opened his mouth, meeting Guer's gaze with calmness as he spoke. "Thank you for defeating those pirates and avenging me. I truly apologize for being a bother to you. I will. My father and mother have already gone, and do not cry, you must survive." Suddenly, the parting words of his parents before their demise resurfaced in his mind. No matter what, he had to survive. The boy gritted his teeth and continued, "If possible, please do not kill me. I can work, I eat little, and can sleep on the deck. Keeping me would be more valuable, and I swear I will repay this kindness. If my work does not meet your satisfaction, you can drop me off at the next inhabited island, and I will still be grateful to you. Mr. Captain." Guer met his gaze for a moment, noticing that the boy's eyes were calm like still water, yet deep within there was a final glimmer of light. Living on hatred until now, lost after the enemy's death, yet he found some reason to survive, even if it meant scraping by. Interesting, Guer mused. He lightly kicked Moria's leg, scolding, "What do you mean by taking care of it? You make it sound like we're the villains." Look, you've scared the boy." Moria chuckled foolishly, but when he smiled, he resembled a villain even more. Guer then turned to the boy and said, "Kid, I am curious. What made you go from wanting to give up on life to suddenly having such a strong desire to survive? You don't need to be nervous. Oh, just answer truthfully. No matter what your answer is, I will not kill you. Because my life was bought with my parents' lives. I feel I need to live well for their sake, and I cannot selfishly choose to give up." The boy clenched his fists, holding back tears. "You're quite remarkable, little brat. My name is Guer. We are not bad people, don't worry. What is your name? Do you have other relatives back home? If it's on the way, we can take you back." "Hello, Mr. Guer. My name is Jean. My hometown has already been destroyed by pirates, and I have nowhere to go. If possible, please let me stay on the ship. I will work hard to repay your kindness for the rest of my life. You can ask me to do anything." "Please," Jean said, then suddenly knelt heavily on the ground, placing his hands on his knees and bowing his head to the deck, offering a salute to Guer. As a fine young man of the new era, Guerre did not like bowing, but bowing was still quite common in this world, so he could only go along with the customs. So Jean, right. Get up. Although we are adventurers, the dangers and enemies we face are no less than those of pirates. Staying on my ship is not a good choice. Most people have this habit. When someone's name has only one character, we often don't just call that character alone, but add a in front of it out of habit. So Guerre instinctively called him a Jean. I am not afraid of danger. I am not afraid of death. Please give me a chance, Mr. Guerre. Jean insisted, unwilling to stand up. Little brat, we are not like those bottom-tier pirate crews where anyone can join casually. Moria said, casually pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds to munch on. He knew Guerre did not like to kill innocents, so he wanted to bring the boy back for the captain to handle, but he never intended for the captain to take in this little brat. In this world, there was no shortage of pitiful orphans. If they took in one after another, their ship would soon turn into a daycare. Jean looked at the tall and muscular crew members, even spotting a 67-meter-tall muscular devil. Then looking at his skinny arms and legs, he realized that not only would he not be able to help, but he might even be a burden. A sense of disappointment began to fill his heart. However, he did not say anything further. Getting off at the next island would already be a good outcome. At least he was alive. Being alive should be something to be happy about, right? Bia, who was hiding nearby, watched with some sympathy for the little boy. He had lost his family at such a young age, even younger than her. If the captain refused to let him stay on the ship, what would he do alone in the future? How pitiful. As she thought about this, tears began to well up in the big girl's eyes. Captain, why don't you let him stay on the ship? The young girl pleaded. Guerre also wanted to agree. After all, the ship was large, and there were plenty of empty rooms. Since Guerre had a system shop and storage space, there was no need to hoard too much food and supplies on the ship. Accommodating dozens more people would be easy. Moreover, Captain Guerre was generous. Saving a life was worth the cost of a pair of chopsticks. Guerre, who had a strong moral compass, would not normally hesitate, but at this moment, he frowned tightly as the scene before him was too reminiscent of someone who knelt down to plead for a ride onto the ship to fulfill his ambitions. Once this thought crossed Guerre's mind, it became hard to shake off. Every decision he made needed to ensure the safety of everyone on the ship, which led him to begin to hesitate. A brilliant transmigrator like me cannot give anyone an opportunity to backstab. Wait, what did you just say your name was? Jean. A Jean. Why does that suddenly sound familiar? Guerre scrutinized his appearance again, finding it increasingly fitting. Mr. Guerre, my name is Jean. You can call me a Jean. That is how everyone calls me. All right. A Jean, no need to say more. I agree to let you join us. Guerre suddenly exclaimed excitedly, helping a Jean up. Huh. The crew and a Jean all exclaimed in surprise, not understanding why Guerre's attitude had changed so quickly and why he suddenly made a decision. But curious as they were, no one questioned the captain's decision. Yay? Awesome. A Jean, the captain has agreed. Hurry and thank the captain. Bia was the first to react, shouting joyfully. Thank you very much, Mr. Guerre. A Jean finally came to his senses and hurriedly said. A Jean, remember your words. From now on, your life is mine. You must live well without my permission. Do you understand? Upon hearing this stern yet warm statement, a Jean's eyes brimmed with tears. He now had another reason to live. He nodded vigorously, saying, I understand. Mr. Guerre. Ha, you should call me captain now. Welcome aboard, a Jean. From now on, we are your family. Yes, Captain Guerre. The usually cautious Guerre certainly would not allow a stranger onto his ship out of a moment of impulse or overwhelming sympathy. The reason Guerre allowed this little brat to join was that he had remembered who he was. This was a Jean, the ghostly figure of the Crick pirate crew encountered by the Straw Hat crew in the Bartai restaurant in the East Blue over 20 years later. A simple farewell in the Grand Line made a Jean the busiest man in One Piece, as countless people looked forward to his return, not only because of his strength, but also because of his character. When a Jean appeared, he effortlessly subdued Redfoot Zeph without injury, shattered the shield hero in one blow, easily took down Sanji while showing mercy, and finally knocked out Crick with a single punch. Given the generally low power level in the early East Blue, his combat power could only be described as terrifying. However, Guerre valued a Jean's character even more. Most villains blame their circumstances and experiences. As Doflamingo famously said, if you had experienced everything I have, you might not even be half as kind as I am. Guerre chose not to comment. Fortunately, Doflamingo did not use this statement to refute him last time, otherwise Guerre feared he would have been unable to resist, asking, isn't your brother Rosinante's experience the same? Indeed, many times people are often bound by circumstances, the paths they wish to take are difficult, and being a good person is challenging. However, the strong draw their blades against the stronger, while the weak draw their blades against the weaker. When they begin to wantonly harm the weak, so-called circumstances are nothing but excuses. Because there are always some people who can retain a sense of perseverance and kindness in a rotten environment. This is the rare quality. And a Jean is such a person. He faced a dilemma between the captain's orders and Sanji's kindness, resolutely giving his gas mask to Sanji to repay a meal's worth of kindness, and in the end, he remained loyal to all members of the Crick pirate crew when he was defeated. In summary, this person is exceptionally gifted, loyal, and has a sense of justice. He possesses great potential and could be a great general. Don't be so formal. From now on, we are family. A Jean. Goer warmly reached out to pull the still dazed Jean up, smiling as if he had won the lottery, then turned to the young girl beside him and said, Bia, please take a Jean to clean up and change into some fresh clothes. All right, Captain. Leave it to me. Uncle Feet. I'm hungry, can we eat now? Weibel said while heading to the kitchen, followed by a commotion of flying chickens and Uncle Feit's angry shouts. It will be ready soon. Hey, Weibel, stop messing around, you can't eat that. Here, have this to fill your stomach a bit. Can you go out for a bit? As everyone started to disperse to take care of their own matters, Goer walked over to Moria, patting his leg, as he could not reach his shoulder, which was 2 stories high. Hee old Emma, well done. I didn't see that you have the potential of Uncle Snake. From now on, if you see any kids who need help, bring them all back. Who is Uncle Snake? Moria had a puzzled expression. After thinking for a moment, he cracked a wide grin, revealing a terrifying grin. Hee, Captain, I understand now. No, what do you understand? That smile of yours is dangerous. You must have misunderstood. Goer hurriedly explained. I am not talking about kidnapping kids, but being serious. Old Mo, please don't misunderstand. Captain, I understand. Really understand. Hee. Moria nodded heavily. Goer sighed, hoping Moria had genuinely understood his intentions. Perhaps some people are indeed kind-hearted, but just happen to look scary when they smile. Finally, there was a pier on the ship. The young girl happily held the little brother's hand and led him towards the cabin. Come on, you're so dirty. They'll take you to wash and change your clothes. Jean's face flushed completely, losing the calm demeanor he had when facing life and death earlier. Mature in mind, he felt embarrassed to be holding hands at this age and tried to shake off Bia's hand awkwardly. But seeing the pure smile on her face, he couldn't bear to ruin it, so he allowed her to lead him away. By the way, Jean, how old are you this year? I think I'm 10, maybe 11. I can't really remember clearly anymore. Huh, you can forget that. Bia's eyes widened in surprise. Jean had experienced quite a bit of misfortune at a young age. He had been captured and forced to toil on a pirate ship for nearly 2 years, always waiting for a chance to take revenge. The pirates kept him around simply to add some excitement during their boring travels. Jean's mental age had forcibly matured, but for some reason in front of this girl who was a year or 2 older than him, he began to slowly revert to the demeanor of a child. Seeing the embarrassment on Jean's face, Bia smiled encouragingly. It's okay, no matter if you're 10 or 11, you're still younger than me. From now on you have to call me Sister Bia. Call it out. Bye. Bia, sister. Jean shyly called out in a small voice. Ha, good. Jean, younger brother, from now on ill lookout for you on the ship. Let me tell you. Bia asked about everything along the way, her silver bell-like laughter ringing across the ship. Wearing a white t-shirt, black long pants, and a blue headscarf, Jean looked spirited and sharp in clean clothes. When he and Bia returned to the deck, the others had already gathered around a table ready to eat. Hurry. If you don't, Weibel will finish all the delicious food. Jean stared blankly at the harmonious atmosphere on the deck, while Bia tugged his hand, pulling him along. Everyone was drooling over the mountain of unfamiliar delicacies on the dining table, all of which were recently developed Chinese dishes by Uncle Feet. Deer looked at the spicy chicken, scallion, ginger, steamed fish, spicy seafood, braised beef, beer, duck, sweet and sour ribs, preserved vegetable, pork belly, and a soup made from an unknown bone, along with 2 stir-fried vegetables, feeling a sense of returning to the modern world. The portions were somewhat intimidating. The fish weighed several hundred pounds, the spicy chicken and beer duck were whole chickens and ducks, and the sweet and sour ribs were large spare ribs, with each dish being enough to fill anyone. After Uncle Feet brought out several more dishes, everyone began to eat. On Gear's ship, there was never any emphasis on dining etiquette, so eating was like going to war. Delicious. So delicious. Weibel and Moria each held a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other, chomping down, without any semblance of decorum. Bia, taking charge for the first time, energetically filled Akin's bowl with food. Tasting such delicious dishes for the first time, Akin had tears streaming down his face as he voraciously gnawed on a chicken leg, while only Senir maintained the most elegant demeanor. Gear brought out 10 boxes of beer and several boxes of juice. Since children couldn't drink alcohol, Gear took a bottle of coconut juice that he had drunk since childhood and distributed drinks to all the children present, including Weibel, who was still a child. Longfeet, Dedong, Xiaobei, and Moria, the few adults, picked up their bottles and toasted together. Long, who was usually unseen on the ship, always managed to show up right on time once mealtime arrived. Cheers. Let's celebrate the addition of a new partner today. Gear raised his coconut juice, and everyone raised their drinks, clinking them together before downing them. Welcome aboard, Akin. Thank you. Captain, thank you, everyone. So embarrassing. Truly embarrassing. I'm sorry. Aside from my parents, it's the first time I've met someone who treats me so well. Akin wiped the tears from his eyes, looking at the joyful group around him, feeling as if he had found his dream. His gaze gradually became bright and determined. Ahem. Akin, too nervous, drank too quickly and started coughing, causing everyone to burst into laughter. After the meal, Gear's system had lost over 1 million berries. But happiness is priceless. A mere bit of berries was nothing to Captain Gear, who was financially robust, though he felt as if he had forgotten something important. At the stern of the ship on a small boat, Mihawk sat with his eyes closed, slightly furrowing his brow. Listening to the cheerful sounds of laughter and eating from the ship and smelling the enticing aroma of food in the air, a flicker of unnatural expression appeared on Mihawk's cold face. Steady your sword, Heart. Resist temptation. This is the cultivation a swordsman should have. Mihawk internally motivated himself, but his occasionally twitching throat revealed his true feelings. Hey, that young man with the cross on his back, aren't you hungry? As Mihawk was calming his mind, he heard a voice and slowly opened his eyes to see his square-faced uncle standing at the stern with food. Thank you, I'm not hungry. Gurgle. His rebellious stomach protested, and feeling a bit embarrassed, Mihawk struggled to maintain his aloof expression, thinking that as long as he didn't feel awkward, it was everyone else who would be. Ha ha ha, what an insincere young man. A man should be more straightforward. As a chef, aside from my enemies, I don't want to see anyone going into battle on an empty stomach. I've said it here for you. Oh, please don't waste food. Remember to return the bowls and chopsticks after eating. Uncle Feet placed the food on a wooden barrel, gave a reminder, and walked away. Thank you. Mihawk no longer acted coy, promptly jumping onto the ship, thanking Fights back, and sitting at the ship's edge to eat heartily. No need to be polite. If you don't have enough to eat, the kitchen has more. I heard from the captain that you're quite strong. If possible, give that scoundrel Weibel a good beating for me. That guy comes to the kitchen to cause trouble every day. After saying this, Feet waved his hand and left without looking back. Was there such a strange request? Mihawk picked up a piece of rib, took a bite, and suddenly his eyes widened akin to an eagle spotting a chick on the ground. Delicious. In the East Sea, on an uninhabited island in the Jamaica archipelago. After sailing for most of the day, they finally arrived at their destination just before sunset. A desolate island isolated from the sea, with no small hills or vegetation, featuring a wide and flat terrain, only some oddly shaped stones. As a battlefield, this place was quite suitable. Weibel slung the fake Songyun Chia over his shoulder, while Mihawk strapped on his long sword, and they both jumped off the ship, striding toward the central open area. Gear hesitated for a long time, wondering whether to let Weibel consume the top-tier armed color in advance. After some thought, he ultimately decided to put the pill away. Perhaps due to his lack of intelligence, Weibel possessed an extraordinary combat instinct that surpassed normal humans, often more sensitive than beasts. His simple-mindedness also allowed him to excel in mastering combat techniques. Gear had noticed this when training him in hockey and the sixth forms. He could usually learn after watching a few times and could exert even stronger effects due to his powerful physique. Such a martial arts prodigy would greatly enhance his strength by engaging in battles where he was evenly matched or even at a disadvantage. Gear estimated that the power gap between Mihawk and Weibel was likely minimal at this moment. This was a rare opportunity for an evenly matched experience without a life-and-death struggle, so Gear ultimately decided not to rush things and let him hone his skills in battle, solidifying his foundation. Both sides stood still, neither adopting a combat posture, but instead slowly approached each other face to face. With each step closer, the aura surrounding them intensified. At a distance of 10 steps, they stopped and synced their auras, reaching a peak, forming two spirals that clashed against each other, causing the sand and gravel on the ground to scatter. Mihawk drew his long sword, pointing it directly at his opponent, and spoke first. Joracle. Mihawk, the future world's greatest swordsman, wielding the most powerful supreme blade. Knight. Mihawk only mastered the Black Blade Knight. When he became the greatest swordsman, state your name. Long time no see, a formidable opponent. Edward Weibel. My brother said that the one who will become the strongest in the world must be me. Weibel didn't ramble, and after speaking, he swung Songyun Chia forward with a fierce slash. On guard, Mihawk raised his sword to block. A massive impact sound accompanied by waves of energy spread out. Such strength. Mihawk's pupils contracted in shock as he was pushed back several meters by this strike, leaving two grooves in the ground. Feeling the tremor transmitted through his hands, he tightened his grip on the sword. Weibel pressed the advantage, leaping into the air to deliver another powerful downward slash. It was as if he aimed to cleave the heavens apart. Rather than being startled, Mihawk felt joy. Oh, wasn't his wandering at sea precisely to battle with such strong opponents? This is good. Buzz, Mihawk's forearm muscles bulged, and the knight in his hand emitted a resonant hum, as if responding to its master's excitement. Mihawk leaned forward and charged, dragging the sword tip on the ground, the sharp blade cutting a deep groove and sparking as he swung the sword upward with all his might. Ding! The two weapons clashed violently once more. Another ear-piercing metallic collision rang out, and the waves of energy erupted like a tsunami. Dust and debris rose from the island. The shockwave carried fragments of the ground flying in all directions. As both sides exerted their strength, the weapons scraped against each other, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Weibel, with greater strength and coming from above, put Mihawk at a slight disadvantage, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider web. On the ship, aside from Gear, who remained calm, everyone else was so captivated they forgot to blink. Akin, more excited than ever, clenched his fists tightly and gazed fervently at the two battling figures, feeling immensely thrilled. Is this what it means to be powerful? Moria crossed his arms over his chest, his expression serious and brow furrowed. As a swordsman himself, he immediately recognized the massive gap in swordsmanship between him and the man known as Hawkeyes. Even Long was shocked by the two's battle. Though his strength was not weak, even surpassing Weibel and Hawkeye's a bit, his age made it hard to feel proud. While the sea was not short of strong individuals, those with such power at such a young age were truly rare gems. At least he had not possessed their strength at their age. While in the small East Sea, there were two on one ship. In the arena, after a clash, Weibel and Mihawk jumped back in sync, creating distance and carefully sizing each other up again. Their expressions became even more serious. Since their debut, they had always taken down foes with a single blow, and this was the first time they encountered an opponent who couldn't be defeated with all their might. The fighting spirit surged again. Gurgle. A piece of debris rolled off the rocky layer, and the crisp sound it made as it hit the ground broke the brief standoff like the starting gun at a race. The two instantly vanished from their original positions. The battle reignited. This time Hawkeye's made the first move, switching to a two-handed grip on his sword, leaning back to gather strength. It was akin to an athlete preparing to throw a solid ball. This backward lean, driven by the waist and arms, allowed one to unleash a more powerful strength in an instant. As Mihawk completed his charge, a terrifying aura coalesced into a dazzling blue light wrapping around the sword. Huh! Mihawk shouted, swinging his sword ferociously, and a massive sword chi descended instantly, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed color, the island trembled, and dust enveloped the entire small island. With such a grand display of power, coupled with the obscured view of the battle, the few on the ship began to worry for Weibel's safety. "Aren't you worried about your brother, Mr. Gear?" Seeing Gear so nonchalant, Long curiously inquired. Gear didn't answer directly, but gazed ahead, lost in thought, and asked, "Which is stronger, the strongest man in the world, the greatest swordsman, or the strongest creature in the world?" Oh well. Long and those nearby fell into contemplation upon hearing this question. "All right, this Mihawk is alone and hasn't joined any faction yet." Gear's seemingly casual remark made the eyes of the revolutionary leader light up with fervor. In the arena, a haze enveloped the area. The ground was carved out into a deep trench over 100 meters long by Mihawk's slash. Suddenly, a blade sliced quickly from the dust. Mihawk's yellow eyes narrowed as he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the sharp blade that grazed his ear, severing a few of his flying hair strands and leaving a cut on his outer garment at the chest. Mihawk turned his wrist and swung the black blade upward, and once again the two weapons clashed. Ha! Ha! The dust settled, revealing Weibel, whose clothing was tattered, laughing loudly. His tall figure reappeared, clearly enjoying the fight. "Did you manage to block it?" Hawkeye smirked, realizing that such a monster could not be easily defeated. "Good. This is what it takes to be my opponent." The two developed a mutual admiration amidst the battle. With a sudden force, the Supreme Blade Knight flicked away Songyun Chie's downward pressure, and Mihawk stepped forward, slashing horizontally toward Weibel's chest. Songyun Chia was deflected, and there was no time to withdraw to block. Weibel's chest instantly bore a patch of dark armored haki. Ding! With a single strike, even though Weibel had defended using armored haki, a thin wound appeared on his chest, though it was shallow, and blood only slowly seeped from the cut. Weibel was completely unfazed, not hesitating in the least due to the injury, and quickly countered with a slash toward his opponent. Hawkeye's had barely time to rejoice from his successful hit when the glowing Songyun Chia was already slashing toward him. In the final moment, when the blade was about to touch his nose, Mihawk suddenly leaned back, bending low to narrowly evade the horizontal slash of Songyun Chia. His right hand grasped the hilt, while his left gripped the crossguard of the long sword knight, pointing the blade directly at the target. Then he forcefully pushed off the ground, leaving a deep pit in the earth, and the immense reaction propelled him forward, darting straight ahead. Like an arrow released from its bow, Weibel had just swung his blade with force and had not yet turned around. He chose not to stop his motion, and with a single swing of Songyun Chia, he smoothly executed a complete 360-degree spin like a top, using the rotational inertia to deliver an even more ferocious horizontal slash. In a fierce encounter, there was no intention to evade. They charged at each other with savage smiles, as if they were going to perish together. A sharp encounter. Puff. Shoo. Blood splattered. Though both blades struck flesh, they produced entirely different sounds. The Supreme Blade Knight pierced directly into Weibel's right lower abdomen, while Songyun Chia struck Mihawk's left shoulder. Both managed to defend using armed haki in time, but the tremendous force still left them with noticeable wounds. Gear watched the fierce battle, noting that while it was indeed spectacular, it still felt a bit off. After pondering for quite some time, he finally realized that this sense of dissonance stemmed from the fact that neither of them called out their techniques. 9 mountains and 8 seas forming one world, gathering thousands of realms to create a small 1,000 worlds. This realm multiplied 3 times, with no self, constantly connected, the essence of the 3 sword styles. One great, 3,000 great 1,000 worlds. You guys are making the Bard Zoro look a bit dull. Ding ding dang dang. The island echoed with explosions. From dusk till deep into the night, Weibel and Mihawk had become 2 bloodied figures, but the battle raged on, and neither side showed any signs of waning. After their prolonged duel, both Weibel and Mihawk were covered in wounds. Weibel's clothes had been reduced to tatters, so he simply tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular torso, evoking a sense of Chu fighting Ma Chao bare-chested. The intensity of the battle showed no sign of waning, and the smiles on their faces grew increasingly twisted. Gear knew that the physiques and endurance of these powerhouses in the pirate world were extraordinary. Once they started fighting, they could go on for days without eating or drinking, putting even the most tireless to shame. Thus Gear had already changed into his pajamas and was ready to sleep. Seeing the others on the ship each holding a bowl of instant noodles standing on the deck to watch, they savored their late-night snack while being utterly captivated by the battle. Ajin and Bia, two inexperienced youngsters, were also among them, watching with such rapt attention that they refused to return to their cabins to rest. It seemed that the usual entertainment on the ship was too scarce. Such a rare chance to witness a battle with special effects was as thrilling as a movie. Everyone exclaimed it was so exhilarating they could watch all night without getting bored. Gear didn't stop them. He believed that children watching such violent action scenes would greatly benefit their future growth. He silently supported them with 2 cases of Red Bull and went back to rest. Although Weibel was a few years younger than Mihawk, due to Gear's intervention his strength was many times greater than in the original timeline. After half a day of combat, as Gear had predicted, their abilities were evenly matched, making it hard to determine a victor quickly. Weibel had advantages in strength and endurance, while Mihawk excelled in speed and technique. Mihawk's armament haki might be slightly stronger, but it was still at the same advanced level, so their overall strength was nearly equal. However, engaging in a prolonged battle with Weibel was essentially a loss. With his bulldog's will and tenacious life, 2 deadly skills for close combat, few could outlast this stamina freak at the same level. Thus the fight's duration depended on how long Hawkeye could hold out. Later, it'll give him an ability to heal through battle, high attack, and defense tanky with output, and even lifesteal recovery. Won't that disgust them to death? Gear bought earplugs from the system to block out the ship's noise, and with a lecherous grin, he drifted off to sleep. After a good night's sleep, sunlight streamed through the window onto his backside. Waking naturally, Gear stretched, removed his earplugs, and immediately heard the clanging sounds outside again. Didn't expect Hawkeye to be so persistent. Gear left his room and headed to the kitchen for food. Today's breakfast was a bowl of meat congee and 2 fried dough sticks. Fight was increasingly mastering the art of Chinese cuisine. The rich culinary techniques of Chinese cooking, stir-frying, steaming, frying, braising, roasting, had won unanimous approval from everyone on board, as the flavors were indeed more delicious than before. Carrying his breakfast to the deck, only Ajin, the young boy, was still intently watching the battle. The others had grown tired of it and gone back to rest. Gear approached and tapped his little head. Still not bored? Ajin, you've been watching all night without sleep. Is it that captivating? Seeing Ajin's dark circles worsening, Gear handed him a fried dough stick, thinking he might need to forbid the kids from staying up late. With such heavy dark circles at a young age, like a panda, he lacked vitality. Ajin turned to see it was his captain, took the dough stick, bit into it, and said excitedly, "Captain's so strong. They're really amazing." The young boy's eyes were full of admiration. He hadn't done anything himself, yet just standing and watching was exhausting, while the 2 on the island fighting for so long seemed completely tireless. Every move was still precise and powerful. Gear looked at the 2 figures now covered in wounds, but still exchanging blows, and nodded encouragingly. "Yeah, both are monsters. Ajin, keep it up. When you grow up, you can definitely achieve this too." "Really, Captain? Can I really become as strong as them?" Looking at the hopeful Ajin, Captain Gear decided to hype him up regardless. He solemnly placed his hand on Ajin's shoulder and said seriously, "Ajin, you're the most talented person I've ever met. As long as you train hard, you'll become very strong in the future. I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself. You can do it. Not just like them, but even surpassing them one day isn't impossible. The captain has high hopes for you." "Captain." The inarticulate Ajin was too moved to speak, clenching his fists and trembling all over. Captain Gear was the guiding light of his life, a beam of light in his existence. He silently vowed, "I, Ajin, swear to become strong. I will never let Captain Gear down. Good morning, Mr. Gear." "Good morning, Dragon." Dragon came out of his room and greeted Gear with a smile. Gear could tell from his expression that he must have stayed up late studying again. "Dragon, perfect timing. I have something I'd like your help with." "Mr. Gear, just tell me what you need, and I'll do my best." Seeing Dragon's expression turn serious, Gear smiled and waved his hand. "Relax, Dragon, no need to be so formal. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you could, while you're on the ship, help guide this kid in his training when you have time." With that, Gear pointed to Ajin, who was already running and jumping on the deck to build his stamina. Having been pumped up by Gear's motivational speech early in the morning, Ajin couldn't contain his eagerness to get stronger. Action spoke louder than words, so he decided to start intense training right away, aiming to astonish everyone. Dragon observed the boy for a while and found his talent promising, nodding in agreement. "No problem at all, Mr. Gear. Compared to the help you've given me, this is a trivial matter, hardly a favor. I'll do my best. But you know my training methods aren't something just anyone can endure." Gear thought to himself, why pass up a good deal? Dragon was not only a trained Marine, but also a disciple of the Marine hero Monkey D. Garp. Ajin, with his innate combat talent, would undoubtedly make rapid progress under Dragon's personal guidance. The future looked bright. Gear laughed heartily and made the decision for Ajin. "Haha, thanks in advance. Don't hold back. If he dies, it's on me. Dragon, show me what the Marine lineage is capable of. Leave it to me, Mr. Gear. I guarantee he won't leave the EC alive. Oops, I promise I won't let you down." Dragon's expression shifted instantly, like a teacher checking discipline from the back of the classroom, and he walked sternly toward Ajin. Seeing this, Gear could only silently mourn for poor Ajin. "Hi, Ajin, the captain is doing this for your own good. When you grow up, you'll understand my intentions. Just make sure you survive." unaware that he had been sold out by his captain. Ajin was taken away by Dragon with a blank expression. The unscrupulous captain couldn't stop laughing on the side. The sun climbed high. North wind. Kong. East wind. Kong again. Kong on the draw. Mahjong. Ha ha ha. Mosen laughed heartily, his face jiggling as he pushed over the row of colorful tiles and collected the chips from Dadong Xiaobei and Uncle Fight. What's wrong, Bia? Don't hide them, hurry and hand over the chips, haha. Bia, who had volunteered to manage her father's chips, was reluctant to give them up. How is this possible? We all just learned this game called Mahjong, but Brother Mosen, why are you so much better than us? Fight scratched his head in frustration. He had also been waiting for a winning hand, but was beaten to it, feeling very unwilling. Yeah, boss, you've won 5 in a row and the 3 of us haven't won a single round. Xiaobei counted and realized that Boss Missouri had been on a winning streak. They hadn't won once, making it seem like a rigged game. Haha, just luck, just luck. This game is so fun. Come on, let's start the next round. Maybe this time you'll win. Mosen said cheerfully, feeling triumphant as the displeasure of the past few days vanished. He chatted while expertly stacking the Mahjong tiles. The 4 were playing the quintessential Chinese game Mahjong, introduced by Captain Gear. Gear thought the lack of entertainment on the ship was too boring, so he bought a large hand-copied Mahjong set from the system store for ones of his zero berries. He truly experienced what it meant to teach a student and lose one's place. Once everyone learned the rules, they unceremoniously kicked Captain Gear out of the game. On the ship, Ajin was training diligently under Dragon's guidance. Moria was curious about the new game called Mahjong, but was mercilessly sent back to continue his training by Gear. With nothing to do, Gear sat on the ship's railing fishing, while Senior stood beside him smoking. Gear occasionally glanced at the two still fiercely fighting on the island, puzzled. Shouldn't it have stopped by now? Weibel was indeed prone to losing reason in battle. Unless Gear called a halt, he wouldn't stop until he had cut down his target. But why was Hawkeye also being irrational? Although he had said to fight with full force and the resolve to kill Mihawk, must have known this was just a spar, not a life-or-death duel, right? After so long, he should have realized that without a life-or-death situation, neither could defeat the other, and dragging it out by endurance was pointless. Could it be that he's sensing his own limits in this evenly matched fight, using the battle with Weibel to feel the fear of death and attempt a breakthrough? Gear grew more convinced of his guess. Very likely. So that's why he doesn't want to end the fight. Damn, that Mihawk is lucky. He'll walk away stronger after this fight, while Weibel will cost me tens of millions of berries in recovery. Captain Gear, who always took advantage of others and hated being taken advantage of, felt as if he had lost $1 billion. Boom. Just as he was thinking, a much louder explosion than before rang out, rattling everyone's ears. Gear's mind went blank from the shock. Whooshed. Following the massive explosion came a violent blast of air, pushing the docked ship nearly a dozen meters before it stopped. Clatter. The Mahjong table on the deck was overturned, sending tiles scattering with crisp sounds. The clashing of swords that had lasted a day and a night fell silent. After a long moment, everyone came to their senses, realizing that the commotion must have been the end of the battle between Weibel and Mihawk. Gear jumped off the ship and headed toward the center of the battle. The others, hearing the deafening explosion, dropped what they were doing and rushed out of the cabin to see what had happened. Wah? Wah? Hearing Weibel's cries, Gear was startled at first, then his expression tightened. He abandoned everything, using Soru to rush toward the source of the sound. Shaved. Clack. Weibel. Jer executed several rapid flashes of movement before landing softly beside Weibel, anxiously checking the injuries on his precious younger brother. Fortunately, his limbs were intact. Jer examined the wounds again. Though numerous, they were merely superficial and nothing serious. Turning his gaze to Mihawk, the man was also covered in wounds, supporting himself with his blade bent over and gasping for air. Catching Jer's questioning look, Mihawk shrugged and shook his head, indicating he was equally bewildered. What's wrong, Weibel? Where are you hurt? Tell your brother. In response to his brother's inquiry, Weibel pouted silently, tears brimming in his eyes, looking utterly wronged, like a child who lost a fight and felt too ashamed to tattle to a parent. Jer sighed, helplessly rubbing his forehead. You're not even injured, so why are you crying? After a long wait, Weibel finally couldn't hold back his tears and wailed, Brother, he broke my sword. My sword? Wah. Having been focused entirely on Weibel, Jer now noticed the counterfeit Song Yun Chia lying beside him, its blade snapped in two. That fake greatsword was merely a showpiece, not even qualifying as a fine blade. It was a miracle it had held out so long against the supreme greatsword Yuru. Had Weibel not been rigorously trained by Jer on a deserted island to coat his blade with armament hockey, it might not have survived a single exchange. Swords have their graves, perhaps blades do too. If such a place exists, this blade could boast for eternity about its feet, clashing with the supreme greatsword at full power for an entire day and night before its glorious demise. Truly the pinnacle of a blade's existence. Yet for Mihawk to sever a greatsword fully coated in Weibel's armament hockey meant his own hockey had advanced further during this battle. This was Jer's first taste of being exploited, leaving a bitter aftertaste. He turned to Mihawk, who was still catching his breath, and said, This fight ends here. You and Hawkeye. No, we haven't decided a victor. If Weibel had possessed a blade of my caliber, I'd have exhausted my stamina first. So strictly speaking, I lost. Mihawk replied coolly. Don't swordsmen consider their blades part of themselves? That's not an external factor. If you lose because of an inferior weapon, it's still a loss. Be that as it may, it wasn't a fair fight. Jer was too weary to argue with such a stubborn man. He felt he'd come out on the losing end, and now looking at Mihawk's poker face only added to his frustration. All right then, let's call it a draw. Go back to the ship, change clothes, and tend to your wounds. We'll have a banquet tonight. Mihawk said no more, nodded in acceptance, sheathed his blade, and walked toward the ship without a backward glance. Captain, how is Brother Weeble? Just then Moria flew over with Akin and Bia while Fit and Senior came running behind. They had all heard Weeble's cries and raced over their hearts, nearly leaping into their throats. Now reassured that the problem was just a broken weapon, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Senior pulled out a pack of Huapai cigarettes. After all that tension, he needed a smoke to calm his nerves. These cigarettes given by the captain were top-notch. He lit one for Fit, and then himself, and they stood aside puffing away with expressions of pure relaxation and enjoyment. Stop crying, Weeble. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. Your brother will get you a better weapon. Really, brother? Of course. When has your brother ever lied to you? It's just a weapon. Here, have a candy and cheer up. No more tears. With that, Jer popped a ball into Weeble's mouth. The evenly matched battle was over, and the goal of letting Weeble gain combat experience through hardship had been achieved. There was no need to hold back any longer, so Jer abandoned all pretense of honor. Watching Weeble swallow the supreme armament hockey ball, in one gulp Jer licked his lips enviously. This was a supreme ability coveted by countless people. Brother, this little candy isn't filling. I've missed 6 meals after fighting for a whole day and night. I'm so hungry. Weeble counted on his fingers earnestly. Jer was speechless. Damn it. You don't know how lucky you are. Do you have any idea how precious this candy is? And why 6 meals instead of 3? Forget it. Don't argue with a child. Though Weeble hadn't awakened Conqueror's hockey, yet Jer still felt his little brother would likely awaken it in the future. After all, Whitebeard's Conqueror's hockey was nothing to scoff at. With the system's help, in another year or two, Weeble's strength could definitely surpass that of an admiral. An admiral in his teens. Even Roger would weep if he heard this. What a terrifying monster he had nurtured. Ha ha ha. Jer couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone, we're having a banquet tonight. Tell me what you want to eat. Today you'll eat till you're stuffed. Ooh. Meat. I want lots of delicious meat. Yeah, Captain, I want barbecue. The mention of food instantly revived Weeble, and Bia clapped her hands in approval. Both voted for barbecue. Chef Fit rolled up his sleeves ready to show off his skills. Barbecue with beer. We can drink all night. An excellent suggestion. Moria wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, laughing sinisterly, looking like a demon, discussing how delicious human flesh tasted, making Akin involuntarily step back twice. Glancing at his family around him, Jer wasted no time and directly opened the system shop. Son, open the weapon page. Ding. Please select weapon type, appearance, size, and grade. The type options included Dao Spear, GNG Axe, Yua Hook Whip, Mace, Hammer, Dagger, Axe, Staff, Spear, Lance, and more, far exceeding the traditional 18 weapons along with bows, arrows, hidden weapons, guns, and cannons. Jer was dazzled. After selecting Dao, numerous subdivisions appeared: ring-headed Dao, Tang, Dao Butterfly Knife, 9-ring Broadsword, Large Chopper, Cavalry Saber, Crescent-Bladed Spear. After choosing the type, appearance, and size, the final step was the grade: Fine Blade, grade 100 berries, Excellent Fine Blade, grade 100 berries, Great Fine Blade, grade 100 berries, Supreme Great Blade, 100 berries. Jer pondered for a moment. Logically, Great Fine Blade grade would suffice, but having just extorted a fortune from the Don Quixote brothers, he felt his finances could handle the difference. As a devoted brother, Jer decided to go all out for his little brother. Ding. Payment of 100 berries successful. Obtained Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Great Supreme Great Blade. What is this? Seeing Jer create something out of thin air for the first time, Akin was so shocked he stuttered. A resonant hum like a dragon's roar seemed to emanate from the depths of everyone's mind, striking their very souls. A massive green dragon phantom spiraled in the air before transforming into a beam of light that coalesced before Jer. As the light faded, a 10-meter-long crescent-bladed spear materialized before everyone's eyes. The blade itself was over 3 meters long, engraved with a pattern of a coiled dragon devouring the moon. The dragon's mouth was positioned above the handle facing the blade, while exquisitely carved swimming dragons adorned the sides. The black dragon scales embossed on the handle were both aesthetically pleasing and increased grip friction. The razor-sharp edge glowed with a faint red light. Jer read the information that popped up: Green Dragon Crescent Blade, also known as Lingyan Ju, forged from refined iron weighing 1,000 jin. Legend has it that this blade was forged by the world's greatest blacksmith on a full moon night. As it neared completion, the wind suddenly rose and clouds gathered, and a green dragon fought in the sky, dripping blood onto the blade. Tempered with dragon's blood, it earned the name Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Attack increased by 100, special attribute damage to green dragons increased by 200. Jer gazed at the floating green dragon crescent blade, a masterpiece of artistry familiar in form, but far surpassing Song Yun Xie in aesthetics. However, that last special attribute was far too specific. He wondered if Teacher Kaido still sought death. He'd love to grant that wish. Hehehe. Can you really pull out a weapon of this level at will? No matter how many times I see it, it's unbelievable. Moria said, glancing at the long blade at his waist. and silently resolving that in his next battle he'd find a way to get his own sword broken too. Having a weapon doubled one's combat effectiveness compared to bare hands. Jer was very satisfied, wondering just how exaggerated the boost from a divine weapon would be. Clang. Just as Jer reached out to touch it, the system interface closed, and the crescent-bladed spear instantly lost its levitation. The 1,000-gene heavy blade crashed to the ground, the deafening noise startling everyone. Jer silently thanked his lucky stars, had pulled his foot back quickly, or it would have been flattened. Looking at the 10-meter-long greatsword on the ground, Jer decided he didn't need to handle it himself. Hey Weeble, this blade is for you. It's the Supreme Great Blade Green Dragon. From now on, whether you're eating, sleeping, or fighting, always keep it coated with armament hockey. Strive to turn it into a black blade. Okay, brother. Weeble rushed over, excitedly grabbed the green dragon crescent blade from the ground, hefted it, found the weight perfect, and began swinging it eagerly. Whoosh whoosh. The force kicked up sand and gravel, forming swirling tornadoes that howled in all directions. Jer quickly shouted for him to stop. After a few smacks on the backside, Weeble finally calmed down, standing to the side, with a goofy grin, stroking the exquisite carvings on the blade over and over, unable to stop smiling. Like a child with a beloved new toy, he couldn't wait to play with it, even temporarily forgetting his hunger. Let's go back to the ship. Without further ado, Jer left the still grinning Weeble and led the others back. Back on the ship, Jer's spending spree began anew. He bought a mountain of ingredients from the system store. How could barbecue be without beef? He didn't care about breeds like Kalkian Aubrac Angus or Wagyu. He bought them all. The beef alone cost Jer nearly 5 million berries. Seeing the towering pile of ingredients, Chef Fitz's eyes lit up. He rolled up his sleeves, eagerly ready to begin. Bia and Akin wisely went over to help, while Senor and Moria set up the massive grill for roasting an entire cow. Captain Jer, once again playing the role of the carefree leader, settled into his rocking chair, swaying until he drifted off to sleep. Mihawk, who had returned to the ship earlier, had already tended to his wounds. Though the cuts were numerous and looked alarming, they were all minor. For someone with his constitution, a good meal and sleep would heal them completely. Mihawk glanced in the mirror and smirked, satisfied that his handsome face bore not a single scratch. He enjoyed a hot bath on Jer's ship, then changed into a new set of clothes identical to his previous ones, showing no signs of having fought for an entire day and night. This battle had slightly improved his stagnant strength, and despite his fatigue, Mihawk felt a profound sense of satisfaction. But when he stepped out of the cabin and saw Weeble approaching cheerfully with a brand new greatsword, Mihawk's mood soured. Mihawk's hawk-like pupils contracted. He could clearly sense that Weeble's aura had grown significantly stronger than before. Had this guy been holding back during their fight? If he wanted to conceal his strength, why was he now flaunting it without restraint? And why use an ordinary blade when he possessed a far superior weapon? Was it contempt? Did he think Mihawk unworthy? 1,000 questions flooded Mihawk's mind. A flicker of confusion crossed his stoic face, followed by a surge of anger. Hey Weeble. Hearing his name, Weeble slowly turned around. Oomph. Weeble, upon realizing it was the hawk-eyed man who had shattered his blade, snorted like a petulant child before turning away to continue polishing the Azure Dragon sword cradled in his arms, showing no intention of acknowledging Mihawk. Seeing such a hostile attitude, veins bulged on Mihawk's forehead. This was a duel between men. Why did you hold back? Am I not worthy of your full strength? Mihawk demanded furiously. Weeble scratched his head, looking somewhat confused. After pondering seriously for a moment, he replied, I didn't hold back. I gave it my all when I fought you. I genuinely wanted to cut you down. Are you still trying to humiliate me? Your aura right now is far more formidable than during the fight. Mihawk trusted his perception implicitly. Weeble was like a primordial beast, exuding a dangerous aura, constantly, never concealing his overwhelming presence. Thus Mihawk could clearly sense the vast disparity between before and now. It was no mere marginal increase, but a fundamental transformation. Weeble extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Armament hockey instantly enveloped it, turning the fist pitch black and lustrous. He examined it carefully, realizing his fist had indeed grown stronger. After a moment of thought, he suddenly smacked his fist into his palm in epiphany. Oh, it's the candy. Candy. This answer left Mihawk utterly bewildered. What did candy have to do with anything? Yes. That's right, it's the candy. After I ate the candy my big brother gave me, my fist got stronger. Hey, you bastard. There's a limit to joking around. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such a ridiculous excuse about getting stronger by eating candy. Even Mihawk, who prided himself on his composure as a master swordsman, found his Tao heart shaken by rage. Weeble bit his thumb, his face full of confusion. It's the truth. I'm not lying. Are you also going to not believe me like a 3-year-old? Mihawk found himself unable to say whether he believed it or not, nearly coughing up blood. Fine. Even if eating a candy can make you stronger, how do you explain this massive blade? Why did you use an ordinary sword when you clearly have a weapon of this caliber? Weeble, utterly oblivious to others' feelings, grinned smugly. Are you talking about my new weapon? Its name is Azure Dragon. My big brother just bought it for me on the island. Pretty cool, huh? Big brother really should have taken out little Azure earlier. I'd have cut down that hawk-eyed man for sure. Weeble's tone was dripping with boastfulness, and he muttered to himself after speaking. Hey, you're way too loud. I heard every word of your whisper. The hawk-eyed man's mouth twitched. A desolate island, not a single large tree in sight of barren land you could see across in one glance. Where could he have bought a weapon? And a blade of the supreme grade at that. I could even believe it if you said you found it. This is too much. Since you have a new weapon, how about we fight again? Mihawk was laughed out of anger. He drew his black blade ready to begin the second round. Weibel also stood up. Though he didn't understand what was wrong with the hawk-eyed man, the murderous intent suited him just fine. He could finally test his new weapon. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing the sound of applause, both of them involuntarily turned their heads. Hey, you two, if you have so much free time, come over and lend a hand so we can eat earlier. If you want to fight, at least fill your stomachs first. Uncle Fit interrupted their conversation. Both Weibel and Mihawk had expended considerable energy in their previous battle, and their stomachs were now growling incessantly. No one chose to defy the chef at this moment. They obediently put down their weapons and busied themselves with preparations for dinner. Captain, time to eat. A soft girlish voice called out. Captain Gear, lying in a rocking chair, slowly opened his eyes and sniffed the air. The unique smoky aroma of grilled meat wafted for miles. Let's go. Gear stood up, smiling at Bia. As soon as he stepped off the boat, he saw Uncle Fit leading the group in setting up a barbecue stand on a flat stretch of the shore, bringing a touch of earthly warmth to this desolate island. Under the charcoal's blaze, skewers of perfectly marbled meat turned a golden brown, with sizzling hot oil dripping down the beef's marble-like grain. Fit carefully brought out his treasured jars and bottles. Premium seasonings Gear had bought for him. Sprinkling the meat with cumin and chili powder, an even richer mouth-watering aroma filled the air. The few waiting for dinner were already drooling, their eyes growing dreamy in the intoxicating scent. Even Mihawk couldn't maintain his aloof demeanor. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed involuntarily. The captain arrived late, drawing reproachful looks from everyone. Sorry, I forgot to say you didn't have to wait for me, ha ha ha. Come on, let the feast begin. Cheers, everyone. Knowing better than to incur the crowd's wrath, Gear raised his glass high and declared the start of the meal. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, the atmosphere electric. Gear had decreed that adults drink alcohol, children drink soda, and any adult who couldn't handle their liquor would sit at the kids' table. Thus Gear, Weibel, Ajin, and Bia sat together. The four gathered around a charcoal stove, grilling and eating. Gear, being the oldest at the table, took it upon himself to cook for the three youngsters. Luckily, Chef Fit had already marinated and prepped everything, so they only needed to cook it over the fire. Skewers of meat alternated with scallion segments, each skewer weighing at least 2 pounds, visually enticing. Big brother, grill faster. There's not enough to eat. Weibel devoured one large skewer after another, finishing his share in just a few bites, while keeping his eyes fixed on the one still cooking. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Captain, you really know how to grill. Bia gave a thumbs up, showering him with praise. The flattery made Gear a bit embarrassed. Anything from the system tasted great no matter how you cooked it, and with Chef Fit's professional preparation, all he did was heat it up, hardly deserving such compliments. Gear picked up a skewer and took a bite. Not bad. Not bad at all. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, perfectly grilled. The beef was juicy and rich in flavor, the scallion segments cutting the richness perfectly. Each bite was supremely satisfying. With that, Gear stepped up his grilling pace. Ajin was happily devouring the meat, not even noticing when one of his baby fangs fell out. If only he had met Gear and the others sooner, they wouldn't have been killed by pirates. Maybe they too could have tasted this incredibly delicious barbecue. As Ajin thought about this, his nose tingled and tears began to fall silently. Familiar faces appeared in his mind, his family and friends who had suffered alongside him. He turned his head to look at Gear, who was quietly grilling meat by the flickering firelight. This man had appeared out of nowhere and effortlessly changed his fate. It all felt like a dream. It's done. You can eat now. Here, you three are all growing. Eat up. Gear divided the cooked skewers among the three and took one for himself. Taking the meat, Ajin quickly turned his head away to wipe his tears. Huh. Ajin, why are you crying? I'm not crying. It's just the smoke. Exposed by Bia, who was far from being a perceptive older sister, Ajin quickly tried to defend himself. Gear curiously opened the System Shop Premium Smokeless Charcoal Top Seller 1. Absolutely smokeless, eco-friendly. 10-year store, millions of reviews. Higher temperature. Burns longer. One case beats 6. Gear silently left a bad review, said it was smokeless, but it made a kid cry from the smoke. He put more meat on the grill and asked Bia to watch the fire before sitting down beside Ajin. Watching the sobbing little figure, Gear couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. A child of about 10 at an age meant for innocence and mischief, yet forced to bear so much that no one should have to endure at such a young age. Was it their fault? No, it was this world's fault. Feeling a warm hand rest on his head, Ajin looked up to see the captain beside him. Determined to be a man, he felt embarrassed and lowered his head. Gear patted Ajin on the head and comforted him. While you're still just a kid, cry if you need to. Don't hold it in. Captain, I'm really not crying. I just. Children can often hold back their tears on their own, but when an adult shows concern, they completely break down. What? Captain, everyone was killed by bad people. They're all gone. They'll never get to eat as many delicious things as I do. Ajin clung to Gear's clothes, sobbing uncontrollably. Bia and Weibel looked on with concern. Gear sat quietly. Boys didn't need excessive consolation, let him cry it out. Once he was done, he'd feel better. After a long moment he spoke. Ajin Weibel and I are both orphans. Our mother left the day I first understood the world. The dead cannot be brought back. Those of us who live must face life with more strength and courage. And you're not alone. All of us here are your family. Gear ruffled Ajin's prickly short hair. Beside him Weibel stared blankly at the gold chain on his wrist, lost in thought. After a while Ajin finally stopped sobbing. Seeing everyone looking at him, he blushed deeply and whispered, "Sorry Gear boss for making you recall sad memories." He thought to himself, it's fine. It's not something worth being sad about. Gear took a sip of orange juice and said earnestly, "Ajin, most of the time people can't prevent tragedies because they're too weak. If you want to reject so-called fate and not have your life controlled by others, you need to become strong. Those pirates were stronger than you, so they could bring you misfortune. We were stronger than them, so they ended up as fish food. Your fate changed. Otherwise we might all have been killed by them. This world is cruel. Even if you want to live in peace, many will try to harm you. So to live freely, protect your family, and save more unfortunate souls, you must first possess enough power." Crack. Bia and her father had once been captured by pirates and nearly turned into slaves. Ajin's plight and Gear's words struck a deep chord with her. In a surge of emotion, she snapped the bamboo skewer in her hand, resolving to become strong herself so she could defeat villains and protect her family. The sharp sound brought Ajin back to his senses. His eyes firm, he declared, "Gear boss, I understand. I will definitely work hard to become stronger." "Huh, good. That's the spirit of a man." Gear clapped Ajin on the shoulder encouragingly. "I can do it too. Captain, I also want to get stronger and fight alongside everyone. I can defeat bad guys too." Bia raised her hand. Gear didn't stint on praise, immediately giving her a thumbs up and smiling. "Good. Excellent. Our Bia proves that women are no less than men. You will surely become a powerhouse renowned across the seas in the future." After finishing his counseling session, Teacher Gear stood up, dusted off the sand from his pants, and gazed at the pitch-black sea in the distance. The firelight reflected in his eyes as he said with supreme confidence, "The future is yours. But it's not yet time for you kids to hold up the sky. Just grow up safely under our wings. Even if the sky falls, we'll be the ones holding it up." With that, Gear walked over and patted the shoulders of Moria, Uncle Fit, and Senior Pink. Fit nodded, feeling that Gear had perfectly voiced the sentiments of an old father. The captain is right. With us around, there's no way you brats still wet behind the ears are going to the battlefield. Moria straightened his back, his sharp tongue delivering words of care through mockery. "No way. Nye, nye, nye." Bia put her hands on her hips and made faces at Moria in protest. Ajin didn't argue. The feeling of being cared for and protected was wonderful. He clenched his fist resolute. "I won't let anyone destroy this. They'll protect this family. I've got it covered. None of you need to go." Weibel, looking simple-minded, wanted to join in the fun, then went back to munching on his barbecue. Moria wasn't pleased. He knew Weibel was strong, but didn't he see that he was trying to show off in front of the younger ones? Didn't he care about saving face? "Damn you, Weibel. He'll surpass you soon. Then he'll beat you until you cry too." Weibel didn't catch that Moria was teasing him about crying in his recent fight. Even if he had, he wouldn't have gotten angry. He just kept eating his skewers. Haha, what a wonderful atmosphere. Dragon, standing nearby, watched with envy. He was still a lone commander without a crew, and his tone was tinged with bitterness. Mozong felt the same. He wanted to join such a team to go on adventures. But thinking of his fiancée waiting for him back home, he shook his head firmly and dismissed the idea. Mihawk's lips curled slightly as he turned back to drinking with the two sailors. The food and liquor on this ship were truly to his taste. The East Blue, Syrup Village. Finally back. Moss stood at the bow, his gaze burning as he stared at the island appearing ahead. On the deck, Weibel was sweating profusely while doing one-finger push-ups with a tall stack of metal plates on his back. These were expensive fitness equipment Gear had specially purchased from the System Mall. The plates were made of special materials dozens of times heavier than steel of the same volume. Bia was wearing the blue and white sportswear Gear had bought her peacock blue hair tied in a high ponytail, looking lively and adorable, the very image of a youthful middle school student brimming with vitality. The little girl, having completed her daily exercise goals, sat nearby, wiping her sweat with a towel while counting for Ajin, who was doing sit-ups. 1991, 1998, 1999. Captain Gear, Syrup Village is right ahead. Xiaobei, who was steering, shouted excitedly. "Oh, we finally made it. Any longer, and I'd have gone moldy." From his rocking chair, Gear lazily lifted the newspaper, shading his face from the sun. The sailboat's speed was truly pathetic. Even without bad weather, covering such a short distance took 10 days to half a month. No way, I must get a much better boat at Water 7. Sailing ships relying purely on wind power should be obsolete. Gear sat up from the rocking chair, took a sip of freshly squeezed watermelon juice from the table, and turned to look at the four people playing mahjong with great enthusiasm, feeling a headache coming on. Monkey D. Dragon drew a tile, stroking the stubble on his chin as he pondered his next move. "Hurry up, even the mosquitoes have fallen asleep. Young as you are, you play cards slower than a tortoise. Just play a card already. As the captain says, hesitation leads to defeat." Uncle Fet, sitting to his left, took a drag of his cigarette, blowing smoke rings as he urged. "Hesitation leads to defeat. Truly worthy of Mr. Gear." Dragon savored the phrase in his heart, unable to resist pulling out his notebook to jot it down, causing the other three at the table to twitch with irritation. Ever since Gear explained the rules of Mahjong, mentioning that its essence was finding order in chaos and touching on principles of probability and psychology, Dragon had become deeply invested in the game. Finding order in chaos. Wasn't that exactly what he was trying to do? He vaguely felt that the game contained many profound truths, so he studied it earnestly, and unexpectedly, he gleaned many insights, filling his notebook with more card-playing tips. My turn. Time to settle the score. After waiting ages for his turn to draw, Mihawk first checked his hand, confirmed he was indeed waiting for a winning tile, then reached out to draw a mix of tension and anticipation. Mihawk had also decided to stay on Gear's ship for now. Dragon claimed he was brimming with inspiration and needed to sort out his thoughts for the next move, while Hawkeye said he had originally set sail out of boredom to find fights, and now that had finally met a worthy opponent with room and board included, he hoped to stay longer and spar with Webble a few more times. With Gear's help, Webble's combat power and weapons had vastly improved, and Mihawk was currently struggling to win, which only made him itch for more practice, seeking defeat daily. Gear sighed, inwardly thinking that no wonder they were destined to be great figures. Each one had a thicker skin than the last, freeloading with such plausible excuses. But the ever-astute Captain Gear had agreed to Hawkeye's request only on one condition: Mihawk had to contribute like Dragon, spending his time on the ship training Moria, who also wielded a sword, and teaching the two kids some basic swordsmanship. Mihawk hesitated briefly, but ultimately agreed. And so Gear's ship gained another freeloader. Being a captain is so tough. I have to be both father and mother, constantly worrying about you lot. The ever-profiteering Captain Gear complained ungratefully. The future world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Mihawk, teaching swordsmanship. The former top candidate for Marine Admiral, now leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon teaching hand-to-hand combat, plus his own cutting-edge guidance on devil fruit ability development. Tisk, with such a lineup and treatment, how could they not take off? Back to the Mahjong table. Mihawk squinted, mimicking Gear's serious manner as he rubbed the tile. After rubbing for ages without figuring out what it was, he flipped it over, saw it wasn't the tile he needed, and casually discarded it. One bamboo. Hehe. Mahjong. Mihawk's hand froze midair, his expression dark, reluctant to let go of the one bamboo tile. What? You can't take it back, can you? No way, right? The future world's greatest swordsman reneging on a card game. Facing Moria's merciless taunts, Mihawk finally released his grip with a sigh. As the Mahjong tile clattered onto the table, the great swordsman, Hawkeye, and Mihawk instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping into his chair. I can't beat you in a fight, but in Mahjong, it'll crush you. All one suit. Waiting for one bamboo. What a play. Almost makes me think your hawk eyes can see through my tiles, hehe. Moria slapped the table hard with his bandage-wrapped hand, revealing his hand. He was swathed in bandages from head to toe like a mummy, with only a pair of horns on his head and his facial features visible, giving him a terrifying appearance. This was the result of his special training with Mihawk. The two had been at odds recently, one venting verbally at the Mahjong table, the other retaliating vindicatively during sparring. Hehe. Son. Finally seizing the chance to let off steam, Moria laughed heartily. A genuine smile usually involves both the lips and the eyes, but Moria's laughter was so triumphant it pulled at the wounds on his face, making him wince and pout in pain. Lower the sail. Dedong's biceps bulged as he pulled the rope to furl the sail, while Xiaobei calmly turned the helm. The two worked in perfect sync, skillfully docking the ship at the pier. Haha, Brother Gear, thank you for bringing us back. Stay here for a while, and let me play the host. Though the trip had been a complete loss, Moss' face still beamed with joy at returning home. Dadong and Xiaobei also chimed in. Yes, Captain Gear, we're grateful for your care. Come visit our village. Brother Moss, and you two brothers Dadong and Xiaobei were all friends, no need for formalities. Besides, you've helped us sail and taught us how to handle the sails. I should be the one thanking you. After exchanging pleasantries, Gear continued, we've pretty much finished our business in the East Blue, so it's time to head back. A long stay might not be possible, but after being at sea for so long, I plan to rest here for a few days before setting sail for the Grand Line. Gear had considered visiting Windmill Village to see if he could trigger any rewards, but on second thought, with no red hair, no ace, and no straw hat there yet, there was likely nothing to gain. It was more practical to return to the Grand Line and hunt pirates, especially those with devil fruit abilities. Along the way, they had encountered many pirates, but they were all small fry, all sent to the bottom of the sea by the violent members of the crew. The total haul was just over 20 million berries, which for the free-spending boss Gear was barely enough for a few meals. Hardly worth it. It wasn't that Gear craved powerful enemies. With the current crew's strength, they could dominate even in the New World. Finding challenging pirates in the East Blue was simply unlikely. What Gear wanted most now were talented people and devil fruits, followed by taking out ability users and making money. By the way, Brother Moss, is there someone named Yasop in your village? Do you know him? Moss was taken aback, curious. Of course I do. We grew up together in the same village. How could I not? But how do you know Yasop, Brother Gear? Oh, I heard at a tavern in Lowtown that there's a guy named Yasop in Syrup Village who's the best sharpshooter in the East Blue. Since we're here, I thought I'd see if I could meet him. Gear fabricated a reason without batting an eye. Lowtown. That rascal does love to wander. As for the East Blue's best sharpshooter, that person must have been mistaken. Moss said awkwardly, subtly hinting that Gear's expectations might be dashed. Haha, that guy is sharpshooter. He must have been bragging again. He was pretty good with a slingshot as a kid, but claiming to be the East Blue's best. You've been fooled, Captain Gear. Unlike the diplomatic merchant, Moss the straightforward Dadong spoke bluntly. Like father, like son. Gear muttered to himself, wondering if the young Yasopp was just like Usopp, a boastful weakling. That couldn't be right. In the original story, he seemed quite steady and reliable. Undeterred, Gear spoke up. Haha, no worries. Since we're here, if you could introduce me, I'd appreciate it. Even if the sharpshooter thing is just a rumor, it's fine. Alright, since you've said that, introducing him is no problem. Leave it to me. But I'm not sure if he's in the village. Xiaobei added, Captain Gear, you might not know, but Yasopp is the village's notorious wanderer. He goes out to sea every few days, sometimes for weeks, sometimes disappearing for months, or even a year. Nobody knows where he goes. Gear was speechless. Was Yasopp really that reckless? No wonder he later abandoned his wife and child to be lured away by red hair. The red hair pirates often hung out in Windmill Village for a whole year, yet Yasopp never once visited his wife and child. He didn't even see his wife before she died of illness and never once thought about how his young son would survive alone while he was out drinking and having fun. A strong contender for the biggest scumbag in One Piece. Brother Yasopp, your character design just doesn't hold up. Points deducted. Thinking this, Gear's desire to recruit Yasopp suddenly waned. But if he could take this scumbag away now, he might save a poor girl. That would be a good deed. Poor God, Usopp. Others get nipped in the bud, but Gear was even more ruthless, nipping him before he was even a fertilized egg. Brother, don't worry too much. If we meet, we meet. If not, it's fate. Hearing this, Moss nodded in agreement. Some villagers stood on a distant hillside, watching Gear's group warily as they came ashore. When they saw two particularly conspicuous giants among the disembarking party, the crowd grew even more anxious. A middle-aged man, apparently the leader of the villagers, anxiously instructed a young man. Based on the situation, he was likely telling him to run back to the village and warn everyone to be on guard. Dragon and Hawkeye both wanted to stay on the ship to continue studying and training. Gear left them some instant noodles and pre-cooked meals before disembarking with the others. Whoosh. It feels great to be on solid ground. Gear stretched, breathing in the earthy scent of the soil. Looking at the familiar slope ahead, wasn't this where Usopp had ambushed with his 8,000 men? Hey, Uncle Lai, it's us. Moss' shout gave the villagers who had been ready to flee the courage to stop and look back. When they got closer, the sharpest-eyed young man among them turned and said happily to the leader, Village Chief Lai's brother Moss Dadong and Xiaobei. Hearing this, the chief and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They trusted Moss' character. The people he brought back must be good people. With that thought, Village Chief Lai led the villagers forward to greet them. After the usual pleasantries, Moss introduced Gear's group to the chief along the way. Lai shook Gear's hand warmly, though his eyes kept stealing glances at the two giants Webble and Moria. In this peaceful little East Blue village, he had never seen such towering, formidable figures. Were they even human? The more the chief looked, the more astonished he became, and his gaze toward Gear grew increasingly respectful. Moss had mentioned earlier that this young man was the ship's captain, and the word captain meant he was the leader capable of commanding these two seemingly dangerous giants. Gear was unaware of the chief's rich inner thoughts. He was enjoying the beautiful scenery of Syrup Village along the way. This small East Blue village felt like a blend of a medieval fishing hamlet and a prairie ranch. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of grass, refreshing the mind. The grass swayed low, revealing cattle and sheep. Tiled houses were scattered across the prairie with smoke rising from a few chimneys in the distance. The scenery before him was like a painting, tranquil and comforting. No wonder everyone dreams of returning to pastoral life. If one could have half a day of leisure lying on the soft grass, doing nothing, thinking, nothing, watching the clouds roll and unroll, who wouldn't love such a supreme form of enjoyment? No wonder everyone dreams of returning to pastoral life. If one could have half a day of leisure lying on the soft grass, doing nothing, thinking, nothing, watching the clouds roll and unroll, who wouldn't love such a supreme form of enjoyment? No wonder everyone dreams of returning to pastoral life. If one could have half a day of leisure lying on the soft grass, doing nothing, thinking, nothing, watching the clouds roll and unroll, who wouldn't love such a supreme form of enjoyment? No wonder everyone dreams of returning to pastoral life. If one could have half a day of leisure lying on the soft grass, doing nothing, thinking, nothing, watching the clouds roll and unroll, who wouldn't love such a supreme form of enjoyment? No wonder everyone dreams of returning to pastoral life. If one could have half a day of leisure lying on the soft grass, doing nothing, thinking, nothing, watching the clouds roll and unroll, who wouldn't love such a supreme form of enjoyment? Returning to the village, Dato and Bebe bid farewell to the group and went home. This trading journey had been fraught with peril, nearly costing them their lives. Neither was a solitary soul without attachments, like both had wives and children at home yearning for their safe return. Having finally made it back to the village safely, Dato and Bebe rushed home without a moment's delay. Mozang, accompanied by Gale and the others, led the group along a winding yellow dirt path through the countryside until they arrived before a brick and tile house situated on the edge of the village. There, a cobblestone path lay blanketed in moss with green bricks and red tiles adorning the dwelling. A plump snow-white cat lounged lazily on the windowsill, basking in the sun. The courtyard was lush with flourishing flowers and plants, a scene of serene beauty. Though modest in size, the house possessed an undeniable charm, especially the vibrant blossoms in the front yard, a testament to the owner's diligent care. Wow, these flowers are so beautiful. The love for beautiful things is innate in every girl. Beholding the riot of blossoms before her, Bia flitted through the garden like a joyous little bee. Thump, thump, thump. Afyu, are you home? It's me, Mozong. I'm back. Patter, patter, patter. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a hurried footstep echoed from within the house. Creak. The sturdy brown door swung open from within, revealing a gentle, refined young woman with cascading golden hair, fair skin, and an air of literary grace. Oh, what a beautiful sister. Thank you for the compliment. You're adorable too, little sister. Bia's forthright words voiced everyone's thoughts, and the golden-haired woman responded with poise and grace. Senor wore a peculiar expression, scrutinizing Mozang's plump face before carefully appraising the beautiful woman before him. Clearly, he felt a pang of envy and jealousy that a fellow like Mozong could have such an attractive partner. Fuming upon opening the door and seeing Mozang had been poised to rush forward and embrace him. Bia's voice made her realize there were strangers present, and she quickly halted her steps. Brother, you're truly blessed. Gale chuckled. Mozong smiled and admitted frankly, haha, I myself believe meeting Afyu is my greatest fortune. Funa's cheeks flushed slightly at being praised by her beloved in front of so many. A little shy, she gently tucked a strand of her bangs behind her ear and smiled. It's wonderful that you're finally back. These are your friends, right? Come everyone, please come inside and sit. Afyu, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Captain Gale and his crew. I owe my safe return to them. Mozong introduced Gale, pulling him by the hand. Sorry for the intrusion, Gale said politely before following the host inside. As the door was too small, Weibel and Moria could only remain outside to enjoy their snacks. The living room was small, about a dozen square meters, but immaculately tidy. Windows, dining table, and bookshelves filled with books were all adorned with fresh flowers, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. The hostess soon emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of freshly brewed hot tea, filling everyone's cups. The air was filled with the fragrance of mountain tea and the delicate scent of jasmine. As everyone settled down for tea, Mozong launched into a rapid-fire recount of his entire sea voyage from beginning to end. A man must report his itinerary to the leadership upon returning home. Funi sat quietly, listening intently to his story. Sometimes she smiled happily, sometimes she frowned with concern, constantly refilling his teacup. She played the role of an attentive listener perfectly, her evident interest encouraging Mozong to speak with even greater enthusiasm. When he mentioned the mutiny aboard the ship and how he nearly didn't make it back, Funi gripped his hand nervously. Feeling the warmth from her touch, Mozang's heart swelled with warmth. He gently patted the back of her hand to reassure her. It's okay, don't worry. See, I'm perfectly fine. The ship and cargo were taken, so we have to start over. It's a bit troublesome, but Afyu, don't worry. They'll be back on my feet in no time. Funi nodded, always trusting Mozang's words implicitly. By the way, Afyu, how have you been feeling lately? It's the same old illness. I've gotten used to it over the years. It's nothing. Funi shook her head, gently speaking with ease. They had been childhood sweethearts. Mozong had taken care of her unconditionally since they were young, and now he traveled far and wide seeking renowned doctors to cure her illness. Funi was deeply moved, and their mutual affection had led to an engagement. Rest assured, I will find a famous doctor to cure you as soon as possible. Then I won't have to go to sea so often, and I can stay and keep you company. No, I hope that once in a while I can go to sea with you. I want to see the world outside. All right. As long as I can be with you, I don't care where we go. Aren't you afraid it'll be a burden, always needing medicine? Don't say that about yourself, Afyu. Mozong. Lost in the depths of their emotions, they fell silent, gazing into each other's eyes with tender affection. This forced feeding of dog food left the others nearby, feeling utterly stuffed. Ajin awkwardly turned his head to look out the window, suddenly envying Weibel and Moria, who were still outside sharing snacks. He wanted to escape, but couldn't. Gale had been watching Funi intently, not out of any improper thoughts towards another man's fiancée, nor because he was captivated by a beautiful woman. Rather, he felt that the woman before him bore a striking resemblance to Miss Kaya from the original story in both appearance and temperament. Coupled with her frail, sickly aura, it wasn't just similar, it was identical. Although Miss Kaya's parents had never appeared in the original story, considering the time, place, and character traits, Gale felt that this young couple was almost certainly her biological parents. For Kaya's father to amass a fortune in the small region of East Blue through legitimate trade enough to make many pirates envious, he was clearly no ordinary man. Through their time together, Gale found Mozang, the plump merchant, to be exceptionally skilled in both interpersonal relations and business acumen, even by his own exacting standards. In Gale's future plans, beyond strengthening his power, expanding his influence, and establishing a base, a crucial component was using goods from the system shop to trade with various factions, amassing vast global resources and wealth. Talented individuals to manage and realize these ambitions were indispensable. Gale had previously invited Mozong to join him, but was politely declined. Unwilling to resort to force, Captain Gale had set his sights on a certain green-haired individual currently in the Sabaody archipelago. Now that he knew the real reason for Mozang's refusal, Gale felt confident that he wouldn't escape. thousands of miles away on Sabaedes' 47th island. Hachu. A young man busy carrying cargo on the docks suddenly sneezed. The diligent overseer, noticing someone daydreaming, immediately shouted angrily, "Hey, you there, green-haired brat. What are you spacing out for? Stop dawdling. If you can't do the work, then get the hell out." "I'm sorry," the young man replied without looking up, casually wiping his nose on the shoulder of his shirt, sniffing, then bending down to continue hauling the goods. "Stella must be thinking of me. Stella, please wait a little longer. He'll earn enough money to save you soon." Thinking this, he felt a surge of strength, the load on his back seeming lighter, and his pace naturally quickened. "Stella, your prayers have worked. The gods must have seen our plight and want us to reunite soon." The man's heart soared. But before he could celebrate, the overseer kicked him hard from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Tui, you son of a bitch." The overseer spat a thick glob of phlegm onto his pant leg with disgust, cursing harshly, "You damned fool. Carrying 5 sacks, you dropped 3. Didn't you notice how much lighter your load was? I've been chasing after you and yelling for ages, and you just keep running faster and faster. Are you deaf, or are you deliberately messing with me?" The man picked himself up from the ground. The fall had landed him headfirst, and blood from his forehead was now streaming down his handsome face, slowly pooling at his chin before dripping off. His fists clenched, the fury in his eyes barely contained his whole aura, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Many had stopped their work to watch, all of them looking at the diligent overseer with undisguised disgust. "What are you all looking at? Get back to work." Seeing the growing crowd of laborers, the rat-faced overseer felt a flicker of fear. If a riot broke out, he didn't know what would happen to these wretches, but he knew he wouldn't fare well. The overseer raised his whip to continue the beating, intending to make an example of the man. But meeting the man's gaze fierce as a man-eating tiger, his hand froze midair, and he involuntarily stepped back a few paces, the raised whip suspended without falling. After a long moment, the overseer, recovering his composure, blustered at the man. What? You thinking of fighting back? Think carefully. If you dare touch me, you'll not only lose this job, but all your hard work over the past 2 months will be for nothing. You won't see a single cent of your wages. And the rest of you, get lost. If any of you are still watching tomorrow, don't bother coming to work." Slap, slap, slap. "Calm down. Don't get provoked." The man slapped himself hard several times across the face, the force of it making everyone around wince. His clenched fists slowly unclenched. He wiped the blood from his face with his tattered sleeve, then, with the help of a few other laborers, hoisted the 5 fallen sacks back onto his shoulders. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Only when the man was far off did the overseer breathe a sigh of relief. Leaning against a wall, he stumbled to a secluded corner. His weakened legs could no longer support him, and he slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Only then did he realize his palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. The thought of it sent a shiver of lingering fear down his spine. "That green-haired kid is terrifying. I almost thought I was a dead man. Forget it, we're all just workers here. No need to risk my life for the boss. I'd better stay far away from that guy from now on." Ahem. Gale ruthlessly interrupted the lovey-dovey couple, not out of jealousy. Women only slowed down his trigger finger. "Brother Mozang, I wonder what illness Miss Funi has. Perhaps I can help." Mozang turned to look at Gale, who seemed visibly pleased, and thought to himself, "Are you for real? Why do I get the feeling you're happy about this?" However trusting Gale's character, Mozang knew the man meant no harm. He finally spoke, "Alas. Afu has been frail since childhood. Even minor ailments like colds and coughs become serious illnesses for her. I went into trade to travel far and wide in search of renowned doctors. But after all these years, we've seen many physicians and taken many medicines, yet her condition hasn't improved at all." Gale pondered, analyzing the symptoms. It was likely a special constitution with a naturally weak immune system, but that was just a guess. What did he know about medicine? "Brother Mozang, Miss Funi, why don't you come with us to the Grand Line? We actually have another crewmate waiting for us at Twin Cape, the entrance to the Grand Line." Ignoring the couple's puzzled expressions, Gale took a sip of tea with an air of nonchalance and said slowly, "Oh, I forgot to mention that crewmate of mine is an excellent doctor. His skills are decent, I suppose. Conservatively, I'd rank him in the world's top 3. I think he might be able to cure Miss Funi's illness." "You call being in the world's top 3 decent?" Mozang and Funi were too stunned to speak. Everyone in the room was surprised. Ajin and Senior were amazed to learn there were other crewmates. Fit and Bia had met Crocus, and the father and daughter were astonished that the seemingly unreliable old man was a world-class doctor. Mozang and Funi, who had long struggled in their quest for a cure, were overjoyed after their initial surprise. "Well, if that doesn't work, we can also stop by the Drum Kingdom, renowned as the world's best in medicine. There's an even more skilled old lady there. Anyway, there are always more solutions than problems, right?" Gale was determined to get them on board first. He wasn't really worried about curing Funi's illness. In the original timeline, the couple lived to see their daughter into her teens before dying seemingly in an accident, or perhaps killed by Kuro of 100 plants. He couldn't quite remember, but it wasn't from illness, so he figured it couldn't be too serious. If Crocus couldn't handle it, there was always Kureha from the Drum Kingdom. As a last resort, a Zoan-type devil fruit could enhance her constitution, which was also a viable solution. "I sincerely hope you'll come and help me, brother. With your business acumen, being stuck in the East Blue is such a waste. Come with us and see a wider world. Go and showcase your talents on a bigger stage. Of course, it's fine if you refuse. It's voluntary." Think it over. Gale spread his arms, painting a grand vision. Mozong and Funi exchanged a glance, seeing the answer in each other's eyes. One sought to cure his fiancée, the other wished to never be a lifelong burden. At that moment, they smiled at each other and nodded in unison. Mozong had actually been considering joining the crew for a while. As a shrewd merchant, he could see that Gale was a high-quality growth stock worth investing in, especially the items Gale casually produced. Each one hinted at immense commercial potential. Following Captain Gale would undoubtedly lead to new heights he couldn't reach on his own, allowing him to experience a different view from the top. Previously, he had been held back by concern for his fiancée at home. Now that he realized he could have both, Mozong didn't hesitate. Holding Funa's hand tightly, he stood up and said to Gale with emotion, "No need to think it over. We've made our decision. Thank you so much for the invitation. We entrust Funa's treatment to you, Captain Gale." It was still Captain Gale, but the meaning behind the title had changed profoundly. Ha ha ha. Gale was elated, wanting to shout with Brother Mozang, "My great enterprise is within reach." He wished he could launch into an impromptu performance of his thirst for talent, but lacking the skill, he could only grin foolishly and slap Mozang's shoulder vigorously, looking like a simpleton. "Yay, Brother Mozong and Sister Afu are coming with us on our journey." The ever-friendly Bia immediately took Funa's hand, and they quickly hit it off. A week later, dawn. The sky was filled with crimson clouds, and a fiery red sun slowly rose above the horizon, casting a dazzling golden glow across the shimmering sea. With a series of loud crows, an old rooster from some household in the village flapped its wings and leaped onto a wicker fence, straining its throat to announce the morning with all its might. On the rugged dirt path, Weibel and Mariah led the procession, each carrying several flower pots of various sizes in their hands. Dato and Xiaobei followed close behind, also carrying some items. Having learned that Boss Missouri had eloped with his girlfriend, they had come specifically today to see him off. Gare was of course very welcoming of these kind, loyal, and hard-working sailor brothers to join the ship. However, both Dato and Xiaobei had elderly and young ones at home to care for, so they had to decline Captain Gare's kind offer. Today was the day of departure, and everyone was helping Mo-san and Phony move their belongings. The group formed a long line, carrying boxes of books toward the harbor. Mo-san carried a large bundle of luggage himself, panting heavily from lack of usual exercise. Phony followed behind, holding their white-furred cat, wishing she could help, but was refused by the chauvinistic Mo-san. Phony walked with a light step. She had always yearned to go out to sea and see the world beyond. But having been frail and sickly since childhood, she could go nowhere, like a canary trapped in a cage. Phony could only learn about the wonderful world outside her cage through news and books. Besides reading, her greatest joy was listening to Mo-san's tales of his voyages upon his return. "Xiaobai, you must be happy too, right?" "Meow." Phony gently stroked the plump cat in her arms. Xiaobai lazily stretched out a paw to scratch its whiskers, letting out a meow in response. Finally, she had the chance to go out to sea and see the world with her own eyes. Phony had been excited for days, eagerly awaiting the day of departure, day and night. After boarding the ship and carefully placing the pots of flowers, Mariah called out to Gare, who was fishing attentively by the railing. "Captain, everything's done. This is the last batch. Flowers, books, and a cat. These were all the belongings of the young couple. All right then, let's prepare to set sail." Gare replied without turning his head, his gaze fixed on the bobber floating on the sea. Wait, don't anyone move." Hearing Gare's sudden command, Mawson, who was about to set down a box, held it up, instead afraid to make a sound that might disturb the captain. Senior looked around, warily searching for any suspicious targets. Phony quickly covered Xiaobai's mouth. The cat, unaware of what was happening, struggled uncomfortably in its owner's arms. Is danger approaching? Dragon and Mihawk, who were chatting nearby, stopped talking as they saw Gare suddenly become serious. Both simultaneously released their observation haki to sense the surroundings, yet they perceived no danger. Dragon and Mihawk were inwardly astonished by Gare's mastery of observation haki. Mihawk gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression stern. "Oh, the legendary ability to foresee the future. Truly impressive, Mr. Gare," Dragon said, slightly straightening his expression. In an instant, all combat members on the ship assumed their stances, ready for battle. "Shoo." Gare made a silencing gesture, then turned and pointed to the trembling bobber on the sea, whispering, "A fish is biting." Everyone nearly fainted. "Hey, you bastard. Can't you speak normally? Why do you always have to be so dramatic? Are you deliberately messing with us?" If not for Dragon firmly holding him back, Mihawk would have truly rushed up to slash this guy. Phony and Mo-san exchanged glances, communicating through their eyes. With a tacit understanding, they easily grasped each other's meaning. "This captain doesn't seem very reliable. Should we reconsider? It's not too late to back out now, is it?" Mo-san scratched his head awkwardly. "Here we go," Gare shouted, yanking the fishing rod with all his might. A massive fish nearly 5 meters long was pulled up, enhanced by the great sword-class fishing rod with a guaranteed catch attribute. The huge fish out of water flopped wildly on the deck. "Hey, Captain, this fish looks so strange. And it has 2 big pincers." Baya exclaimed in surprise. Regardless of their size difference, a cat is always interested in fish. Xiaobai jumped down from its owner's arms and curiously approached the strange fish. Its overly plump figure made its reaction sluggish, and it nearly got hurt by the wildly swinging giant pincers. Fortunately, Ajin, quick-eyed and fast-handed, picked it up just in time. It was then that everyone saw clearly the fish Gare had caught was a strange tuna with two enormous lobster-like pincers. Is this? Could it be? Fit hurried back into the cabin, grabbed a book, flipped to a page, and carefully compared the illustration with the strange fish. He looked up in disbelief. Captain Gare, this fish is called the dragon claw tuna. It's an extremely rare species and one of the most premium ingredients. It is said that each part of its body has a different taste, all incredibly delicious. A person lucky enough to have eaten it described it in this book. Every bite is as fresh as the essence of 100 lobsters combined with the rich sweetness of tuna. According to records, no one has caught a dragon claw tuna in nearly a decade. Legend has it that they live only in the freezing depths of the sea over 10,000 meters down. They grow slowly, taking 20 to 30 years to reach an adult size of 2 to 3 meters and develop pincers like a lobster's. The larger the fish, the more delicious it is. Given its size, this one must be at least 50 or 60 years old. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime find, priceless and unavailable on the market. If this were auctioned off, it could fetch a high price of over 100 million berries. Apart from Mawson, the merchant, who was sensitive to numbers, everyone else on the ship merely wiped the drool threatening to spill from the corners of their mouths. How strange. How could such a fish be caught near the shore? Could the records in this book be wrong? Fit patted his head in confusion. The captain is amazing. To be able to catch a legendary fish. Jean flattered seriously. Haha, it seems my failure to catch fish wasn't due to my poor skill, but my inadequate equipment. Gare said shamelessly, looking at the black golden fishing rod of unknown material in his hands with an expression of belated kinship. Super carbon fiber fishing rod, greatsword class, ignores user skill level, guarantees a catch when a fish bites with a certain probability of catching ultra-rare fish. Can be used as a weapon. Truly a fishing rod worth 100 million berries. So fishing is also a game where you need to spend money to get stronger. Gare thought to himself. Swish. Clink. A black bat-shaped dart suddenly flew out and embedded itself in the deck beside the huge fish. With such a large target and at such close range, missing was surprising. Yet oddly, no one mocked Mariah's poor aim, because everyone saw that the fish, which had been thrashing wildly moments before, ceased struggling the instant the dart landed. Except for its gills moving, the fish lay motionless on the deck, as if dead. Mariah's black dart hadn't missed, it had precisely pinned the fish's shadow. This fish must have known we were setting sail today and traveled all this way to celebrate with us. We shouldn't disappoint its kind intentions, Captain. Mariah, having shown off his skill, suggested with a laugh. It was all Fit's fault for describing it so vividly that everyone was eager to have a taste. Of course, we're not short on money. Such a rare ingredient should be kept for our own enjoyment. Gare said proudly. Having lived 2 lives, he finally felt triumphant about fishing today. Then he turned to Fit with a smile. Chef, it's all yours. Having the chance to cook such a rare top-tier ingredient, Uncle Fit was already grinning from ear to ear, patting his chest in assurance. Leave it to me, Captain. It's a true honor to handle such a legendary ingredient. I won't waste a single part of it. Good things happen early in the morning. It seems today is a great day. Lads, hoist the sails and set course. Yo-ho. Captain Gare stood at the bow, raising his arm in a rallying cry, and everyone responded loudly. The sea breeze filled the sails, pushing the wooden ship toward the vast, boundless ocean. Although his initial purpose in coming to Syrup Village was to deliver someone, Gare's main goal was to poach Shank's crew. Mawson had tried his best to inquire, but unfortunately that guy had gone off somewhere to roam again. After lingering for a few days, he still failed to meet Yassop. However, Gare didn't mind too much. He was content to let fate take its course. He was already very satisfied to have Mawson join. A month later, as the ship drew closer to the entrance of the Grand Line, the number of pirates they encountered increased. After all, Roger was executed in the East Blue, and the great age of pirates, sparked by his final words, began to ferment their first. Having been born in a peaceful nation in his past life, Gare instinctively detested the pirate profession. 9.9 out of 10 pirates were murderous, plundering villains who committed every evil. Thus, of all the pirate crews they encountered along the way, except for one that had just set sail and hadn't had time to commit any evil, and was physically dissuaded by Gare, the rest were all sent to an early grave. That particular group had also witnessed the cruelty of the sea early on. They all knelt on the ground weeping, announced the dissolution of their crew, and swore to return home and farm honestly, never daring to do it again. Real pirates didn't go to sea to play house. Crews like the protagonist group, a bunch of rich kids traveling on an adventure, were almost non-existent. The fastest way to accumulate wealth wasn't creation, but transfer. Pirates were evil people who transferred wealth through violent means, all deserving of death. Gare declared to hell with the pirate dream, as combat crew members Weibel and Mariah had been busily enjoying themselves during this period. During this time, Jean's strength had also progressed rapidly. He could now single-handedly take down pirates with bounties around 10 million. At this time, bounties weren't inflated. Those over 10 million were generally pirates with real skills. Gare wasn't surprised at all. Jean was naturally gifted, now had 2 excellent teachers, ate well on the ship, and participated in daily practical combat by annihilating pirates. Everything fell into place naturally. Becoming stronger was only a matter of time. However, among these dozens of pirate crews, not a single devil fruit user was encountered, which frustrated Gare greatly. Recently, a rumor circulated among the East Blue underworld a ferocious monster group was massacring pirates throughout the East Blue. Several famous large pirate crews with bounties over 10 million had been annihilated. Their methods were extremely ruthless, though virtually no pirates they encountered survived. For a time, pirates in the East Blue were all in fear. According to reliable information, the enemy was a three-masted sailing ship with no markings or flags. Pirates and underworld figures privately nicknamed this ship the Death God. Unwittingly, Gare had made a significant contribution to the East Blue pirates' reputation as the weakest. The only good news was that based on the times and locations of encounters between the victimized pirate ships and the Death God, it could be preliminarily inferred that the other party was preparing to leave the East Blue and enter the Grand Line. Some East Blue pirates decided to temporarily avoid the confrontation and stay away from the seas near the entrance to the Grand Line. Others continued their original plans to sail toward Reverse Mountain, but they all issued a death order to their lookouts: immediately report any sighting of a three-masted ship without any flags and turn away at once. Of course, there were also those who were stubborn. With such a paltry treasure, you dare call yourselves pirates? Having just looted the treasure from a pirate ship, Gare lay leisurely on a large sofa on the second-floor balcony, his hands behind his head. This spot was presumably the exclusive throne of the pirate captain. Gare stared blankly at the pirate flag fluttering on the mast, a black cloth with a skull holding two swords drawn on it. So this is the flag that symbolizes a pirate's life and soul, eh? How ugly. This pirate ship had actively chased them and fired cannons. Gare had no choice but to bring Mariah and Jean over to rob them. By any standard, this act was self-defense. Gare had left Weibel on the ship. He was still too young to understand how to hold back. One blow from him would either wipe out the enemy completely or shatter their will to fight, which wouldn't achieve Gare's goal of training. So now, when encountering pirates, Jean took the lead while Mariah stood by as support. Following Gare's suggestion, Mariah had a breakthrough in developing his devil fruit powers. His shadow doppelganger could now swap positions with multiple shadow marks, achieving a teleportation effect similar to the flying thunder god technique over short distances. After leaving a mark in Jean's shadow, he also sat next to Gare and slacked off. On the first deck, Jean's opponent this time was the captain of the Twin Swords pirate crew, Twin Swords Fedley. Fedley was a dual-wielding swordsman with a bounty of 14 million berries. He stood 3 meters tall, had a burly build, a fierce face, and a scar running through his left eye, adding to his menacing aura. Fedley was now filled with regret. Dozens of his underlings had already fallen. He wanted to slap himself twice for provoking this group. His brain must have short-circuited. Damn it, how shameless and despicable. Sending a brat to die just to wear down my stamina. If you've got guts, come down and fight me yourself. I don't mind if you all come at me at once. I am Twin Swords Fedley. Ha ha. Fedley looked up, his eyes full of disdain as he taunted Mariah. It was just a provocation to make Mariah promise not to intervene, giving him a chance for an unknown fight. If the two attacked together or one stayed nearby to ambush, he would have no chance of winning. Mariah ignored him, just looking at him, as if he were already dead, a hint of a mocking smile on his lips. In his view, Mariah was undoubtedly the strongest of the three, and from his earlier moves, he was a devil fruit user. Very troublesome. Meanwhile, Gare and Jean, these two youngsters, seemed to be juniors he was training. The thought that he, a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million, was being used as a whetstone made him grip his twin swords tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. Fedor's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He tried to deceive himself into believing that as long as he fought Unknown, he still had a chance. Yet after merely a few seconds of locking eyes with Moria, he realized that his fate today was likely sealed. Gel tapped his cigarette against the arm of the sofa, fearing the man might give up struggling, and then said with a smile, "Double sword Fedri, is it? He'll give you a chance. Take down that brat in front of you, and we'll let you walk away alive. How about that? Hey, really? Can you keep your word?" Fedri looked at Gel and asked, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. Of course. Even after receiving Gel's affirmative answer, Fedri still turned his head to look at the towering figure standing nearby. No need to doubt. This is our captain. His words are commands. I will naturally abide by them. Ha, looks like you all have seriously underestimated me. How infuriating. I've been sailing the seas for over a decade, and you treat me like a fool. Fedor's eyes blazed with fury, bloodshot, as he gritted his teeth and pointed at Jean, roaring. How ridiculous. I am a pirate. How could I be naive enough to believe you'd kindly spare my life? You are just afraid I'd give up the fight and ruin your fun. Joe was slightly taken aback. He had thought the man would cling to a sliver of hope like a drowning man grasping at a straw, but it turned out Captain Fedri had actually brought his brain along on this voyage. Not bad, you're a sensible man. Gel clapped his hands in praise. But you think I'd lose to a mere brat like him? What a joke. I am the great pirate who dominates the East Blue. Even if I die today, it'll make you pay for your arrogance. No matter how many evils he had committed before, at this moment he abandoned the chance to grovel for survival and chose to fight to the death for his last shred of dignity. Gel respected him as a worthy warrior and no longer taunted him. Jean remained silent throughout. He held two scavenged daggers in reverse grip, positioning himself like a mantis ready to hunt, his expression cold and focused. This demeanor, as if he had already won, made Fedri even more furious. Bastard. Go to hell. You arrogant brat. Given the significant height difference, Fedry had to crouch to lower his center of gravity. He lunged forward, his dual blades trailing behind, and in a few large strides, he was before Jean. The two swords crossed and slammed down fiercely like scissors ready to cut the brat in half. Clang! Jean raised his daggers to block, and the weapons clashed violently, locking in a stalemate before them. What a... Impossible! Feeling the force transmitted through his weapons, Fedry was astonished. He had never imagined that this seemingly frail brat could block his attack heat in. Before he could react, Jean twisted his wrist, deftly deflecting the downward pressure of the dual blades. Fedry lost his leverage and stumbled forward, caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Jean instantly crouched low and closed in. His right hand swung the dagger upward while his left hand switched to a forward grip and thrust straight ahead. So fast. The dagger was now mere inches away, the cold, sharp gleam of its blade clearly visible. Fedry was horrified. Relying on his vast combat experience, he reacted immediately, leaning back sharply to evade the strike aimed at his throat. Swish! The sharp dagger swept past, cleanly shaving off Fedry's beloved goatee. You damned bastard. You. Schluck. Before Fedry could finish his words, the searing pain in his abdomen choked the rest of his sentence in his throat. Fedry swung his sword fiercely in front of him to force Jean back, then retreated a few steps to create distance, finally catching his breath. Oh, it hurts like hell, you bastard. They'll cut off your head. Fedry was indeed a man who had risen from a pack of desperados to become a pirate captain. The wound on the right side of his abdomen, gushing blood, did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited his ferocity, making him even more frenzied, like a shark that has caught the scent of blood. Oh, what's this, say? Seeing Fedry suddenly bite one of his swords, Gel sat up straighter, half expecting the three-sword style to debut a decade early. But Fedry freed his right hand, pulled his belt up about 15 centimeters to cover the wound, and then yanked it tight, crudely, but effectively stopping the bleeding. Hey, not bad, kid. I acknowledge your strength. Now I'll kill you for real. If you could, you wouldn't be running your mouth. Jean sneered disdainfully, then charged at his opponent again. No manners at all. That's why I hate reckless brats. Fedry brandished his dual blades and met the charge. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows. Jean's speed was like lightning, his movements agile. His storm-like ferocious assault forced Fedry into a purely defensive stance. What frustrated Fedry most was that whenever he abandoned defense to trade wounds, Jean would instantly pull away, denying him any opportunity. Arg, damn it. You just dodge around like an annoying fly. Have the guts to face me, heeding you little brat. Fedry's body was covered in wounds large and small, and his heart was filled with rage. He cursed incessantly, knowing that if this dragged on, he would be slowly bled dry. No, at this rate, he'll really capsize in a ditch. The opponent was already injured. Logically, Jean only needed to wear him down. But Jean glanced at Gel, who was watching, and then shook his head. No, I can't keep the captain waiting. I need to finish this quickly. Clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged another round of attacks and defenses. Impatient, Fedry suddenly left his center wide open, a clear flaw. Jean reacted swiftly, spinning the dagger 180 degrees in his hand to a forward grip, crouching slightly, then springing forward like an arrow, aiming straight for his heart. It's over. Clang. The dagger struck Fedry's left chest precisely, but it didn't pierce his heart. It was blocked by some hard object hidden under his clothes. Damn. Sensing the wrong feel, Jean knew something was amiss. He tried to pull back immediately, but he was a step too late. Before he could retract his striking right hand, Fedry grabbed his wrist. Huh. Got you now, you damned fly. Fedry grinned savagely and slammed Jean hard onto the deck with a shoulder throw. Bang! The violent impact made Jean spit out a mouthful of blood, his vision blurring. Huh! Die! Fedry pinned Jean to the deck with one hand and raised his broadsword with the other, aiming for his head. In that instant of life and death, Jean forcibly dislocated his captured right hand quickly, threw his left-hand dagger, executed a kip-up, caught the airborne dagger between his feet, and aimed it at Fedry's neck. It seemed the two were about to perish together. Life and death hung by a thread. Schluck! Warm blood splattered everywhere. Fedry clutched his bleeding neck and slowly fell backward. He tried to speak, but only gurgling sounds came from his pierced throat. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Gel and Moria on the second floor, as if he couldn't die in peace. How could we let you harm our junior? At the final moment, a massive black hand emerged from Jean's shadow, blocking Fedry's blade. Even if Moria hadn't intervened, Fedry would likely have died first, but that blow would have certainly scarred Jean's face. Having just brushed with death, Jean slowly stood up, supporting himself with his left hand. His face pale, he gritted his teeth and forcibly popped his dislocated right arm back into place. Still shaken, he walked over to Gel and said, I'm sorry, Captain. I was careless earlier. I failed to finish the fight quickly and nearly got myself killed. I've disgraced you. Gel shook his head and tossed Jean a clean towel, comforting him. Well, don't worry about it too much. Just be careful next time. A fight that exposes your flaws is valuable training, isn't it? Wipe your face first. Yes, Captain. Jean took the towel and wiped the blood from his face. By the way, didn't that guy Dragon teach you the dragon claw? Gel asked curiously, suspecting that Dragon might have held back. He remembered that Sabo had a technique called the dragon claw, which could catch blades barehanded and specifically crush others' masks. He wondered if Dragon had taught it. Yes, Master did teach me the dragon claw. Oh, then why don't you use it in battle? Jean looked embarrassed and replied. Well, Captain, I haven't mastered armament hockey yet. I can't exactly block a blade with my bare hands, can I, eh? That does make some sense. So the Dragon Claw also requires covering with armament hockey. Gel had thought it was some special technique that turned hands into hard, powerful weapons. Turns out it's just a fancy pose. The principle is still armament hockey coating. No wonder Sabo always wears gloves. Gel silently mused. All right, then the key is still to master hockey. We don't need such flashy moves. Here, take this pill first. Gel said, pulling out a blue and white porcelain bottle from which he poured a dark brown pill and handed it over. This was a pill Gel had discovered in the system shop's medicine section capable of accelerating injury recovery. The detailed description was a long string of incomprehensible text like a prescription from an old Chinese doctor, so Gel simply named it Minor Rejuvenation Pill. Its effect wasn't miraculous, just shortened recovery time to a certain extent. Gel had tested it. An injury that normally took 3 days to heal was fixed in 1 day with the pill. The effect was average, but it was cheap, costing only 5.0 berries per pill. There was also a major rejuvenation pill with double the effect, costing 10 million berries each. He mainly felt sorry for the kid. If it were another adult who got injured, Captain Gel wouldn't be so generous. Jean took the pill with confusion, unsure what to do. Gel explained, eat it, EYTLL, speed up your recovery. Captain, I'm fine. This little injury will heal in a couple of days. There's no need to waste such a precious pill. It's only a few tens of millions of berries a pop. Precious my ass. Don't make it sound like I can't afford it. Just take it or I'll kick you. Jean dared not disobey and reluctantly swallowed the pill. It's sweet. Strawberry flavor. Actually tastes pretty good. Jean was surprised that this ugly dark pill tasted unexpectedly pleasant, and after swallowing it he felt a warm current circulating through his limbs and bones, very comfortable. Though that one gulp cost tens of millions of berries, which was truly steep. Jean's complexion gradually improved, his heart filled with immense gratitude. He had made a mistake because he was too eager to impress the captain, yet Captain Gel hadn't blamed him and had even given him such a precious medicine. What a strong yet gentle captain. Seeing Jean perk up after taking the pill, Moria said enviously, Captain, you're biased. I got hurt fighting that bastard Doflamingo before, and I didn't get this treatment. My bad. I didn't think of it then. He'll make it up next time. Besides, could that Doflamingo really do any damage to you, old Moria? Hee. That's true. Gel looked at the corpse on the ground. Unfortunately, he wasn't a devil fruit user. With a look of disdain, Gel casually tossed the pirate captain's head into his space, saving it for bounty money. That was over 10 million berries. Not knowing the value of money when not managing the household, Gel wasn't about to throw over 10 million into the sea to feed the fish. Having the system space was convenient. He could store such things inside without worrying about them spoiling or stinking up other items. Old Moria checked the cabin for any survivors. If there are none, sink the ship. It's time we head back. He, as you command, Captain. Moria agreed, and as he spoke, the shadow beneath his feet rapidly expanded like a balloon, then burst into countless fragments with a bang. Each fragment slowly began to transform into black bats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Moria raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The bats immediately flapped their wings, scrambling into the cabin. Gel frowned and asked, Old Moria, all this flashy stuff. Is it because you haven't mastered observation hockey yet? No, looks like he'll have to give you extra training when we get back. Moria looked embarrassed. He had once boasted he could master both armament and observation hockey in just a week. Now 2 months had passed, and he only knew a bit of armament hockey, while observation hockey was still in development. He quickly explained, No extra training. Captain, I think a balance of work and rest step by step is best. See, I've already got armament hockey down, and I've touched the threshold of observation hockey. I feel like you'll master it soon. I was just testing out my newly developed devil fruit ability. Well, as long as you're not in a rush. I just wanted to tell you that Dragon and Mihawk were secretly using observation hockey when they played cards with you today. Moria, those bastards. No wonder their card skills suddenly improved so much. They were cheating against me. How despicable. Captain, please train me hard. I suddenly feel that to improve my strength and better protect my crewmates, I urgently need to master observation hockey. Oh, such resolve. Leave it to me, Gel said with a smile. Oh, such resolve. Leave it to me, Gel said with a smile. Captain Gear was teasing Molia again, and Jean struggled to keep from laughing. Molia closed his eyes and fell silent, concentrating as he commanded the swarm of bats to scour every corner of the ship with swift precision. After a moment, Molia suddenly opened his triangular eyes and chuckled. Hee, boss Gear. There really is a stray left behind. With a loud thud, several bats hauled a large wooden barrel onto the deck. Gear clicked his tongue in astonishment. Besides that fool Lu Fei, he had not expected anyone to hide inside a wine barrel. Even if one were not discovered by enemies, how could anyone survive cramped inside a narrow barrel at sea? How would they eat, drink, or relieve themselves? The thought of it made Gear's stomach churn. The barrel smashed into the deck and splintered into pieces. A leering, emaciated, middle-aged man let out a miserable cry and collapsed onto the planks. Molia stepped forward with a feral grin and dragged the scrawny, monkey-like man before Gear. Have mercy, sir, the man begged. Have mercy, my lord. I'm only a deckhand. I've never done anything wicked. He threw himself flat and began banging his forehead against the wood, the dull thuds betraying a desperate lack of scruple. What's your name? Raise your head. At Gear's command, the man dared to lift his face and offered a smile he fancied humble and polite. My lord, I am called Chaji, he stammered. But his leering features and a mouth of yellowed teeth, 3 gold-capped molars and 2 red gems set in his upper jaw, glinted obnoxiously in the sun, almost blinding Gear. The sight was genuinely unsightly. Gear narrowed his eyes and addressed the plainly untrustworthy man with a smile that did not reach his voice. Yeah, I've rifled this pirate ship from stem to stern. All the valuables together don't top 10 million belly. How does a deckhand in a crew this poor come to wear gold and jewels? Even your teeth are inlaid with gold and gems. Do I look that gullible? Chaji was cowed by the invisible pressure emanating from Gear and could only keep banging his forehead, too stunned to reply. It seems you still won't tell the truth. Fine, no more wasting time. Cut him down and feed the fish, old Mo. Yes, boss. Molia drew his long knife and walked forward slowly. At the sight of his demonic visage and the lingering metallic odor on him, Chaji's knees buckled and he slumped to the deck as a hot warmth welled between his legs. At the brink of death, his mind was unnaturally clear. He did not look at the knife-wielding Molia, but turned instead toward Gear, knowing that the handsome young man before him truly held his fate in hand. Have mercy, my lord. Please do not kill me. I will tell the truth. I will tell the truth. I was born with a special ability. I can communicate with animals. Through them, I can learn currents and weather changes in the surrounding seas, so I am actually an excellent navigator. Please don't kill me. I can serve you, my lord. A great man like you will surely conquer the Vita Honglu and become the Pirate King. Ordinary navigators cannot handle those waters. I have the confidence and skill to help you, honored sir. Having finished his plea, Chaji crawled forward to clutch at Gear's thigh. Gear recoiled at the scent of urine and disdainfully kicked him aside. Chaji bowed his head, a flicker of barely concealed rage crossing his face, but when he lifted his head again, it was back to the same deferential, abject smile. He rose from the deck without an ounce of embarrassment at being kicked, though fury burned inside him. Damn it. He had put on such a performance, shed so many tears, and the man remained unmoved. So young, and yet with such a heart of stone. He steeled himself patience. A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. The immediate task was to win his favor and survive, everything else could wait. Encounters between pirate crews often ended in battle and absorption. Chaji had seen this kind of petty scene many times before. Since going to sea, he had served under several captains. Unwavering as a navigator, captains come and go, yet his life had only grown more prosperous. His skill as a navigator won him the favor of each new master, and with that favor came better treatment. Chaji feared meeting someone unreasonable who would hack you down before you could speak. He had said all he needed to say and was no longer nervous. Anyone who made a living at sea, he believed, could not refuse a navigator who could predict currents and weather. What shall we do? Boss Gear, this fellow seems to be an ability user. Molia held his knife suspended. Gear had expressly ordered them to watch for devil fruit users. They might prove useful. Gear rubbed his chin in thought, listening to the voices of all things. He shook his head in disbelief. If even such a lecher could possess Kenbunchaku observation, Haki Luo Jia's coffin lid would hardly be able to stay shut. A suspicion formed in Gear's mind. Whatever, he decided it didn't matter. A petty man like this left aboard would be a liability, even if he had talent without virtue deserved no mercy. Better to remove the problem now than dig his own grave later. Clearing his thoughts, Gear rose and waved his hand. Do it. Chaji began to stammer his thanks. Thank you. But then he froze, wondering if his ears deceived him. His eyes widened as disbelief curdled his expression into something feral. You. A single clean stroke from Molia answered him. The head tumbled away, neat and swift. The blade shone untouched by blood, proof that Molia's sparring with Mihoku had sharpened his swordsmanship immeasurably. Sure enough, a blue orb of light materialized above the corpse. Gear and used to encountering ability users so often approached with pleased curiosity as the system announced its analysis. The detection read an unknown devil fruit. Analysis complete. Paramecia type Kiao Kiao fruit, whisper fruit. Of course, this fruit always ranks among the most useless, Gear muttered. The system prompted a choice of extract or disassemble. Extract. Gear ordered. The system replied that extraction was successful. Extracted ability. Animal friend confers the power to understand the inner voices of animals, not humans. It does not read their thoughts, and an animal must consent to communicate. Method of use, oral ingestion. Gear winced, feeling a twinge of pity for the next person bound to inherit the whisper fruit. What remained of the whisper fruit after extraction, he wondered. An animal-type mythical zoan in a strange, dried duck form. Gear directed the system to collect the coins and jewelry, then glanced once more at the gold teeth and gems. Too revolting to touch, he decided it better to leave them. Wasted if he must. After finishing, Gear addressed old Mo and Ajin. Let's go. Time for a meal. 2 days later, on Liwei Shan, near the entrance to the Vita Honglu in the East Sea, Senghour had already furled the sails. Mo Sang gripped the helm tightly. Though seasoned sailors, none of them had actually ventured into the Vita Honglu. They had heard tales of ships riding currents up toward the mountain peaks, but none had truly experienced it until now. Turn a little to starboard, about 15 degrees. We're about to enter the current. Hold on tight. Ajin shouted from the lookout. The ship caught the rushing current and shot forward with breathtaking speed. Wow, so fast. So cool. Sister A Fu, come see. Bia tugged Funi excitedly from the cabin. Funi stared up at the peak that pierced the clouds, too stunned for words. After a long moment, she exclaimed, "What a towering mountain. Are we really climbing a mountain in a ship? This is incredible. I must record this spectacle." Funi produced a green instant camera and began snapping photographs. It was the Polaroid Gear had given her. Pictures that developed instantly, a marvelous thing. Funi adored the gift. With it she could adorn her voyage diary, with vivid illustrations. Click click. She first captured a few close-ups of Li Wei Shan, then a series of vain selfies between the two girls and candid shots of the crew going about their duties. In the photos, Weiber was as ever tending his ironwork, while the others fussed about, anxiously afraid the ship might scrape or collide. Captain Gear stood at the prow gazing up at the cloud-piercing peak, a solitary handsome silhouette. Long and Mi Huaku fell back a step and flanked him left and right. No one imagined that years later the accidental leak of this photograph would nearly send the 5 elders of the Shiji Zhengfu reeling to the floor. "Are you leaving now?" Gear did not turn, hands clasped behind his back. He cut the figure of a man above the world. In truth, his Kinbunshiku observation haki had long since noticed Long and Mi Huaku at the bow. Long tugged his hood and answered first, yes, Mr. Gear. I intend to scout the surrounding seas and look for kindred spirits. I have written a Jin's training regimen on paper and handed it to him." Long had formally taken a Jin as his disciple. A Jin's talent and character were excellent, and the Tai would also maintain a connection to Gear. Teaching a pupil deserved proper continuity, hence Long's mention. Mi Huaku also spoke. "Thank you, Captain Gear, for your hospitality these past days. I came to bid you farewell. I will continue to travel and battle strong foes to increase my strength. If opportunity permits, I will return to challenge Weiber." Although Weiber was not a swordsman, Mi Huaku had evidently noted him down for future bouts and politely gave Gear advance notice so they could meet again. "Huh, no problem," Gear replied with a smile and a nod. The pair saw Gear fumble about, and then to everyone's surprise produce a bottle of wine and 3 small cups. As they poured, one of them continued, "With your strength there is no sea you cannot go. I won't lecture you on safety. The real ones who should watch their backs are the unlucky souls who meet you." Long and Mi Huaku both smiled, their expressions brimming with quiet, formidable confidence. "Come, brothers, all gatherings must end. Down this cup, and may your journey meet its desires. Perhaps we shall meet again in the Vita Honglu." To that, the 3 raised their cups and drained them. Even while pouring, Long and Mi Huaku had detected that the wine was not ordinary. Upon tasting it, they brightened. The aroma was unique, the body rich and mellow, the aftertaste lingering. Compared to this wine, everything they had drunk before might as well have been horse urine. Gear watched the rapture on their faces and smirked inwardly. The sauce aroma brewing technique had already won countless admirers. With the system's enhancement, even he was astonished at how exquisite the wine was. He hurriedly put the bottle away, not out of stinginess. The system-priced bottle of Mao Tai wine cost 1 million belly, not cheap, but hardly unaffordable. He mainly feared that if the two drank more they would be reluctant to depart. Seeing Gear's movement, Long and Ing Yen smacked their lips and silently muttered that Captain Gear was stingy. How they longed for another cup. Such a wine was a rare pleasure indeed. Both men were proud and reserved. They exchanged glances, craving another drink, yet too bashful to ask, contenting themselves with the lingering scent in their empty cups. Under the heat of their gazes, Gear sighed and relented. He took out the bottle and filled both of them another cup, then handed the remaining half bottle to Long to keep, so it would not be coveted. "A little drink to warm the spirit. Long, you are a man with great deeds to accomplish. You must not indulge as I do," Mingchi Di Dolage said, adopting a suddenly serious expression. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Gear," Long said, passing the bottle to Mi Huaku. As for the cups, they drained them all. Wine is the essence of grain, not to be wasted, and Long tilted his head back and drank his in one. Mi Huaku blinked in puzzlement. What did Long mean? Proud, noble, and yet I am the one who indulges. How dare he call me hedonistic? Gear gave Long a knowing look. Long understood and laughed. "Mi Huaku and I have enjoyed many conversations recently. We've decided to travel together for a time. It's good to have someone watching your back on the road." Mi Huaku said nothing to deny it, and Gear felt a twinge of sourness in the air. No matter how eager he had been, Gear had never dared imagine he could recruit Ing Yen. This man was a lone wolf. Now seeing him bond with Long, Gear could only marvel that the Mingchi family's personal charisma seemed almost a bug. Although Mi Huaku had not explicitly pledged himself to the revolution, merely agreeing to travel together was already half a step in. Over time, Long would surely win him over. Mi Huaku was a simple, sword-crazed man. In his youth, he honed his way of the blade by cutting down pirates and navy alike without distinction. He became the world's foremost swordsman, and with no rival found life grew dull, so he longed to personally train someone who could one day defeat him. Such a man, unbound, unafraid to make enemies, was perhaps better suited to joining the great cause of overthrowing the Shiji Zhengfu than to the comfortable trappings of Wangxia Kueihai. What privileges did the Wangxia Kueihai confer? First, bounties could be lifted and the Shiji Zhengfu's navy would leave you be, allowing convenient development. Second, you could legally pillage though you owed taxes and were expected to heed the government's orders to some extent. Others accepted the Wangxia Kueihai for their own ends, some to shelter their nations, and people others to secretly build power. As for Mi Huaku, solitary and lacking ambitions for power or plunder, he enjoyed the obligations without much of the privileges. Gear almost felt sorry for him. After bidding everyone farewell atop the mountain long, and Mi Huaku boarded a small boat and left together. That flap of butterfly wings caused quite a stir. Never mind. The ones who should worry are the Shiji Zhengfu and the Haijun. Gear came back to himself as the small boat dwindled in the distance. Watching the two with their arms around each other's shoulders, he felt an odd pang. Kaya Lake here, Mi Huaku, destined to be the world's #1 swordsman, was one of the sea's supreme combatants. On the small boat, Long draped an arm over Mi Huaku's shoulder and could not contain himself. Come on, Mi Huaku, bring out that bottle. Let's toast to the new journey. Get lost. You just said you didn't want any. Mi Huaku shoved him away, but Long shamelessly leaned back and like a rogue lacking the composed bearing of a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Hey, don't be so heartless, Mi Huaku. 1 cup is enough. Just pour me 1 cup. Half a cup will do. He'll just smell it. That's harmless, right? Get lost. Damn it. You're impossible. Trying to hog it all. Don't make me take it by force. Damn it. You're impossible. Trying to hog it all. Don't make me take it by force. Damn it. You're impossible. Trying to hog it all. Don't make me take it by force. Damn it. You're impossible. Trying to hog it all. Don't make me take it by force. Damn it. You're impossible. Trying to hog it all. Don't make me take it by force. Damn it. You're impossible. Trying to hog it all. Don't make me take it by force. Damn it. You're impossible. Trying to hog it all. Don't make me take it by force. Damn it. You're impossible. Trying to hog it all. Don't make me take it by force. The friendship between Dolag and Mihawk flipped upside down. As they were quarreling over half a bottle of wine, Gur was celebrating with the crew the upcoming adventure in the Grand Line. A case of Maodai wine contains 12 bottles. Gur waited until Long and Eagle Eye had left before generously sharing the remaining 11 bottles with the crew. If Dolag saw this, Gur wouldn't know how to persuade him. As soon as the bottle cap was opened, the rich aroma of wine rushed into the noses of everyone on board, awakening the inner wine lover in the old drunkard. It smells wonderful. Captain, what kind of wine is this? Uncle Fit was the first to come over, unable to suppress his curiosity as he swallowed. Mo-san and Senora, who also enjoyed a drink, were drawn over by the enticing aroma, already parched with desire. This is a famous wine from my hometown. Give it a try, but remember, don't drink too quickly. Gur wasted no time and handed each of them a bottle. Cough, cough. Uncle Fit opened the bottle and took a huge gulp, only to start coughing, clearly oblivious to Jer's previous warning. His face turned red, unsure if it was from the coughing or the strong alcohol. The group gathered around, eagerly tasting the wine. Elegance never goes out of style. Senora, dressed as a gentleman, took his time with the wine. He poured it into a glass, examined it, sniffed it, and then took a small sip, squinting his eyes to savor it. Fragrant and rich, it truly is an exceptional wine. Unlike Uncle Fit, who had no culture and would just give a thumbs up and shout, "Good wine." This is really good wine. It must be expensive, right? Captain. Mo-san took a small sip and immediately asked, knowing as a businessman that this wine was worth a lot. Gur was also intrigued and asked, "Ma-san, how much do you think a bottle of this wine would be priced at if sold based on your experience?" Well, Mo-san pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before saying, "Captain, you really caught me off guard with that question. This wine is undoubtedly the best I've ever tasted, surpassing even the top wines I've encountered before. If we provide it exclusively and control its market flow, adopting a high-end luxury route, I believe a bottle could easily fetch over 100 million or even several 100 million berries. After all, those wealthy nobles have plenty of money and they love to spend on things that others cannot afford to showcase their nobility. If we aim for a low-profit, high-volume approach, pricing it at 10 to 20 million berries per bottle, given the quality of this wine, we could quickly expand and capture market share. Moreover, since wine is a consumable, as long as there's profit, we can continuously earn money. So how much does it cost to make a bottle of this wine, Captain?" Mo-san couldn't help but ask, filled with anticipation. Gur cheerfully raised a finger and shook it. 10 million berries, right? Mo-san's face lit up. At 10 million, selling for 20 million would yield a 100 profit. It's known that when profits reach 10, some people start getting restless. When profits reach 50, some dare to take risks. When profits reach 100, people are willing to trample all laws of the world. No, that's not it. Gur shook his head with a smile. Oh, is it 100 million berries? Mo-san calmed down slightly. If the cost was 100 million, they could only auction off a small amount, but they could still make a good profit. What? 100 million. Fit and Senora, who had been listening to their conversation, were so shocked that they almost spit the wine in their mouths, but realizing that each sip cost tens of thousands of berries, they quickly covered their mouths. Gur stopped pretending to be mysterious. It's 1 million berries, and there's no limit. Nanny! Everyone exclaimed in unison. When profits exceed 300, capital is unafraid even to face the gallows. Just 1 million berries. Is this for real? Mo-san was deeply shocked. This profit was already far beyond 1,000. Of course it's true. Everyone was no stranger to how Gur often brought out good things, but no one had ever thought about this from a business perspective. Now they realized that these items could easily yield unimaginable wealth, and they were collectively left speechless. The ship had already entered a downhill segment, speeding up to another level, and they were about to enter the Grand Line. Standing at the bow of the ship, experiencing the solitude of overlooking the mountains from a great height, gazing at the boundless sea ahead inevitably stirred up immense ambition in one's heart. Ger brought over a large wooden barrel and called out to everyone, "Everyone quiet down, let me speak." The crew immediately stopped their noise and gathered around curiously. Ger stepped onto the barrel and continued, "Brothers and sisters, we are about to enter the Grand Line. It is rumored that pirates hold an unwritten ceremony before entering the Grand Line. Although we are not pirates, I think this ceremony is quite nice, and we can follow local customs." What ceremony is it?" Moria asked curiously. He had never been to the Grand Line. Originally, he planned to form his pirate crew after witnessing the execution of the Pirate King, but unexpectedly, before he could set sail, he was captured by Ger. Therefore, Moria had no chance to learn about the required ceremony for entering the Grand Line. "Come on, Captain, just tell us, stop keeping us in suspense," Bea urged, shaking Ger's coat. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Ger finally smiled and said, "The ceremony is for all crew members to form a circle with someone like me standing on a barrel, loudly stating their dreams and ambitions in front of everyone. Finally, we all toast together in encouragement, hoping that one day in the future everyone can realize their dreams." Sounds quite interesting. Everyone was eager to try. According to tradition, the adults raised their wine glasses while the children's glasses were filled with juice. "Cough, cough, I'm the captain, so I'll go first." Ger cleared his throat and stood on the barrel, raising his glass and shouting, "My goal is to become the freest person in this world. To go wherever I want. To live joyfully. Not to bully the weak, not to fear authority, to stay true to myself and persist in doing what I believe is right. To protect my companions and do my utmost to help them achieve their ideals. Captain, you're so cool. I want to join." The wooden barrel Ger prepared was a bit high, and the stubborn Bea insisted on putting her foot up on it, shouting loudly, "I want to eat delicious snacks every day. When I grow up, I want to become a powerful person so that I can protect you all when we get old." Everyone took turns stepping onto the barrel to share their ideals. Moria, to become a legendary powerhouse that makes the entire sea tremble. Fit, to become the top chef documenting all delicious foods. Mawson, to become a financial tycoon hoping to use the power of money to help everyone. Funi, to travel the world recording beautiful sceneries and lives. Weibel, to listen to my brother and become the strongest in the world. Akin, what about you? Finally, only Akin hadn't declared yet, and everyone turned their attention to him. Akin pondered for a long time and said seriously, "The captain's will is my will. I will inherit it and defend it with my life." Bang! Ger punched Akin on the head and scolded, "What do you mean, my will? I'm still alive and well, and you're already thinking about inheriting my will. I think you're just itching for a fight." "Sorry, Captain, that's not what I meant." Akin covered his head in pain, explaining feeling wronged, which caused everyone to burst into laughter. "Come, to our dreams, and to the beautiful today, cheers." "Cheers." "Senor, what about me? Has everyone forgotten about me? I haven't said anything yet, but it's okay. Oh, I have no ambitions, just want to live a simple life." The entrance to the Grand Line Twin Capes. Finally back. At the bow, Gear looked around, but did not find the familiar figure, so he placed his index finger and thumb to his lips. Wheeze, a crisp and long whistle sounded, soon receiving a response. "Woof, woof, something's coming." Ajeen stood on tiptoe, leaning over the gunwale to look in the direction of the sound. Baya blinked her big eye, seizing the moment to show off. "It's my friends coming over, Ajeen, don't be scared." "Impossible, absolutely impossible, I won't be scared," Ajeen replied confidently. He had recently been undergoing intense training of blood, fire, life, and death. Through this period of tempering, Ajeen had not only rapidly improved his strength, but also become more mature, steady, and reliable. In broad daylight, he was certain nothing could frighten him. "Woof, woof, ada, air, over here, over here." Baya stood at the front, waving her hands like a traffic officer directing cars. Ada and air charged towards the ship as if in a race. Just as they seemed about to crash into the hull, the two dogs suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then only two enormous dog heads were seen poking onto the deck, affectionately nuzzling Gear's hand. They wouldn't dare actually hit the ship. Baya also ran over, hugging the dogs' adorable heads and stroking them while calling to her younger companion behind, Ajeen. "Come on over, what are you daydreaming about?" "Coming," Ajeen replied calmly as he walked forward, secretly gloating, "Is that it? Baya still underestimated me. I have become a man who has faced life and death. How could I be scared by mere two dog-headed sea beasts?" Suddenly, a massive water spout shot up from the sea ahead, scattering in the air 100 meters high, looking like a giant fountain. Under the bright sun, the mist in the air refracted the sunlight, forming a beautiful rainbow. "What is that?" Startled by the sudden geyser, Ajeen instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. "Wow, so beautiful." Fu and I rushed out of the cabin, grabbed her camera, and snapped a picture of the water spout and the rainbow before they vanished. Gear pulled Baya close and spread his coat to shield them from the falling seawater. "Hee, hold on tight. Something big is coming." Moria, who had already awakened his observation, Haki smiled and warned the others. Just then, a huge dark shadow appeared directly beneath the ship, slowly growing larger. "Oh, what is this?" Mo-sang quickly reached out with his right hand to grab a nearby pillar while holding Fu In-I tightly with his left. Splash! The dark shadow finally surfaced and the ship began to rock. Soon the entire vessel was lifted completely out of the water carried on the back of the monster beneath. This colossal monster was the island whale Laboon. What on earth is this thing? It's way too big. Ajin nervously drew his dagger ready for battle, but looking at the 100-meter-long creature below, he was momentarily at a loss as to where to start. Don't be scared, Ajin. This is Laboon. We're being lifted up. Whoa, Laboon is amazing. Baya howled with excitement. Ada and Aer were also lifted out of the water, happily clapping their front flippers together. Clearly after spending time together they had grown familiar with Laboon and no longer feared being eaten. The two sea dogs slid smoothly off Laboon's back and plunged into the water, playing as happily as if on a slide. Gear's mouth twitched. If the ship accidentally slid off like that, wouldn't it be shattered to pieces? He quickly shouted, Laboon. Laboon, stop playing and put us down. Whoosh, whoosh. Laboon called out twice and obediently dove down, gently returning the ship to the sea surface. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. When Laboon resurfaced beside them, those who had never seen it before finally realized the monster they had just interacted with was a whale of immense size. Everyone, this is Laboon, and also our companion. Gear turned around and introduced it to the crew. So isn't it super cool, eh? Whoosh, whoosh. Praised by Gear, Laboon got excited and started stirring up waves again. The crew on board nodded repeatedly in agreement. With a build like that, how could it not be cool to take out for a stroll? You little brat, you're finally back. What took you so long? Crocus had somehow climbed aboard, standing at the bow while wringing seawater from his clothes. Oh, quite a few new faces. All tricked onto the ship by you, I suppose. Ha, what kind of talk is that, old man? Tricked? Can't it be that they were drawn by my personal charm? Gear said with a smile, then walked over and handed Crocus a bottle of wine. What, trying to shut me up with this? Crocus didn't stand on ceremony with Gear. He took the bottle, opened it, and took a sip. Wow, great wine. You've hit the jackpot, kid. I've never had such high-class liquor. Gear didn't answer, saying calmly. Roger smiled at the execution platform. He left with a smile. Hearing this, Crocus was silent for a moment, then silently took 2 more swigs of the wine. After a long pause, he laughed. Ha ha ha, what a pity. What good is being the Pirate King? Even the Pirate King, Roger, never had the luck to taste such fine wine. You don't know how much that guy loved to drink. When his body was failing, I told him to cut down, but he wouldn't listen. I was trying to save his life, but he acted like I was taking his. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? The old man reminisced about the past, muttering to himself. An old man like him, no self-awareness at all, needing me to watch him every moment. If Head tasted this wine, while alive, Head have been even more out of control. That old bastard would have lived at least a year or 2 less, ha. Crocus burst into laughter, and Gear joined in heartily. But as he laughed, Crocus secretly turned his head and wiped his eyes. Thank you for the wine, Captain Gear. Well, we're family. Don't mention it. If you want some, just say the word. I've got plenty. Gear patted Crocus on the shoulder and smiled. Hearing this, Crocus' mood instantly brightened, and he said cheerfully, Since you said so, Captain Gear, how about another bottle first? Gear grumbled inwardly, and he has the nerve to talk about others. Can't he even take a hint? I think you're the one with no self-awareness, you old bastard. After Gear and Crocus finished their conversation, Gear turned to the group on the ship and introduced, Everyone, this is our highly skilled ship, Dr. Uncle Crocus. Hello everyone, I'm Crocus, the lighthouse keeper at Twin Capes. I'm 49 years old and my hobbies are sunbathing and reading the newspaper. My blood type is. My zodiac sign is. I look forward to your kind guidance from now on. Crocus launched into another detailed self-introduction, almost revealing the color of the underwear he wore that day. Mosin stared at Crocus with great excitement, finally meeting the miracle doctor Captain Gear had spoken of. Though eager out of politeness, he refrained from immediately asking Crocus to treat his beloved. After the group exchanged greetings, Gear spoke up. Uncle Crocus, this beautiful lady on our ship has been frail and prone to illness since childhood. Could you take a look and show us if you're truly as skilled as they say? Crocus' lips twitched. He felt like hitting Gear. If you can't speak properly, it's better to stay silent. Mosin shot Gear a grateful look. The captain hadn't forgotten his promise. All right, is it you who's unwell, young lady? Let me take a look. Crocus opened a worn leather case, revealing neatly arranged medical instruments, his tools of the trade. Taking out a stethoscope, Crocus began examining Funi. Mosin nervously rubbed his hands, desperate to ask about the results, but restraining himself from interrupting. Better a smiling quack than a frowning doctor. Crocus' expression showed no sign of difficulty. Seeing Crocus wasn't troubled, Gear joked. No pressure, Uncle Crocus, just do your best. If it's truly beyond you, just say so. We can always visit the Drum Kingdom. I've heard Dr. Incareja is highly skilled and surely has a solution. Nothing stings a man more than being told he can't do something, even an old man. Crocus bristled instantly. Such a minor ailment can't possibly stump me. And I admit that old woman has skill, but she's no better than me. All right, your skills are unmatched. I was just joking. No need to get so serious. Gear flattered him. Mosin anxiously asked, Ship Doctor, how is Funa's condition? Don't worry. She's naturally frail with insufficient chi and blood, not a major issue. The trouble is it can't be cured overnight. It requires long-term treatment and dietary regulation. Crocus removed his stethoscope and spoke slowly. Thank you, ship doctor. Mosin and Funi bowed together in gratitude. No need for such formality. We're all shipmates now. Just call me Crocus. Wonderful, wonderful. The weight lifted from Mosin's heart. Tears streaming, he joyfully took Funa's hands and spun her around. Laboon, as if sensing the crew's emotions, happily spun around as well. Standing at the bow, Crocus frowned at Laboon and said to Gear with concern, Captain, you've spent time in the Grand Line, and know this sea is not only volatile and harsh, but also plagued by terrible natural disasters, giant sea beasts, sea kings, and enemies, as devastating as natural calamities. With Laboon's enormous size, it would be an easy target and danger. I'm worried about taking it along. Perhaps we should leave it here and bring Brook back to reunite with it. What do you think? Hoo-hoo. Before Gear could respond, Laboon, attuned to human emotions, protested vehemently. Hearing it might be left alone again, it roared to the sky, its cry filled with anger and sorrow. Laboon slapped the sea with its tail, splashing water onto Crocus. Gear quickly stepped back to a safe distance, leaving Crocus drenched like a drowned rat. Laboon, calm down. I'm doing this for your own good. Crocus wiped the droplets from his glasses and shouted. In response, another wave of seawater crashed over him. Laboon, chirp, chirp. Laboon shook its head violently. No translation needed to understand it was saying, I want listen. Crocus felt helpless, wondering if he'd need to use a sedative again. Gear leaped onto the ship's ram and shouted at the frolicking whale, Laboon. I'm the captain of this ship. You're a member of the crew now, so you must obey my orders. Perhaps from sailing with the Rumbar pirates since childhood, Laboon seemed to understand that a crew member must follow the captain's commands. Chirp, chirp. Laboon quieted down unexpectedly, ceasing its outburst, though floods brewed in its massive eyes as it whimpered pitifully. Was it to be abandoned once more? Seeing Laboon willing to heed Gear's command, Crocus breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the thought of leaving it behind brought a surge of sorrow. But for Laboon's safety, he had to steel himself. On board, knowing Laboon couldn't come, the emotional ones were already wiping away tears at the little whale's pitiful state. Funi took out a handkerchief, wiping Bia's tears while comforting her. It's okay, don't cry. The captain will surely help Laboon find its family and reunite them. As she spoke, her own eyes grew misty. Fitakin and Senor, the trio of tough men, struggled to hold back their tears, their masculine pride preventing any from crying first. Just then Gear continued, Laboon, listen to me. Don't listen to that old geezer. He doesn't call the shots. I'm your captain now. I said I'd take you on the voyage, and I meant it. What whale is afraid of the sea? We're setting sail. Moochu. Laboon's tears could no longer be held back. Two streams gushed like a broken dam, cascading into the sea. Gear smiled and raised his right hand. Laboon obediently approached, gently resting its head against his palm. Funi pulled out a camera, capturing this beautiful moment forever. Everyone was moved, except Crocus, the old father figure, who nearly choked with rage at how Gear had cleverly driven a wedge between him and Laboon. First I play the bad cop, then you come in as the good cop, huh? Sigh. Crocus let out a long breath. Now he no longer objected. There was nothing more to agonize over. If danger came, he'd just have to risk his old life to protect Laboon. Gear gently caressed the old scar on Laboon's head, his heart aching slightly. After whispering a few words, Laboon opened its mouth, but this time it did not roar skyward. He marveled at the creature's remarkable intelligence, unlike many humans who, despite being higher beings, utterly fail to comprehend simple speech. Gear chuckled, then produced a candy and tossed it into Laboon's massive maw. Now, it's time to witness the miracle. After a silent wait, seeing no change in Laboon, the crew exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what their captain was up to. A flush of embarrassment crept across Gear's face. He was uncertain whether the ability pellet would work on a creature of such colossal size. Could it be useless? Bang! Suddenly a plume of white smoke burst forth, startling Gear and the crew. What's happening? As the smoke cleared, Laboon's massive form had vanished before their very eyes like a grand magic trick. Everyone aboard, save for Gear, stood dumbfounded. A delighted expression lit up Gear's face. Huh, it worked. Crocus was the first to react, frantic like a parent who had lost a child. He asked anxiously, Captain, what is this? Where has Laboon gone? Click. Gear moved swiftly, landing back on the deck. He raised his left hand, pointing to the top of his head, and grinned at the crew. Haha, don't panic, Uncle Crocus. Calm down. Laboon is right here. Meow meow. Only then did the crew notice that atop Captain Gear's head sat a gray and black tabby cat. The little cat bore several small scars on its forehead, each precisely matching the scars on Laboon's head. Its pair of jet-black glossy eyes sparkled with intelligence. Where did this little kitten come from? Meow meow. Bia approached with light steps, gently stroking the cat's fluffy soft fur. Her face was a mask of disbelief as she asked, such an adorable little kitten. Captain, is this really Laboon? Gear lifted Laboon from his head and cradled it in his arms, nodding with a smile. This is impossible. Crocus felt his head buzzing, his mind still in a state of shock. He stared wide-eyed at the little tabby before him. Gear explained with feigned seriousness. I have a dream. No, that's wrong, let me start over. My devil fruit has an ability that can. Fit, sharp-minded, quickly interrupted, Captain, I think it's better if you don't tell us all the specifics of your devil fruit's abilities. Seeing the rest of the crew nod in tacit agreement, Gear was puzzled. You are all my trusted family. I see no harm in telling you. Senior All stroked his chin thoughtfully. Captain Uncle Fit doesn't mean any of us would betray you. But your ability is our most confidential information. Devil fruits are bizarre and varied. We can't rule out enemies who can directly search memories or obtain information through other means. So for safety's sake, the fewer who know the better. Hee. I agree too. After all, boss, your ability is undoubtedly earth-shattering. If word gets out, we might face pursuit from the entire world. But thinking about it, it should be quite fun. Gear understood their point. He waved his hand and joked deliberately, pretty much. So everyone remember to keep it a secret. Otherwise, not only will I be wanted and assassinated, but I might even be captured and dissected for research. Nanny, is it that dangerous? No. Captain, I don't want anything to happen to you. Please don't say any more. I'm afraid I'll accidentally talk in my sleep from now on. Bia shook her head vigorously as if trying to shake today's memories out of her mind. Alright, I won't scare you anymore. Since you all insist, I'll just use my moves without explanation from now on. Just think of it as me performing magic. Gear held Laboon in his hands, gently stroking it indifferent. Now Laboon can switch freely between whale and cat forms. It can stay on the ship and join us on our adventures. This is wonderful. Crocus was the most emotional about this outcome. No longer would he have to leave Laboon alone at the Twin Capes. The old man was already in tears. Hooray. I knew the captain would find a way. As Gear's devoted fan Bia seized every chance to flatter her captain. Crocus, having calmed down a bit, patted his chest and suggested, however, Captain, in the future it might be best not to reveal such secrets. I fear my old heart can't take it. Your ability might be more dangerous to the world government than any great pirate. Gear smiled modestly. It's not that exaggerated. Don't worry too much. I've heard that the World Government Science Division has been researching artificial devil fruits and has made considerable progress. Also, according to my secret intelligence, 100 years ago there was a user on the sea whose devil fruit allowed them to extract the fruit from a dead user's body after killing them. So my little trick might not even be worth their attention. Don't scare yourselves. Really? Of course. Have my sources ever been wrong? Gear fabricated a half-truth, but its effect was palpable. The crew visibly relaxed. Fear often stems from comparison. When they contrasted Gear's ability with the two cases he mentioned, they suddenly felt his power seemed rather unremarkable, almost underwhelming. Meow. According to a famous expert, petting cats can relieve tension. Relieved, the crew gathered around, curiously observing the little tabby in Gear's arms. Women are naturally drawn to cute animals. Bia and Phony had already started petting Laboon all over. Meow. The snow-white plump cat Phony had brought aboard felt a sudden surge of crisis. Jealous, the little white cat rubbed against its owner's feet, acting cute and coy. But it was destined not to be the star of the day. Laboon clearly had the upper hand in intelligence. Woof. The joy of cats and dogs is not the same. As Laboon became the group's darling, the two dogs Ada and Air at the bow cast envious and jealous glances. Crocus took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, gazing tenderly at the crew gathered around the little cat. A gentle warmth filled his gaze. Uncle Ku Locus was still in a daze, and it wasn't until Gur called him several times that he finally reacted, awkwardly asking, "What is it, Captain?" Gur, holding Labu, fought his way through and arrived in front of Ku Locus. Meow. Labu immediately jumped onto Ku Locus' shoulder and rubbed against his wrinkled face. Labu, it's really you, how wonderful, truly wonderful. Meow. Ku Locus shouted excitedly, then picked up Labu and gazed into those familiar black eyes. Gur took out a candy and handed it to Ku Locus, saying, "Uncle, please eat this candy." Ku Locus glanced at Gur, didn't ask what it was, and directly popped the candy into his mouth. It was sweet, with a flavor slightly different from ordinary candies, melting in his mouth, and before he could savor it, the candy was already gone. Ku Locus originally felt a bit anxious, fearing that Captain Gur might also turn him into a cat to reunite him with his son. He furrowed his brows and sensed for a while, only to find no changes in his body, revealing a look of confusion. Just as he was about to ask, Labu meowed from his arms, and Ku Locus' eyes widened in surprise. "What? Are you talking?" Labu. Meow. No. Labu, it is I who should apologize. I'm so sorry. I was just thinking of leaving you here alone. You must have been very lonely and scared. Woo. Meow. Ku Locus completely lost his composure, and he and Labu embraced each other, crying together. Woo. Gur had given Ku Locus the candy extracted from the whisper fruit animal friend. Having achieved his goal, Captain Gur smiled and walked away, allowing this pair of father and son, who were not biologically related but closer than blood, even transcending species, to have a good chat. He tied and Air back to the bow, and the ship set sail again. The first half of the Grand Line is known as Paradise, and the second half is called the New World. Here the magnetic fields, celestial phenomena, sea currents, and airflows are all in chaos, making it difficult to even know one's location, let alone search for islands in the vast sea. Therefore, one can only rely on record pointers and permanent pointers to navigate. Entering the first half of the Grand Line, there are a total of 7 different routes extending from Reverse Mountain. At the beginning, any route can be chosen, but once a choice is made, it cannot be changed midway. One must continue along the islands of that route, and all 7 routes will eventually converge at the Sabadi archipelago. Naturally, Gur chose the route he was familiar with, for this path led to the golden land of his dreams, Shandora. First stop, Whiskey Peak. On a lovely day, the sailboat cut through the waves, and from a bird's eye view it resembled a sharp blade slicing through the azure silk. With 2 sea beasts pulling the ship, most of the labor was instantly relieved, allowing everyone on board to relax. Some played, some exercised, and some read, each engaged in what they enjoyed. Scribble, scribble. The sound of a pen gliding across paper could be heard. Funi sat quietly on the side, her pen dancing on the notebook, leaving behind elegant lines of characters. Funi gently tucked a strand of golden bangs behind her ear and continued to diligently record her observations since setting out to sea. When she wrote about the touching story of the whale Labu, she couldn't help but reach out her left hand to stroke the little flower cat quietly sitting on the table, watching her write. Meow. Labu let out a comfortable sound. Little Bai curled up obediently on her owner's lap, and upon hearing Labu's call it merely twitched its ears and continued to sleep. After all, being cute and vying for affection consumed too many calories, and it had worked hard to gain this body, so using it to compete for attention felt like a waste. Thus Little Bai learned to let go at such a young age. High EQ, this cat has a big perspective. Low EQ, a good cat chooses to lie flat and be a salted fish. Labu watched Funi write and draw seriously. Although he didn't understand what those strange black symbols resembling little fish and shrimp represented, every page of Funi's journal was accompanied by beautiful photos she had taken. Labu curiously examined the pictures of himself, as well as the familiar Ku Loka's Captain Gur and everyone on the ship. Funi wrote quietly, and when she reached an interesting part, a smile would appear on her face. Suddenly a piece of white fluff gently fell onto the notebook, successfully attracting her attention. Huh, what is this? Snow. Seeing the substance melt on the paper, Funi and Labu looked up at the sky together. The sun was still high, but more and more snowflakes were fluttering down. Oh, it's actually snowing. Labu. Meow. Labu showed no surprise in his cat eyes. He had been in the Grand Line for many years, clearly having seen this situation many times. Funi quickly shook off the snowflakes from her notebook and closed it. Fortunately, these notebooks were specially bought for her by Captain Gur, and it was said that the paper used was the highest quality 1000-year paper, which was not only waterproof, but also resistant to wind and sun, not fading or getting damaged, making it perfect for recording important things like nautical logs, sea charts, or treasure maps. Oh ho ho, it's snowing. It's snowing. Can we have a snowball fight now? A cheerful voice from Bia came, followed by the sight of a wild girl running around on the deck. Ajin set down his dumbbells, reached out to catch a snowflake, and curiously licked it by his mouth, only to be disappointed to find it had no flavor. This was the first time he had seen snow in his life. Suddenly heavy snow fell on a hot day. Everyone put down what they were doing and stood on the deck stunned, gazing at the snowflakes dancing in the air. Haha, there's no need to be so surprised. Didn't I say so before? The weather in the Grand Line is indeed so unpredictable. One moment it's clear skies, and the next it could be thunder and lightning with storms. You'll get used to it in the future. Ku Lokas lifted the newspaper covering his head, stood up from the rocking chair, and laughed. Captain Jer's lazy chair had long been occupied by this old man, who said such a comfortable thing should be enjoyed first by the elderly. Gur had no choice but to spend a fortune on one of zero berries to buy 10 more and arrange them in a row on the deck. Crack. As soon as Ku Lokas finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck, followed by dark clouds that suddenly appeared from nowhere, completely covering the sun. The sky turned dark, and then a fierce wind arose with raindrops the size of eggs beginning to bombard down like airdropped bombs. Everyone hurriedly scrambled to tidy up the things on the deck. Gur was somewhat speechless, thinking that Ku Lokas' mouth seemed to have been blessed. Fortunately, the remaining function of the sails on Jer's ship was merely to provide shade. With Ada and air pulling the ship, there was no need to raise the sails while sailing, so when the weather suddenly changed, no one had to brave the storm and frantically gather the sails. Everyone returned to the cabin, and Chef Fight coincidentally brought out several test dishes, with everyone eager to be a judge. In contrast to the pitch black outside, where one couldn't see their fingers with the storm raging, the brightly lit hall and the steaming delicious food felt particularly warm. The storm would always pass, and darkness would eventually be shattered by the dawn. Gear gazed at the chaotic mess on the deck, thinking that once they reached Water 7, he would definitely build a resounding ship. Otherwise, with such fierce winds and towering waves, he'd be doomed before ever meeting a benefactor. We finally arrived, the first stop of the Grand Line. Moria put down his telescope and set his tone brimming with barely concealed excitement. Gear spotted a small, unremarkable town on the island from afar, with several peaks shaped like saguaro cacti rising behind it. Gear clearly remembered from the original story that those neatly arranged things on the hills, which looked like cactus spines, were actually countless tombstones upon closer inspection. Though there weren't as many now as there would be 20-odd years later, they had already begun to take shape. Recalling the information about this island in his mind, he felt there wasn't much to worry about. It wasn't yet an outpost for Baroque works, though it might still be infested with bounty hunters. After all, as the first stop on this route, plenty of cunning old bastards like to lurk at the newbie village entrance waiting for fresh prey. But what did that have to do with him? His crew weren't pirates, and they had no bounties. Lads, prepare to go ashore. Captain Gear waved his hand grandly. In the center of Whiskey Peak, there was a bar. It was prime business hours, yet the bar was strangely shuttered, with a sign reading closed hanging on the door. Creak. Jingle. A person dressed as a waiter hurriedly pushed open the old wooden door, and the copper bell hanging above meant to signal a customer's arrival chimed crisply. Inside the dim bar, over a dozen fierce eyes instantly turned toward the newcomer like the glowing green pupils of wild beasts in the darkness. The air was thick not only with the smell of alcohol and women's perfume, but also a heavy cloying scent of blood. Though the room was shadowy, one could clearly see several bloody corpses lying on the floor. He recognized them, a crew of rookie pirates who had landed yesterday. They were said to be quite famous in the West Blue, with their captain's bounty reaching a whopping 10 million berries. The waiter stared at by the pack of wolves felt a chill run down his spine, even though they were his comrades. He swallowed hard, too afraid to speak for a long moment. "Aegon, what's the matter?" A hoarse voice called out. The waiter named Aegon snapped back to reality, remembering he had urgent news. He hurriedly reported to the gaunt old man who had asked, "Village chief. Village chief. Another ship is preparing to land." Hearing this, the old man didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the dozen or so burly men beside him, "Cut off the heads of these two with bounties, haul the bodies to the back mountain for burial. The rest of you clean this place up quickly and make sure to eliminate the smell. Also tell the women and the elderly to get ready and join the main group to welcome our new friends." With the village chief's orders, everyone sprang into action, faces beaming with delight. They had grown accustomed to this bustle as business had been booming lately, all thanks to that executed pirate king. What was his name? Gol D. Roger. The bounties of this pirate crew's captain and first mate added up to 16 million berries. Combined with the treasure on their ship, this haul would net at least 20 million berries, and everyone would get a decent cut. Aegon envied these combat members. Though he was a native of this town, he was merely an outer member. Lacking both strength and courage, his duties were limited to acting in the charade and running errands or standing watch. He wasn't entitled to a share of the money, though he did receive some food aid. If gear were here, he'd surely shout, "Extras are people too." The village chief slowly walked over to Aegon. Near the door where the light was better one could see, he was a small old man in his 50s, about 1.6 meters tall, gaunt, with a gruesome scar on his forehead, squinting with a gentle smile. The village chief reached into the pocket on Aegon's chest, pulled out a white handkerchief, wiped his hands, then casually stuffed the bloodstained cloth back into the pocket, thinking this lad had no sense, making him do it himself. Seeing Aegon's pale face, the village chief said earnestly, "Aegon, to survive here, you must get used to bloodshed and slaughter, and even learn to love them. When I was young, I was even more timid than you. The sight of blood would make me faint and lose my appetite for days. But one day a vicious pirate crew raided our town. No, back then it was just a small village." A young man handling the corpses chimed in, "Your loved ones were all slaughtered before your eyes. To overcome your fear of blood, you cut a gash on your own forehead, letting the blood flow into your eyes, turning your entire vision red, so you could no longer distinguish blood. Then in a rage you charged at the pirates with a blade, as if possessed by a god, cutting them all down in one go, your clothes soaked in blood, without you even noticing. That year you had just turned 15. Your greatest regret in life was not overcoming your fears sooner to save your family." The young man finished in one breath, without a pause, clearly able to recite it by heart. "Ha ha, village chief, please spare us. We've heard this story from you at least 100 times since we were kids. Our ears are calloused." Exactly. Village chief, we admit it's a great story, but every time a newbie is afraid of blood, you tell it again. Even we get tired of hearing it. You bastards. How many times have I told you? It's true. It's not a story. All right, village chief, don't get angry. It's true. But this Aegon is just a coward. Talking to him is a waste of breath. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. "I'm sorry, village chief, Aegon hung his head in shame, feeling that his weakness had caused the village chief to be mocked. As they were talking, a three-meter-tall man, noticeably bulkier than the others, picked up his axe and cleanly chopped off the heads of the two valuable pirates. He deliberately tossed one of the heads at Aegon's feet. "Oh." Seeing the pirate's head with its hideous, unseeing face, the timid Aegon screamed in terror, stumbled, and fell flat on his bottom. Ha ha ha. The laughter inside grew even more unrestrained. "In this line of work, there's no room for a coward like you. Aegon, why don't you drop your pants and let us see if you've got the goods? Maybe we've got it wrong, and you're actually a girl." Ha ha ha. The crowd jeered, their ears filled with merciless mockery. The village chief stood by quietly, not immediately stopping their torment of the man. He thought that if Aegon endured enough, he might finally find the courage to fight back. But after waiting a while, seeing Aegon still cowering on the ground, looking submissive and ready to be bullied, the village chief frowned and barked, "Enough. All of you get the hell to work." Only then did the others stop mocking and tormenting Aegon. The village chief let out a disappointed sigh. Having lived most of his life, he understood this better than anyone. In this world, the weak were like ants. No matter where they went, they would be toyed with at will. In this world, the weak were like ants. No matter where they went, they would be toyed with at will. In this world, the weak were like ants. No matter where they went, they would be toyed with at will. Black Bull. Hearing the town mayor call his name, the most robust man involuntarily shrank his neck and turned to respond. Mayor, what do you need me for?" The mayor's expression turned stern as he inquired, "Do you know that those blood-sucking Navy officers responsible for processing bounties always find excuses to shortchange us?" "Of course I know, Mayor. Those damn Navy bastards. I'd love to cut them down. Last time that head of Gafasa was genuine, I chopped it off myself, yet they insisted they couldn't identify it and refused to pay us the 6 million berries. At this, Black Bull grew animated and began to vent his fury at the Navy. The mayor's face showed a hint of awkwardness as he muttered inwardly that time you really couldn't blame them. It was all because you were too brutal, mangling that pirate's head beyond recognition. I didn't even have the nerve to argue with them then, knowing that you still tossed them around carelessly. Next time I catch you not handling bounty heads with care, I'll have someone spank your butt until it's black and blue. The mayor said with exasperation. "TCH, I got it, Mayor." Black Bull dismissed it with disdain, then seized the chance to slip away with a few underlings. After a big fight, it was time to relax and enjoy some drinks and entertainment. He had no desire to stay and listen to an old geezer's nagging. Whiskey Peak, one of the 7 routes of the Grand Line, was the first stop for pirates choosing this path. Consequently, pirates constantly landed on this island, and the town often faced their harassment and attacks. Over time, the locals developed a fierce and hardy character. Survival of the fittest, those who weren't tough had already been weeded out. The island was resource poor. Whiskey Peak had mountains, but they were barren. Not a single tree or blade of grass grew there, making farming or cultivating cash crops impossible. Thus, hunting pirates for bounties had become the town's primary economic source. Almost the entire town had become bounty hunters, from the elderly in their 70s to children as young as 5 or 6. To earn a living, they all played their roles in one pirate hunting operation after another. Those who couldn't fight were responsible for receiving and deceiving pirates, making them let down their guard. Eventually, they would drink beer laced with chemicals and tricks, fall unconscious, and be finished off in their sleep by the combat members with a single slash. Except for a few exceptionally powerful crews, like those supernova pirates who had just left the 4 seas with bounties exceeding 20 million berries, they chose to treat them well and avoid provoking them. This displeased many of the younger generation who believed that whether it was 20 million or 200 million, they should take them all. Fortunately, the mayor's decades of authority still held sway, suppressing their arrogance. As for the more ordinary pirate crews, they mostly became their prey, their impractical pirate dreams forever buried on this island. As they were about to dock, Guaire clapped his hands and said, "Everyone will be staying on this island for 2 or 3 days. We'll have to wait for the log post to record the magnetic field of the next island before we can leave for the next stop." The concept of the log pose was quite clever, forcing pirates to check in at each island, honestly preventing shortcuts. However, the eternal pose later appeared. "Well, forget I said anything. Let's split into groups and assign tasks first. Once on the island, feel free to act independently. Gather at the port 2 days later." "Great. I can already smell adventure." Captain Ill team up with Ajin. Baya raised her hand and shouted. Ajin nodded in agreement, thinking they were the only 2 of similar age on the ship. "Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. He'll stay on the ship, nothing will go wrong." Crocus said, engrossed in his book without lifting his head. He had already traveled the entire Grand Line and felt no novelty. Besides, he had more important matters to attend to, studying medicine. Indeed, Captain Guaire once again showed consideration for his crew by piling a large stack of books on the ship's Dr. Crocus. Works like Huangdi Neijing Jinjiu Jing Meijing Binchao Gongmu and Shenghen Zabing Luan were all assigned. Crocus was forcibly introduced to a new realm of knowledge by Guaire, never expecting to return to his apprentice days at such an advanced age. He began diligently delving into the miraculous essence of traditional Chinese medicine, perfectly embodying the adage "live and learn." Ever since arriving in this world, Guaire had placed great emphasis on cultural export, determined to promote Chinese culture. This old man would inevitably have to observe, listen, ask, and feel the pulse when treating patients, and learn to use needles like Rong Mama when administering treatment. "Labu, come out for a stroll with me. You're too young to stay cooped up at home like this old man." "Meow," Labu said, jumping onto Guaire's shoulder. Guaire looked in the mirror, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. A black suit jacket draped over his back like a Navy's coat of justice, and a little calico cat stood on his shoulder. Captain Guaire patted Labu's head and chuckled. "Even Rob Lucci with his white dove can't match the style of our duo." Meow. Crocus and Weibel were left to guard the ship, one studying medicine, the other continuing physical training. There was no need to deploy 2 high-level characters right after leaving the beginner village. Crocus had been recruited as a doctor because Roger fell terminally ill midway. He wasn't a dedicated combatant. Thus, his strength was severely underestimated, a disadvantage of appearing too early in the story. Besides, isn't it the ship's doctor who holds the lowest bounty, yet constantly engages in the fiercest battles? Crocus had a fiery temper. Back in the day on Roger's ship, he often clashed with Roger over excessive drinking, not hesitating to throw down with him. And having endured so many battles on the Roger pirates, like the Battle of Edwar, could someone not fierce survive with all limbs intact until retirement? "What? You say Buggy the Clown has all his limbs? How do you explain that?" "He has the Bara no Mi, so he's immune to cuts, and he's protected by Conqueror's Haka-level luck. Can ordinary people compare to that?" In the original story, Crocus was already over 70 when he appeared, yet he remained vigorous, easily taking down a small sea king with a single blow. His true strength was evident. The final group assignments, Ajin and Baya were a team responsible for eating and having fun. Ada and Air were a team free to roam. Mo Sang and Fu and I were a team. Since both lacked combat power and Mo Liu accompanied them to prevent accidents, the trio was also tasked with eating and having fun. Sai and Iower and Fei Te were a team. Originally they were supposed to handle supplies, but thanks to Go Air's system shop their only task was to play and eat. Occasionally they could purchase unique local items unavailable in the system. Go Air pulled out a large stack of cash and declared boldly, 5 million berries for each person. Eat and play as you please by whatever you like. Don't worry about saving for the captain. We're all about being willful. Boost the local economy. Anyone who doesn't spend all their money will have their budget halved next time. Wow. I love you, Captain. You're so handsome. Baya hugged Go Air's leg and showered him with flattery. Welcome. A warm welcome. Welcome. A warm welcome. As Gear's vessel neared the harbor of the small town, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the shore. Ah, so many people. Are they welcoming us? The folks on the Grand Line are so warm-hearted. Bia exclaimed in surprise, standing on a small stool. The group followed the sound. They saw a large crowd of townsfolk already gathered at the harbor. Upon disembarking, Gear and his crew received an enthusiastic reception. Hundreds of people lined the path in a grand welcome with elders and children waving small colorful flags while young charming maidens held flower garlands to place around each person's neck. Though Gear knew these people harbored ulterior motives, he had to admit the spectacle was quite convincing. As for the pirates who were loathed wherever they went, they had never experienced such treatment. Naturally, they would strut about instantly, putting on airs of importance. One could hardly strike a smiling face, and even the most ruthless pirates would find it awkward to tear off the facade and resort to plundering. Gear couldn't help but nod in approval, especially when he reached the back of the procession and saw a dozen mature, alluring women waving silk handkerchiefs. The women were clad in figure-hugging cheongsams that accentuated their voluptuous curves, slits reaching up to their thighs, sparking endless fantasies. Every gesture was seductive, every brow and furrow brimming with charm. Gear knew at once these were fallen sisters awaiting rescue. Oh my, this handsome young man is clearly both charming and wealthy. How about a deeper conversation with Big Sister? A golden-haired beauty in a crimson cheongsam took Gear's arm, teasing him with a radiant smile. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Gear sneered inwardly. Is this it? Is this how you test a cadre? Which cadre wouldn't withstand such a test? Captain, are you hurt? Your nose is bleeding. Bia asked with concern. Huh. Gear awkwardly wiped his nosebleed. Shoo. What do you know, kid? The captain's fine. Maybe I've eaten too many lychees lately and got some internal heat. Oh dear sisters, he's a precious young master. Look at you all so eager you've made him shy. Everyone feel free to wander. I need to have a word with these ladies. As Gear was about to follow the beauties for a heart-o-heart, an oblivious old man rushed over and blocked the group, saying, Greetings everyone. I am the town's mayor. Welcome to our town. Oh hello, mayor. No need for such a fuss. We'll just look around on our own. Please step aside. Gear dismissed him with beauties on each arm. He had no time for an old man's ramblings. I didn't see the flag on your ship. May I ask which great pirates you hail from? The mayor pressed on. Seeing the group included women and children, a bad feeling took hold. Had it not been for the towering, fierce-looking Moria, the mayor might not have even bothered to ask. Grandpa, we're not pirates. Rest assured, we're not bad people. Bia replied politely. Yes, as you can see, we are adventurers, not pirates. Gear smiled. What? Not pirates? Upon hearing that Gear and his crew were not pirates, the mayor and the nearby townsfolk instantly dropped their enthusiasm. Even the two women clinging to Gear's arms coldly let go and stepped aside in displeasure. Hehehe. Old man, you seem unhappy that we're not plundering pirates. Yes, you are not welcome here. The old mayor narrowed his eyes, sneering. This island does not welcome anyone who isn't a pirate. For your own safety, I suggest you stay on your ship and not wander around. It will take only a day for the log post to record the next island's magnetic field. You'd best leave tomorrow. With that, the mayor, ignoring Gear's reaction, turned to the crowd of cheerleaders and said, Disperse. Everyone go back to your business. Damn it, all for nothing. Mayor, we should get paid for this, right? We worked so hard singing and dancing for over an hour. Yeah, I shouted for over an hour, my throat's hoarse from yelling the loudest. You promised 1000 berries per person. Even if there's no pay, at least give us some compensation, right? Mayor. The residents began grumbling in unison. The mayor's face reddened. Since these weren't pirates, there was no business to be had, so why pay wages? These bastards, they had no idea how much he worried about their survival, losing sleep over it. And now they dared to stir up trouble right in front of him. It seemed he had been too lenient with them, and they had forgotten who was in charge. Seeing the mayor's expression darken, the crowd wisely fell silent and began to disperse. Wait. Everyone stopped. The old mayor turned to see it was Gear, who called out, his eyes cold with displeasure. Young man, what do you want? I advise you not to ignore the wisdom of your elders. The old man's words were harsh, but Gear could still sense his goodwill. Still, just because you mean well, does that give you the right to be so arrogant? I came out to travel and spend money, not to be treated like this. Gear immediately pulled out a thick stack of berries and slapped it against the mayor's face, saying, Hey, race 2 million berries. On average, that's at least over 10,000 per person. Have them keep playing and dancing until the sun goes down. Any problem? The money hit the mayor's face and his gloomy expression brightened. He broke into a warm smile. No problem at all. What are you all waiting for? Get the music and dancing going for the gentlemen. Today's welcome ceremony must go on until dark. 3000 berries for kids, 6000 for adults. No problem, Mayor. Welcome, a warm welcome. Over 100 people began cheering again, each delighted by the unexpected windfall, yet silently cursing the mayor for his greed. Everyone had heard the naive young man give him 2 million berries. Seeing this, the women who had earlier abandoned Gear swarmed back. But this time Gear dismissed them all with 10,000 berries, each declaring with righteous indignation, "What I hate most is women who approach me not for my handsome looks, but for my money." The women were speechless at his smugness. Though they regretted losing a big spender, they happily returned pocketing 10,000 berries for doing nothing. The mayor was still dazed. Most visitors to their barren island were pirates, with the occasional unscrupulous merchant sailing over to exploit their scarcity of supplies. Knowing the islanders had no choice, these merchants sold goods at exorbitant prices with abysmal quality. So under the mayor's leadership, they drove away those merchants and began sourcing supplies from neighboring islands themselves. Since then, few merchants came, and a pure tourist and spender like Gear was a first for them. The crowd, encountering such a situation for the first time, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Might I ask if you require any further assistance, sir? Our humble town is scarce in people and resources. If you have any needs, please inform me in advance, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. The old town chief asked with a smile, his fawning demeanor clearly indicating that money was the ultimate authority. Gear observed how the old man transformed instantly upon receiving the money, marveling at the truth of the ancient saying that money makes the world go round, a maxim that held profound wisdom. No need for service, we shall simply wander around on our own. We won't be staying long, likely leaving tomorrow or the day after. We won't disrupt your affairs. Gear finished with a meaningful smile. Seeing the old town chief still squinting as if hard of hearing and unperturbed, Gear suddenly asked, "Oh, there is one thing I'd like to ask of you, town chief." "It's no trouble at all. Please speak your mind, sir. I will share everything I know without reservation." The town chief clasped his hands, rubbing his palms together as he leaned in attentively. "No need for such formality, town chief. Call me Gear. I noticed your town seems to have quite a few bounty hunters, given how warmly you welcome pirates." The old man's smile froze, a chill running through his heart. A few among the nearby crowd also wore expressions of unease. This young man was not as easily fooled as he appeared. It turned out he was a seasoned player who pretended to be ignorant while knowing the truth. Controlling his facial micro-expressions, the old town chief slightly opened his perpetually squinted eyes, revealing a sharp sword-like gaze. An involuntary trace of killing intent emanated from him as he asked calmly, "What exactly do you mean by that, Captain Gear?" Seeing the old man's heightened vigilance, Gear was somewhat surprised that this seemingly decrepit elder possessed unexpected strength, at least at the level of a sword master. Maintaining his cheerful demeanor, Gear laughed. "Haha, no need to be tense, sir. While we aren't bounty hunters, as you know, sailing the seas sometimes brings reckless pirates our way. We occasionally moonlight as bounty hunters. I was just wondering where you folks usually go to cash in bounties. I need to trade those useless pirate heads for some lovely berries. Nothing more." The town chief nodded, finding the explanation perfectly reasonable. "I see. That's not difficult. On the other side of this island, there's a marine outpost. Just cross the Whiskey Peak behind us, and you'll see it. You can exchange the bodies of wanted pirates there." Gear mused to himself, "It seems you've lured and killed quite a few pirates for bounties. The Marines have even set up an exchange point here for convenience. May I ask which pirate crew you've taken down, Captain Gear? If the bounty doesn't exceed 20 million berries and the heads are well preserved for clear identification, I can purchase them from you at 60% of the original bounty. No need for you to make the trip yourself." The money-grubbing old town chief rubbed his palms together habitually. Seeing Gear's expression that clearly said, "Do you take me for a fool?" he patiently explained, "You may not know, Captain Gear, but the Marines often find excuses to deduct a share. They want a piece of the bounty pie too. Typically, you're lucky to get 60 to 70%. If you refuse, they'll claim the identity can't be verified or make you wait a year until they confirm the pirate crew is no longer active at sea. We're forced to spend money to avoid trouble, using 20 to 30% of the bounty to bribe these parasites. So taking it at 60% is just covering a small handling fee." Gear was astounded. This had evolved into a full-fledged industry chain, like buying a brand new item at 60% of its original price. With all the layers of deductions, getting 60% was indeed commendable. A fair price indeed. But your available funds of 20 million are still too limited to handle my merchandise. Thank you for the information, town chief. They'll pass for now. I'd like to see how the Marines handle bounty exchanges. If possible, please arrange a guide to take me there tomorrow. Of course, he won't go unpaid. They'll offer 200,000 berries for his trouble." Gear declined the town chief's offer with an excuse, pulling out another 200,000 berries to hire a guide. "Haha, no problem. No problem at all. You're too kind, Captain Gear. It's a trivial matter as long as you don't mind the trouble." The old town chief swiftly reached out, taking the 200,000 berries from Gear's hand, then turned and called out to the crowd. Aegon, come over here." Soon a young man of similar height to Gear, but notably slender, rushed over, casting timid glances at Gear and his group. Unfazed by Gear's presence, the town chief skillfully counted out 10,000 berry notes from the stack and pocketed the rest. Handing the money to the young man named Aegon, he instructed, "You'll be Captain Gear's guide for the next few days. Tomorrow take him to the marine base to exchange the bounty. The other residents who had been cheering cast envious glances, lamenting that such a lucrative task hadn't fallen to them. The town chief is so biased, giving such a good opportunity to that useless Aegon. Chill. Keep your voice down. Haven't you heard that Aegon is the nephew of the town chief's aunt's son's cousin's brother? They're relatives, so of course he looks out for him. Get out of here. Where did you hear that nonsense? That's too far-fetched. Who would help a distant relative like that? I heard Aegon is actually the son of the town chief's first love's brother. His entire family was killed by pirates, and his father sacrificed himself to protect the young town chief. Aegon was left with his grandmother, who died early, making him an orphan. If the town chief hadn't taken care of him, he would have starved long ago. Nonsense. That's even more ridiculous than my story. Everyone knows our town chief has been single for nearly 60 years. Back then, countless girls pursued him, but failed. Rumors say the town chief might have some issues in that area, so he's not interested in women. Where would a first love come from? Besides, the town chief has always been a monster. He's killed at least dozens of pirates with his blade. He doesn't need anyone's protection. Scram. Your story is even more absurd than mine. Everyone knows our town chief has been single for nearly 60 years. When he was young, so many girls chased after him, but ended up failing. The rumor is that the town chief might have some issues down there, so he's not interested in women. How could he have a first love? Besides, the town chief has always been a monster. He's killed at least dozens of pirates with his blade. He doesn't need anyone's protection. Scram. Your story is even more absurd than mine. Everyone knows our town chief has been single for nearly 60 years. When he was young, so many girls chased after him, but ended up failing. The rumor is that the town chief might have some issues down there, so he's not interested in women. How could he have a first love? Besides, the town chief has always been a monster. He's killed at least dozens of pirates with his blade. He doesn't need anyone's protection. The group engaged in hushed gossip. Meanwhile, Aegon took the money, looking at the town chief with gratitude. Thank you, town chief. The old town chief shot him a disdainful glare, thinking this fool had no sense of propriety. Without ceremony, he leaped up and knocked Aegon on the head, scolding, "What are you thanking me for? Thank Captain Gear. Do a good job, and if you don't satisfy him, he'll replace you immediately." Aegon then turned to Gear, repeatedly expressing his thanks. With matters settled, the group dispersed upon reaching the town to explore freely. On this planet, the vast majority of the surface is covered by oceans, with islands scattered like stars across the sea. Separated by the boundless waters, transportation between the islands is inconvenient, leading to infrequent exchanges. Coupled with vastly different climates and other factors, over time, each island has developed its own unique cultural characteristics, including beliefs, customs, attire, architectural styles, and dietary habits. Thus, every island boasts a multitude of distinctive landscapes to behold. Aegon guided Gear through the town for an entire afternoon, until dusk fell and Labu had already fallen asleep on Gear's shoulder. Though it was not yet late at night, the town's streets were already deserted, exuding a desolate air. Except for a small tavern that remained lit and open for business, most other shops had closed their doors. Gear decided it was time to return to the inn and rest. "Aegon, let's call it a day here. I'm heading back to the inn. You should go home and rest early too. Just take me to the naval base tomorrow morning." "Understood, Lord Gear," Aegon replied with utmost deference. He had been on edge all day, terrified of displeasing his employer in any way. Having finally secured this job, he couldn't afford to mess it up. Fortunately, Lord Gear was approachable and not difficult to serve. The moment he realized the day's tasks were finally complete, Aegon felt an immense relief, and the tension that had gripped his expression all day finally eased. Suddenly reminded of something, Gear took out another stack of berry and said, "Oh, one more thing. Take this berry and find me a carriage for tomorrow, one with an enclosed compartment. I need it to store things." "Understood, Captain Gear." Aegon didn't ask questions. He figured it was only natural for a wealthy young master like Gear to hire a carriage for a long journey. He took the money and counted it, 1,000 berry in total. "Lord Gear, I can drive the carriage myself. Just renting one will cost 2,000 berry at most. That's more than enough." With that, Aegon returned the remaining 8,000 berry to Gear. Gear was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter an honest man on this island, a rare find. He chuckled and said, "Keep the rest as a tip for your work today." To his surprise, Aegon didn't look pleased. Instead, panic flickered across his face as he waved his hands frantically. No. How can this be? I've already received my due payment from the village chief for guiding you. I can't possibly accept extra money in private. No, absolutely not." Seeing that Aegon stubbornly refused no matter what he said, Gear didn't insist further. He casually purchased a roast chicken and 2 cans of beer from the system store and handed them over. "Here, take these. Have them as a midnight snack." Aegon watched as Gear conjured food out of thin air like a magician. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if his vision was playing tricks on him. He had followed Gear the entire day during their shopping trip and hadn't seen him buy any of these items. Moreover, the tantalizing aroma was so irresistible that he was absolutely certain such a delicacy wasn't available anywhere in the town. Just as Aegon was about to refuse, Gear's tone turned displeased. "Just take it when I tell you to. If you dare say no again, I'll have the village chief send someone more obedient tomorrow." I wouldn't dare." "Oh, thank you, Lord Gear." In the end, Aegon had no choice but to yield to Gyr's overbearing authority. He obediently reached out with both hands to take the bag from Gyr, murmuring thanks several times before turning to leave. Watching the frail figure disappear around the corner of the street, Gyr smiled and turned to enter the inn. After a long day of strolling, he was a bit tired and wondered if there were any special services available. Aegon trotted along, clutching the roast chicken wrapped in oiled paper. He couldn't resist stopping several times along the way to take a sniff. So fragrant. This roast chicken smells incredible. He had never tasted anything so delicious in his entire life. Reaching a secluded corner, Aegon carefully unwrapped the oiled paper. An even richer, smoky aroma of roasted meat immediately filled his nostrils. He closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths, a look of pure bliss spreading across his face. Even though saliva was already trickling down, he restrained himself from eating it right away. Aegon pulled out a newspaper, meticulously tore off the chicken's head, feet, and tail, wrapped them in the paper, and tucked them into his chest. He then rewrapped the roast chicken, picked up the bag, and hurried toward the village chief's residence. I said no. Do you still listen to me as your village chief? Just as Aegon reached the door and was about to knock, he heard the village chief's furious roar from inside. His outstretched hand froze in midair. Chief, why not? This group is much easier to handle than those vicious pirate crews. And they've split up. There's absolutely no risk. This is practically a gift. They're not pirates. They have no bounties. Why target them? Chief, do you know how much that group spent today buying this and that all over town? Aegon recognized that voice. It was the bastard Hanyu. He quickly withdrew his hand and hid nearby to eavesdrop. Inside the room, the village chief sat in the main seat, while over 20 burly men were seated on both sides. At the front on the right sat the hulking brute known as Hanyu. Now he stood up, excitedly stomping one foot on the bench and slamming the table as he spoke, spittle flying everywhere. Everyone, I've already had people investigate in secret. In just half a day, they've spent nearly 10 million berry. Even those 2 kids barely in their teens casually bought several million berry worth of stuff. Tsk tisk, how rich must they be to burn through money like that? Exactly. I'm green with envy. Murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. The old village chief's face was cold as ice. He tapped his index finger lightly on the table and asked in a low voice, so what? What of it? Hanyu stamped his feet in frustration, baffled as to why the normally shrewd village chief was being so slow on the uptake today. His voice grew even more agitated as he shouted, what do you mean, what of it? Chief, have you gone senile in your old age? This is clearly a fat sheep delivered right to our doorstep. Hanyu, watch your tongue. Don't push me to kill you right now. A middle-aged man seated at the head of the left side, his face bisected by a long straight scar, stood up and slammed his scabbard onto the table with a loud roar. What's wrong with me? What did I say that's wrong? Tima, you're not the village chief, so what right do you have to lecture me? Don't think I'm actually afraid of you. Facing Tima, a taciturn swordsman of few words but deadly intent, Hanyu felt a twinge of fear in his heart. Still to save face in front of the crowd, he mustered the courage to talk back. The old village chief raised his hand, signaling Tima to sit down. Chief, I think Brother Hanyu has a point. Didn't their captain say he wanted to exchange something for bounty? They've killed people too. Even if they're not pirates, they're certainly no saints. If we don't make a move, we'll be letting a golden opportunity slip through our fingers. That's right. We're just trying to survive. Even if we happen to kill the wrong group of people, it's forgivable, isn't it? We can't just wait until they've got a blade at our throats to fight back, right? What do you all think? Exactly. A few supporters of Hanyu began to stir the pot with their chatter, and some of the wavering individuals in the room started to feel that it made sense. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. The village chief's face was as dark as a storm cloud as he silently observed the crowd. Watching the motley crew of clowns flailing about before him, the town chief felt his anger subside, his heart growing calmer. Thump. He set down his teacup, the crisp sound snapping the room into silence. Rising to his feet, he narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across everyone present before speaking slowly. We're all blood-soaked executioners. An old fool like me lecturing you about morality and integrity might sound ridiculous, so let me say something you muscle-headed idiots can understand. This Guard Corps was founded to organize resistance against pirate raids. From the very beginning, our mission has been to protect our homes and fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. Over the past 30 years, we've fought countless battles, slain innumerable pirates, and lost many brothers along the way. Among everyone here, I've killed the most. To defeat more enemies and lose fewer of our own, I've stooped to every scheme and stratagem imaginable. These hands are drenched in blood, but it's all the blood of those damned pirates. My only regret is that there isn't more. Even if I die, I can face our fallen brothers with a clear conscience. We are executioners. But we have successfully protected the elderly, women, and children of this town. Among them are the elders who raised you, the lovers you cherish and dream of growing old with, and the children you brought into this world to nurture. You are all heroes. Pointing a finger, the chief continued, and today this fool tries to goad everyone into abandoning their principles for greed, wrapping it in high-sounding nonsense. If your father hadn't already sacrificed himself back, then he'd be furious enough to die of anger today. Ignoring Black Bull's murderous glare, the old chief addressed the crowd. If we abandon our principles today, for greed tomorrow, we'll do anything for money. What difference would there be between us and those damned pirates? We might as well abandon our families and become pirates ourselves. Why keep protecting these burdensome, old, and weak? When you cross into the next world, how will you face our fallen brothers? Will you tell them we tossed away everything they fought to protect like trash? Tell me now, do the rest of you share this idiot's thoughts? The crowd hung their heads in silence. Some felt shame for their momentary temptation. Even those who had initially echoed Black Bull's words were conflicted expressions, no one daring to speak in his support. The room fell into a deathly stillness. More than 20 able-bodied men stood before the old chief like chastened children, not daring to utter a sound. Witnessing this, Black Bull ground his teeth in frustration, cursing his lack of eloquence to match the chief's words. Realizing he could no longer sway the others, and fearing his own followers might defect, he was already eager to leave. Yet unwilling to lose face, he spat out a few final threats. Chief, I'm not good with words. I only know the brothers followed you for a better life. Now the opportunity is right here, but you've turned coward. You're no longer the chief you once were. Since none of you dare, I'll take my men and do it myself. This time the spoils are ours alone. From now on I won't follow your damned rules anymore. I won't give a single coin of my loot to those useless parasites. You bastard. It's our core iron rule that half the spoils are shared among brothers, and the other half goes to the families of our fallen. Are you trying to rebel against the organization? Iron Horse rose to his feet, his voice sharp with accusation, his right hand already resting on his sword hilt. Black Bull retreated 2 steps closer to the door before mustering the courage to retort, "That's right. I'm done playing your game." Clang, clang, clanged. In an instant the room bristled with drawn blades. The dozen men behind Iron Horse unsheathed their weapons, pointing them at Black Bull and his followers by the door. Black Bull and his 6 loyalists brandished their arms in defiance, though they were outnumbered 2 or 3 times over. The 2 sides stood locked in a standoff, the atmosphere in the room crackling with tension. Chief, you've spouted all that lofty morality, and now you'd slaughter your former comrades. Cornered by death, even Black Bull's wits sharpened as he shouted desperately at the old man. Hearing this, the coldness in the old chief's eyes softened. After a long pause, he sighed and spoke slowly. Black Bull, for the sake of your father and brother who both died defending this town, I'll give you one last piece of advice. It's not just about principles. That group is no ordinary bunch. Don't doom your brothers along with you. Black Bull sneered. Don't trouble yourself, old man. I'm no child. I'll take responsibility for my own choices. Chief, you've grown old. You're hesitant and fearful now. You're no fit to lead us anymore. Fine. Black Bull agreed to one condition. Don't harm those women and children, and I'll let you walk out that door. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting old ties. Today, I'll cleanse the ranks. I believe your father would understand from the afterlife. One must bow when under another's roof. Fine. I swear I won't touch the women or children. Is that enough? Black Bull conceded. Chief. Iron Horse tried to interject. Let them go. The chief waved his hand, closed his eyes, and massaged his temples. Let's go. Black Bull snorted disdainfully, kicked open the door, and led his men away without looking back. You all should head back too. I'm old and need my rest. Yes, Chief. The crowd took their leave, but the middle-aged swordsman remained standing silently in place. Iron Horse. Chief, I'm here. The chief took a sip of tea and asked, You've been in the Corps for over a decade. Do you think I was wrong? Should we have been more selfish, just let the brothers live well for themselves? No, I believe you were right, Chief. You saved my life. I was just a helpless orphan back then. If you hadn't helped a worthless weakling like me, I'd have starved to death long ago. Our lives are already far better than before. Many brothers feel the same. They're content. Human desires are endless. Even if you gave more, those who are never satisfied would still complain. Black Bull is nothing but an ungrateful wolf. The chief's brow relaxed. He instructed further, tomorrow assign a few men to secretly protect that couple and their 2 children. I don't trust Black Bull's word. He's not one to keep promises. Yes, sir. Good, you should rest early too. Iron Horse rose, bowed respectfully, and withdrew. After everyone had retreated, the room that had been crowded and noisy fell into a sudden silence and emptiness. The mayor felt a tinge of melancholy as the warmth of companionship faded with their departure. He took out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket, put them on, then slowly stood up and walked to the side. Lifting his head, he stared blankly at several yellowed old photos on the wall where a younger version of himself stood alongside comrades who had once fought by his side. Old friends, I'm sorry. It seems you'll have to wait a while longer for me. I just can't rest easy yet. Every time I say soon, soon, and that the next battle might be the one where I join you below, but before I know it, over 30 years have slipped away. Truly the good die young, while the wicked live long. Ha ha. Just as his thoughts were immersed in memories, a sudden knock at the door, thump, 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 jolted the old mayor back to reality. Who is it at this hour? The mayor asked, frowning as he warily reached for the knife hidden under the table. Mayor, it's me, Aegon. Aegon had been hiding outside for a while, overhearing the most heated exchanges. Now that everyone had left, he hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to knock. Hold on. Hearing Aegon's familiar voice, the mayor relaxed his guard, put the knife back, walked to the door, and opened it. Why aren't you home sleeping at this late hour? What brings you here? The mayor asked curiously. Mayor, today I guided Lord Gear around all day. Before he left, he gave me some food and 2 bottles of beer. I thought I'd bring some for you to try. Aegon said as he took out the items. Oh, you actually accepted gifts from someone. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha. The old mayor's face showed surprise. This lad who rarely took things from others had finally wised up and even thought to share with him. The old mayor laughed with gratification. Aegon, unaccustomed to praise, scratched his head sheepishly and said happily, roast chicken. It smells delicious. Hee, I didn't dare take it at first, but Lord Gear said if I didn't find another guide tomorrow. Besides, he originally wanted to give me 8,000 berry as a tip, which I refused. I was afraid of angering him, so I didn't dare refuse a second time. Bang. No sooner had Aegon spoken than the old mayor gave him a sharp rap on the head, nearly making his eyes pop out. Wincing in pain, he clutched his head and asked, Mayor, why did you hit me again? The mayor stamped his feet in frustration, grabbing Aegon by the collar and shouting, You useless fool. I'd like to slap you senseless. Why didn't you take the money? Turning down 8,000 berry for just this little bit of food, don't you deserve a beating? That's 8,000 berry. Do you know how much grain that could buy? What good is one roast chicken? But we already charged Lord Gear for being guides earlier. How could I take his money again? Aegon dared not meet the mayor's eyes, but he stubbornly held his ground. The mayor grimaced, covering his face in exasperation, silently telling himself, Don't get angry. Don't get angry at this idiot. He's always been this stubborn. Always has been, always will be. There's no saving him. How ridiculous that I actually thought this kid had finally wised up. Deep down he was torn. The old mayor had always looked out for this simple-minded young man, mainly because he saw in Aegon a pure innocence and kindness he cherished, the same as the villagers from that small fishing village 30 years ago. These were qualities the other townsfolk had gradually lost over the decades. Yet the old mayor also felt that someone as innocent and kind as Aegon was born in the wrong era, making survival difficult. So he constantly tried to instill harsher lessons, hoping Aegon would learn the realities of society and the treachery of people. But Aegon's will, unlike his frail body, was unyielding. Once he set his mind on something, it couldn't be bent. You can beat me to death, but you'll never convince me. Enough, the mayor resigned. Go to bed now. Just looking at you makes my blood boil. Get out. Aegon had no choice. It wasn't his first scolding. He scratched his head, apologized, and headed for the door. Wait. The mayor suddenly called him back, pointing at the bag in his hand. Have some sense. Leave the roast chicken. Didn't you bring it for me to taste? All right, I almost forgot. Sorry, mayor. Aegon grinned, sheepishly ran back, and placed the roast chicken and beer on the table. Just as he was about to leave, the mayor's voice came again. Sit down and have some with me. No need, mayor. You go ahead. I've already eaten. With that, Aegon dashed off. Isn't this kid supposed to never lie? The old mayor chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. He closed the door again, slid the bolt, and returned to the room. Despite his age as a martial artist, he had a prodigious appetite. In no time, he devoured the roast chicken on the table. With a satisfied burp after finishing the last half bottle of beer, the mayor exclaimed, So delicious. I must ask tomorrow where this chicken was bought. How can it taste so good? Gear bought in Orleans. The next morning at dawn, Aegon was already waiting with his horse-drawn carriage at the inn where Gear was staying. Knowing that the Black Bull gang planned to harm Gear and his party, Aegon had spent the whole night agonizing. Lord Gear had been kind to him, not telling him would weigh on his conscience, but revealing it could mean death if the Black Bull gang found out. How should I tell Lord Gear about this or not? Aegon paced back and forth in front of the inn. Tell, don't tell, don't tell. Don't tell. He plucked a small red flower from the flower bed by the inn, murmuring as he tore off the petals, hoping for a sign from heaven. Hey, you're up early, Aegon. Just as he tore off the last petal, Gear suddenly appeared behind him, patting his shoulder in greeting. Startled by Gear's sudden appearance while he was concentrating on his little ritual, Aegon forgot whether the last petal meant tell or don't tell. Good morning, Lord Gear. Aegon stammered hastily, throwing away the flower stem and greeting Gear nervously. Did you not sleep well last night? I didn't see much nightlife in this town. You weren't out on a date, were you? Seeing the dark circles under Aegon's eyes, Gear joked. No, not at all. How could someone like me ever find a girl who likes me yet? Aegon laughed bitterly, a hint of loneliness in his heart. Yes, how could a poor, useless, dim-witted man like me ever be liked? Girls probably prefer someone like Captain Gear, handsome, wealthy, and smooth-talking. Well, have some confidence. I think you're a good guy. At least you're honest. Many girls eventually want to settle down with an honest man. Gear patted his shoulder reassuringly. Really? Thank you, Lord Gear. Aegon was moved. In town, aside from the mayor, few were willing to exchange more than a word with him. Lord Gear is truly a kind and gentle soul. Suddenly, Aegon's eyes grew resolute. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he pulled Gear onto the carriage and whispered anxiously, Lord Gear, you must flee. Someone wants to harm you. Gear looked at Aegon with surprise, then seeing his tense expression, asked with interest, Oh, what do you mean? Who wants to harm me? Gear looked at Aegon with surprise, then seeing his tense expression, asked with interest, Oh, what do you mean? Who wants to harm me? Last night. Aegon stammered, his tongue clumsy from anxiety, and it was only after gesticulating wildly for quite a while that he finally managed to recount the full story of the conversation he had accidentally overheard. That's how it is. I don't know when they'll make their move, so Lord Gear, you should find your crew and leave this place immediately. That Black Bull and his gang are terrifying. Though he had anticipated that someone would harbor ill intentions upon seeing their group spend lavishly, Gear was still deeply grateful that Ogham had risked his own safety to warn him of the danger. Gear patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Ogham, thank you for telling me this. I understand. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? Breakfast? Not yet. Huh. No, wait. Lord Gear, now is not the time for this. You should get back to your ship, gather your companions, and get out of here. Seeing Gear so unhurried, even thinking about breakfast, Ogham was frantic with anxiety. Ogham, just pretend you know nothing about this. I don't want you to be retaliated against after we leave. They'll be fine, Lord Gear, don't worry. I'm a local here. The town chief won't allow them to act recklessly. Besides, many people were present yesterday, so they can't be sure who leaked the information. Gear was somewhat curious as to why the town chief, despite his disapproval, would still allow this group to act against them. Was it a case of using a borrowed knife to kill? That's good to hear. Rest assured, my companions are very capable. There's no need to worry. Come on, let's get moving. We can have breakfast on the way. Gear said with a smile, patting the bulging paper bag imprinted with a yellow M. There was no use in the Emperor being anxious when the eunuch was already frantic. Having no other choice, Ogham could only follow Gear's instructions and drive the carriage towards the back mountain. As soon as they left the small town, Ogham, while driving the carriage, began to look around, nervously terrified that the vicious Black Bull gang might suddenly charge out from somewhere in the desolate wilderness to rob them. Lord Gear, are you sure it's all right? They are a bunch of strong and violent thugs. It's fine, don't worry. If they strike, they'll target the ones who look weakest. Here, have something to eat first. As he spoke, Gear handed him a McSpicy chicken burger. Delicious. But Lord Gear, aren't you worried about the safety of your companions? Since they're after money, ITLL most likely be kidnapping for ransom. If they were to kill and rob, how much could they possibly get from us? Besides, my companions aren't weak enough to be lambs to the slaughter. Gear reasoned that if they intended to kidnap someone, they would naturally choose the two kids, Bia and Ajin, as the most suitable targets. He considered it a trial of their recent training. At worst, he could pay the ransom to get them back first, then eliminate the gang and take back the money. Either way, he wouldn't suffer a loss. Clop clop. The rhythmic sound of hooves soon carried them over the barren Whiskey Peak, which was covered in tombstones. Gear asked a question that had piqued his curiosity in his past life. Ogham, why do the people here not only bury pirates they've killed, but also erect tombstones for them? Ogham quickly waved his hand, swallowing the chicken cutlet in his mouth before explaining. No, Captain Gear, these graves aren't for pirates. They are for the people of our town. Only warriors who fell in battle defending against pirates are allowed to be buried on this mountain. The town chief says this has been the rule for decades since he was a child. The elders say this allows the spirits of the warriors to return, standing on the mountain forever, watching over the town they once protected. So many tombstones. This is a martyr's cemetery. Gear jumped down from the carriage, staring at the endless sea of tombstones, rendered speechless, his heart filled with immense awe. Ogham, driving at the front, didn't notice as the carriage slowly moved on. Gear purchased several dozen jars of fine wine from the system and poured them all onto the ground, filling the air with a rich, fragrant aroma. Fallen heroes, please forgive my unintentional disrespect. Today I offer you all a drink. After doing this, Gear caught up with the carriage and went back inside. After traveling for about another hour, just as Gear opened the front window to ask if they had arrived, he saw a marine base ahead. From a distance, the seagull flag could be seen fluttering in the wind above the base. Calling it a marine base was generous. It was merely a very small outpost. Gear silently took out a mask, sunglasses, and a cap and put them on. Under normal circumstances, after capturing or killing a wanted criminal, one must go to the local marine base to verify the wanted poster. Perhaps some leaders within the Marines saw profit in the bounty business, so someone suggested to their superiors that this base be established to make it easier for bounty hunters on the island and nearby areas to claim their rewards. In reality, it was just a convenient way for them to act as middlemen and skim off the top. They would find various excuses to dock the bounty hunters' pay, while simultaneously claiming the full amount from the world government. With such effortless profit to be made, why wouldn't they do it? Gear mused that when money was involved, everyone's brain seemed to get sharper. After all, Marines don't receive bounties for capturing pirates, as their duty itself is to eradicate them. It's already included in your salary. Want to earn extra on the side? Dream on. This is one of the reasons why most Marines aren't particularly enthusiastic about hunting pirates. It's a thankless task, and while success brings some reward, failure could mean losing one's position or even one's life. Better to do nothing than to make a mistake. This was the survival philosophy they adhered to. Young Marines might still have the drive to climb the ranks through military merit, but the clever ones quickly realize that advancement relies on connections and opportunities. Those with powerful backers can have credit for captured pirates forced onto their record, while those from humble origins are better off quietly amassing wealth. As for pirates who kill other pirates and try to claim the bounty, they'll likely end up getting caught themselves. So the only option is to find ways to snatch a bit of meat from the mouths of bounty hunters. In summary, after capturing a wanted criminal, a bounty hunter can go to the local Marine branch base. After verifying their identity and the identity of the pirate, they can receive the bounty. Of course, if the amount to be claimed is too large, the base might not have enough funds on hand. In such cases, they usually issue a certificate allowing the bounty hunter to claim the reward at a larger Marine base. Halt. This is the Whiskey Peak Marine Base. State your business and prepare for inspection. Two Marines wearing white caps, white sleeveless shirts, and blue neckerchiefs shouted loudly. We're from Whiskey Peak Town, sirs. We're here to claim a bounty. Ogham raised his hand and stepped forward, clearly having been here before and knowing the procedure. Upon hearing they were there to claim a bounty, the two soldiers' expressions immediately softened, and they became much more courteous. They let Gear and Ogham in without even searching them. After all, those who came to claim bounties were patrons they couldn't afford to offend. Upon entering the naval base's main gate, Gear began to curiously look around. Judging by the scale of the base, the number of soldiers was probably only around 300 to 500. At that moment, not a single Marine was training on the empty parade ground. A few men in Marine uniforms were lounging in small groups under the shade of trees, smoking and chatting. They varied in height, build, and looks, all rather unsightly. Clearly the type of cannon fodder Marines who would first stammer out a pirate's name and bounty before meeting their demise. Arriving at the bounty redemption hall, a male and a female Marine were working at the front counter. At a nearby desk, a field officer draped in a justice cloak was reviewing documents. A middle-aged man dressed as a swordsman was ahead in line to redeem a bounty. Curious, Gear moved closer to observe the procedure. The male Marine, a greasy-looking man in his 30s, was examining two severed pirate heads with a look of disdain. Beside him, a short-haired female Marine, youthful and attractive, around 20 years old with some charm, was holding a stack of wanted posters, checking and comparing them. For some reason, Gear felt a hint of coquettishness in her casual movements. Behind the desk, a Navy major was trimming his nails while leering at the female Marine's voluptuous figure. His lecherous expression reminded Gear of a certain naval commander. As Aegon walked in and spotted the middle-aged swordsman, he stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Lord Tetsuma, what a coincidence. You're here too. Tetsuma turned his head and saw Aegon. He held no fondness for the timid youth, but didn't shun him like others did. He gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, then quickly turned back to fix his gaze on the two pirate heads undergoing the justice of the Navy. Even though he knew the pirate heads were genuine and flawless after years of dealing with this base's Marines, Tetsuma was well aware they would nitpick. He had no idea what fraction of the bounty he would actually receive. A swordsman's sense of security came from the weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles. Whenever nervous, Tetsuma instinctively reached for the long sword at his waist, a gesture he had made millions of times etched into his bones. But this time his hand grasped nothing, reminding him his weapon had been confiscated upon entry. This warrior who would charge into a sea of enemies without flinching on the battlefield now seemed timid and helpless. The older male Marine, evidently experienced, had already planned his points of attack. He intended to fabricate flaws even where none existed to justify reducing the payout. Confident, he was about to speak when the young female Marine saluted and reported. First reporting, sir. Confirmed identity: Wild Chicken Pirates from the South Blue. Captain, Wild Chicken Bounty 10 million berries. Vice Captain, Gelded Chicken Bounty 6 million berries. Identity verification complete. Having finished, she placed the corresponding wanted posters gently on the desk, completing the check and confirming the target's identities so quickly. I'm truly outstanding. That greasy old man dares to compete with me. Is he worthy? I'm an elite graduate of the Marine Headquarters Academy. At this thought, a hint of smugness crept into her otherwise composed expression. Hearing that the heads were confirmed and the bounties correct, Tetsuma finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief. A rare smile appeared on his usually stern face. Excellent. This time I can finally live up to expectations and bring back the full bounty. Just as he began to wonder why the Marines were being so straightforward this time, the field officer sitting nearby darkened his expression. He shot a questioning look at the male Marine, wordlessly but clearly conveying what's wrong with this stupid new woman. The male Marine lowered his head, awkwardly thinking, how would I know which top brass she charmed to get an immediate transfer into this cushy post with a corporal rank right away? It's probably related to the Commodore. Look closely, and they even share some facial features. If even you don't know, I know even less. Please stop staring at me. Ahem. The major cleared his throat, put down his nail clippers, and questioned with a hostile tone, did you check thoroughly? Are you sure there are no issues? I checked and compared everything carefully. There are absolutely no issues. The female Marine replied with certainty. Left with no choice, the major signaled the male Marine with his eyes. Understanding the cue, the male Marine stepped forward and reported, reporting, sir. Upon closer inspection of the two pirate heads, I found several suspicious points. In particular, the head suspected to be the captain's shows multiple facial bruises and swelling. It cannot be 100% confirmed as the head of Captain Wild Chicken with a 10 million berry bounty. As a precaution, I recommend executing the second regulation, a 1-year observation period. Only if no traces of this pirate crew are found during that time can the pirate be considered eliminated. After 1 year, if confirmed, the bounty can be paid. The major stroked his dapper little mustache with satisfaction, nodding happily at his subordinate's shamelessness. Tetsuma's face turned iron gray. His hands hidden in his sleeves clenched into tight fists. Trembling with rage, he yearned to punch the lying Marine and teach him a lesson, but reason prevailed. These bastards are getting more brazen by the day. Gentlemen, these are indeed. Tetsuma tried to argue, but the woman interjected, reporting, sir. I have thoroughly examined both heads, and they are indeed genuine. Look, this head has a distinct mole near the left ear, a scar across the bridge of the nose, and this tattoo on the neck. All details match perfectly. Additionally, since the Vice Captain Gelded Chicken's identity is confirmed, this is sufficient proof that the head belongs to Captain Wild Chicken himself. There's no need to execute the second regulation. Senior, you really lack attention to detail. You probably don't even have a girlfriend. Her tone was arrogant, and the last two sentences were a clear sarcastic jab at the male Marine. The two had completely locked horns. From then on, it was simply, if you agree, I oppose. What the hell? Didn't you see? I said the verification was fine. This bastard dares to slap my face. The woman cursed inwardly. The major was taken aback, realizing this female soldier was not only big-chested and brainless, but also stubborn when displeased. He wasn't the top authority here, and he didn't know which old baby this woman had hooked up with. The more audacious she became, the more wary he was of her backer. He dared not reprimand her, and found himself at a loss for how to resolve the situation. He couldn't just keep lying so blatantly in front of everyone. The scene fell into dead silence. Even the major's noticeably quicker breathing became audible. Gear eagerly leaned in to watch the drama unfold. After a long pause, the male Marine gave an awkward smile and spoke first to smooth things over. The points my female colleague raised just now were indeed my oversight. I believe the officer can consider them. Given the current situation, I suggest a compromise. Execute the third regulation. Pay half the bounty now and issue a voucher. After 1 year, if the pirate captain's elimination is confirmed, pay the remaining half. What do you think, sir? A smart subordinate always knows how to save face for the boss. Taking the blame and offering a graceful way out was flawlessly executed. Though satisfied with the male Marine's quick thinking, stepping back meant losing millions of berries. The major was still hesitating when out of the corner of his eye he saw the female Marine about to speak again. He made a swift decision, slammed the table, and stood up, declaring loudly, "Fine. Let's do it your way." The female Marine seemed about to speak, but ultimately held her tongue. The Navy accepted the two pirate heads, issued the relevant documents, and then led Tai Ma, who had no say in the entire process, to the back room to collect the bounty. Damn it, I lost 5 million berries on this deal today. What a huge loss. The major was still fretting over the lost berries, but seeing the line of people waiting to cash in their bounties, his expression softened slightly. The islands near the entrance to the Grand Line were a graveyard for rookie pirates, so bounty hunters frequently came to redeem rewards. As a Marine base in the Grand Line, their funds were relatively ample. The honest Tai Ma soon emerged after collecting his bounty. Usually the old village chief led the team to haggle with the Navy, but this time going alone nearly got him cheated out of his due reward. The entire process lasted only a dozen minutes, yet it felt more exhausting than 10 hours of sword practice. If it weren't for that upright and courageous female soldier speaking up for him, he would have only received 6 million out of the 16 million berries. Thinking of this, Tai Ma cast a grateful glance at her. Feeling the handsome manly uncle's gaze as intense as the summer sun, the female Marine flashed a seductive smile and winked at Tai Ma, inwardly gloating my irresistible charm. As a skilled swordsman, Tai Ma was accustomed to wielding his sword with his right hand year-round. He had no need for women. They only slowed his sword speed. A nearly 40-year-old virgin couldn't handle such blatant seduction. Blushing, he quickly averted his gaze. Staring at the document without even a stamp, Tai Ma felt helpless. The Navy promised he could exchange this paper for 5 million berries in a year, but he didn't believe it for a second. The old village chief already had a whole box full of such IOUs, and not one of them had ever been cashed in. Still, getting 11 million out of the 16 million berries bounty, nearly 70%, was already exceeding expectations. Are you two here to claim bounties too? The middle-aged Marine eyed the two young men standing empty-handed and asked with some suspicion. Yes, sir. Would like to claim our bounties. Agan stepped forward, answering nervously. The middle-aged Marine was adept at reading people. Agan's humble, polite demeanor only made him dismissive. In this world, the truly capable were always arrogant and swaggering. But the young man behind him, despite being obscured by a hat, sunglasses, and mask, exuded an extraordinary aura. Especially with a sleeping kitten perched on his shoulder, he radiated an undeniable coolness. The Marine instantly knew who was in charge. If you're here to claim bounties, hurry up and bring out the pirate heads. Also tell us which pirates you killed, the female Marine urged impatiently. Wanting to finish early and leave, she preferred mature men over young hunks, so she prodded them with irritation. If Gear knew she thought of him as a young hunk, he'd rip off his shirt to show her that clothes conceal a body of pure muscle. Agan had no choice but to turn to Gear for help. Truth be told, he was panicking inside. Gear had come empty-handed, claiming he wanted to claim bounties, and Agan, merely a guide, dared not ask questions. Gear patted Agan's shoulder, signaling him not to worry, then stepped forward to face the middle-aged Marine, saying calmly with a smile, "Sorry, the items are a bit heavy. They're on the carriage outside. Could you arrange for a few Marines to help carry them in? Next time, just bring the heads. No need to haul the whole corpse here." Though slightly annoyed, the middle-aged Marine walked toward the door, offering a friendly reminder. He doubted anyone would travel all this way just to joke around empty-handed, and he had already assumed Gear was no ordinary person, so his attitude remained fairly decent. Nearby, Tai Ma carefully stowed away the bag full of berries. With a fortune on him, everyone seemed suspicious. He intended to leave quickly, but the conversation in the hall piqued his curiosity, so he lingered in a corner to watch. "Sorry, I didn't bring the whole bodies, just the heads." Gear's words puzzled the middle-aged Marine even more, but he didn't press further, guessing they might be oversized heads. After all, giants ranging from a few meters to tens of meters existed in this world and weren't uncommon. Hey, you lot over there. Yes, you. Come over and help. The middle-aged Marine, a petty officer, could still order a few greenhorns around. Soon 4 Marines carried in 2 burlap sacks, each weighing 200 to 300 gin. Agon stared blankly, wondering when those sacks had appeared on the carriage. Blood seeped through the coarse cloth, staining the bags red, a gruesome sight. Open them, the major said, rising from his chair with interest, ordering the soldiers to untie the sacks. Yes, sir. Hiss. Oh. The moment the sacks were opened, several Marines gasped sharply, and the most timid one fell to the ground in fright. What's going on? The petty officer rushed over to check. Though mentally prepared, everyone knew the sacks contained heads. The sight still startled them when revealed. Inside the 2 sacks were human heads, perfectly preserved, still fresh. Bloody and packed full, there were probably 50 or 60 in total. That's utterly ruthless. The petty officer looked at Gear again, now filled with awe. Regardless of whether these heads had bounties or how much they were worth, the sheer number of pirates he had slain was enough to shock him. He reaffirmed his initial judgment: this young man was no ordinary person. Thighs. Mr. Hunter, may I ask what these are? Haha, they're all pirate heads, of course. I wouldn't sink so low as to kill innocents and claim credit. No, you misunderstand. I mean, are all of these wanted pirates? The petty officer quickly explained. I wouldn't know. Probably. Before they died, they all boasted about being big-shot pirates with huge bounties. They wouldn't have been lying, would they? Take a look, will you? I don't remember their names or how much they're worth. Hearing this, the major almost laughed out loud with excitement. Wait, did I hear that right? He said he doesn't even know if the pirates he killed have bounties. So I get to decide whether they're wanted and how much they're worth. Wait, did I hear that right? He said he doesn't even know if the pirates he killed have bounties. So I get to decide whether they're wanted and how much they're worth. Very well, leave it to us. The sergeant nodded solemnly in agreement, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed the man might not know whether the pirates he had slain carried bounties, having simply beheaded an entire ship's crew. Soon over 50 heads were neatly arranged on the ground, each belonging to a vicious pirate with a ferocious, unyielding expression. The sight was truly chilling. Aegon, already pale with terror, was trembling in a corner. Gear kindly handed him a cup of hot coffee and gestured for him to wait outside. Lord Gear, enough. If you can't handle it, go wait in the carriage. You're of no help here anyway. Aegon looked at Gear with gratitude, but in the end he chose to stay, though his face remained ashen. In the corner, Tai Ma, who had stayed to watch, was struck speechless. He had never imagined that this seemingly harmless tour group could be so brutal. Observing the stunned Marines, Gear sneered dismissively, thinking this is nothing. In the glorious era of the Han and Tang dynasties, facing such murderous and plundering villains, they would have beheaded tens of thousands to build a skull pyramid. Off. The major was contemplating how to dismiss this unruly female soldier to proceed with his plans when suddenly he heard her let out a piercing, shrill scream. What's happening? The startled major nearly jumped out of his skin. Everyone turned to look at the screaming female Marine. She held a bounty poster in her left hand, and with a trembling right index finger pointed at one of the heads, saying, Thigh's head belongs to the captain of the Twin Swords pirate crew. Twin Swords Fideli bounty 14 million berries. And next to him is the captain of the Black Tiger pirate crew, Black Tiger Bayat bounty 16 million berries. Behind him is Jimmy, captain of the Hellhound pirate crew, bounty 25 million berries. And this one is. And that one is. Her words grew faster, and she hardly needed to consult the bounty poster. She recognized most of the dozens of faces at a glance, for each head was perfectly preserved, the skin and bloodstains, as if they had been severed mere moments ago. Initially, the others thought the female Marine was overreacting, but the more they listened, the more uneasy and terrified they became. Soon they were all frozen in place. Even the scheming major momentarily forgot to stop her from continuing her roll call. A preposterous thought crept into everyone's minds. Hey, no way. Are you saying all of these are wanted pirates? The Marines who had helped carry in the sacks began to murmur, their voices filled with disbelief. That's right. All 57 heads here belong to wanted pirate captains. The female Marine's shrill voice confirmed their suspicions. Wow. Not only do they all have bounties, they're all pirate captains. TSK. Impossible. My God. How much is that worth? Hey, this isn't about the money. Think about the strength required to hunt down so many high bounty pirates. They grew more excited, some envying the power to slay great pirates with such ease, others envious of the vast bounty Gear would claim. The female Marine approached Gear excitedly and asked in a low voice, Sir Hunter, are you the famous pirate hunter from the East Blue, known as the Grim Reaper? Her eyes sparkled with admiration like a starstruck fan. Grim Reaper. Like the basketball player. No, I just happened to kill these pirates. I heard I could trade them for money, so I kept the heads. What's the situation now? When can I get the money? Gear was taken aback, responding with some confusion. Please wait, I'll tally it up for you right away. The female Marine then took a closer look at the man before her. Though he wore a mask, she could tell he was young. More importantly, he was powerful. A definite prospect worth keeping in her sights. If she could seduce him into joining the Marines with her family's full support, she might even become the wife of a class-based commander. How noble of me, sacrificing my charms for the cause of Marine justice. Gear had no idea what was going through her mind, unaware he was nearly becoming a Marine son-in-law. The Major paid no attention to their conversation. He licked his dry lips, his face twisted with greed. 5 to 600 million berries. A single voice echoed in his mind: if I secure this deal. If I secure this deal, it'll surpass my entire year's performance target in one go. With this achievement, it'll surely rise to greatness. Aegon also gazed enviously at Gear's back, dreaming of one day being as outstanding as Lord Gear. Unlike the others lost in their fantasies, Ty Moss' heart sank. He dashed out of the hall, retrieved his sword from the guard at the door, untied a horse from Aegon's carriage, mounted it, and galloped frantically toward the town. Giddy up! Giddy up! Ty Moss whipped the horse's rump with his scabbard, his heart racing. He wished he could sprout wings and fly back to Whiskey Town. No, I have to hurry back. I must tell the mayor immediately. I have to make it in time. The mayor must stop Black Ox's actions. Even if it means a bloody fight to take them down, they absolutely must not attack this group. The bloody heads of those dozens of pirate captains are still fresh in my mind. These are no ordinary tourists. Not only are they unimaginably powerful, but they're also merciless devils. Even though our side has parted ways with Black Ox, the mayor warned us to stay on the ship to avoid danger. Today he even arranged for guards to protect the women and children. But if the captain returns and finds his crew ambushed, will he, in a fit of rage, make the entire town pay with their lives without listening to explanations? Ty Moss didn't dare gamble. This was a man who casually pulled out dozens of pirate captain heads with a smile. Faster. Go faster. Giddy up. Back at the scene, the short-haired Marine girl, having found her new life goal, worked with extraordinary zeal. As she calculated the bounty, it was as if she already saw the money as her own, eager to tally it as high as possible. Report, sir. The total is 560 million berries. The annual military funds arrived a few days ago, so we have enough. Please stamp the approval, and it'll take this handsome man to collect the money. The female Marine beckoned Gear to follow her. The Major felt like cursing. Hold on. Gear stopped, curious to hear what the Major had to say. The female Marine beckoned Gear to follow her. The Major felt like cursing. Hold on. Gear stopped, curious to hear what the Major had to say. Hold on, the bounty amount for this exchange is too large, exceeding my authority. I need to consult with my superior. After speaking, the Major winked and gestured at the two naval petty officers beside him, trying to get them to step outside for a cigarette and discuss a plan. The female Marine beside him, who acted as if she were part of the family, immediately jumped out to expose his lie. Sir, I recall that the Rear Admiral has returned to Marine headquarters for a debriefing and hasn't come back yet, right? If you need to consult a superior, why go outside? I have a den mushy right here. With that, she pulled a snail, which looked thoroughly content, from her ample chest. The Major's face darkened. He couldn't fathom why this woman was opposing him at every turn today. Even if he suspected her backing was Rear Admiral Monia, blocking someone's path to wealth was like killing their parents. Moreover, he wasn't the only one counting on this illicit chain for money. He was merely the one handling it openly. The combined influence of those behind the scenes was formidable. Even Rear Admiral Monia, the base's highest authority, would have to think twice about incurring their wrath over a mere paramour. That's right. I've got backing too. There's no need to indulge her. Just as the Major had steeled himself to be rude to her, the female Marine spoke up with an air of superiority. For the sake of our time as colleagues, let me give you one more piece of advice. A large number of these heads belong to pirates from the East Blue, all of whom vanished without a trace some time ago. Guess how they died? Bastard, what do you mean by let me give you advice? Do you dare to be any more disrespectful? Don't I have any face to save? The Major completely lost his composure, on the verge of an emotional outburst. Petty Officer Chichi, please watch your tone when speaking to a superior. Don't mistake my good nature for weakness. I have a temper too. And what do you mean by guess how they died? Are you stupid? The pirates' heads are right here. How else could they have died? Of course they were chopped off. The Major, no longer holding back, finally mustered the courage to retort. After speaking, he felt an immense relief, a hint of smugness on his face. I'm not afraid of power. I've finally stood tall for once. The sergeant beside him suddenly punched his palm in a flash of realization, his expression excited. I get it. So that's it. Thank goodness for your reminder, or we might have nearly messed up something important. The Major was utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, what are you chiming in for? What exactly do you get? Can't you two just speak plainly? Don't you realize this way of communicating makes me look like an idiot? I'm confused too. The female Marine named Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at her dim-witted superior, a look of disdain on her face, then walked aside and picked up the den mushy to make a call. The naval sergeant, more considerate of his superior's dignity, pulled him aside and whispered, my dear Major, don't mess this up. Do you remember the bounty hunter who made a name for himself in the East Blue not long ago? Seeing the Major's confused expression, the sergeant knew he had no idea. His superior cared about nothing but lining his pockets. The mysterious bounty hunter known as the Grim Reaper to the East Blue pirates and underworld. According to known intelligence, no one knows what the Reaper looks like or whether it's a group or an individual. All we know is that every pirate crew that encountered the Reaper in the East Blue was annihilated without exception, and the methods were extremely brutal, leaving no survivors. The sergeant cast a wary glance at Jer, who wasn't paying attention, and continued, in just 2 months he's terrorized the East Blue pirates into fear. Now the mere name of the Reaper carries more deterrent power among them than our own Marines. The higher-ups at headquarters are also very interested. They want to see if they can recruit him into the Marine ranks. Didn't headquarters issue an order at the beginning of the month? Anyone who encounters a suspected Reaper must report it to headquarters immediately. The sergeant nodded toward the pile of pirate heads on the floor. See, most of these pirate heads belong to those who vanished after encountering the Reaper in the East Blue. At this point, if the major still didn't understand, he truly had a head for nothing. So this young man carrying 2 sacks of heads to claim the bounty is likely the legendary bounty hunter Reaper himself. The sergeant nodded with relief. SSS. The major inwardly thanked his subordinate for the timely reminder. This man before him was young, powerful, ruthless toward pirates, and favored by several big shots at headquarters. Moreover, with the surge in pirate numbers following Pirate King Roger's final words, the Marines and the world government were aggressively promoting and recruiting talent to handle the chaos. Damn. Thinking about it, he has everything going for him. Timing, opportunity, and support. If he agrees to join the Marines, he might start as a lieutenant commander or commander. To maximize his deterrent effect, he'd most likely be stationed at the entrance to the Grand Line from the 4 Seas. With his ferocity against pirates, a few years of military merit could see him promoted to Rear Admiral or even Vice Admiral. If he stays at the entrance to the Grand Line, he'll become my direct superior. Damn, what was I thinking? I was actually trying to cheat my future boss out of money. The major was startled by his own analysis and imagination. The thought of being sent to the front lines to fight pirates out of spite made him break out in a cold sweat. His combat skills had long since deteriorated, and going to battle would mean certain death. Sweat beading on his forehead, the major quickly stamped the document on the table, then feigned nonchalance by picking up his thermos and taking a tactical sip of water. Jer, who had been standing nearby using his observation hockey to eavesdrop on their whispers, finally understood why these 3 Marines were making such a fuss. He had initially thought they were coveting the bounty money and plotting to kill him to seize it. If that were the case, Jer wouldn't have surrendered without a fight, but fighting his way out would inevitably kill some Marines, earning him a wanted poster. Though unafraid, Jer hated trouble. After hearing their conversation, he found it amusing that the Marines wanted to recruit him. Understanding the full story, Jer casually pulled out a bottle of milk tea, sipping it as he pondered how to respond to the Marines' invitation. Bele, bele, bele. Bele, bele, bele. In bele, bele, bele. Kajiang, in, honestly. Why did it take you so long to answer? Hello, hello, hello. Is this my beloved Chi-Chi? What a surprise. You've called me out of the blue. I've just wrapped up a meeting. Anything urgent? Or are you simply missing me terribly? And the Den Mushy blinked open its eyes, emitting a robust, middle-aged male voice. And nearby, a Navy lieutenant commander and a sergeant exchanged disdainful glances upon hearing that familiar tone. Admiral Munya appeared stern and unyielding in public. Yet behind closed doors, this old man was shockingly flirtatious. Even in broad daylight, he cooed my little treasure with such intimacy. No wonder this enchanting woman had climbed through Admiral Munya's back door. Chi-Chi pulled the Den Mushy away from her ear with visible distaste and said, Admiral Munya, I am not your little treasure. This is official duty hours. As your subordinate, I have critical information to report. Please maintain professionalism in your speech. And, oh dear, how heartbroken I am. Has even my warmest little down jacket begun to let in drafts? And how pitiful I've become. Dad, can you please speak like a normal person? I have something vital to tell you. It concerns my lifelong future. A thunderous roar erupted from the Den Mushy. And, what? Who dares? Which wretch dares steal away my precious daughter? I'll dismantle him limb by limb. Puffed, and startled by Chi-Chi's cry of Dad, the lieutenant commander sprayed water from his mouth straight onto the sergeant's face. The sergeant sat frozen, eyes vacant, forgetting even to wipe the droplets from his cheek. He'd assumed this new female colleague was a mistress, never imagining she was Admiral Munya's own daughter. Now that he looked closer, the resemblance was unmistakable, yet he'd mistaken it for marital harmony. Still, the young lady's temperament struck him as unusually unrestrained. Simultaneously, both the lieutenant commander and the sergeant revised their understanding of what constituted a well-bred young lady. Chi-Chi planted her hands on her slender waist, exasperated. She couldn't fathom how her mother had ever fallen for this eccentric man. Clearly, finding a partner required her own method: cast a wide net, nurture promising prospects, then select with meticulous care. She cut straight to the point, impatiently declaring, reporting to Admiral, sir, the bounty hunter known as Death, whose fame has recently swept the East Blue, has just appeared. Oh, and Admiral Munya instantly perked up, abandoning all playful banter. His expression turned grave. And he's currently at the base, correct? Yes, he's standing right beside me. Excellent. Wait there. I'll fetch Vice Admiral Kaku immediately. She initiated this matter, and only moments ago she asked during the meeting whether any leads had surfaced. How fortunate that my beloved daughter has delivered such timely news. With that, Munya turned and strode briskly back toward the conference hall. Having barely stepped out, he re-entered within moments. Inside the Navy headquarters main conference chamber, junior admirals and vice admirals had already departed. Fleet Admiral Kong had been overwhelmed since Gol D. Roger's execution, so much so that he rushed off to Mary Geo's for his imperial briefing the moment the meeting concluded. Only 3 senior Navy leaders and 2 newcomers remained, exchanging brief remarks after the session. That good for nothing Garp skipped again. I haven't seen him since Roger's execution. And now he claims he's visiting distant relatives, in the West or South Blue no less. Is this truly the time for family visits? What an incorrigible old fool. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a jet-black afro and frog-shaped spectacles rapping his knuckles against the table in frustration. He was none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku, one of the Navy's most formidable warriors. Enough. Let him go unwind. He spent half his life hunting Roger, and though it ended at last, it did so in this tragic, unsettling way. Perhaps he needs solitude to settle his thoughts. A woman in her 50s spoke next, her face lined with gentle wisdom, her pale violet shirt neatly tied with a narrow necktie, her short hair gathered into a modest ponytail. Her gaze shimmered with serene clarity like still water in a mountain lake. You're far too kind, little Kaku. In Sengoku coughed twice, flushing crimson as he realized he'd forgotten the others present. When Roger surrendered, we knew full well his motives were suspect. Yet we hesitated. We should have executed him on the spot to set an example. Displaying his corpse publicly would have served the same deterrent purpose. Instead, the world government insisted on a grand public execution. Now the entire sea trembles, piracy surges, and our navy strains at the breaking point. They created this chaos, and now they dare blame us. How absurd. Na burly middle-aged man scowled darkly as he spoke. Enough, Akainu. Complaining changes nothing. Let us instead focus on how to weather the coming storm of pirates. Fleet Admiral Sengoku murmured softly. And, oh, what a headache. How I envy Vice Admiral Garp. Oh ho, what a nuisance. Na sleazy-looking man in his 30s wearing sunglasses drawled, and promptly produced a nail clipper to trim his fingernails. Beside him a stern-faced elderly man with purple hair sat upright and admonished sharply in, as a Navy officer sworn to justice, your indolence is unacceptable. Borsellino. Borsellino raised both hands in mock surrender. Yes, I hear you. How terrifying. Master Zephyr remains as strict as ever. Sengoku shook his head. Zephyr had long since retired from frontline duty to train Navy cadets. Within a few years, Sengoku himself would ascend to Fleet Admiral, and Akainu, Borsellino, and Kazan, the three prodigious successors, were undoubtedly the pillars of the Navy's next generation. Yet each bore glaring flaws unfitting for true succession. Akainu's greatest weakness was his volatility and ruthless severity. Sengoku welcomed harshness toward pirates, but Akainu applied it indiscriminately even to his own men. Kazan seemed promising, enthusiastic, deeply principled, brimming with conviction, yet impetuous and undisciplined. Assigning him to Garp's ship had been a grave mistake. From that old rogue he'd absorbed nothing but bad habits. As for Borsellino, well, best left unsaid. He performed precisely as paid. Nudged, he moved, prodded, he advanced, clocked in at 9, clocked out at 5. Sengoku rubbed his temples wearily, then recalled the one young man he considered truly worthy of succeeding him, Monkey D. Dragon. What a cursed lineage. A family that never ceased to trouble his peace of mind. Dragon's defection, Roger's surrender, Shank's assault on headquarters, Roger's final proclamation of the Grand Line's ultimate treasure, all had ignited the age of pirates. These cascading crises had cost Sengoku several new streaks of silver hair. Sigh. Na 1,000 grievances rose to his lips, only to dissolve into one weary, wordless exhale. Within the conference hall, several individuals fell into a brief silence. Hey, there's finally news about the person you've been looking for. At that moment, Rear Admiral Minya strode over holding a den mushi. As contemporaries of Sengoku, and Tsuru, the few of them, shared a close personal friendship. In informal settings, he did not strictly adhere to military rank hierarchy, and he said with a warm smile, oh, where is he? Vice Admiral Tsuru looked up and offered a kind smile to her old friend of several decades. He went to my shabby base to redeem the bounties for those pirates. He's still there now. Chi just informed me. Would you like to talk to him? Without further ado, Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded and took the den mushi from Minya. Hello, this is Vice Admiral Tsuru of headquarters. I need Tsuru, it's Chi. I know little Chi. Has his identity been confirmed? Well, not yet. He himself doesn't seem to know anything about the Reaper. But he brought 57 pirate heads to the base to claim the bounty, which startled all of us. I've already checked. All 57 are wanted pirate captains with bounties ranging from several million to 20 or 30 million berries. A large portion of them are from East Blue pirate crews that vanished after the recent rumors of the Reaper. So I believe the identity is correct. Chi stated her analysis and reasoning. Sakazuki, seated nearby, nodded. Although his face still looked as if someone owed him billions, a hint of approval gleamed in his eyes. This rising star of a pirate hunter had recently made such a name for himself in East Blue that even Sakazuki had heard of his exploits. The man's thorough approach to eradicating evildoers greatly appealed to Sakazuki. He had already decided that if this man were to join the Marines, he must find a way to bring such talent under his own command to maximize his potential. Alright, I understand. Chi, you've done well. Hand the den mushi to him, and tell him someone from Marine headquarters wishes to speak with him. Vice Admiral Tsuru offered a brief word of encouragement before deciding to communicate directly. Alright. Seeing the female Marine approaching with a den mushi gear felt no surprise. He had already eavesdropped on who was on the other end of the line. From about 30 meters away, anyone with sharp ears could hear it, let alone someone with observation hockey like himself. Hello, Hunter. Our Marine leaders would like to have a word with you. Does a mere bounty redemption of a few 100 million berries warrant disturbing the big shots at headquarters? It seems your Marines are having a tough time. Gear did not refuse. He calmly took the din din mushy and quipped. The teasing tone from the din din mushy elicited varied expressions from those in the conference hall. The Marines had no independent source of income and relied entirely on the annual military budget allocated by the world government, a means by which the world government controlled the Marines, the greatest force on the seas. Maintaining such a colossal organization required enormous funds, so the Marines were indeed short on money. However, they were not so destitute that they couldn't afford a few 100 million in bounties, especially since that money came from the world government. Hello. Hunter, I am Vice Admiral Tsuru of Marine Headquarters and Chief of Staff of the Marine Strategic Command. Guessing was one thing, but hearing that voice declare her identity stirred undeniable excitement within Gear. The great Chief of Staff of the Marines, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Transcending into the world of One Piece, aside from marveling at its wonders, what could be more thrilling than crossing paths with the heroes and legends of this world? Now, with his dream becoming reality, how could he not be excited to have the chance to converse with this Marine leader equally renowned for her strength and intellect? Hello, Vice Admiral Tsuru. It's a pleasure to speak with you, Gear said politely. Unlike the indifferent and morally ambiguous Garp, Gear held genuine respect for elders like Tsuru Sengoku and Zephyr, who had dedicated their lives to the Marines. The individuals in the conference hall could tell from his voice that Gear was quite young, and they were all somewhat surprised. These people had high standards. The ability to defeat pirates with bounties of 20 or 30 million berries was not enough to astonish them. However, their earlier analysis had led them to believe that someone with such a deep-seated hatred for pirates must be older, with a significant past and life experience. They hadn't expected him to be so young. A mere unexpected twist. Hey, aren't you going to introduce yourself, sir? Vice Admiral Tsuru gave a faint smile. With just one sentence, she discerned that while Gear harbored no hostility toward the Marines, he was clearly on his guard. Haha, my apologies. I got carried away with the excitement. My name is Gear. I'm just a good person without an identity, currently an adventurer traveling the world. Gear replied calmly. He chose not to deliberately hide this information. The Marines could easily investigate it by asking any town resident. Since concealment was impossible, honesty was the better policy. An adventurer, huh? That's a rare profession these days. Sengoku stroked his chin and thought. Perhaps they could leverage this, separate this group from the pirates. Setting sail on an adventure or seeking treasure didn't necessarily mean becoming a pirate. If the Marines and the world government were willing to recognize the adventurer profession, as long as one didn't fly a pirate flag, commit crimes, or claim to be a pirate, those with no criminal record could have another identity option. While the number of pure adventurers and treasure hunters might be small, with the growing pirate threat, every bit of reduction counted. Sengoku's eyes gradually brightened as he pondered. The world government had not issued a ban on all sea travel forbidding everyone from leaving their countries and islands. Thus, setting sail for adventure or treasure hunting was not illegal. Yet at some point, everyone who took to the sea, whether for murder and plunder or tourism and adventure, proudly hoisted a pirate flag and called themselves pirates. Pirates then viewed bounties as an official honor, competing over their amounts, even committing more heinous crimes to raise them. This pathological trend was about to sweep across the entire ocean, and one could only imagine how many innocent civilians would perish in this catastrophe. The more Sengoku thought about it, the angrier he became. Perhaps Sakazuki was right. He should have defied the world government's orders back then and simply killed that bastard Roger. But Fleet Admiral Kong was better at maintaining the status quo than pushing forward. Defying the world government was clearly unrealistic. Sengoku couldn't help but wonder, if he had been the Fleet Admiral back then, would he have dared to defy the world government's orders? After some analysis, he concluded that he probably wouldn't have been able to resist either. Their lifeline was firmly in the world government's grasp. A single coin can stump a hero. Who would have thought that what could reign in the Marines, this mighty tiger, was merely a pile of paper? Huh, is Admiral Sengoku also here? The telephone bug on the table suddenly spoke up, pulling Sengoku back to reality from his thoughts. Oh, you know me, Sengoku replied, somewhat surprised. The fact that the other party could guess his identity just from his voice made him wonder if this Grim Reaper was actually someone they knew. Of course, who on the high seas doesn't know the name of the Buddha Sengoku? Ha ha ha, kid, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't flatter recklessly. I am just a vice admiral, not an admiral of the Navy. Gear was also taken aback upon hearing this. He had gotten used to calling Sengoku Admiral Sengoku, and for a moment forgot that the current admiral of the Navy was still the old steelbone. Kong Sengoku was merely a vice admiral at this time. Haha, my apologies. I've always thought that the future position of Admiral of the Navy belongs to you. I accidentally let my thoughts slip. Please forgive me. Who wouldn't like to hear good words? A faint, imperceptible smile appeared on Sengoku's face, but he quickly became serious again. He couldn't show too much emotion in front of so many people. He privately thought, this kid speaks well, but even though my devil fruit is the human fruit mythical type great Buddha form, this title Buddha Sengoku is indeed the first time I've heard it. Shouldn't my title on the high seas be Wise General? Admiral Sengoku, you and Vice Admiral Tsuru are here, but where is Vice Admiral Karp? Has he found another excuse to take leave? Everyone exchanged glances, puzzled about how this kid seemed to know so much about the internal affairs of the Navy. Well, Vice Admiral Karp is not here. Do you have something to discuss with him? Sengoku deliberately probed. No, I was just asking casually, thinking if he were here I would greet him. When Vice Admiral Karp was young, his elders took good care of him. Gear's seemingly casual comment, however, contained a lot of hidden information. After a moment's thought, everyone had some preliminary guesses about his identity. He was most likely a descendant of some old Navy veteran from the previous era. After all, Karp was powerful and became a vice admiral early on. To have looked after Karp in his youth, that veteran must have held a high position in the Navy. A descendant of a Navy family out to hone his skills. He has quite a personality. Generally speaking, these well-connected people would directly arrange their children to work in the Navy headquarters for safety, since the seas are so chaotic. After all, these young royals are treasures of their families. It's rare for someone to venture out on their own like this. The suspected military descendant identity instantly brought Gear closer to these Navy bigwigs. Gear intentionally set off a smoke bomb to confuse their judgment, but what he said wasn't a fabrication. Karp must have been pounded by rocks and his crew quite a bit when he was young. Not being killed by them is already a form of care, isn't it? Although I can't acknowledge a thief as my father, it's not too much to call rocks D. Zebek a predecessor considering this body. Deng Vice Admiral Tsuru slowly put down her teacup, looking at the telephone bug in front of her that was wearing a mask, a flat-brimmed hat, and sunglasses, squinting her eyes as she spoke. Since you are also a clever person and have a certain understanding of the Navy's situation, I will speak frankly. Because you have eliminated quite a few pirate crews in the East Sea, creating a deterrent to pirates there, and have never been heard of harming ordinary civilians. Based on these 2 points, we judge you to be a person with a sense of justice, and your values align with ours in the Navy. Therefore, the Navy headquarters has decided to formally invite you to join us in maintaining peace and justice in the world. As for the treatment, we can make an exception and promote you to major. If you wish to enter the Navy headquarters' new recruit training camp for further studies, we can promise you that if you perform excellently in the assessments and graduate smoothly, you will be directly awarded the rank of colonel. Gear was somewhat surprised that the treatment offered by the Navy was already quite sincere. He hadn't expected that his unintentional killing of so many pirates in the East Sea to arrange practical training for Akin would actually attract the attention of the Navy's high command. Vice Admiral Tsuru, actually these pirates were not killed by me alone, or I have companions, Gear stated sincerely. Sengoku was the first to respond. We have considered this situation. However, that is not important. What we want now is the fact that the famous East Sea pirate hunter Grim Reaper joins the Navy. If your companions are also people with a sense of justice, they can join the Navy as well and continue to serve under you. Gear secretly complained, thinking he was more valued than that. It turned out they just wanted to use the title Grim Reaper to dampen the spirits of the pirates and spread the news through media and newspapers to send a message to bounty hunters across the sea. As long as you have the strength to kill pirates, and do so fiercely, and in large numbers, you too have the opportunity to join the Navy and become a high-ranking officer like Grim Reaper. Enjoying better treatment. Truly, these two strongest minds of the Navy are brilliant, investing heavily to gain a lot. This move is indeed excellent. But just a major rank, and you want my whole team to join the Navy. If I really agreed, wouldn't you be laughing in your sleep? Don't even mention dampening the spirits of those Karami pirates. Oh, just guarding a grade base in the New World would be a piece of cake. In the conference hall, the telephone bug was being stared at intensely by several Navy bigwigs, and it was extremely scared at that moment. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The telephone bug remained silent, as if it was seriously contemplating. Beside them, Navy Private Kiki saw such a great opportunity and was anxious that Gear was still hesitating. The earlier conversation between Gear and the bigwigs made her even more convinced that he was the golden son-in-law she had been waiting for. After a long time, Gear finally opened his mouth. Vice Admiral Sengoku, first of all, I sincerely thank the Navy headquarters for the recognition and invitation. But please allow me to decline. Hey, he declined. I knew it, you lost a kind of lunches on you today. Borsellino was fiddling with his nail clipper, not looking up as he spoke quietly. Go eat in the cafeteria? Order whatever you want. Akainu said proudly. Borsellino showed some disdain. This guy is really stingy, isn't it? With such a high salary, is it that hard to treat us to a good meal? At their level of generals, they could eat as much as they wanted in the Navy cafeteria. It was all provided for free. In the silent conference hall. Oh, refused, may I ask the reason? Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly took a sip of tea. She had long anticipated this response from Jer. It was clear that he was well informed about the Marines, and if he were truly a scion of some Marine family, securing a position within the organization would have been no trouble at all. Since he hadn't chosen to join initially, he must have had his considerations, so it was only natural that he wouldn't change his mind just because of her recruitment. A smug smile curled on Jer's lips as he took pride in this new achievement. Not everyone could claim to have been personally recruited by a Marine headquarters bigshot. He then voiced the words he had prepared long ago. How should I put it? I've been used to a free and easy life since childhood. The Marines have too many rules to follow, they're not for me. I'm free now. I can go wherever I want, rest whenever I like. I think that's just fine. If I join the Marines, I'd not only lose a lot of joy, but also have to sit through all kinds of tedious meetings. If I take too much leave, my pay gets docked, and I'd even lose the bounty money for killing pirates. Not that I'm short on cash, but tell me, why would I put myself through that? These words left Tsuru, Sengoku, Kong, and Zephyr utterly stunned, plunging them into self-doubt. Is the Marine treatment really as bad as he claims? Click. Borsellino's nail clipper suddenly fell to the floor, its crisp sound breaking the silence in the hall. Hiss! Borsellino drew a sharp breath, his heart trembling with awe. How does this kid make so much sense? How terrifying. At such a young age he sees things so clearly. How much is his monthly salary now? If he weren't a Marine, he could just walk up to a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million and say, have you ever been kicked by light? Then one kick each. Wouldn't that be a much faster way to make money? Specialize in those supernovas. Weak strength, high bounties. Super cost effective. Work one day a year, live off it for the rest, and spend all other time vacationing everywhere. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became. Utter nonsense. Sakazuki slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. All for pleasure. What do you take our marine justice for? And here I thought you were someone of substance, but you're nothing but despicable. Do you kill pirates only for the bounties? Isn't the reason to eliminate these vermin supposed to be for justice? For honor? For the peace and stability of the world? Sakazuki roared into the den mushi, the poor snail, trembling in fear. Hearing that voice and attitude, Jer didn't need to guess who was howling. I have my own justice. I don't need you to teach me how to act. Whether I kill these pirates because they're evil or just for the bounty is my freedom. I judge not by their identity, status, or profession, but by whether they deserve to die. Jer retorted. Setting aside some of his flaws from a Marine standpoint, Akainu was undoubtedly a competent admiral. But what did that have to do with him? He started attacking me first. Did he think I'd be afraid? Not just pirates, even a high-ranking Marine like you. If you do evil even without a bounty, I'd kill you without hesitation if we crossed paths. As Jer spoke, his aura suddenly erupted. Even the den mushi mimicking him felt a primordial force bursting within, becoming aggressive and imposing, making Sakazuki, facing the snail, feel as if Jer himself sat opposite him trading barbs. Arrogant. Sakazuki's whole body flushed red, his skin beginning to transform into dark red magma, the searing heat rapidly raising the temperature in the hall. Sakazuki, what are you trying to do? How many times have I told you to control your temper? Admiral Zephyr immediately scolded. Sakazuki barely calmed down. Master Zephyr is here too. You should teach him a lesson. Really, he looks older than his age, but acts so rashly. With such a temperament, how can he bear great responsibility? Jer fanned the flames. Zephyr was also speechless, unwilling to engage. Don't get too cocky. He'll remember you. Sakazuki snorted coldly. Already losing your cool. Is this the caliber of a high-ranking Marine officer, a future pillar of the organization? Good thing this is just a phone call. If we were arguing face-to-face, would you have reduced me to ashes? I'm neither a pirate nor wanted. On what grounds would you attack me? Would you kill a civilian just because of a moment's anger? Is that your so-called justice? The den mushi wore an insolent expression, taunting him. Bastard. Sakazuki, leave for now. He's right. You really need to control that temper of yours. Admiral Sengoku ordered with displeasure, disappointment written on his face. With such immaturity, how could Sakazuki ever become an admiral, let alone the fleet admiral leading the entire Marine force? Still too young. Needs more tempering. Hearing the den mushi's hypocritical sigh, Sakazuki's nostrils flared with heavy breaths. Kawaii na. Borsellino muttered slyly, though it was unclear whether he referred to the enraged Sakazuki or Jer's sharp tongue. You can stop now too. Vice Admiral Tsuru said to the den mushi. All right, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Jer graciously called it quits. Sakazuki's face darkened. With a cold snort, he turned and strode out of the hall without looking back. Arguing over the den mushi, unable to fight back and losing the verbal battle, was a losing game. Staying only meant more humiliation, so it was better to leave early. Feeling responsible for his students' poor conduct, Zephyr believed these promising youths carried the hopes of the older generation of Marines. He nodded to Sengoku and Tsuru before following Sakazuki out of the meeting room. The naval petty officer Chichi beside Go-Air was nearly frightened into a faint. Having graduated from the Marine headquarters recruit training camp herself, she was all too aware of the temper of this senior Sakazuki. Seeing the man before her daring to provoke him repeatedly in the presence of so many high-ranking naval officers, Chichi felt a mix of admiration and terror. As for the lieutenant and the sergeant, upon learning which big shots were on the other end of the den mushi, they promptly took the initiative to leave with the others, even closing the door behind them, terrified of accidentally overhearing something they shouldn't. After Sakazuki left, the meeting hall fell silent once more. So are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Vice Admiral Tsuru's calm voice came through the den mushi again. Yes, I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Tsuru. I've thought it over carefully. I have no plans to join the Marine structure for now. My apologies. Go-Air scratched his head, still unwavering in his decision. No matter. If that's the case, then so be it. I hope you will continue to exert yourself and slay more pirates. We will also intensify the propaganda of your heroic deeds so that more pirates confident in their own strength will actively seek you out for revenge, saving you the time of hunting for targets. Sengoku couldn't help but give Vice Admiral Tsuru a thumbs up from the side. Go-Air's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Was this old lady always this black heart? None of what you said sounded like no matter. Truly a woman capable of effortlessly handling the Navy's twin heroes. Let's leave it at that. Farewell, Lord Reaper. Please wait. Goer pondered for a moment, deciding to keep a low profile until his wings were fully grown, avoiding anyone's unwanted attention so he could develop in secret. Oh, Mr. Goer, is there something else? A faint smile played on the lips of Vice Admiral Tsuru before the din mushy. Recently, with Roger's death ushering in the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates had surged dramatically. As Chief of Staff, her workload was heavy and vexing. Now having a rare moment to sit down for tea and a chat, while teasing a young man, had considerably lifted her spirits. He and Tsuru were all family here. Just call me Goer. How about you try persuading me again? Don't give up so easily, Goer said with a grin, even subtly changing his form of address. Didn't you say you weren't considering it for now? Did your for now only last 2 minutes? Vice Admiral Tsuru was almost amused by Goer's shamelessness and deliberately taunted him. Aunt Tsuru, what I meant was I'm not considering joining the marine structure. Joining outside the marine structure is still an option for me. Sengoku, now intrigued, stroked the stubble on his chin and asked, oh, what do you mean by outside the structure? Explain yourself. Goer didn't answer directly, but first addressed the female marine beside him. Got any water, miss? Could you trouble yourself to pour me a glass? All this talking has made me quite thirsty. Chi-Chi, seeing a drink already in his hand while he claimed to be thirsty, immediately understood that Goer was trying to send her away. You heartless man. Chi-Chi shot him a charming glare of displeasure before walking out. Through the bond of father and daughter, Commodore Mengya on the other end of the line also tactfully made an excuse and left. You stay. Borsellino, who was about to rise from his seat, was pushed back down by Sengoku. All right, you can speak now, kid. There's no one else listening. Vice Admiral Tsuru, also curious about Goer's thoughts, urged him on. Goer cleared his throat and organized his words before speaking. What I mean is I won't join the marine structure, but I can cooperate with the Navy when our stances align. I understand you want to use the recruitment of the bounty hunter Reaper as a grand example to inspire more people to hunt pirates. I can cooperate with you on this. You can give me an honorary title or arrange for someone to impersonate me. No one knows who the Reaper is or what he looks like anyway. As long as I don't come forward to expose it, this can achieve the propaganda effect you want. I suspect you've already thought of this. If I refused, you'd find someone to impersonate me, right? Ahem. So willing to cooperate with us, what are your demands? Sengoku, whose idea had indeed been suggested by Tsuru, awkwardly changed the subject after being called out. Goer thought for a moment. I hunt pirates to deter ordinary people from going to sea, and at the same time, I help you spread the fame of the Reaper. I only ask for the corresponding bounties. You can handle the heads yourselves. If you have combat missions against pirates and are short-handed, I can assist if I'm nearby. Oh, and one more thing to mention in advance to avoid misunderstandings. If I encounter corrupt marines, I'll take care of them too, helping you eliminate some internal rot. No need to thank me, no rewards needed. It's purely a personal hobby, consider it volunteer work. Sengoku and Tsuru were both left speechless, so we're supposed to thank you for arbitrarily killing our own people. How could anyone be so shameless? Finally, my intelligence capabilities are outstanding. I can provide you with a lot of crucial and useful information. In short, I'm highly capable and don't require a salary. I'm not asking you to keep a personnel file for me or pay social insurance. We don't need a contract. You can treat me however you like, wring me dry for my value, and then kick me to the curb. How about it? Where can you find such a good deal? Not a good deal at all. Apart from the first point, what the rest sounds like to me is that you want to do whatever you please, and when trouble arises, expect the Navy to be lenient with you. Expect us to clean up your mess. Vice Admiral Tsuru tapped the table lightly as she analyzed calmly. Aunt Tsuru, how can you say that? Is that what I meant? Then tell me what would be suitable. Goer shrugged indifferently. His primary goal was to avoid being branded a wanted man before his wings were fully grown. All other terms were negotiable. Meowed. While waiting for the other party's response, Goer bought a few packs of dried fish from the system, feeding some to Laboon and eating some himself. Vice Admiral Tsuru propped her chin on her left hand, gently rubbing her earlobe between her thumb and forefinger as she thought for a moment before saying, we can cooperate with you. Besides helping us shape the Reaper persona, first, when there's an emergency requiring your support, you must give it your all. Of course, this is within your capabilities. We won't send you to certain death. No problem as long as it's for justice. And remember to pay me afterward. Also, the spoils captured from the enemy are mine. Goer quickly added, just a heads up in advance, I'm not interested in anything unjust. Sengoku and Tsuru carefully deliberated and then nodded in agreement. After all, in an emergency, the priority would be the safety of the Marine soldiers. The ownership of the spoils didn't matter much. Deep down, they didn't really think Goer could be of much significant help. It was still a matter of strength. Although he could easily handle pirates with bounties in the tens of millions by pirate standards, his strength was probably only around 100 to 200 million. It was barely enough to catch the eyes of these two big shots. They saw potential in him and considered this an early investment. And Admiral Kaku paused thoughtfully before continuing. Second, you must not take unilateral action against the Marines. Should you encounter corrupt or unethical Marines, you may report them directly to us, effectively granting you covert oversight authority. That is unacceptable. There are far too many degenerate Marines exploiting the common people. I'd strike first without hesitation. At most, I'll spare their lives out of respect for you and hand them over for your internal discipline. Are there truly so many such Marines? Fleet Admiral Sengoku interjected, his expression uneasy. Ha, not many. Just enough to hold their own against pirates. Gel scoffed, unimpressed. Sengoku's jaw twitched. Piracy was surging while corruption festered within the Navy itself. Truly a crisis on all fronts. It seemed imperative to launch a thorough rectification campaign. Lastly, regarding intelligence, you must notify us immediately upon acquiring any critical information. In return, the Navy will reciprocate with intelligence support. Shortly, I shall have a Marine from this base deliver a den mushi to you for seamless communication. Having spoken, Admiral Kaku took another sip of tea. Agreed, Gel replied without hesitation, though inwardly he mused whether or not I inform you rests entirely with me. How could you possibly know what intelligence I possess? Since that is settled, young Gel, might you now share one useful piece of intelligence to demonstrate your exceptional reconnaissance acumen? Admiral Kaku smiled faintly. Well, out of deference to you, I suppose it wouldn't be impossible, Gel replied, feigning hesitation. But you've caught me off guard. I need a moment to recall something that might pique your interest. His eyes flickered as he searched for an intelligence lead that would resonate with the Navy. Then, like lightning, a familiar figure flashed across his mind. Of course, it had to be you. By the way, Anikaku, this intelligence may intrigue you. I once encountered a pirate crew in the East Blue. Each of their senior officers possesses extraordinary strength, and nearly everyone wields a paramecia-type devil fruit with abilities as diverse as they are formidable. Their captain, moreover, is not only peerless in combat, but also commands the exceedingly rare Haushiko Haki. Such a crew would command respect even in the new world of the Grand Line. Oh, even you found them daunting. Fleet Admiral Sengoku asked, intrigued. Indeed. We clashed, and after a fierce, grueling battle, we narrowly escaped annihilation. One of my top lieutenants held the rear alone and lost his right arm to their blades. To ensure the Navy treated the threat with utmost gravity, Gel spared no effort in lavish hyperbolic praise. Yet despite their overwhelming power and boundless ambition, they have deliberately avoided entering the Grand Line. Instead, they lie dormant in the North Blue. Their conduct is deeply suspicious. They are unquestionably biding their time, amassing strength for some colossal hidden scheme. They're certainly plotting something sinister. Vigilance is non-negotiable. Gel adopted the solemn air of a patriot, prompting Sengoku, on the other end of the line, to suppress an urge to throttle him. Still, Gel's account had successfully piqued both Sengoku's and Kaku's curiosity. After all, in the East Blue, pirates bearing bounties of 1,020 million berries were considered apex threats. And if even Gel, who routinely hunted such foes, had been nearly overwhelmed, this crew warranted serious attention. Admiral Kaku sat in silence, her brow furrowed. If Gel's report proved accurate, this crew's ambitions were vast, and failure to act preemptively could sow the seeds of a future catastrophe. Young Gel, this intelligence is indeed invaluable. Do you have further details on this group you'd care to share? Admiral Kaku asked, casually, harboring little expectation. She merely wished to ascertain whether their abilities had been revealed during combat. To her surprise, Gel launched into a flawless performance. Absolutely. Their captain is Don Quixote Doflamingo, a paramecia-type string fruit user. A thoroughly despicable man. He himself boasts of having slain his own father at age 10. Doflamingo, I sincerely thank you for utterly ruining me. At the name, all three in the conference room recoiled, pupils contracting in unison. As members of the Navy's highest echelon, they had access to classified files, including those concerning this exiled celestial dragon scion. How terrifying. Suddenly, I recall an urgent mission. I must depart at once. Farewell, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Kaku. Borsellino, who had been dozing off in his seat, abruptly rose. Golden light erupted around him. Without granting Sengoku time to speak again, he activated his glint fruit and fled at blinding speed. The den mushi on the table continued transmitting for top-ranking officers, codenamed after playing card spade. Pika, a paramecia-type stone fruit user capable of. Clover, treble paramecia-type sticky fruit user, heart. Virgo, a master of martial arts, diamond. Diamante, paramecia-type float fruit user, alongside numerous subordinate officers. Gel recited the entire Don Quixote family's roster and capabilities with the fluency of a scholar detailing ancient lore, leaving nothing undisclosed. Click. Admiral Kaku set down her fountain pen, gazing silently at the page before her, its contents unnervingly exhaustive. She remained motionless, lost in contemplation. After a long pause, she gently closed her notebook and addressed the den mushi. This intelligence is astonishing. Have you ever considered joining our intelligence division? Huh. You flatter me. I'm merely slightly specialized in this field, Gel declared shamelessly. Indeed. So specialized that I begin to wonder whether you're using the Navy to eliminate your rivals. Huh. Auntie Kaku, surely you jest. I'm not that kind of person, am I? Fleet Admiral Sengoku replied without pause. Yes, you are. The den mushi on the table slumped, comically feigning profound injustice. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Kaku. Aren't you burning the bridge after crossing it? You demanded intelligence. Yet when I deliver something truly valuable, instead of reward, I face suspicion. Tell me, is that fair? Fine. If you suspect ulterior motives, consider the matter withdrawn. Enough. We were merely teasing. Take it lightly. Your intelligence will receive our full and serious consideration, Admiral Kaku soothed. Very well. Your collaboration with the Navy is now official. Please ask Corporal Kiki to enter. She will equip you with your dedicated den mushi and other necessary provisions. Understood. By the way, though I lack official Navy records or an identification number, shouldn't we adopt code names to safeguard our relationship and prevent exposure? Gel suddenly remembered and asked aloud. You Admiral Kazan nodded in agreement. Gel mentally scrolled through the countless crime dramas he'd watched, recalling sleek, imposing code names Falcon, Tiger, Sparrow, Cobra. Cobra, or perhaps Frog, would suit Sengoku perfectly given those frog-shaped spectacles he wears. At that moment Sengoku's mind lit up code names. That's my specialty. He immediately interjected, my code name shall be de Xianbei. Little Kazan, you'll be Xiao Xianbei. And yours Thumb. Ah, I've got it. You'll be Demigua. What on earth was that? It felt oddly familiar. Gel inwardly groaned about to protest, when Sengoku declared done. It's settled. Gel sighed helplessly. Then ever-meticulous Admiral Kazan added clarifications and outlined follow-up arrangements. Meanwhile, a young Navy officer named Chi-Chi handed Gel a small blue and white den mushi, bringing this matter to a close. Gel gazed at the den mushi in his palm, massaging his temples. His head still throbbed faintly. Conversing with brilliant minds was exhausting. Still, all things considered, the outcome was favorable. The main conference hall of Marine headquarters in Marine Ford was built exceptionally spacious, not only because high-ranking officers gathered there frequently, but also because many were towering in stature. At present, only Sengoku and Kuzan stood within its vast, echoing expanse. Click. The den mushi closed its eyes and retracted into its snail shell. Frowning, Sengoku spoke. Kazan, can we truly trust this man? Gulp. Admiral Kazan lifted his teacup and took a slow sip, expression serene. Sengoku, whether we trust him or he trusts us, is beside the point. No, rather we should now call him Demigua. He's sharp-witted, certainly no fool, and likely harbors as much skepticism toward us as we do toward him. Yet for now at least he is no villain. On many matters his stance aligns closely with the Marines. Where we diverge lies chiefly in methodology. He acts unbound, guided by instinct, we constrained by duty, protocol, and consequence, often left hesitant, even paralyzed. Still, this alliance undeniably benefits both sides, and that suffices. Sengoku nodded. Kazan continued. As he himself noted, this partnership favors us disproportionately. We provide no dossier, no contract, no salary. We risk nothing, and may yet gain something invaluable. Very well, for now let's proceed. Next we must urgently appoint a bounty hunter to assume the mantle of Death God, so our broader strategy may advance. I've already coordinated with the press. They await only our signal to publish. Let us hope it yields the desired effect. If elite bounty hunters across the Grand Line vie to emulate him, we may well curb the pirates' momentum for a time. Sengoku sounded energized, clearly pleased with the prospect. Who then shall bear this title? This choice demands utmost care. First, the candidate must be a Marine whose heart beats with unwavering justice and absolute loyalty to the core. Second, he must possess formidable strength enough to silence doubt. Third, he must remain obscure across the seas, unknown, unremarked. This selection is pivotal. A misstep would not only waste effort, but could tarnish the Marines' honor irreparably. Sengoku nodded gravely, then suddenly slammed his palm upon the table and laughed. Ah, now I recall someone. Thanks to your words, Kazan. Oh, then speak quickly. What are you waiting for? Must I prompt you? Admiral Kazan shot him a wry, exasperated glance. Ahem. There's a cadet in this year's recruit camp. His appearance is fearsome, yet his spirit burns with pure, unyielding justice. I noticed him precisely because his motto wasn't some hollow slogan like, justice will prevail, or crush the pirates. No, he wrote simply, perform 100 acts of kindness daily. His name is T. Bonnie, a skilled swordsman of notable prowess. That sounds promising, Kazan affirmed. Select him. Dispatch him secretly as a bounty hunter. Let him earn credibility first. Only then shall we amplify his deeds, forging his legend before the world. Also keep watch over that young Don Quixote boy. Given his traumatic childhood, his worldview may prove perilously unstable. Kazan tapped the notebook before him, face stern. Sengoku silently nodded, thinking Don Quixote da Flamingo, the elder brother of Rosinante. A true conundrum. Tricky indeed. Unlike Sengoku's brooding, Gel cheerfully cradled the tiny den mushi in his palm, turning it gently in the light, then tucked it away satisfied. Why are you staring at me like that? Is something amiss? Gel asked, puzzled, sensing the young Navy officer's intense gaze fixed upon him. Lord. Clad in her crisp Navy uniform, Chi-Chi stepped close, slipping her arm around his and swaying playfully. She deliberately unfastened the top 2 buttons of her shirt, granting Gel from his vantage a tantalizing glimpse of smooth skin and a striking décolletage. He felt his throat go dry, quickly downing several gulps of water. Lord, my father's away, leaving me alone each night in that enormous house. I'm terribly frightened. Would you care to join me for tea? I'll brew it myself, milk tea, just for you. She leaned in, whispering near his ear, her voice honeyed, laced with unmistakable allure. Gel recoiled inwardly. Milk tea. More like green tea, deceptively mild, dangerously potent. Ah, Forgive me, Lord Gel. I didn't mean to intrude. Aegon, arriving from outside, froze at the sight, clapped his hands over his eyes and fled. Feeling her hand slide boldly toward his waist, Gel blurted out, "What are you doing?" In broad daylight. "Push further, and I'll shout, too comfortable." "Oh Lord, you're so witty. Would you join me for dinner tonight? I'll tell you stories, and make you even more comfortable." Seeing no refusal, she began lifting one long, graceful leg toward him. Good grief, she's lethal. Unbeatable, utterly unbeatable. Enough. Hold on, I was joking. You took that far too seriously, miss. Playful banter, yes, but let's keep it light. Gel executed a tactical retreat, stepping back smoothly to break contact, while straightening his uniform. He was after all no casual man. Gel executed a tactical retreat, stepping back smoothly to break contact, while straightening his uniform. He was after all no casual man. Gear had principles, but they were limited. Chi-Chi was so furious her teeth itched, thinking to herself, this wretched man, after taking advantage of me, now pretends to be virtuous. I refuse to believe that with my beauty that can make fish sink and wild geese fall, and my curvaceous figure, I can't conquer a single man. My lord, you are still young, full of vigor. Holding back is bad for your health. My lord. Chi-Chi refused to give up, swaying closer again. Seeing this tactless woman persist in pestering him, Gear's gaze sharpened, and he said coldly, "I said enough." Instantly a chill surged toward her, and Chi-Chi felt as if someone had gripped her throat, suffocating her. Her breath grew rapid. After holding it for a long while, she finally squeezed out a sentence from her throat. "Ah, my lord, I was wrong." Gear's expression relaxed, and Chi-Chi felt the pressure on her body vanish instantly. Trembling with lingering fear, she obediently stood aside, lowering her head until she couldn't see the tips of her shoes. How terrifying. She had forgotten that the young man before her was a murderous maniac. That look just now was truly frightening. For a moment, she genuinely thought she would die, but it was so domineering, so handsome. She loved it. Gear might never have dreamed that he had scared this female Marine into developing such a strange obsession. Just then, the earlier Marine lieutenant commander and sergeant entered together, each carrying 2 large suitcases. Ogham cautiously poked his head in. Seeing that Lord Gear had finished so quickly, he followed behind and entered. The 2 stepped forward and placed the 4 cases before Gear. The lieutenant commander opened one, revealing neatly stacked berries. He said ingratiatingly, "My lord, this is the bounty you wish to redeem. A total of 600 million berries. It's all here. Please count it. Nanny. 600 million berries." Ogham inexperienced as he was cried out in shock. He quickly covered his mouth, afraid of being scolded, and nervously turned to Gear. Seeing Lord Gear's calm expression with no intention to reprimand him, Ogham finally relaxed. Gear instantly understood the lieutenant commander's intention. Narrowing his eyes, he feigned ignorance and deliberately asked, "Oh, didn't my bounty total 560 million just now? Did you undercount my money, little Chi-Chi?" "No, my lord. I am 100% sure I didn't miscalculate a single berry." Chi-Chi hastily waved her hands in explanation. He called her little Chi-Chi. Ahem. Caught red-handed in his attempt to bribe, the lieutenant commander coughed awkwardly and smiled. "My lord, you've taken the trouble to travel all this way to our humble post to redeem bounties. It is our great honor. This extra 40 million is a small token of our respect, just a little gesture." Yes. Though this amount is but a drop in the ocean to you, my lord, it represents our utmost sincerity." The sergeant chimed in at every opportunity. Gear raised a hand to signal these 2 geniuses to stop showing off. Chi-Chi stood aside with her arms crossed, looking disdainfully at these 2 marine parasites. A doubt crept into her mind. Could her father, their superior, also be corrupt? Though the lieutenant commander's heart ached over the 40 million berries, he knew money could buy safety. This young man was in direct communication with the Navy headquarters admirals and the chief of staff. His misdeeds had been exposed face to face. If reported, he and his cronies would likely be sent to Eni's lobby. It was said that anyone sent there was presumed guilty. No acquittal had been handed down in centuries. Without a doubt, the rest of his life would be spent eating prison food in Impel Down. It wasn't that he feared the infamous tortures of Impel Down, he simply couldn't bear the thought of his beautiful wife and concubines languishing alone at home. Ogham watched these high and mighty marine officials, who often docked their hard-earned pay and treated them poorly, now cowering like quails before Lord Gear. Ogham's mouth hung open in astonishment. Though he had no idea what was happening, it didn't stop his eyes from turning into sparkling 5-point stars as he gazed at Gear. Gear slowly pulled a pack of Huapai cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and placed it between his lips, searching for a lighter. He patted all his pockets. I'm sure I had one. Where did it go?" After searching for a long time without finding a lighter, he was about to buy a new one. Click. Chi-Chi stepped forward, took out a lighter, and lit Gear's cigarette. "Thanks. Miss, that lighter looks awfully familiar." Kiki's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. This lighter was the one she had swiped from Gear, intending to keep it as a souvenir. Caught red-handed, she reluctantly extended her hand to return it. Seeing the woman reach out, Gear frowned and handed her a cigarette, adding a reminder, "Girls should smoke less." Chi-Chi stared blankly at the cigarette and lighter in her hand. Gear shook his head helplessly, feeling vexed. "I was flattering myself." He thought she was seducing him, captivated by his handsome looks. Who knew she was just after his lighter? A 500-berry lighter wasn't worth selling your body over, was it? What kind of family background does she have? TSK. Gear then turned to the expectant lieutenant commander and sergeant and asked Smoke. Both shook their heads in unison. How could they dare to let a big shot offer them a cigarette? Gear blew out a smoke ring and said, "It'll only take the 560 million that belongs to me." Hearing this, the lieutenant commander and sergeant felt a surge of despair. Refusing the money meant Gear wouldn't let them off easily. The lieutenant commander wanted to slap himself. Even with disaster looming, his greed still made him secretly happy about saving 40 million berries. Damn it, am I insane? But before the angel and devil within him could finish their battle, Gear continued, "I'll repay this 40 million berries to the residents of Whiskey Peak on your behalf. You Marines are supposed to fight pirates and protect civilians, yet you do nothing. They've had to pick up weapons and fight pirates for generations just to survive and defend their homes. The tombstones of the fallen warriors are about to cover the entire Whiskey Mountain. Go up there and take a look sometime. See if your consciences don't ache. As soldiers, you hide in the rear, and worse, you skim and bleed them dry when they redeem the bounties they earned with their lives. To be honest, right now, I want to cut off your heads to console the spirits atop Whiskey Mountain." Gear's emotions ran high as he spoke, and his conqueror's hockey leaked slightly, its terrifying aura hundreds of times more fearsome than when he had scared the girl earlier. Thump. Unable to bear the pressure, both men's legs gave way, and they fell to their knees. They had no doubt that Gear would actually do it. They had clearly heard the loud parts of Gear's conversation with the Marine High Command outside. This man was untouchable. He could even scold a vice admiral. Killing two insignificant nobodies like them would be a trivial matter. If he killed them, no one would likely even ask. "Spare us, my lord. We admit our wrongdoing, and we shall never dare again. Please have mercy." The major and the sergeant pleaded as they kowtowed heavily. "We shall write a confession today and voluntarily accept the Navy's punishment." Indeed. Their survival instinct drove them to prefer prison fare over being slain by Gear on the spot. Seeing that the intimidation had achieved its effect, Gear continued, "If I had wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago." Upon hearing that their lives might be spared, the two hastily kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Thank you for your mercy." Silence. Do not misunderstand. Sparing your lives does not mean I have forgiven you. I lack the authority to pardon you on behalf of the fallen warriors. I merely refrained from killing you because 9 out of 10 in the Navy are corrupt, and replacing you might only worsen the situation. Thus, I have decided to grant you a chance to redeem yourselves through meritorious service. My lord, please instruct us. Ahem, I am also aware that without some profit, this base will soon be withdrawn. The townsfolk would have to venture out to sea to claim bounties, which would be far more perilous. Indeed, my lord, you speak the absolute truth. Everyone sees only our exploitation, yet no one acknowledges the immense effort required to establish this base in the first place. Nor do they consider the expenses incurred to smooth over relations at every level. And no one realizes the trouble they would face without this base for claiming bounties. Besides, this was not solely our idea. The major and the sergeant, one on each side, clung to Gear's legs and wailed loudly. At that moment, they regarded Gear as their confidant, as if the grievances of years had finally been vindicated. The female Navy soldiers Chi-Chi and Aegon were somewhat astonished. Their minds could not fathom the intricate complexities involved, and their admiration for Lord Gear deepened. Gear kicked each of them to the ground. "Enough. Stop your blubbering. Fine words, but you came solely for profit. What grievances could you possibly have?" Yes, my lord, your reprimand is just." The two scrambled to their feet, afraid to continue their lamentations. Gear spread his thumb and index finger in a gesture and said, 80%. "From now on, for those claiming bounties, you must guarantee them a full 80% without any pretext for deductions. If you can manage this, I will spare you. Also inform your accomplices. If anyone is dissatisfied with this rule, submit their names to Miss Chi-Chi here. I believe she is a righteous Navy soldier. Her father is the base commander. If he cannot handle it, he will naturally report it upward. Can you do this?" "Yes, absolutely. We must. Rest assured, my lord." Gear clapped his hands. "Very well. Aegon, bring the money. We're heading back. When you return, inform the townsfolk that if anyone encounters arbitrary deductions when claiming bounties, they should notify me." Yes, Lord Gear." Gear deliberately spoke loudly enough for the Navy to hear, adding an extra layer of oversight and assurance. With that, Gear and Aegon carried the money-filled leather suitcase toward the exit. The major and sergeant hurried to assist, while Chi-Chi followed behind, her expression troubled. Where's the horse?" "Oh no, Lord Gear, our horse is gone." Upon reaching the carriage, Aegon discovered that the draft horse was missing, throwing him into a panic. He searched frantically, as this was a rented vehicle. Without needing Gear's instruction, the major exchanged a glance with the sergeant, who promptly inquired among the nearby sailors. From the gate guard, they learned that the horse had been taken by Iron Horse, a fellow villager. That uncle looked honest and trustworthy. Could he be a scoundrel too, taking the horse without a word? Gear was displeased. Who borrows things like that? The carriage was rented. If an accident occurred, how would liability be determined? Aegon shook his head and defended him. "Lord Iron Horse must have had an urgent matter and had no time to inform me. He is not that kind of person." The major and the sergeant exchanged glances, recognizing the eager-to-please demeanor in each other's expressions. Understanding the unspoken cue, they said in unison, "Lord Gear, fret not. We shall fetch 2 swift horses for you immediately." With that they dashed off. Hearing about the horses, Aegon first loaded the suitcase onto the carriage. Seizing the rare moment alone, Chi-Chi approached Gear, her cheeks flushed. Seeing her fiddling with her fingers in silence, Gear asked, "Something on your mind?" "No, nothing." Chi-Chi could not fathom why merely speaking with this man made her so flustered, her heart racing. Gone was her usual brash demeanor. "Oh, all right then. Are you leaving?" "Yes." "When shall we meet again?" As she uttered these words, she felt steam rising from her face. Gear stared at her in bewilderment, thinking, "What are you up to?" "Still trying to steal my lighter." His eyes darted, and Gear produced a box of lighter refill gas canisters from seemingly nowhere, handing them to her. Since they were not valuable, he also taught her how to use them. That large box of gas canisters would suffice for lighting cigarettes for a decade or so. "These should last you a long time. When they run out, if fate allows us to meet again, I shall give you more. Farewell, everyone." Just then the major and sergeant had already harnessed 2 tall, sturdy horses to the carriage. Gear leaped aboard, waving goodbye to them. "Take care, my lord." The major and sergeant waved tearfully, appearing deeply reluctant to part with Gear. Chi-Chi waited until the carriage vanished from sight before looking down at the lighter in her right hand, its ceramic casing adorned with purple lavender. Then she gazed at the box cradled in her left arm, recalling how Gear had taught her to use it hand over hand. A beautiful smile curved her lips. "Indeed, he has feelings for me. Dang, 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 dang. The great river flows eastward, the stars in heaven pay homage to the Big Dipper. Hey, 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 pay homage to the Big Dipper. When you see injustice on the road, give a roar. When it's time to act, act without delay." Meow, meow, meow. On their way back, Gear in high spirits sat in the carriage munching on snacks and loudly humming a familiar tune from his past life. Labu, who loved to sing, meowed in harmony with Gear's rhythm. Aegon, driving the carriage in front, grinned foolishly. Though he could not understand Lord Gear's words or the mumbled lyrics, the bold and unrestrained melody stirred his heart with excitement. After this day, Aegon's admiration for Lord Gear surged like an endless river, overwhelming and unstoppable. He was deeply grateful that Gear had done so much for their town, not only recovering 40 million berries, but also ensuring that the Navy bloodsuckers would no longer extort them arbitrarily. Aegon listened intently to Gear's song, trying to memorize it. As the sun set, when the carriage once again passed the martyrs' cemetery on the hilltop, Gear leaned out of the carriage, gazing at the tombstones scattered across the slopes. His mood was no longer as heavy as it had been on the way there. No matter where the world was headed, this ridiculous era of great pirates was destined to come to an end. In the carriage, Gear withdrew the smile from his face and meticulously calculated his next moves. Gear thought he could leak some intelligence about pirates to the Navy to build mutual trust, perhaps even securing a chance to visit Impel Down in the future. The mere thought of the countless devil fruit users imprisoned there made him smirk unethically. Additionally, he could directly hand over a list of future key Revolutionary Army members to Dragon, allowing him to recruit comrades ahead of time and accelerate the organization's growth. Gear, though no wealthy benefactor, could save Dragon at least 2 decades of detours. Gear couldn't help but marvel at how stable it felt to have a foot in several camps. Time rewound a few hours earlier to Whiskey Peak. As yesterday, Bia led Aegin on a spending spree around town early that morning, determined to fulfill Captain Gear's arduous task of each spending 5 million berries. From the moment they stepped out, Aegin sensed 2 figures tailing them. He didn't alert them, but remained vigilant, waiting for their move. Yet they merely followed without action. Aegin speculated their mission might be mere surveillance, easing his caution. However, soon another pair joined the pursuit. Unlike the first, these 2 exuded palpable malice. For money. Noticing their heightened agitation whenever Bia paid, Aegin formed a judgment. "Aegin, try this. It's sweet and delicious." Oblivious to the danger, Bia bought a skewer of fruit akin to candied hawthorns from a street vendor. Delighted after 2 bites, she offered it to Aegin. Though Bia had begun training aboard the ship, her combat aptitude was mediocre compared to Aegin's. She remained at a stage of strengthening her physique through diet and exercise. Noticing Aegin's distraction, Bia patted his back. "Huh, what's wrong?" "Not tasty." Aegin turned belatedly. "Aegin, are you unwell? You've been zoning out all day." "Nothing, just wondering what Captain Gear and the others are up to." "Here, let me carry your bag, it must be heavy." Her shoulder bag contained only berries, hardly weighty. As Bia was about to refuse, Aegin had already slung it over his shoulder. "Wow, so much money. How can we ever spend it all?" Aegin opened the bag deliberately, exclaiming loudly. Passers-by cast envious glances, astonished that someone worried about having too much money. Many were eager to help Aegin with his dilemma. After a while, they encountered Feet and Senior Pink savoring local delicacies. Aegin feigned a stomachache, claiming he needed a restroom, and urged Bia to stay with them. Senior Pink exchanged a knowing glance with Aegin. "Need me to come along? I know where the toilet is." "No need, keep eating. He'll be back soon." Aegin reasoned that if Senior Pink accompanied him, the stalkers might hesitate to act. Annoyed by their lurking, he declined and dashed off alone, vanishing around a street corner. Fearing his pursuers might lose him, Aegin didn't sprint too fast, deliberately weaving into deserted alleys. Elated, the 2 followers eagerly chased him through several intersections into a dark, narrow dead end. Before Ajin could call out, "Come out, I see you," the two men emerged from the shadows impatiently. "He lost, kid. Come, let uncle take you out." The speaker was a burly man with a beer belly the size of a 7-month pregnancy, panting from the long chase. "Fatty, cut the chatter and act. There are 2 more rats behind us," warned a tall, severely hunchbacked man. He thought we'd miss our chance today. Lucky you walked right into our trap. "Fatty, be careful not to kill him. Boss Black Bull wants him alive," the hunchback reminded. "I know. I have a brain and I don't need you nagging me about everything." Annoyed, the fatty softened at the thought of money. Boss only wants the kid. How about we split the cash in his bag and not report it?" "Naturally. They'll keep watch. You tie him up and get him out of here. We can't linger." The hunchback licked his lips greedily, having heard the bags jingling berries from afar. Neither took the kid seriously, already divvying up spoils before the deed. Ajin remained silent, concealing a dagger in his right sleeve. He hunched over, feigning fear. "Damn it. Where did he go?" "Third search that way." "Well, split up. Signal immediately if you find the target." "Got it." Watching his comrade vanish in a few leaps, Wang Si quickened his pace toward the opposite direction, anxiety gnawing at him. "Please don't let anything happen. How would I explain to Iron Horse and the mayor?" These two were Iron Horse's men tasked with covertly protecting Ajin and Bia. They had tailed the pair all day without incident, but a moment's drowsiness had let the kid slip away. "All right, kid. Come quietly and spare yourself a beating." The fatty grinned, advancing with a rope and sack in hand, reaching for Ajin's shoulder. Whooshed. Ajin's dagger flashed like lightning before the fatty's eyes, too fast for any reaction. Pain seared through him as blood gushed from his neck, staining his white vest crimson. Eyes wide with horror, the fatty gurgled, clutching his throat to stem the flow. But Ajin's precise slash had severed his carotid artery. Neither pressure nor time could save him. "Fatty, hurry up. They'll catch up." The hunchback, leaning against a brick wall, urged him on, oblivious to the scene hidden behind the bulky frame. No reply came from the fatty, only a cold, unfamiliar voice. "No need to wait for him. None of you are leaving today." The hunchback froze, stunned. The hunchbacked man's pupils constricted in shock. He turned his head in disbelief, only to see the fat man collapsing straight backward. And the boy they had deemed utterly powerless was now gripping a blood-stained dagger, stepping over the corpse's beer belly as he strode toward them. "Ah, you! How dare you! You bastard!" The hunchbacked man drew his long blade, pointing it at Ajin with trembling hands as fury and terror alternated within him. "Ridiculous! Why wouldn't I dare? You're all adults. When you prepare to strike at others, you should be ready for the possibility of your own death." Ajin mimicked the captain's manner, picking his ear with his pinky finger, a disdainful sneer on his lips. The hunchbacked man chose not to flee, convinced that the boy had only taken down the fat man through underhanded sneak attacks. As long as he stayed vigilant and denied the brat any chance to ambush him, victory would be his. "You damned whelp. Since you're ready to die, then go to hell." With that, the hunchbacked man swung his long blade, slashing toward Ajin. Ajin's gaze remained calm. He stepped forward in a lunge, lowering his body to meet the attack. Having endured Dragon's hellish training and Captain Gear's real combat trials, Ajin brimmed with confidence in his own strength. Pirates with bounties over 20 million might prove troublesome, but these elite grunts before him were no longer his match. Swish! In a single instant, Ajin dodged the opponent's downward slash, while his right-hand dagger grazed the man's right wrist. The razor-sharp blade sliced through skin and flesh, sinking 3/8 of an inch deep, severing all the tendons in one clean motion. "Aya!" The hunchbacked man let out an agonized wail as his right hand instantly lost all strength, the long blade clattering to the ground. Before he could react further, Ajin closed in, leaping off one foot to drive a knee strike directly into the man's jaw. Puffed. The hunchbacked man spat a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward through the air. He glided 3 or 4 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kung Fu is the art of killing. To dispatch an enemy swiftly and effectively, one must first thoroughly understand the human body structure. Ajin heard Captain Gear's tireless teachings echoing in his ears. The captain had assigned him a mountain of books on martial arts and human anatomy, and Ajin had diligently studied them all. The mandible is the only movable bone in the human skull, and its surroundings lack thick fat or muscle protection. It directly connects to the largest branch of the trigeminal nerve, the mandibular nerve. Thus, a heavy blow to the jaw can easily cause concussive vibrations, robbing one of balance or even inducing brief unconsciousness. The hunchbacked man didn't fall unconscious. He staggered, trying to support himself against the wall to stand, but his body refused to obey. After 2 failed attempts, he could only kneel on the ground. "Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on us? You're all dead. Our boss will never let you get away with this." He glared venomously at Ajin, his consciousness blurring and speech slurred, yet his stubbornness remained unshaken. No wonder the knee strike hadn't knocked him out. With a jaw that tough, his stubbornness must have fortified it. Dragon Claw. Ajin spread his left hand's middle and ring fingers apart, forming a claw, and seized the hunchbacked man's neck, hurling him against the wall with full force. "Anyone who dares harm my family, we'll send your so-called boss down to reunite with you soon enough." "Stop right there." Wang Si had followed the sounds of the fight, arriving just in the nick of time. Yet the scene before him left him stunned. Seeing the young boy about to kill his former comrade Camel, Wang Si though unaware of what had transpired, instinctively spoke up to stop him, driven by the bond of past brotherhood. Wang Si, save me. Even an ant clings to life, let alone a man. Believing death was certain, Camel's eyes lit up with hope upon recognizing the newcomer. He gripped Ah Jin's wrist with his remaining left hand, but Ah Jin's hold was like iron, unyielding, still clamping his throat tightly. An accomplice? Ah Jin turned to face the newcomer, muttering to himself. No, I'm not his accomplice. We were ordered to protect you in secret, but it seems you don't need it. Wang Si forced a bitter smile. Given the boy's ability to effortlessly dispatch Fatty and Camel, they were hardly needed for protection. Gazing at Camel's pitiful state against the wall, Wang Si's heart softened. He spoke again to the cold-eyed youth. Even if he wronged you first, please spare his life. Hand him over to us. The town chief will surely give you an explanation. At that moment, Lao San, who had arrived upon seeing the signal, was far more hot-tempered than Wang Si. Enraged by the sight, he roared without a second thought, charging forward to rescue Camel, his comrade from just yesterday. Bastard. Let him go now. Anyone who tries to harm my family deserves to be erased. Crack. Ah Jin's voice rang out cold and detached. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the man called Camel rolled his eyes and went limp, unconscious. Didn't I tell you to let him go? What the hell are you doing? Lao San screamed at Ah Jin in fury. You said it, but why should I listen to you? Ah Jin flicked the blood off his dagger, then turned to face the two, countering with a question. His gaze was colder and sharper than the blade itself. Bastard. Wang Si, let me go? They'll fight this guy to the death. Seeing their former comrade die so brutally before their eyes, both men's eyes turned bloodshot. But the older Wang Si retained a shred of reason, clutching Lao San tightly to prevent him from rushing to his doom. Clop, clop, clop. The hard hooves struck the stone road, producing a rhythmic drum-like clatter. The sound drew closer, reaching the ears of all three, who turned to look. Ni, with a horse's whinny, Taima, dust-covered, swung off his steed. The exhausted pack horse, pushed to its limits, collapsed on the spot, foaming at the mouth. Everyone stop. He quickly called out to his two subordinates. Taima had ridden hard without a moment's rest. The moment he entered the town gate, he spotted the combat signal flare in the sky and instantly guessed that Hainyo's gang had made their move in town. Without hesitation, Tai Ma turned his horse toward the signal's direction, praying all the way that matters hadn't spiraled beyond repair. Though ignorant of the specifics, seeing Gear's young crewman still alive, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great. It's Boss Tai Ma. Both men's faces lit up with joy. The agitated Lao San rushed forward, fuming. Boss Tai Ma, this brat killed Camel and Fatty. We need to avenge our brothers. Tai Ma ignored him, his gaze fixed on Ah Jin, unable to look away. His eyes brimmed with shock and wariness. The old town chief was right. These people were no ordinary folk. Ah Jin stood silently, returning his gaze. After a long standoff, Tiamo finally spoke first. I know they struck first. You may leave. But, Boss Tiamo. Before Ah Jin could speak, a lackey interjected to dissuade him. Seeing his subordinate about to act foolishly again, Tiamo shot him a glare, thinking to himself, do you have any idea who these people are? If you want to court death, go ahead on your own. Don't drag everyone down with you. Tiamo scolded outright. All of you shut up. The moment they decided to leave with Hainyu, they ceased to be our comrades. The town chief had warned them long ago. Since they chose to strike first and broke their promise, they must be prepared to die. Now that they've been outmatched and killed, who is there to blame? After being berated, Lao San finally fell silent, but his eyes fixed on Ajin's retreating figure burned with fury, a resentment not easily dispelled by Taimo's words alone. Unfortunately, Tiamo had no time to cater to his petty emotions. He turned to the more composed Wang Si and asked, a sea of only two people shown up here. Did you see Hainyu or the others? Boss, we've been tailing the target all day. Apart from Camel and Fatty, we saw no one else. Tiamo furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before instructing. He'll go see the town chief first. Have someone clean this up, then notify all the brothers to gather at the chief's place. Yes, boss. The group acknowledged and dispersed. Ajin, why are you so slow? We've already eaten and been waiting for you for a while. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. I got lost looking for the restroom and took a long detour to find my way back. Back with his companions, Ajin scratched his head apologetically. Senior, well-versed in such matters, subtly sniffed the air and keenly detected a faint trace of blood on the young man, whose face had already resumed its sunny and cheerful smile. He said nothing, merely patted Ajin's shoulder in silent acknowledgement of his manly deed. Back to the other side. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Gare, who had been meticulously calculating inside the carriage, casually set up a folding table, placed an LED lamp on it, and began scribbling in a notebook. Fearing he might forget important details over time, Gare jotted down crucial information. Whoa! At Agan's command, the carriage came to a sudden halt. Caught off guard while deeply immersed in recalling key plot points, Gare slammed his head against the wooden wall of the carriage. Rubbing his forehead, Gare asked Agan outside. What's wrong, Agan? Gee, Gare, sir. It's bad. It's them. Agan's voice trembled with tension. Who? Gare asked, curiously, opening the window and poking his head out. Under the setting sun, 5 burly figures appeared on the road ahead, clearly lying in ambush and waiting. Now that they spotted the carriage, they sprinted forward. As a seasoned traveler, Gare instantly understood the situation. They were being ambushed, and by more than one person. Agon didn't wait idly. He frantically tried to turn the carriage around to flee, hoping that if they could reach the marine base, the Marines' respect for Gare would ensure their protection. Haha, where do you think you're going? Bang! Bang! Hanyu, not only burly but also agile, lunged forward in a few strides and delivered 2 straightforward punches to the horses' necks. Nay, the horses cried out in pain. The hot-tempered stallion on the right reared its hooves, each the size of a bull, ready to strike back. The hard hooves descended from on high, aiming to trample the insolent human before them. Hanyu neither dodged nor flinched, seemingly determined to match the stallion's strength. He reached out with his thick arms and caught the horse's front hooves midair. Get lost! With a fierce roar, Hanyu used brute force to topple the 1,000-pound stallion, kicking up dust and causing the carriage to shake violently. Agon was thrown off the carriage. Haha, boss, you're truly blessed with divine strength. The boss is incredible. In the world of pirates, the strong are always revered. Hanyu's 4 lackeys began to shower him with flattery. Ha! A mere beast dares to show off in front of me. Hanyu laughed heartily, feeling a newfound freedom. No one would ever boss him around again. Inside the carriage, Gare stowed everything into his storage space, calmly opened the door, and stepped out. Hey! Hanyu, what do you think you're doing? Dazed and battered, Agon struggled to his feet and unhesitatingly placed his frail body in front of Gare, shouting at the ringleader. Gare nodded silently. Not bad. There's some manly spirit, though his voice lacks conviction, and it would be better if his legs weren't trembling. Agon leaned in and whispered to Gare. Gare, sir, I've cut the horse's reins. Seize the chance to ride away. They're after you. Don't worry about me. They wouldn't dare harm me. Ha! Look who we have here. Isn't that little trash Agon? As the dust settled, the group recognized the speaker and began exchanging remarks. These were the very ones who bullied Agon the most. Seeing him now, they instinctively launched into their usual mockery. Hanyu grinned arrogantly. What's the matter? Got bold, have you, Agon? Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. They'll give you a chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and apologize to your masters here, and they'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, they'll kill you today too. Don't think the old town chief can protect you anymore. He can't control me now. Agon took a step back. These people were the deepest shadow in his heart, not something a few self-encouragements could overcome. Yet even as he leaned on the carriage to keep from collapsing, he refused to budge an inch from in front of Gare. I will never let you harm Gare, sir. He's the benefactor of our entire town. Agon declared firmly, only to be met with even more unrestrained ridicule. Ha! Benefactor. You're right. As long as he hands over all his money obediently, he'll be not only our benefactor, but also our god of wealth. Ha ha ha. Heinous lackeys joined in the laughter, completely dismissing the two. Gare's face darkened as he watched the arrogant bandits around him. A nameless fury began to kindle within. Recalling how confidently he had analyzed the situation with Agon that morning, he felt his face burn with embarrassment. He hadn't expected to be proven wrong so swiftly. Damn it. So after all my analysis, you brainless thugs actually thought I was the weakest and easiest to handle among everyone. How infuriating. In the end, it turns out I was the clown all along. Master Go, you must run. Seeing Gu still lost in thought, Agon was so anxious he was almost in tears. He called out several times before finally snapping Gu back to attention. Ha, don't bother trying to escape. None of you are getting away. The group of 5 bandits gradually closed in. Gu looked at Agon, pondered for a few seconds, then immediately pulled out his golden revolver and bought a black one, handing it to Agon with encouragement. We can't run anymore, Agon. Today you and I will fight together. Before Agon could react, Gu had already shoved the gun into his hands. But Master Gu, I don't know how to fight. I've never fought before. I'm afraid it'll only hold you back. Agon looked at the pitch-black pistol in his hand, his voice tinged with guilt. If you don't pick up the gun and resist, well, die here today. Didn't you say you would protect me and never let them harm me? Gu continued to apply pressure. Hearing this, Agon took the heavy pistol from Gu, his expression turning grim. It's all right, relax. We're all just men with 2 shoulders and 1 head. Gu encouraged with a smile, beginning to teach Agon how to use the revolver. The surrounding bandits saw Gu and the others pull out guns, yet they still laughed without a trace of fear. In fact, when they saw that Guest's revolver was even crafted from lavish gold, their laughter grew even more boisterous. In this world, firearms in the hands of ordinary people were as useless as a burning stick. Fierce in appearance, but pathetic in effect, leaving guns with no dignity at all. Gu couldn't fathom why in the original story, after several volleys of intense naval musket fire, a large group of pirates who couldn't use armament hockey would remain standing with hardly anyone even injured. Back in his past life, no matter how skilled your martial arts were, once he drew a gun, you'd have to admit defeat. Gu ignored the nearby thugs and patiently instructed Agon. Yes, like this, then aim here at the target and just pull the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a lowlife instantly fell, clutching his leg and wailing in agony. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Seeing he had shot someone, Agon's first reaction wasn't joy, but a frantic apology. Gu was also taken aback. The first shot had hit. Damn it. You worthless piece of trash dared to shoot me. They'll tear you limb from limb. The lowlife, humiliated at being felled in front of his brothers, refused to admit that the man they'd bullied for years could defeat him. He scrambled up, grabbed his broadsword, and hobbled toward Aegon. Don't come near me. Seeing the blade about to fall, Aegon, paralyzed by fear, shut his eyes to escape. Gus stepped in front of him and shouted, "Fire! Fire now, Aegon! Don't hesitate. If you don't kill him, he'll be chopped in half." In the nick of time, Aegon opened his eyes, hesitated no more, and the pent-up emotions erupted completely. He roared and pulled the trigger. Bang! This time no scream followed, for the bullet struck the lowlife square between the eyes, a clean headshot. His brain turned to pulp and he died instantly without a sound. His eyes glazed over and his body toppled backward. Gus stared at the bloody hole in the lowlife's forehead. Luck. Scar. Everything happened so fast, the sudden turn of events left Black Bull momentarily stunned. "Oh, I killed someone. I killed someone." Aegon's gaze was vacant like a fresh recruit seeing blood for the first time, muttering to himself incessantly. "Huh. Well done, Aegon." Hearing Guest's voice, Aegon snapped back to reality. He looked at Gus, tears streaming down his face. "I killed someone. Master Go. I didn't mean to." Gus smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Take a deep breath. It's okay, Aegon. Pull yourself together. You did nothing wrong. In a fight to the death, it's kill or be killed. If you hadn't killed him, he would have killed you. Do you want us both to die here?" After taking a few deep breaths, Aegon's eyes finally regained a glimmer of light. He clenched his teeth and said firmly, "No, it's not over yet." "Huh, who would have thought? You've grown some spine, Aegon. How about joining us? Just grab the guy next to you, and we'll take their ship and treasure sail the seas and live like pirates." Black Bull didn't seem angered by the loss of a henchman. Instead, he began recruiting Aegon, ruthless and cold with a hint of a true overlord's demeanor. "Don't come any closer, or he'll shoot. I won't let you harm Master Go." Aegon raised his gun at Black Bull, warily guarding Go as they slowly backed away. Attack together. A sheep is always a sheep. Even with fangs, it can't change its lowly grass-eating fate. Seeing no chance to persuade, Black Bull waved his hand and ordered. The remaining three, along with Black Bull himself, charged at Aegon and Go. Killing might not be addictive, but after the first one it becomes easier. Gradually you realize killing one or several feels no different, and the heavy psychological burden fades. Bang, bang, bang. Aegon fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The 3 thugs fell to the ground without a sound, each shot landing in the exact same spot. Right between the eyes, a perfect headshot. Go looked at Aegon with some surprise. Once could be luck, but 3 times was no coincidence. This guy was a naturally gifted marksman. Black Bull was equally stunned. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he was the only one left. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hastily grabbed a corpse from the ground to use as a shield. You damn bastard. He had planned to make a fortune and sail the seas with his loyal followers, but now, before even setting sail, his dreams were shattered. And the one who destroyed it all was the worthless man had bullied for over a decade. Black Bull, seething with rage, charged at Aegon using a corpse as a shield. Aegon, lacking combat experience, fired a panicked shot that hit the corpse. Then Black Bull rammed him, sending Aegon flying. He rolled several times before stopping, seemingly losing consciousness. Black Bull dropped the corpse, pressed his blade against Guest's neck, and snarled. "Because of you, this worthless fool went mad and killed 4 of my brothers as close as kin. How do you intend to settle this?" Ha ha ha. Seeing Guest's still calm expression only infuriated Black Bull further. "What are you laughing at?" Go paid no heed to his menacing act and sneered. "What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at how you're even thicker skinned than I am. When you used them as shields, did you treat them as brothers? Now that you're negotiating, they're your dear brothers. Why not say they were your fathers? That would make them worth even more." Black Bull's face flushed with rage. "You're my prisoner now. And you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you think I won't kill you? You can't kill me today." Goose smiled.